first-person power. It was an evening in mid-September. When will you finally notice, you dumbass? I love you. I've really liked you for a while now. Mako Shirakawa, college student and part-timer at the GF Bunko division of gift publishing, finally let her feelings explode in the face of Itsuki Hashima, novelist and ex-classmate of hers. And he had given her his response. "I'm sorry, I'm in love with someone else." His answer came in no uncertain terms. And so the book had closed on Mako Shirakawa's unrequited love. It was, perhaps, a bit predictable. She knew that Itsuki already had his heart set on someone else, and she knew that his feelings weren't for her at all. She had never intended to confess her love in the first place, but something about the inadvertently heartless way Itsuki thanked her for helping with his novel project was too much for her to bear. She'd just blurted it out. Her confession was doomed from the start, and even if it somehow succeeded, that wasn't necessarily good for her. She'd have no idea how to explain it to Nayu Takane, who worshipped her as the big sister figure in her life, and she still hadn't given a straight answer to Haruto Fuwa's relationship proposal. Ugh! What am I even doing? Now Mako was trudging back home through the nighttime sights and sounds of the city, grumbling to herself. Her chest hurt, and there were tears in her eyes, but oddly enough, there wasn't a trace of regret in her mind, no desire to take anything back. Now she wouldn't be sitting there, steaming, watching time slip away as Itsuki barely even recognized her as a woman. No matter how painful and grueling and sad it was better for her to make her own way forward. I quit school. Ha 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 ha. I just realized that to a writing genius like me, with a top 10 spot in the Oricon bestseller chart, going to school is just a big waste of time. Mako still remembered the frustration and powerlessness she'd felt, the sting of that phrase waste of time, when Itsuki had revealed out of nowhere that he'd quit college. She couldn't tell how much he'd improved since then, but she didn't think she was worthless, capable of nothing but being left behind. At least, she didn't want to. So she walked on, deep in her thoughts, until someone called her name. "Oh, Mako." It was a handsome young man carrying a heavy-looking shopping bag, Chihiro Hashima, Itsuki's brother. "Oh, Chihiro." Chihiro gave her a soft smile and a light nod. "Are you coming home from work?" "Oh, yeah." She nodded, awkward thoughts flooding her brain. How was she supposed to act around the brother of the man who had just spurned her? "I'm heading over to my brother's place to make dinner. Would you like to join me?" "Huh? I better pass today." Chihiro raised an eyebrow at this needlessly harried reply. "Oh, hey, why are your eyes all red, Mako?" It's nothing." "See you later, Chihiro." She began to walk away, trying her hardest to cut off the conversation. "Oh, sure, okay." He watched her leave, unsure what it was all about. Itsuki, meanwhile, was away from Mako's place and currently agonizing over recent events at his kotatsu, head perched against the tabletop. Mako was a college student at the peak of her social life. She had the conversational skills to get along with just about anyone, and he thought she had a lot of male friends, and he'd believed he was just another one of them. Or was I just kidding myself? Taking a good look back at his relationship with Mako up to now, he was starting to think that there were some telltale signs he should have picked up on. She'd blush sometimes, get flustered for no reason, get sad out of nowhere. Maybe I was just putting Mako into the happy college student box so much that I couldn't see her for what she really was, because that was more convenient for me. It'd be easier for him, easier to grasp, more natural, more realistic, more convincing, if she was just this socially well-adjusted, erudite college student who hung out with him as one of her many friends, rather than an intelligent, attractive woman who didn't know much about light novels or anime but had special feelings for him nonetheless. He had created this backstory for her in his mind, one that suited his needs the most, and tried to force it on her. Wasn't that exactly like the pricks who read his novels and used what they saw there to bash him as a human being? Ah, goddammit. He banged his head lightly against the tabletop. Shit. Why do I have to be so like this? He lashed out at himself, with words he couldn't quite piece together. He needed to get his act together. Like, as a person. Damn it. Somehow he had become a professional novelist, and he couldn't even clearly elucidate his own feelings. I feel like such a coward, he said in the most self-deprecating tone he could muster. Then the front door opened. Good evening, came Chihiro's soft voice as he entered. He gave his brother an odd look upon finding him slumped over the kotatsu. Hey, what's up, big bro? Are you hungry? Yeah, that must be it, Itsuki replied, voice low and head still on the table. Chihiro chuckled a bit. Well, hang on just a little longer. I'll cook something up in a flash. Mako was on her way to a hotel 10 or so minutes away from Itsuki's apartment, the site of Nayuta Kani's now long-term writing residence. Oh, hey, Maya, she said with a smile after opening the door, nude as always. Come on in. Then, in typical fashion, she started taking off Mako's clothes. Okay. Nayuta had already undone the hook on Mako's skirt and pulled it down before she came back to her senses. Wait, today is not a naked day. She pulled her skirt back up and turned to face a puzzled-looking Nayuta. What's up, Maya? Mako stared straight into the confused Nayuta's eyes. Words eluded her. She realized she was dangerously close to hurting her feelings. She took a deep breath. Maybe it would hurt her, but it had to be said. Not only had she been hiding romantic feelings for the man Nayuta loved, but also she had just gotten back from making them known to him. She had essentially tried to get a leg up on Nayuta without telling her. She couldn't hide that any longer. If she did, she would have no right to be her friend. And she wanted to remain friends with Nayuta. So, knowing full well it could hurt Nayuta enough to drive a wedge between them for good, she decided to be honest. She looked Nayuta in the eye, even as the tears welled up, and spoke. I just confessed to Itsuki. Nayuta's eyes went wide. Fest? Mako nodded. Yes, I told him I love him. Maya, did you have a thing for Itsuki? Nayuta bluntly asked, still clearly shocked. Yeah, she said with a nod, her voice growing more nasal. For about a year now. Even since before I knew you, I've really loved him. Maya. Nayuta looked ready to cry herself. So are you in love with Itsuki, Miss Shirakawa? She had asked Mako that back when they first met. Mako said number. She had lied, and she had been lying about it ever since. I'm sorry I kept it a secret all this time. Fwake. The first tear fell from Nayuta's eye. Her face scrunched up, and Mako felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Nayuta had to sniffle a few times before she was able to continue. Zoden? Huh? Zoden, what did Izuki say back? Recalling his response made Mako smile a bit, despite herself. He turned me down immediately. Just like that. Almost instantly, he said he was in love with someone else. Nayuta's mouth took the shape of an upside-down V. Maya? Yeah? This is a little hard for me to say, but this other person he loves. Her face twisted up again. It's me. Mako gave her a blank look for a moment. You knew? I overheard Itsuki saying it to Prince Manhole once. Mako was stupefied. She had a vague suspicion that Itsuki had feelings for Nayuta, given the way he acted around her. Itsuki had all but said it himself back during a conversation they had on vacation in Okinawa. She had no idea Nayuta knew, too. I'm sorry, Maya, Nayuta said, crying. Huh? Mako asked, half in a panic. Why are you saying sorry? I mean, Izuki is mine, Zo. I'll never give him Yub. Mako thought for a moment, perplexed. So it's like Itsuki said no to me because he loves you, and you're sorry about that? Is that what you mean? Nayuta nodded. I like you a whole lot, Maya. I want you to be happy, and I'm sorry I got in the way. The tears were flowing freely now, her face a mess as she sniffled her way through the apology. Mako sighed. Don't be silly. None of this is your fault. She was the one who lied, who tried to get a leg up on the competition. She had to admit it. What she did to Nayuta was downright mean. But Nayuta wasn't angry at all. In fact, She was even thinking about Mako's feelings. What an incredible girl she is. Mako recalled Nayuta talking about her past once. She didn't go into much detail, but she had been bullied in her first year of high school over some love-related drama. This girl had a crush on this guy, but the guy was focused on someone else, Nayuta. In this case, the classic love triangle. Mako could think of several cases from middle and high school involving people around her. But as classic as it was, it still hurt Nayuta deeply, enough that she stopped going to school. Maybe, to a girl like her, this was that classic love triangle repeating itself. And once that realization took shape in her mind, Mako embraced her with both arms. "Hiya." "It's all right," she declared, tears streaming down her face. "You did nothing wrong, Nayu. There's nothing to apologize for." But, Maya, I'm not gonna hate you or anything, Nayu. No hate, no resentment, nothing. Really? Nayuta asked feebly from within her arms. Mako hugged her tighter. Really? I swear. So, you'll still be my friend, Maya? Of course I will. I mean, I should be asking you that. Can you ever forgive me, Nayu? Can you still be friends with me? Nayuta nodded, buried deep in Mako's chest. I wanna be friends, Maya. Okay. Then let's stay friends, Nayu. She relaxed her grip, still crying. Then Nayuta tightened her own arms around Mako. I love you, Maya. Such a nice girl. So kind, cute, and as lovable as a little sister. Mako truly did cherish Nayuta from the bottom of her heart. Later that night, Mako and Nayuta enjoyed dinner together, took a bath together, then cuddled in bed as they slept together, all in the nude, obviously. So, Chihiro? Itsuki hesitantly asked as the two ate dinner. Yeah, like, hypothetically speaking, if this girl you thought was your friend suddenly said she loved you, and you immediately turned her down, do you think it'd be possible for the two of you to remain friends? Oh, did Mako do that to you? And you immediately said no? Chihiro seemed surprised, but nowhere near as surprised as Itsuki. Wow. How did you know? So I was right, he whispered, face reddening a bit. Did you notice she had been feeling that way for a while now? Itsuki dared himself to ask. Chihiro nodded, a little ashamed. I wasn't 100% sure, but it did kinda seem that way to me. Yeah. Oh man. Itsuki was shell-shocked. I'm less perceptive than a male high schooler. Inarguably the dullest, most dim-witted species on the planet. You don't have to be that sad about it. Also, I feel attacked by that second part. Chihiro gave an awkward laugh. What are you talking about? His brother countered. When I was your age, I used to have all these baseless fantasies about other people and act like they were real. I never picked up on any of the subtle things in people's minds at all. And okay, I think I still don't, but anyway, I guess it was just me who was dull and dim-witted, not every high school male. I'm sorry I was ever born. As his brother spiraled downward into despair, Chihiro quickly attempted to change the subject. But I wanted to ask about Mako. Oh. Yeah. Chihiro thought for a moment. If you want to stay friends with Mako, he gently said to him, I think you'll need to make an effort to achieve that. And I'm sure it'll be kind of awkward, sometimes. But I'm sure she doesn't want to just totally cut everything off with you, either. So if you both decide you want to stay friends, and you work to make it happen, I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, maybe. He sighed, appreciating his brother's advice. Our relationship isn't going to automatically continue like it was. It's essential that I work to keep this going. It made total sense to him. You know, he said, pouting, you have a lot of person power. Like, you're really good at being a person. You'll never be the protagonist of a harem love comedy that way. Chihiro offered a light chuckle. I'm not really looking to. Personally, I'd rather have a nice, normal, happy family than a harem. Weirdo, or are all high school boys like you now? If that's the case, Itsuki reasoned, you'd better reconsider what you're writing for your male teen audience, or you're gonna be left in the dust. Oh, I dunno, Chihiro replied. I don't know what teenage boys are supposed to be like, really, but I don't think I'd be a very good point of reference. Nope, definitely not. Itsuki gave him a look that sounded a little too self-deprecating to him. The protagonists. If you're interested, I'd kinda like to be a couple. A week had passed since Mako gave her response to Haruto Fuwa's offer, and 2 days had passed since Mako tried her luck with Itsuki and failed spectacularly. From the moment he voiced his feelings at that Belgian beer bar, and she left him at the rail station, Mako had been seriously trying to figure out whether she could accept his feelings. It wasn't the first time a boy had said he loved her. She was relatively popular in middle and high school. She even received romantic confessions from boys she thought were her friends. She had turned them all down, even though refusing the goodwill of people around her, especially people she interacted with on a daily basis, was deeply painful to her. She never got used to it, no matter how many times it happened, and by the second year of high school, she was making a conscious effort to avoid dealing with boys in general. Even now, in college, she turned down every invite to casual drinking parties she received. She didn't dislike Haruto at all. He was conventionally attractive, but he was actually super naive about this stuff, a virgin, in fact. And the passion he kept bottled up inside reminded her of Itsuki a little bit. The anime adaptation was a disappointment, yes, but he was still plenty successful as a novelist. He actually met his deadlines, unlike Itsuki and Nayuta. He didn't hold unsolicited, high-volume public strip shows, unlike Toki and the rest of the GF Bunko editing team. Among the people in Mako's life, he was probably the most put together as an adult human being. Plus, you really saved me. Back then, I think you crying for me helped me stay strong when I was on the brink. It'd be so awful to live in this world, I think, if everyone was super cool or whatever. The only reason all those cool people can keep trying is thanks to really kind, gentle people like you, Mako, willing to cry for the sake of someone else. Haruto had said that just before he confessed. She felt those words. The sincerity behind them had assured her that she wasn't at all empty inside. Hell, they saved her more than anything she did for him. He had paid her back in full. This cool, handsome, gentle person. It sounded so hackneyed when put into words, but that's exactly what Haruto was to her. She really thought that having him as a lover and moving forward together would have been wonderful. If Haruto was all for it, she thought it would turn out pretty well, maybe even better than if she started dating Itsuki. But, I'm sorry, Fuwa, I just can't. After she finished her part-time shift, she met up with Haruto, fresh from an editorial meeting at the office, at a nearby cafe to give her obviously nervous, shaky-voiced response. Haruto sighed a little. Oh. He smiled, forlorn, as if he'd expected this answer. I'm sorry, Mako repeated, tears forming. Haruto replied with a smile she knew was just for show. I'm sorry to cause trouble for you. Thanks for giving it to me straight. A pause. But boy, he continued in a light tone of voice he strained to achieve. I've been so worked up about this over the past 10 days. I couldn't focus on work at all. It sucked. Now I can finally move on, I think. I am sad, don't get me wrong, but honestly, I'm a little relieved, too. Are you? Yeah. To tell you the truth, this is actually the first time I've told anyone in my life that I wanted to go out with them. Thinking about, how every couple in the world has to go through this at some point. I finally understand. I guess I can't hate on normies that much anymore, huh? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Mako replied out of politeness. I actually just popped the same question to someone 2 days ago. First time in my life, too. Oh? The contrived smile on Haruto's face disappeared as his eyes opened wide. Yeah, to Itsuki. And he said no instantly. Ha ha ha. The laugh sounded dry to Haruto. He blinked, unsure how to take the news at first. Oh, wow, I didn't know. I'm just awful. Mako continued with a frown. Doing that before I even gave you an answer, huh? No, I'm not upset about that or anything. Haruto carefully examined her. But, man, that's pretty gutsy. I mean, you realize who Itsuki's decided on, right? Yeah. But, I sort of got carried away, so. Haruto let out a chuckle of disbelief. Carried away? He asked, fully believing it. Well, that's the way it goes, huh? Like, I knew you were into it, Itsuki, but I kind of got carried away, too, I guess. Wow, you knew? He smiled again at her abject surprise. Yeah. But how did you? Because I've always paid attention to you, Mako. Oh. Haruto smiled warmly at Mako. She averted her eyes, a little uncomfortable. He knew because he'd been watching her, because he liked her. It was the exact same way Mako could read Itsuki's feelings. Well, he said with a sly grin, if your first choice said no, you could say it's time to mentally switch gears and find your next love. Maybe? Ha ha ha. Yeah. I think that'd be more constructive. Like, maybe I should try a little harder. Yeah. Well, like I said, it's a shame. But I'm glad you're being earnest about it. Like, in anime and video games, some characters lose a lover and immediately fall into another relationship. But it's the ones who have that kind of unrequited love for the protagonist who are more popular. Never experiencing another crush, even if she never gets noticed. Mako gave this half-joke a scowl. I can't say the idea of being popular as an anime character fills me with glee. Ha ha. I guess not. And needing some time to recover is one thing, but never loving anyone else in my life? That's a bit drastic, isn't it? I'd feel bad for the protagonist and the girl he picked. No, I mean, I like that kind of earnestness. As much of a dating sim addict as Haruto was, he failed to see what turned off Mako about that trope. That kind of goes beyond earnestness. It's a little scary, actually. Wait, is that the kind of girl you like, Fuwa? Haruto found his eyes wandering away from Mako's accusatory glare. In the 2D world, yes. Really? Really? I mean, in real life, I kind of wish you'd shake off your feelings for Itsuki and go for me instead. He paused, then turned a little red once he realized what he'd blurted out. Mako did the same, punctuating the conversation with a forlorn "Oh." I see. They fell silent for a few moments, feeling each other out with their eyes. PFFT. Ha ha. It was unclear who started it, and they both shared the laugh equally. But real life doesn't work that way, huh? No, Mako said, responding to Haruto's honest feelings. She began to tear up again. But I'm not going to let this defeat me. Ever. Haruto softened his expression, a flame burning in his eyes. Me neither. Thus began a new story between Mako Shirakawa and Haruto Fuwa. 2 days prior, after Mako revealed to Nayuta what she had done, the two were cuddling in bed, naked. She began to nod off a little, basking in the glory of Nayuta's supple body, when her friend suddenly spoke up. By the way, Maya. Yeah. Have you completely given up on Itsuki now? The question made Mako's heart skip a beat. To be honest, she hadn't fully decided. She had confessed her love and died nobly in the effort. Itsuki loved Nayuta. But while the feeling was mutual, they weren't officially a couple yet. Maybe, she thought, if she didn't give up the fight and kept pursuing him, there was a non-zero chance that Itsuki would come round. What do you want me to do, Nayu? She asked, keeping her voice flat. No. The chances of him changing his mind weren't zero, but it'd be tough. She had managed to salvage her friendship with Nayuta, but if she continued this extremely uphill battle, she could easily ruin everything. She had to avoid that at all costs. I think you should do what you want, Maya, Nayuta replied calmly. Do you really mean that? Yes, she said, looking straight at Mako. I'm never going to give Itsuki to anyone else. That's already set in stone, so you can go ahead and confess to him and seduce him and give him all the sexual favors you want. I wasn't planning on the last two options, Mako said, her face turning red. But yeah, maybe it's too early for me to give up. Oh? You sure you're okay with that? You never know. Itsuki really could just change his mind. Well, you're a wonderful person, Maya, and maybe that really could happen. But if it does, I'll just snatch him back as many times as I need to. Nayuta's voice was calm, but Mako couldn't help but smile at the sheer determination underneath. Oh yeah? Well, you may think you're so tough, but I won't go down that easily, Nayuta smiled back. If Itsuki's at stake, I'll beat you any day of the week. For the first time, Mako felt like she was facing Nayuta on even ground. They were in different social positions, different generations, different levels of talent, but here, they were both women in love. And if it wasn't for this exchange, she just might have accepted Haruto's offer 2 days later. But the conversation didn't affect only Mako's future. It had a huge impact on Nayuta's as well. The next day, in the early afternoon, GF Bunko editor Kirara Yamagata received a phone call. What? She gasped at the contact shown on her phone screen. It was Nayuta Kani. Yamagata was her editor, on paper at least, but the author had almost never, not even once, taken the time to call her. Gingerly, she answered. Then came the second shock of the day. Nayuta actually wanted to talk about work. So you told me I've received several offers to adapt my series to other forms of media, right? If that's still on the table, I'd like to hear more about it. She had received some. Actually, present tense. She was still receiving them. Anime adaptations, manga adaptations, video games, stage shows, live-action films, episodic TV dramas, spin-off novels, tie-ins with other games and novel series and restaurants and fashion magazines. If it had ever been done before in the world of light novel merchandising, the offer had reached gift publishing. What made you change your mind? Yamagata couldn't help but ask. I'm thinking, Nayuta replied, voice soft but burning with an indefinable fighting spirit, that I need to start working a little harder. Yamagata didn't ask for further detail. This was too big a deal to sweat the small stuff and risk letting the opportunity slip through her fingers. The editor-in-chief was instantly on the line, ready to hold a quick meeting over the phone. Diversifying and expanding the Landscapes series was an urgent priority for GF Bunko, and really, gift publishing overall. A while later, after the call finally ended, Yamagata sighed. Phew. What's up? A puzzled-looking Mako Shirakawa asked from a nearby desk. Oh, nothing, Yamagata replied, completely oblivious to the fact that the part-timer in front of her was the whole reason why Nayuta made the shift. Male friends. Haruto's next visit to Itsuki's place for dinner didn't come until late September. The menu was all stuff Chihiro prepared the previous night, rice with mackerel pike and mountain herbs, boiled greens with eggplant, and fried bacon, spinach, and may I take mushrooms sautéed in butter. This was accompanied by a few cans of Japanese lager Haruto had purchased at a nearby convenience store, which Itsuki didn't mind, but compared to the exotic beer he usually brought along, it was a bit of a disappointment. Given the hardcore autumn theme of the meal, a nice higher BV ale would have hit the spot. As they ate, they chatted about the usual topics, interesting new books and games, each other's work, and so on. By the way, Haruto casually began. Itsuki grunted as he took a swig from his glass. I asked out Mako, and she said no. PFFFTTTT. Wow, nice reaction, Haruto replied, grinning as he handed Itsuki a towel. Itsuki accepted it with a judgmental frown. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Yeah. I couldn't resist. Sorry. The casual admission did nothing to lift Itsuki's spirits. Well, I'm sorry you got rejected, but I don't appreciate you taking it out on me. Haha. Give me a break. It's not like it's got nothing to do with you. Oh? What do you mean? You said no to Mako, didn't you? Itsuki greeted Haruto's offhand observation with a distinct lack of enthusiasm. How did you know? Mako told me. Itsuki rolled his eyes. Why did she tell you? Well, if we're gonna keep being friends, it'd be a lot more awkward if she didn't, you know? Yeah, good point. Haruto sighed, refilled Itsuki's glass, and took a long gulp from his own. You know, I'm glad I know the results, but it's still pretty crappy. Huh? The conversation with Mako had ended on a light-hearted note. Let's face up to reality no matter how much it messes with us, yada yada. but it would take time for their hearts and minds to make that transition. Things were a lot better now, but Haruto had spent several days afterward wandering around his house and sighing, much to the frustration of his sister. "You're glad you know the results?" Itsuki asked, guessing at what he meant. "So wait, did you know that Mako, had those thoughts about me?" "Pretty much." Haruto nodded with a chuckle. Itsuki was about to ask since when before he stopped himself. Back in May, the two had gone to the amusement park with Naoto and Mako, a day trip where Itsuki had promised to provide whatever support was needed for Haruto's and Mako's relationship. On the way back, though, Haruto started spouting off about how he would work things at his own pace and didn't need Itsuki's help after all. "Since the amusement park?" Itsuki whispered. Haruto's eyes widened. "You're more observant than I thought." "Not really," he replied with a frown, which earned him another chuckle. "But you can't be the protagonist of a romantic comedy if you're too good at reading people, right?" HMPH. Itsuki recalled saying something similar to Chihiro a while back. He didn't much like hearing it pointed at himself. "Don't be stupid. I don't want to be that kind of hero. I want to be the ideal hero in a super cool adventure tale." "Aiming high, huh?" Haruto laughed a bit, then sighed again. "Itsuki, have you ever been turned down by a girl you liked?" Itsuki greeted the question with silence for a few moments. "Yeah," he bitterly muttered. "Oh yeah? How did you pick yourself up afterward?" He wasn't too interested in bringing up memories of past failures in love, but Haruto was acting oddly serious all of a sudden, so Itsuki leveled with him. "I ran away from reality. Spend all my time with little sister novels and manga and video games." "That's pretty in character," Haruto said, chuckling. "How long did it take you to recover time-wise?" "I don't know how you define recover, but going from piece of shit to barely functioning human took around a year, I guess." "A year? That's a long time." "I kind of want to speed up the process a little." "Don't ask me about that," scowled Itsuki as he recalled Aine Mitahara, the girl who walked out of his life in the third year of middle school and left him an absolute mess. He tried to recall how he finally snapped out of it. "Write a novel," he blurted out. "Write a novel? Take all that bitter heartbreak, all those fantasies about what you should or shouldn't have done, all the twisted desires you have for Mako, and throw them into your novel. Plus, you'll be doing work." "Two birds with one stone." "I don't have any twisted desires about Mako. But yeah, that makes sense." Haruto shook his head. "It makes sense, but I'm not too sure that's right for me." Putting one's personal experiences and emotions directly into one's work was typically something seen in real literature, novels as an art form. There were lots of more lowbrow novels that had literary elements, of course, including work from Itsuki Hashima and Naoto Kani. But unlike those artists, Haruto Fuwa was more of an architect, cleanly shutting himself away from his books. If Chevalier of the New World, his heroic fantasy, contained any of the emotions Haruto felt from being jilted, the series would turn into a warped mess. "Well, that's all I got," Itsuki bluntly stated. Haruto let out a small sigh. "Guess I'll just have to figure it out myself." Then the doorbell rang. "The mailman," Itsuki muttered as he got up. "Or maybe Kaneko." At the door, he was greeted by Setsuna Ina, a young man whose hair was dyed 3 different colors. The rest of him was just as unique. "Hiya, sir." "Hey, rare to see you stop by this late." Setsuna wasn't in the habit of carrying a phone around and always barged into Itsuki's apartment without warning when he visited, but usually he showed up in the late afternoon or evening, not after nightfall. "I thought Ken and I were gonna go out for dinner tonight, but I guess that was actually supposed to be yesterday, because I went to the office today, and he was gone. He said he was gonna take me someplace fancy, too. I was looking forward to it so much. I haven't had anything to eat since this morning." "That's, 100% your fault." "You wanna eat here?" Setsuna nodded, smiling broadly. "Yeah, man." Then he looked at the shoes lined up by the door. "You sure, though?" "Do you have someone here already?" "Yeah, Another writer. Haruto Fuwa. Have you met him? He thought for a bit. Probably not. No. Yeah, because you never attend the awards ceremonies. I always just kinda forget, you know. Apart from parties and doujinshi events, for writers and illustrators who didn't work with one another, the only way to meet and mingle was at awards ceremonies, thank you parties, and other publisher-held events. Setsuna had never been to any of them. Itsuki looked at him. Well, it's fine. I think he said he wanted to meet Purikitsu anyway. Haruto was incredibly personable, and Setsuna was hardly shy himself, so the two hit it off immediately. I've never eaten mackerel with rice before. This is super good. Yeah, this is probably better than grilling the fish in the first place. They talked at a rapid pace, Setsuna tearing through the food and Haruto racing through his beer. You got jilted, huh? Boy, that's pretty rough. Yeah. That ever happened to you, Setsuna? Oh, I've been dumped lots of times, but never when I really, loved them. You know, if it blows up in your face, it's time to move on to the next one. Whoa, Haruto marveled. You're an advanced level lover. Oh, this isn't exactly love, but there's this one girl that I absolutely refuse to give up on. Yeah? I've been searching for her because I gotta see her ass one more time, but I just can't find her. Huh? Her ass? You still haven't given up on that? A peeved Itsuki interjected. Setsuna had encountered what he called the girl with the ass of the millennium back in late March, nearly half a year ago. The ass of the millennium, huh? Haruto, face reddened after a lot of alcohol in very little time, nodded deeply. Maybe she's your true love, Setsuna. Itsuki glared at his clearly inebriated friend. Are you just talking shit now? No, I'm way serious. Itsuki had to wonder if Haruto was projecting his feelings for Mako on this tenacious quest for the perfect ass, but Setsuna seemed convinced. Love, you know, I think it kinda feels that way. The feelings I have for that ass. Love's the only way to describe it. Unrequited love. That's hard. It is. Can you please keep that to yourself? Itsuki said coldly as Setsuna began to sniffle. Oh, hey. I know, Fuwa. Let's go on a trip. Huh? A trip? Haruto replied. Yeah, whenever you're feeling down, the best thing to turn your mind around is a vacation. A trip? No, I haven't been on one lately. The anime's over, in more ways than one, so maybe I'm overdue. Haruto's interest had been piqued. Setsuna smiled at him and shot a glance Itsuki's way. Great. Let's do it. Where are we gonna go? Whoa, am I going too? He nodded at the flustered Itsuki. Of course. A guy's outing isn't so bad every now and then, added Haruto. I'm all for it. Well, that's fine by me. Oh, but I can only do 1 or 2 nights. I've got anime script meetings to attend every week. Also, I can't go any place with no internet. When in the midst of an anime adaptation, the novelist would often be presented with a mound of assets to approve on regular occasions, usually on very short notice. This was a new experience for Itsuki, but sometimes authors like him might get a request late at night for approval by morning. Better keep it close, then, Haruto remarked. Maybe a hot spring? Suggested Setsuna. Ooh, I like that. A hot spring. The last hot spring Itsuki had visited with Setsuna was mixed genders, and despite the allure of the possibilities, it was a living hell. Itsuki felt his neck muscles tensing up. That journey provided the perfect atmosphere for a scene he had to write, but it was a legitimate trauma for him. What's up, Itsuki? A hot spring's good, but not mixed gender, okay? Setsuna tilted his head to the side. He had every intention of going back to one, didn't he? The thought unnerved Itsuki. Well, if we gotta keep it closed. How about Hakone? I like that. Hakone. Itsuki looked up. Is that close? There are lots of locations that were used in Evangelion, so I went there in high school. I think you can catch a direct train from Shinjuku that gets you there in around 2 hours. Huh. That's nice and easy. It was decided. Haruto immediately began to search for lodging, and just like that, the three were off to Hakone the very next day. It was mid-afternoon when Itsuki, Haruto, and Setsuna met up at Shinjuku Station to purchase some express tickets and hop into an Odaka romance car train. It wasn't long until the vast cityscape that usually surrounded them was replaced by humble farms and fields as they sat in their seats and enjoyed the box lunches they'd bought at the station. You can get this far into the country an hour away from Shinjuku? Itsuki asked. Don't call this the country. Haruto chuckled. The view out the window cycled between bucolic farmland and the occasional regional town before the train reached Hakonumoto Station. They walked through it, passing by the mounds of souvenir shops, and emerged outside, taking a quick browse through the Eva store before strolling to their hotel. Itsuki was busily snapping pictures of the hot spring town vibe as they kept going, a bounce in his step. Maybe I should use a town like this as a setting in the next All About. Sure must be nice to have a series set in modern Japan, mused Haruto, a little jealous. You can take advantage of all your vacation experiences. Where do you get material for a fantasy novel? Setsuna asked. Well, I'd really like to fly to Europe for research, but I browse through a lot of books and websites and Google Earth for towns that look medieval enough, and fantasy movies, and anime, and games. Travel shows are good, too. That's pretty much what I do when writing fantasy. Itsuki nodded. But we can wing it a lot, writing in text. How does an illustrator like you handle that? You're pretty good at backgrounds, too. Itsuki's Genesis Sisters of the New World series, with illustrations handled by Setsuna, was set in a world that fused elements from fantasy and near-future sci-fi, but Setsuna never seemed to have trouble molding the vague images in Itsuki's mind into beautiful works of art. His illustrations had an overwhelming sense of photorealism, even as they portrayed cities that existed nowhere on Earth. Seeing them after submitting his first draft for the first volume helped build world details in his mind, vastly improving the story in future revisions. If Setsuna's art wasn't available before the book's release, it would have suffered for it, potentially even leaving the illustrations as the only selling point. That would have tanked sales for the second volume for sure. Backgrounds? He breezily replied, I pretty much draw whatever. I don't think about it too much. It's like, I read the story and think I bet it's kinda like this, and then I draw it. Thanks for the non-explanation. Itsuki gave up trying to understand. That's genius for you, Haruto wryly commented. After checking in, the three promptly headed for the hot spring. I can't wait to get into that open-air bath, Setsuna half-shouted as he tore his clothes off. He was small in size, but his muscles were supple and toned, and when the lower half of his body entered Haruto's line of sight, Haruto couldn't help but gasp a little. Holy. Okay, guys, I'll see you out there. Yeah. Haruto continued staring at Setsuna as he walked out of the changing room, humming the whole way. Hey, Itsuki. Yeah, Itsuki said, knowing full well what stopped Haruto in his tracks. Am I crazy, or does Setsuna have a huge dick? You think so, too? Itsuki had experienced an identical sort of shock the last time he joined Setsuna at a hot spring. He didn't spend much time looking at other people's dicks, but even compared to those of his classmates in the locker room and fellow guests in changing rooms like these, Setsuna's dick clearly stood out from the pack. The two silently removed their clothes, eventually stripping down to their underwear. Then they stopped. So, Itsuki, how big is your dick? Normal, I think. I think I'm normal, too. They both seemed to have difficulty reaching down to their undies, each stealing furtive glances at the other's crotch. Well, my dick's not quite as long as other people's, but I'm already kind of short, so I can't do much about that. Itsuki was already making excuses. I dunno about that, Haruto countered. I don't think dick size corresponds to how big you are overall. I mean, look at Setsuna. They stole glances at each other again. Dick check on 3. Sounds good. Itsuki nodded, mentally preparing. 1, 2. They both lowered their underwear at Haruto's count, and immediately sized each other up. After some intense penile scrutiny, the two seemed to measure out roughly the same. Haruto gave Itsuki a grave look. "What do you think? Wanna compare them?" "Let's not," replied Itsuki, just as grave. "No matter who wins, I think we'll just feel empty afterward." "Yeah, not like we're any competition for Setsuna." They sighed in unison, wrapped towels around their waists, and heavily plodded over to the open-air bath, taking in the lovely, free-flowing natural spring as their minds remained locked on the subject of dicks. A new path to new arses. The next morning, after a hotel breakfast and another dip in the hot spring, the trio hung out in their room for a bit, enjoyed soba noodles for lunch near Hakonumoto Station, and headed for the Hakone Open Air Museum. This is home to one of Japan's largest collections of sculptures, and sculptures naturally meant nudes. Itsuki spotted it in a travel guide he leafed through in their room, suggesting a visit because 2D porn is nice, but sometimes I want to see more artistic porn. Haruto and Setsuna readily agreed, not having any other plans. It wasn't long before they stepped off the train at Chokokunomori Station. "Whoa, it's colder than I thought." "It sure is." Itsuki and Setsuna, both in short sleeves, shivered a little. It was clear and sunny outside, but up in the mountains, the temperature had dropped considerably. "I told you to bring something besides a t-shirt," Haruto breezily admonished. He was wearing a jacket. "Ugh, I'll get used to it," Setsuna replied just as breezily as he walked on. The Hakone Open Air Museum was the first of its kind in Japan, a large, lush park with views of the mountains round Hakone and loads of sculptures on display. According to the guide, being placed out in nature made the artwork present itself in numerous ways depending on the time, weather, and season. "Wow, this guy has a pretty nice ass." Setsuna was having a good time near the ass of a statue of Hercules, naked with bow drawn. When it came to asses, he wasn't picky. Young, old, male, female, 2D, 3D, organic, or not, if they were beautiful, he loved them. The entire place was ass heaven for him. A lot of nice nudes around here. Beautiful women, shedding their clothes on this wonderfully sunny day. "I could use this kind of scene in sisterly combat," Itsuki continued to mutter to himself as he took pictures. As someone who enjoyed the fully nude form more, there were a lot of works that spoke personally to him. Even a more symbolic sculpture, not heeding the laws of reality, was enjoyable to both Setsuna and Itsuki as long as they were nude and had an ass. Haruto, meanwhile, was not as into either of these topics as Itsuki and Setsuna. 2D clothed girls were more his thing, so normal sculptures didn't capture his attention much. He wandered around, thinking, Hercules had a pretty normal-sized dick, and I wish there was a sculpture of a maid giving me a panty shot, and other nonsense. Then one of the more gigantic pieces caught his eye. Wow, this looks like the last boss of a video game. This sculpture, called Rupture, featured a group of figures intertwined so they looked a bit like Neoic's teeth. For someone like Haruto without much artistic grounding, the piece was extremely stimulating, scratching an itch for the grandiose, nonsensical fantasy worlds a middle schooler might craft for himself. Other pieces around the museum's main meadow were also large, or flashy, or beautiful, or too avant-garde to fathom, or just kind of cool for reasons none of them could put into words. Haruto was enjoying himself just as much as his companions. As they explored the park, the path eventually brought them to the Picasso Pavilion, which, as the name suggested, was filled with the works of the European master. "Oh, I think I've heard of Picasso," exclaimed Setsuna. "Well, duh," Itsuki replied. Inside, they didn't find Guernica or any of the other works that defined Pablo Picasso to the world, but it still boasted a large collection of sketches, ceramics, and more. Itsuki and Haruto browsed through the displays, not knowing much about either art or Picasso but still going horror as if they maybe understood anything they were seeing. "This one's called Sausage and Egg." "Yeah, that's sure what it is." They both kind of squinted a bit at the ceramic piece showing a black sausage, a sunny side-up egg, and a fork on a plate. They had trouble figuring out what was so amazing about it or any of the other similar pieces showing fish, bugs, and more on plates. Did Picasso make these in arts and crafts with his grandson during summer vacation? PFFT. Itsuki's joke made Haruto crack up. It really did seem that way to him. There were other head scratches, a tree with some kind of artwork on it, some metal bars adjusted to create a sort of chaotic pattern, some kind of abstract human face. They looked at them all, question marks floating above their heads, before Itsuki finally came out and said it. Hey, do you think maybe Picasso didn't know shit about art? That's a pretty bold statement. Haruto quickly blurted out, even though he had been vaguely wondering the same thing. He couldn't understand what was so great about these crafts he made in the shed with his grandson, not because he lacked the capacity to appreciate them, but because Pablo Picasso wasn't actually all that special. Like, I think I could make half this stuff. Haruto nodded. You're totally right. The world of art makes no sense to me. But what does this stuff say to a pro illustrator like Setsuna? He turned around, then realized Setsuna was nowhere near him. They looked for him around the museum, only to find him a distance away, peering intently at another artwork. His attention had been taken by the museum's cubist section. Abstract paintings that take apart their subjects and express them as sort of squared-off facets. Hey, Setsuna. Pure Ikitsuyu. Nothing Itsuki said could break Setsuna's concentration or elicit any kind of response. So Itsuki finally slapped him on the shoulder. Oh, hey, sir, you look pretty into this painting. What do you like about it? Sir, he said, as if in a fever dream, Picasso was, like, the greatest artist ever. He was? Itsuki vaguely asked, a little remorseful for dissing the guy a moment ago. His sketching and sculptures are great, Setsuna excitedly continued, but this cubist stuff is awesome. I can't believe this stuff exists. I've finally found, like, the most incredible art style out there. Really? Well, great. Yeah, really great. I'm gonna paint cubism from now on. What? Huh? This shocked Itsuki and Haruto. Cubism. You're gonna change your art style to this? Yup, you can't do that. Pure Ikitsu's career was mostly an illustration for light novels. He was successful at it, enjoying overwhelming popularity and skill. In a genre of art that emphasized cute characters and heart-pumping landscapes, Cubism really had no place. Look, Setsuna, your style couldn't be more attractive. There's no need to change it up. Yeah, Setsuna, you have legions of fans looking forward to your stuff. I need you to keep the nerds of the world squealing with joy at the works of Master Pure Ikitsu. Pure Ikitsu switching to Cubism would come as a major blow to the industry. Itsuki and Haruto felt a serious need to talk him out of this blunder. But Setsuna sternly shook his head. But I've finally woken up to true art. Not even you guys can stop me from feeling what's in my heart, Setsuna. The passion in his eyes quieted the two of them. As they silently stood there, Setsuna went back to poring over the Picassos before him. This is really bad, right? Haruto asked, breaking out in a cold sweat. I mean, light novel illustration and cubism are just too far apart. He can't change his style that easily. He'll get bored of it sooner or later and go back to being pure Ikitsu, I'm sure. He knew it was overly optimistic, but that was all Itsuki had to offer. This marked the birth of an artistic genius who would later be hailed in some parts as the second coming of Pablo Picasso. Pablo Pure Picasso, if you will. Nayuta's landscape. As the trio of men were thinking about dicks and being blown away by cubism, Gift Publishing was working at full speed on a top-secret project to get Nayuta Kani's landscape series in as many media formats as possible. About a week after she expressed interest in branching out to her editor, Yamagata, Nayuta was showing up at the office on a daily basis, pouring through a massive pile of offers with Yamagata, editor-in-chief Satoshi Godo, and assorted higher-ups in the manga and product development department. This was all strictly confidential, so part-timers like Mako weren't allowed to join in. I'm seeing you a lot at the editorial office lately, Nayu. What are you up to? He. It's a secret. Nayuta never bothered making up excuses whenever Mako asked her about it. And why would she? The motivation for everything she did was 100% driven by her love for Itsuki, and it was that love, of course, that changed her mind after saying no to every multimedia offer that crossed her inbox. As Itsuki put it, he wasn't going to respond to Nayuta's feelings until he deemed himself worthy. It was a difficult concept for her to grasp. Her novel, something she wrote after letting her emotions flow freely, won a prize out of nowhere and gave her a professional career. Her debut publication became a huge hit, and everything released since earned broad, dedicated support from her audience. But Nayuta's personal writing style and work ethic didn't change at all. She just wrote whatever she wanted, when she wanted, at the pace she wanted. As a novelist, Nayuta Kani had never suffered. That was why she couldn't understand Itsuki's drive to claw his way to the top of the business. Overseeing both a manga and anime adaptation at the same time, Itsuki looked overwhelmed with work, but in her eyes, he was radiant. And Mako's work in the editorial office, her struggle over her love life and friendships, made her far more attractive than Nayuta herself. She wanted to shine like Itsuki and Mako. She wanted to see what they were seeing, their landscape. The reason she now agreed to the media launch was, to put it simply, to polish herself up. After considerable deliberation, the first series of landscape licensing would involve an animated motion picture, a live-action film, and a manga adaptation. There were many people in the industry who'd gladly cancel their current jobs for a chance to be involved with a landscape movie. In almost no time at all, they had the best of the best assembled, famous film directors with lots of awards under their belts, talented screenwriters involved with tons of popular anime, young actors with broad name brand appeal, all first-class, sparkling talent. The sponsors came along just as easily, allowing the project to maintain an eye-popping budget. For the manga, they lined up an artist even more popular than Nayuta right now, one whose original works had sold in the millions. And in the midst of all this, countless projects had their staffs and cast lists suddenly shaken up, their sponsors abruptly abandoning them, their launches delayed or slimmed down or cancelled entirely. Huge numbers of people, and huge amounts of money, were being moved around at the cost of swarms of unknown, hopeless, dreamless other projects, as this genius woman began to polish herself. All for the sake of love. Mako Shirakawa's goodbye party. It was the end of September and also the final day of Mako Shirakawa's stint working part-time at GF Bunko. After work, the team held a goodbye party for her a little past 7 at a nearby restaurant, not the cheap izakaya the office's editors were regulars at, but a fancier place, praised for its fresh fish and voluminous steak selection. Gift Publishing's president often took famous authors and clients here when discussing work. On hand were all 8 members of GF Bunko's editorial team, along with manga artist Keiko Makuniyama, who happened to be in the office at the time, and Kei Tokuyama, her editor at Gifted magazine. Shirakawa, you've given us 2 hard months of work. I want you to eat and drink all you want tonight, and I know you've got a great future ahead of you. Thanks for everything. Satoshi Godo, the Yakuza editor-in-chief, was seated across from Mako, the rest of the group wishing her well as they clinked their glasses against hers. Ha. Thank you very much. Mako blushed a bit as she drank her oolong tea, followed by a light sip of Kamishibita Kyuji's Betsuicho, a top-class Junmai Daijinjo Sake Godo poured out for her. It had a fruity flavor, bolstered by a light acidity almost like carbonation, and it felt good on her tongue. It paired well with all the appetizers brought out to the table: jellied sea bream, tofu skin, pickled octopus, jackfish starter, and salted squid. Each one of these small dishes was expertly made, making everyone anticipate the main entrees all the more. This is so good. Ever the expert drinker, I see, Godo said with a laugh. Usually, The editors wouldn't all come out to hold a going-away party for someone who left or transferred elsewhere, much less a part-timer, and one who had worked there for a mere 2 months, no less. But Mako had gone above and beyond the call of duty. Between bringing over Nayuta Kani's manuscripts and helping out with the All About My Little Sister anime, she was a go-getter, a stickler for details. She was never late or missing from work. She always stayed in contact. She asked questions if she didn't understand something. She was honest and apologized instead of covering up her mistakes. That level of dedication to her work was the biggest reason why everyone in the department trusted in her. These were all givens for normal grown-ups, perhaps, but a lot of people working in editorial weren't capable of it. For example, Mr. Gucci, who used to work at. The sincerity of Mako's performance had had a positive effect on the entire workplace. Next to her, Kaiko turned and bowed her head, filling her sake cup. If it wasn't for you, Maya, I never would have been able to continue my manga career. Thank you so much. Oh, I really didn't do anything, Mako gently replied as she reciprocated with Kaiko's cup. You're the one who changed your father's mind in the end. Keep up the good work, okay? Kaiko drank the cup down in one gulp. Maya, can you still model for me after you leave your job? Of course. Call me anytime you need me. She sweetly smiled, eyes shimmering a bit. Or, thank you, Maya. Godo scowled a bit, watching this unfold. All that trust the writers and artists give her, he mused. I'm gonna hate losing her so much. Huh? What was that? Oh, have you decided on what you'll do after you graduate, Shirakawa? No, not yet. I need to start looking soon, though. I know I need to think about it. Then join us, he bluntly offered. You, the editorial team? Yeah, we've hired on people from the part-time staff before. I could arrange that with HR. Oh, that'd be nice, one of the other editors chimed in. Yeah, like, really, Mako's way more useful than a lot of our full-time hires. Me, an editor. Mako wasn't sure how to take this unexpected offer. Part-time work at GF Bunko was fulfilling to her. Having an insider's view of Itsuki and Nayuta's world gave her a thrill. Maybe, she had thought before, she was suited for that kind of job. But what she was suited for wasn't necessarily what she wanted to become. Did she really want to be an editor? As she pondered this, Godo's terrifying face softened into an ever so slight smile. Well, no need to answer me right now. Alright. Mako sighed in relief. Yeah, if you could let me think about it. Shirakawa, Yamagata butted in from the side. We're gonna need more temp helpers for the awards ceremony and Kamokit and stuff. Could you come over to pitch in on that? Oh, sure. I'd love to. The edges of Godo's ponderous lips curled upward a bit. Feel free to think about it as you work. I'll contact you about that later, Yamagata told her as she began eating. It seemed that Mako wasn't cutting off all ties to GF Bunko just yet. Well, hey, that's go great, Maya. Kaiko suddenly squeezed her tight in a side hug. Her face was already red, her eyes having trouble focusing. Kaiko, are you drunk? I am so not drunk. You pretty clearly are. He. Maya, what kind of panties ya got on right now? What are you, some kind of middle-aged perv? When Mako managed to escape her grasp, Kaiko simply turned her attention to Godo instead. Editor-in-Chief, sir, what kinda undies ya got on right now? I've been questioned by the police more times than I can count, but never in my life have I been asked about my underwear. Godo looked a little flustered, although his wicked grin indicated he was having a good time despite himself. Well, you asked, and I'll answer. I'm wearing a pair of golden boxer briefs. It was not a revelation that would do any good for anyone. It certainly didn't for Mako. Her face tensed up. Kaiko, on the other hand, was overjoyed. That's my editor-in-chief. You gotta be super tough and confident, a real man's man, to wear that kinda thing. Hey. Well, maybe so. Kaiko repeated the question to the other assembled editors. Yamagata, I saw yours in the bathroom just now. Mr. Toki, what about you? Red boxer briefs, mom, came the drunken reply. Oh, sexy. What about you, Overthrower? Oh, just a plain pair of boxers. Your undies reflect everything about you as a person, you know. You're like a plain pair of boxers. What about you? White briefs. The symbol of a pure, unblemished soul. You must have a beautiful heart inside of you. Makuniyama, I got a pair of leopard print underwear on. I got a dragon pattern on mine. And then it happened. One of the editors just had to remove his trousers to show them off. The rest quickly followed suit. Ha. Godo bellowed, not lifting a finger to stop them. Okay, do it. Let's see those undies you're so damn proud of. Yamagata and Mako gave each other pained looks. But there was no stopping the festivities now. It was unfolding just like it always did at that cheap izakaya. It would later result in gift publishing employees, and Kaiko, being banned from the restaurant, and Godo receiving an earful from the company president. But that's another story. Chronicle, Part 4. One Sunday afternoon in early October, Itsuki, Nayuta, Mako, Haruto, and Chihiro came together in Itsuki's apartment. It was the first time Mako had stopped by since Itsuki turned her down. They had seen each other whenever Itsuki went to the office for anime script meetings, but all they did was exchange some quick hellos. They had both told Nayuta and Haruto that they'd work to keep the friendship going, but it was hard to act all normal with someone you had just told to butt out of your life a little. Haruto had seen her a couple times at the office as well, but since receiving Mako's reply, he hadn't been able to talk to her very much. Itsuki, for his part, wanted to stay friends with Mako, but when they were face to face, he just felt awkward. He was trying to make an effort to keep it going, like Chihiro had advised, but given his lack of communication skills, saying hi and acting as if everything was normal was about the best he could do. Along those lines, Haruto acted a lot like Itsuki around Mako. Now that September was past and Mako's part-time gig had ended, they wouldn't even have the chance to run into each other at the office. The longer they went without seeing her, the higher the hurdles to bringing things back to normal would be. She could just drift away, and in time, she'd go from being a friend to being just another person. None of the three people involved wanted that, so they'd have to reach out and meet each other, and as quickly as possible. Not just to say hello, but to sit down, have some booze, and screw around a little. The problem was that Itsuki's circle of friends rarely planned in advance to meet up on any particular day, at any particular time for drinks and gaming. People would just end up at his place at the same time, and before long, they'd be busting out food and games. Advance plans made it all seem kind of unnatural by comparison. They all needed a reason to meet. A natural one that wouldn't get everyone worked up, and all three of their minds arrived at the same conclusion. An RPG campaign. A game like that would force them to play over an extended time period, each session ending in a cliffhanger. It was the perfect thing to structure a meetup around, and playing a character also separated the proceedings from real life enough that they could deal with each other like they had before the rejections. Maybe. Wanna pick up where we left off with the RPG soon? You mentioned you were preparing a few things for the RPG last month, but how's that going? I'm looking forward to it. Itsuki and Mako happened to send those messages to Haruto on the same day. The exact same day he finished up his prep work for the next session. All three were finally on the same page. It was time to roleplay. GM, Haruto, well, after a long hiatus, it's about time to kick off the fourth session of our campaign. Players, can't wait to start. GM, this will be our first session in 3 months, so how about we recap what happened last time? Tsukiko, Itsuki. Hey, sure. I barely even remember it now. Sen, Chihiro, come on, bro. I mean, sis. GM, okay. So the 4 Medfield sisters were fighting another band of adventurers when a strong, powerful waitress named Nina rescued you. You started to train with her, but as a former knight from the Empire of Horn River, she has assassins after her. You managed to defeat them, but after saving Nina from their boss's blade, Tsukiko passed away. Oh right, I died. I forgot, too, Mako said, a little distressed. One major goal for this session was to get the two of them casually talking, in order to repair their relationship. But Tsukiko Midfield, played by Itsuki, was dead. There wasn't much he could talk about. What happens to players if they die in the RPG? Nayuta asked Haruto. That depends on the scenario and the game system. Sometimes, you can cast magic or pay someone to revive you, like in Dragon Quest. Sometimes, that character's out of the game for good until it ends, and you have to start playing with a new character. A new one? Chihiro said. Right. For example, maybe the character's twin brother with identical stats comes running in, or the exact same character pops out of a treasure chest with no explanation and rejoins your party. Oh, I see. That could work. So can you put a reincarnated Tsukiko in a chest somewhere for me, Haruto? You want a professional author like me to do something that hackneyed? Haruto looked sincerely pained by the request. I've thought about how to reintroduce you to the game, so just hang tight for a while, okay? GM, Deathmask, shocked by Tsukiko's death, left the party and wandered off somewhere by herself. Meanwhile, Mako, Sen, and Nina headed for the Elkadia Mountains. According to Nina, there's a village populated by the Nero tribe that's home to someone with the power to raise the dead. Will Mako and her band manage to carry out the reincarnation? Mako, so Deathmask is really on her own? GM, well, she ran off somewhere. It would only make sense. Deathmask, Nayuta, it would only make sense. Sen, I'm worried about what she might be plotting. But anyway, we're starting out with Mako, Nina, and me in a party of 3? GM, that's right. Ready to begin the new story? The Elkadia Mountains were a line of steep peaks spread across the northern region of the land of Kronika, home to countless powerful monsters evolved to survive in its harsh environment. It was hard going for a band of 3 women, but Nina the NPC was ridiculously strong, so they made it. Chihiro also had some skills to make food from monster meat and local plants, so keeping fed was never an issue. However, following an ambush by an Ashura grizzly, a terrifying magical 6-armed bear, Nina was gravely wounded. Deathmask, their healing monk, wasn't around, so there was no way to heal her with magic. Thus, Mako and Sen were forced to protect the wounded Nina and the quite dead Tsukiko as they proceeded up the mountain trail. Before long, their MP and healing items were exhausted, their bodies covered in wounds. GM, making it to the end of the trail, you find a vast clearing, a public square lined with man-made structures. This appears to be Betapolis, home of the Nero tribe. Sen, phew, we finally made it. Mako, if we had one more enemy encounter, we would have been toast. Sen, I don't think we could have fled without your lightning. Mako, yeah, good thing I learned that. GM, so you're in the village. What do you want to do now? Sen, before we search for this guy who can revive people, we need to heal Nina's wounds. Can you tell us a little more about the village? GM, okay. There aren't many buildings in this village, but what structures you do see are very modern, with neat rows of low concrete buildings facing asphalt roads. It almost feels like you've stumbled into modern-day Japan. The temperature is low this high up, but the people walking around are dressed lightly. They look like they're from medieval Europe, but their clothing uses advanced, durable fabric like nothing they would have had in the Middle Ages. The people come in all shapes and sizes, some white, some dark, some elves, some beastmen, some lizardmen, goblins, even skeletons. You also see signs on the buildings written in kanji, reading tool shop, weapon shop, INN, and so on. Mako, huh? Is this really a fantasy realm? Sen, what is the Nero tribe anyway? GM, I'll have you roll for wisdom first. Mako, 4 dice for 20. GM, pretty high. In that case, you know a certain amount about them. The Nero tribe is not a particular species or ethnicity, but people originally from other worlds who were reincarnated into this one. They have assorted special abilities, known as cheats, which give many of them superhuman magical or physical force, and they boast intelligence and technology well beyond the general level of the world. They appeared in this world through the gate that exists in the El-Qadir Mountains, and so they've built a village here. Some serve in other nations' governments or work as adventurers, but all are pretty major players in this world. So they're a group of Isekai protagonists? Itsuki chuckled. This village is bad news. By Isekai, Itsuki was referring to a genre that had achieved great popularity on Shosetsu Kaninro, Sosetsu.com, a Japanese language site where users post their own original novels. Basically, Isekai novels star a hero who dies in the modern era, only to be reborn in another world while retaining their memories from the old one. Sometimes they were literally born as babies, sometimes their consciousness was inserted into someone already living there, and sometimes they were made into monsters, animals, even swords or vending machines or other inanimate objects. Lots of different patterns existed. Many heroes were reincarnated with unique skills or super upgraded specs beyond anything known to the world they were in. But quite a few stories starred people with no special abilities at all, relying on their general knowledge of the modern world and specializing in things like cooking or medicine to survive. The heroes' skills, and what they did with them in the new world, varied widely from story to story, so novels that fell under the Isekai genre could have a vast amount of variety. Sen, for now, let's find someone who can help Nina, like a doctor or a magic healer. Mako. Alright. Sen and Mako tracked down a treatment center, quickly trundling Nina inside. Her wounds were serious enough that potions and magic didn't work, but thanks to the nearly divine skills of a doctor who looked a lot like the actor Takao Ozawa, who played Jin in the historical medical drama of the same name, Nina was miraculously saved. Prince Manhor, I don't think Dr. Jin was the star of an Isekai novel. I don't know what you mean. Haruto deadpanned. This is just a super talented doctor who happens to look a lot like Takao Ozawa. Mako, do you happen to have the ability to revive people? GM, sadly, my medical techniques are not magical in nature, so I cannot raise the dead. Only the leader of our village can do that. Sen, where is your leader? Having learned his location, Sen and Mako hurriedly headed to his manor. The two were greeted by a skeleton wearing an ornate robe, festooned with jewels imbued with untold amounts of magical power. His sheer force of presence far outclassed any normal skeleton. Sen asked, are you the leader of this village? Despite the skeleton's lack of vocal cords, he opened his mouth. Yes, he intoned in a low voice. I have overcome the bonds of death. You could say I'm something of an overlord. Haruto's voice was an almost perfect imitation of a certain someone, but that's neither here nor there. Sen and Mako quickly asked the person who was something of an overlord to revive Tsukiko for them. GM, you've made it through an impossibly dangerous mountain range to get here. As a token of my respect for your powers and bravery, I will grant you access to my secret revival technique. Sen, thanks very much. GM, but that could come at great danger. Mako, danger? GM, to revive the dead, you must travel to the land of the dead yourself and bring the victim's soul back. It is a perilous place, infested with all kinds of undead creatures. Fail, and you will join them. Are you brave enough to continue? Mako, of course. GM, very well. Then let me open the gate to this land at once. Sen, oh, 1 minute. GM, Sen, can we bring items into the land of the dead? GM: Let's say that you can. You can't use your equipment or weapons otherwise. Sen, okay, then give me a little bit to prepare. GM, all right. You had best prepare well, young lady. Mako, my little sister's way too talented. Sen, ever the genius little sister, sold off all the monster claws and pelts and such she'd picked up from the mountain monsters, then used the proceeds to buy recovery items and the mithril pieces that Mako's skill Thor's bullet required. In addition, Sen also negotiated with the doctor who looked a lot like Takao Ozawa, having him whip up some medicine and provide some of the antibiotic known as penicillin, which he had successfully isolated in this world. Sen's jeweled above unique skill destroyed all potions and other magic-infused items, but this didn't affect the medicine and other non-magic stuff she obtained. They may not have been as instantly effective as magic, but having a way to heal her party greatly improved their survival odds. After preparing as best they could, Sen and Mako spent a night at the inn to heal their HP and MP, then finally went back to the Overlord guy. "Ah, you've returned. You have acted wisely, but shouldn't you be more emotional about your mission right now? Your sister's life is at stake." "I can't afford to mess this up," Sen declared to the skeleton, who had nearly died of boredom due to the long wait. "Hey, very well. In that case, it's time to set off for the land of the dead." The Overlord guy waved his staff, and then a magical circle floated up from Sen's and Mako's feet, enveloping them in an eerie black smoke and knocking them unconscious. "NGH, where are we?" When they awoke, Mako and Sen were surrounded by broad, desolate, rocky terrain. A creepy purplish red fog covered the region, the sky shrouded in a deep darkness. This was the land of the dead. Staring blankly at their surroundings, the duo heard a familiar voice. "Sen, Mako." They found a swordswoman with long black hair and a gallant-looking face, Tsukiko Midfield. My sister." Overcome with emotion, Sen embraced Tsukiko, who gently patted Sen's head in return. He. "Sen is so spoiled," Nayuta said, laughing as she picked on her a little. Chihiro's face reddened. "What's the big deal?" he muttered. "It's just a game. What's wrong with that?" "Tsukiko, I haven't seen you in a while." "I never thought I'd see you again." "Mako, it was really hard to reach you." "You create so much work for us, sis." "Come on, let's get you out of here and back alive." "Sen, right. But how do we get out?" "GM, okay, Tsukiko, let's do a wisdom check." "Try to hit." "Let's call it 12. Tsukiko, right. I have 9 wisdom, so 2 dice. "Wait, I need to roll 2 natural 6s." "GM, no, as a denizen of the land of the dead, you've got some base knowledge about this place, so I'm adding 4 points to your roll." "Tsukiko, oh, I can achieve that, maybe." For 8. "Just barely." "GM, okay. Tsukiko knows how to get back." "A little ways ahead, there's a cave that connects to the living world. Make it through, and you'll be back where you were." "Sen, a cave in the land of the dead?" "Something tells me that's really dangerous." "Tsukiko, don't worry. I swear I'll keep my sister safe." "Sen, thanks, sis." "Mako, whoa. What about me?" "I'm a sister, too." "Tsukiko, you're a big sis, not a little one. Figure something out yourself." "Mako, hey." "Tsukiko, hey." "I'm kidding. I'll protect any kind of sister." So the reunited trio set off into the cave. They quickly found a broad path inside, the walls emitting a pale light that made the environs fairly visible. However, they could hear a continual cycle of groans and screams from afar, filling them with fear. They spent nearly an hour navigating this winding path. "GM, okay, time for an intuition check for all 3 of you." "Tsukiko, oh great, now what?" "I got, for 11." "Mako, for 8." "Sen, I have 4 dice, so, for 17." "GM, damn. That's a crit." "Well, so be it." Sen notices something unusual. Looking closely at the wall up ahead, she can see something wriggling on it. Soon, the 3 of you realize that humanoid things, several of them, are crawling out from inside the wall. Their flesh is burned, their bones visible in spots. They're clearly dead, but their eyes burn with life, guttural groans coming from their mouths. Each is armed, and they move briskly, like well-trained warriors. "Mako, are they hostile?" "GM, pretty hostile, yeah." Since Sen noticed them, you avoided being pincer-attacked from the sides. But the only way through here is to defeat them. Time for battle. "Tsukiko, bring it on, you zombie freaks." There were 9 monsters in all, triple the player's party, but none were nearly as powerful as the creatures encountered in the El Cadio Mountains. "I can defend against all your attacks." As Tsukiko served as a tank to attract the foe's attention, now energy bolt, Sen fired poison-tipped arrows, venting her anger after having to flee from the magical creatures on the mountain. while Mako cast attack magic of her own. They took out the undead, one after another. Mako, wow, fighting is so much easier with a tank. Sen, here, sis, use this medicine. Tsukiko, thanks. Mako, okay, how about we use a finisher skill to take out the last one? I want to use my railgun. GM, it's not a railgun, it's Thor's bullet. Remember? Mako, okay, for accuracy. Plus 10 for 17. GM, that's a hit. Roll for damage. Mako, that goes for plus 34 for 58. GM, that, plus a 20-point bonus for rolling 2 6s. 78 damage. That apostrophe S. Quite literally overkill. Sen, great job, Mako. Mako, thanks for buying me all that mithril. GM, okay, so the remaining undead is burned to cinders by the overwhelming electric charge and vanishes. Congrats, you win. The party was attacked by several other undead hordes, but Sen's quick-wittedness kept them well stocked on the item front, letting them fight without facing serious danger. I thought I balanced this to be on the harder side, Haruto said, grinning at how smoothly it was going. Hey, that's my little brother. I mean, sister for ya. Hey. Chihiro bashfully smiled. Before long, the group reached the exit to the living world. All they had to do was proceed through the gate, bathe in the light, and Tsukiko would be revived. The three looked at one another, nodded, and held hands as they walked through. In the next moment, they were enveloped in a blinding light, and GM, when you open your eyes, you're at the Overlord guy's mansion. Ah, you appear to have made it back. Tsukiko, oh, you're the fellow who's something of an overlord. You have my thanks. Now I can be with my sisters again. GM, no need to thank me. While you were in the land of the dead, some rather interesting things happened. He. The suppressed laughter was rather ominous, but the party nonetheless decided to visit the treatment center to see Nina. But Nina wasn't there. According to the doctor, who looked a lot like Takao Osawa, she had set off to track down her little sister. Her life may have been saved, but she was in no condition to be moving around again. Then the doctor revealed another bombshell. A mercenary visiting home said that Nina's little sister, Tina, was spotted about a year ago. Although Mako and her sisters only spent a few hours in the land of the dead, over 3 years had passed in the real world. Sen, now what? Should we find Nina? Tsukiko, no. I'm more worried about Death Mask. We gotta track her down now. Nayuta beamed and hugged Itsuki. I'm so happy you're thinking about me. He fought her off, face turning red. No. I'm worried about Death Mask. Not the girl playing her. But, I mean, Death Mask, what are you doing? Nayuta gave Mako's question a mischievous smile. You'll have to wait and see. Staying in the Nero tribe's village wouldn't uncover any new clues to Death Mask, so the trio decided to descend the mountain. The way up had been tough going, but the Overlord guy's magic whisked them straight to sea level in a flash. The group then spent the night at a nearby inn, where they caught up on the past 3 years. 1 year ago, the Principality of Lightning suddenly declared war on the Empire of Horn River. They conquered the Empire's cities one by one, rapidly expanding their territory. Lightning. This came as a shock. The Principality of Lightning was a vassal of Horn River awarded full autonomy, and their Lightning Army was lauded as the most powerful in the land. They were not cooperative with the Empire's rapid invasion, often refusing to participate in their joint operations with other labels, armies, whatever. The other nations, struggling in the face of imperial pressure, had begun to act in tandem with Lightning, setting off skirmishes across the continent. And in the center of all this was a single young girl who appeared in the Principality 3 years ago. With her powers of persuasion and penchant for pornographic activity, she had cajoled most of Lightning's ministers into spurring the nation and its military to war, all but controlling them from the shadows. The Principality was de facto under the control of a young trickster, by the name of Death Mask Midfield. Mako, Death Mask, what are you doing? Death Mask, I maxed out my charisma to take over the world. Sounds like a nice kite title. GM. To tell the truth, Death Mask and I engaged in a quick private session over Skype yesterday, and this is how it turned out. I set the hurdles pretty high for her, but she kept rolling criticals on me. Tsukiko, so you've taken over Denge, lightning? That's crazy. Sen, that's why she kept boosting her charisma when she leveled up, I guess. This young girl turned to the dark side after her sister was killed, only to turn into the demon lord who destroys the world. Doesn't that excite you, Itsuki? Hey. Itsuki regretfully nodded at the beaming Nayuta. Yeah, it's a good twist, I have to say. GM, and that wraps up the story for this session. What will the sisters do when Death Mask has transformed so much in the past 3 years? Following a quick level up round, the session drew to a close. Nayuta might have stolen the show at the end, but during most of the story, Itsuki, Mako, and Haruto were chatting away like they always did. Later, the 5 sat at Itsuki's table, no awkwardness at all, as they talked over what happened and what was waiting ahead in the campaign. The secret mission Itsuki, Mako, and Haruto each had in mind had been carried out well enough, they thought. Oh, right, Itsuki. After they finished eating, Nayuta spoke up near the front door. My books are getting turned into an anime, a live-action film, and a manga, so I think I'm gonna be busy for a little while. Wow! Itsuki was speechless, and so were Mako, Haruto, and Chihiro, for that matter. Everybody in the room, except Nayuta herself, knew how much of a bombshell Nayuta Kani's work getting adapted into other formats was. I may not get to show up here as often, but don't start cheating on me with Maya, she admonished Itsuki with a frown. Okay, came the languid response. And with that, Nayuta Kani, the ultimate trickster, making waves in the game world before triggering the real final weapon into real life afterward, headed home. The casting audition. Mid-October had rolled around, and on this day, in a studio in Shinjuku, auditions were being held to determine the cast for the All About My Little Sister anime. For this particular session, they would pick voices for protagonist Kazuma Akatsuki, main heroine Akiko Akatsuki, the hero's friend and fellow protagonist, Shingo Unaizaki, and his sister, Yukiko Unaizaki. This comprised the main cast. For the side characters, they'd hold auditions based on a demo tape instead of having the talent show up in person, or have the director, audio director, and Itsuki make requests. Itsuki was the now, standing nervously in front of the studio alongside his editor, Kenjaro Toki. It went without saying that casting choices were extremely vital in breathing life into the characters. Itsuki had been asked in advance how he thought each character would talk. In response, he'd provided a few names or characters from other anime that he liked, and as he understood it, those actors would get priority in this audition. Otherwise, however, he had no idea who would show up until just before the audition began. Upon entering the studio, he found a door with a sign reading Television Animation, All About My Little Sister, Cast Audition on it. Beyond it was a control room with all the audio recording equipment you could think of, plus a recording room complete with microphones, separated by soundproof glass. They filed into the control room, where director Moonlight Harui, producer Tsutomu Oshima, production assistant Keiko Yamada, and a few other staffers were waiting for them. "Good morning," Itsuki ventured. "Good morning," they echoed back. It was 10 in the morning, so this was expected, but it was apparently a habit in the anime business to greet one another with good morning no matter what time of day or night. "Mr. Hashima," Tarui said as he got up off the couch, "it's gonna be a busy day." "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it." "Hang in there," he frankly replied. "It's a marathon, not a sprint." They had been seeing each other at the weekly script meetings for a while now, so Itsuki knew him well enough. "Okay, here's a list of the people we're auditioning today." The director picked up a stack of papers from the table and handed it to Itsuki. It was pretty thick. The first few pages contained a table showing times and voice actor names, a schedule. No doubt, the audition was taking place over 2 days, today and tomorrow, and there were around 50 names scheduled for today. The next few pages began with a character name at the top, followed by a list of actor names, about 30 for each one. Each name had the actor's talent agency listed next to it. Then came the rest of the stack, which had material for every actor listed, ID photo, age, birthplace, special abilities, and previous voices or roles, if any. Thumbing through them, he spotted a few pretty big names auditioning, people that even Itsuki knew, despite not keeping close tabs on a voice acting scene. Wow, so is auditioning for Ryukika? And there's too. Whoa, didn't this guy play? This is incredible. The director smiled at Itsuki's overjoyed reaction. Starting to get fired up? Yes, he replied, smiling broadly. Tarui answered this with an oddly expectant sort of look before whispering, well, hopefully you can keep that excitement going. Then the man operating the fancy-looking audio board with all the switches on it stood up and faced Itsuki. Mind if I say hello? He looked 40-ish, thin with long hair, and attractive in a black jacket. Itsuki was getting musician vibes from him. Good to meet you, he began flatly. My name's Norikura, and I'm handling audio direction for this anime. His business card identified him as Takuro Norikura, audio direction, recording, to be exact. Itsuki handed him his own. I'm Hashima, the creator. Nice to meet you. The next to greet him was a moody-looking man in his mid-40s with a medium build, black-framed glasses, and hair perfectly parted to one side. My name's Asakura, and I'm the casting manager. Nice to meet you. Same here. I'm sorry, but what's a casting manager do, exactly? My job is to work out scheduling all the cast, negotiating with their agencies, and basically keeping everything cast-related running smoothly. Masaki Asakura, Sales Department. Number 1, One-Ouchi Agency. Read his card. Itsuki accepted it, then said hello to a few more people. The audio staff, some people from the TV production department, and so on. After another 15 minutes of chatting with the director and Toki, interspersed with some leafing through the audition materials, Norikura spoke up. Okay, it's just about time. Ready to start? Asakura stepped outside the control room. After a few moments, a young woman appeared at the entrance. I'm Mikayuki Nose from Nagara Productions. Good to meet you. Itsuki didn't know the name, but he thought her voice carried well. She looked fairly beautiful, too. Looking at her profile in the printouts, she'd made her debut around 5 years ago and scored jobs for assorted games and anime, but never any very important characters. In another few moments, she opened the door to the recording booth and stepped inside. Standing in front of a mic in the control room, Norikura turned on the mic next to the recording equipment. Okay, first off, give me your name, agency, and auditioning role. Mikayuki Nose, Nagara Productions, reading for Ryukika Akatsuki. Her voice seemed to boom through the speakers across the whole control room. Then, holding a stapled printout, she began to act. I'm Ryukika Akatsuki, class president. If you have any problems, just come to me, okay? Itsuki was audibly astonished. It was the same voice she used to state her name, but the impression it gave was totally different. She really sounded like a teenage girl, someone dynamic and popular and who cared for her classmates. So this was professional acting. Hey, you know I keep telling you not to act all familiar with me in front of other people. I absolutely refuse to believe that you're my big brother. Tee-hee-hee. Hey, you wanna have a little fun with me? No, brother, you're. It feels so good. In order, the crabby voice she only lets her brother Kazuma hear, more complex emotions as she struggles to accept her feelings for him, a sultry tone for when she's consumed by bloodthirst and goes into super slutty mode, and lust-laden panting as she sucks Kazuma's blood and reaches ecstasy. Having an attractive voice actor read his R-rated dialogue back to him was extremely embarrassing. Itsuki's cheeks turned red. But despite that, Mikayuki Nose's acting was excellent. She exhibited a broad range of emotion, but more to the point, Every line she read accurately captured Akiko Akatsuki as a character. Maybe she read the novels to research the role beforehand. Honestly, Itsuki would have been fine just going with her. He placed a big check mark in red pen next to her name on the sheet, writing good next to it. "Okay," Norikura said, "we got it." "Thank you very much." "Thank you," Yakino's replied, bowing to the control room and leaving the booth. Then another woman entered through the control room entrance. "Azusame Kita from Nanu Agency." "Nice to meet you." She was younger than Yakino's, about the same age as Itsuki. A refined, pretty woman. He didn't recognize her name, either, but her profile said she'd been acting for 5 years and had 4 main character roles in anime series Itsuki had watched. Oh, she was that voice. She headed into the booth. Norikura gave her the same instructions as before, and after giving her name, agency, and potential role, Azusame Kita began performing as Akiko. "I'm Akiko Akatsuki, class president. If you have any problems, just come to me, okay?" "Hey, you know I keep telling you not to act too familiar with me in front of other people. I absolutely refuse to believe that you're my big brother." "Tee-hee-hee." "Hey, you wanna have a little fun with me?" No, brother, it feels so good." This was good, too. She was a little brighter sounding than Yakino's performance, but this also matched Akiko's image pretty well. Plus, he couldn't put a finger on why, but to Itsuki, she seemed more dignified and confident in her performance than Yakino's. He added a check mark to her name, along with brighter also good next to it. Next up was a man, about 30 or so, auditioning for both Kazuma Akatsuki and Shingo Onizaki. He was a big-name VA playing the protagonist for a light novel-based anime that was currently airing. Itsuki knew him. His acting was excellent, of course, making Itsuki oddly excited. The voice of and speaking for Kazuma and Shingo. Another check mark by his name, wonderful next to it. Following this was a very popular actress, one whose name would be known by any fan of anime. She was reading for Akiko, but her take brought in a lot of the tsundere characters she had played before now, girls who were cold to the hero at first but eventually softened up. She probably didn't read the All About novel, but while it veered slightly from Akiko as a character, the performance was a level above Yakino's and Makita's. "What do you think?" the director, Tarui, asked. "It doesn't say Akiko to me. I feel like it's kind of the standard tsundere treatment." "Yeah." Tarui nodded as he turned to Norikura. I think that take had a little too much energy to it." She sounded kind of delinquent. "Can she try to sound a bit more serious?" Norikura thought for a moment, then leaned over toward the mic. "Try it like you're wearing glasses." Itsuki cracked up, as did some of the staff. But apparently the intent came across, because her second take was much closer to Akiko's image than the first. It left Itsuki blinking helplessly in amazement, at her for fixing up her performance so perfectly, and at the audio director for his pinpoint remedy and communication skills. The realization that he was working with professionals was starting to get to him, emotionally. So the line of people continued, one after the other: famous actors, popular actors, talented actors, beautiful actors, handsome actors, all portraying the characters Itsuki created and promptly leaving. A few of them simply lacked the right voice for the role, regardless of talent, but Itsuki had to award 4 or 5 stars to almost everyone else. After 20 or so auditions, the team took a break. Itsuki looked over the profiles as he had a somewhat late lunch of a convenience store rice ball and sandwich. "What do you think, Mr. Hashima?" Tarui asked, coffee in hand. Itsuki took a deep breath. They're all so amazing. Sometimes, if the original creator isn't too interested in voice acting, it'll start to grate on them since it's the same lines being repeated over and over. "What about you?" "Oh, I'm having fun. Having all these actors say big bro and big brother for me is just so awesome." He meant that from the heart. It made Tarui laugh. "Haha. That's the Mr. Hashima I know." "Hey, can I keep the audio data from this audition?" "Sure." "Sweet." Itsuki almost shouted. "Yeah, Audition files are pretty sought after by VA fans. I heard that the files for Shimonata were pretty incredible. All these actresses talking about sex and beauty and so on. Really? Wow. Now I'm jealous of the author. But what's surprising to me is that we have a lot of famous people here, and they're getting auditioned just like everyone else. Tarui nodded. Yeah, sometimes they can receive offers based on name alone, but generally they're gunning for roles with everyone else. Wow. It must be, like, a pretty competitive world. For a novelist like me, it would be like having to submit my work to a new writers' contest every single time. The thought made Itsuki shudder. Even with Mika Yakino's, the first woman, Itsuki had absolutely no problem with her taking the role of Yakika, but she had scored no major roles in her whole career, and several people better than her had already auditioned this morning. Incredibly gifted veterans and super popular stars alike showed up for these auditions, all to win a single role for themselves. It seemed impossibly difficult. Yeah, Tarui said with a nod. It's a pretty scary world. The first day of auditions ended sometime after 8 p.m. that night, continuing for over 9 hours, including breaks. The second day ran at roughly the same schedule. For the first few hours of day 1, the novelty of seeing famous people and talented actors file in gave Itsuki a shot of adrenaline every time the cycle repeated. Over time, though, his stamina and patience started to wane, and once they hit the afternoon of day 2, no matter what big name or hot talent showed up, he just sat there and wrote out his comments and ratings. But as tepid as his reactions had become, he was still paying attention, focusing and listening to every syllable of his dialogue. He knew this was a vital part of nailing down his characters' voices, but also, to the actors coming in here, this was all-out war. The people making the choices couldn't get complacent about that. Thank you very much. The last actor on the list for day 2 left the booth. That's all of them, Norikura said, the entire staff around him breathing a sigh of relief. It was past 9 in the evening. That was so long, Itsuki found himself muttering. It was long, but it was over. The pressure off, he slumped down on the sofa as Tarui next to him flashed a crafty smile. Oh, number 2 us, the real work starts now, does it? We have to select 4 people out of over 100. Oh, right. Stress lines appeared on Itsuki's face at the mere thought. After a late dinner of takeout, the staff lined up some chairs in the recording booth to hold a casting meeting. Itsuki and Toki represented the GK Bunko side. They were joined by director Tarui, audio director Norikura, producer Oshima, and casting manager Asakura. Okay, Asakura dispassionately began. Let's start by making our pick for the main heroines. Yakiko Akatsuki and Yukiko Unaizaki. We'll pick the heroines before the protagonists? Itsuki asked. Well, the 2 main actresses will be forming a mini-group to sing the opening and ending themes, and we'll have them handle radio promotion as well, so I'd like to get them squared away first. Oh, all right. Itsuki didn't mind, but this was the first time he had heard about either of those things. Asakura, not picking up on his puzzlement, continued on. All right. Mr. Hashima, what are you picturing? He took out his list of the actors who read for Yakika, recalling their performances. He had given a full check mark of approval to 10 of them. Now it was time to figure out which one was really the best. He named 3 actors who had particularly impressed him. I see. The director nodded, turning toward the control room. Can you play back those 3 for us? He could see an audio staffer nod beyond the soundproof glass. Apparently, he could hear everything said inside the booth. In a few moments, the recordings from the 3 actors Itsuki mentioned played on the booth's speakers. Itsuki lightly nodded to himself as the playback continued. Simply wonderful. One of his picks was a popular actress who had worked on the front lines of this business for over 15 years, and her experience obviously showed in her steady performance. She was 35, but her voice was still a perfect fit for a girl of 17. The second had worked for 7 years, playing the main heroine in a slew of anime, including a few Itsuki had seen. The third was the least experienced at just about 3 years, but despite being in her early 20s, she had already proven herself with leading roles in multiple series. Yeah, these are good. Tarui nodded, shutting his eyes as he listened. Oshima, meanwhile, looked a little distressed. They're all people with proven track records, huh? It unnerved Itsuki a little. Would experience and proven talent be a problem somehow? Okay, Asakura said, let's get the director's take. All right. Tarui named 3 of his own picks. One was the girl Itsuki picked for his second choice, and the others all earned check marks in Itsuki's notes. Listening back on the 2 Itsuki didn't pick, he had a point. They didn't lose out at all to the first 3 recordings. They all sound pretty good, Itsuki said, impressed. This director gets it. He could trust in Tarui. I don't think we'd have an issue with any of these 5, Norikura commented. I suppose Midori Koya's in the lead, since you both picked her. And that was really all it took. Or so Itsuki thought, until he spotted an awkward grin on Oshima the producer's face. Miss Koya, huh? I think she's really great, but, I think events are gonna be difficult with her. Difficult? Itsuki parroted back. Midori Koya can't sing at public events, Asakura flatly explained. She's more of a straight actress type. She sees voice acting as more about being in the role than singing and working events. I think she's fine as far as recording character songs and stuff, but I'm 100% sure she'll turn down any singing gigs for events. She isn't taking much radio and TV work lately, either. A voice actor caring about acting seemed like a good thing to Itsuki, but even he knew that an actor in the modern anime business couldn't spend her entire career reading lines in a booth. If she couldn't be relied on for singing, events, and other PR duties, that did make her difficult to bring on as a lead actress. Well, let's put her on the back burner, the director concluded. What about the other 4? Oshima's awkward smile came back. It turns out he had issues with all 4. One of them had signed with a music company separate from the one involved with this anime, which would lead to complications for events and the opening song. One already had several recurring roles in place for other series starting alongside All About My Little Sister in July, 2 of which were based on light novels. This meant scheduling hassles, and having the same people handle too many leading roles at once wasn't generally considered a good idea. One was in her mid-30s and frankly not up to par looks-wise. The final one had played the protagonist and sung the opening theme for another anime produced by the outfit behind All About. But the DVD release this past spring, including a ticket to a public event in the first pressing, bombed in the marketplace, which branded her around the company as an actor who couldn't attract paying customers. AREYOUKIDDINGME! Itsuki had to work hard to keep from screaming at the annoyingly flat-voiced Oshima. He was crossing out all 4 candidates for reasons that weren't any of their faults. If singing an op was tough for them, Itsuki reasoned, why force them to sing at all? If she had a busy schedule, didn't that prove how talented she was? This whole idea that voice actresses needed to have a certain age and look was ridiculous anyway. And she couldn't attract paying customers. Way to pass the buck there, man. How far do you have to reach to start blaming a voice actor for bad disc sales? Oshima, perhaps picking up on Itsuki's seething rage, stepped up to soothe him. Now, I can definitely understand why the creator and director want to go with proven talent, but that creates obstacles with organizing events and singing groups and such. It's also a bit lacking in originality. Let me suggest bringing on a few fresh faces, perhaps? Itsuki visibly winced. Oh God, there it is. The word fresh. Several days before the auditions began, he had asked Haruto for some advice on picking actors. The first words out of his mouth, spoken with earnest, grave concern, were these: above all else, watch out for the word fresh. Fresh? Yeah, Haruto had groaned. I mean, Hiring an actor who doesn't match your image for the character can make things seem fresher for viewers. Maybe it makes it easier for the producers to put bands together and stage live events and TV appearances and podcasts or whatnot. There are advantages to that approach. I know full well that music and events and stuff are just as important to modern voice actors as voicing. But if you're so focused on fresh that you hire people who just don't have the talent, there's no point. Haruto's Chevalier of the New World anime had featured an ensemble cast with 4 main female characters, all of them rookies and none with any recognizable credits to speak of. They were put into a singing unit, headlined the ending theme, pushed the show on radio and TV, and held a string of live events. But their acting and singing just weren't up to par. The results were wretched. They told me it was important to give new people more work to build up their experience, that it's something the industry needs to do. And I bought that line. But when you really think about it, it's like, do you really need to do that with my series? Why does this precious creation of mine have to serve as some kind of training dojo for voice actor wannabes? Maybe you guys got a bunch of projects running at once, but this is pretty likely a once-in-a-lifetime shot for me. Haruto bit his lip, the regret plain on his face. So watch out for the word fresh, Itsuki. If they're pushing a nameless actor with actual talent or ability, that's worth considering, but if they're just trying to cram some girl into the spotlight at your expense, don't let them. Fight if you have to. That's my take. Recalling the advice, Itsuki took a deep breath, trying to keep the emotion from seeping into his voice. Mr. Oshima, when you say fresh, who would you suggest, for example? Well, Oshima brought a hand to his chin. How about Saori Fukujima or Yuichiro Mizu? Those names didn't ring a bell to Itsuki. He looked them up in his dossier. Saori Fukujima had a question mark next to her name, along with the phrase kind of wooden, while Yuichiro Mizu had no mark at all next to hers. Peeking at their profiles, 19-year-old Fukujima had graduated from the voice acting department of a vocational college this year and only just joined an acting agency, playing unnamed bit parts in just 2 series. Kiyomizu was 17 and, judging by her bio, more of a magazine model than a voice actor. She had no credits in animation. Both, however, had cute faces. Tarui raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Can we give them a listen? The guy at the sound panel played Fukujima's audition, then Kiyomizu's. Just as Itsuki wrote, Fukujima's stab at Akiko was kind of wooden. The style of her voice wasn't a perfect match for the character, but it wasn't totally outside the realm of possibility. Kiyomizu's try was, to be blunt, awful. If there was an attempt at acting as opposed to reading from a sheet of paper, Itsuki didn't hear it. She had a weirdly husky voice as well, a complete mismatch for Akiko. No way in hell. Before Itsuki could open his mouth, Oshima cut him off at the pass. Now, these two are still pretty new to the industry, so I think their performance may sound a little awkward in the audition stage, but we can always provide them with further direction going forward. But they're young, they're fresh, they look good, and I think they'd really pop on stage. Well, Norikura half muttered, yes, I do think they could make a pretty fresh impression. Right, exactly, Oshima eagerly agreed. If they're pushing a nameless actor with actual talent or ability, that's worth considering, but if they're just trying to cram some girl into the spotlight at your expense, don't let them. Fight if you have to. Tsutomu Oshima definitely fell into the latter camp in Itsuki's mind. Itsuki spoke up, trying to amplify his voice so Oshima couldn't take over the conversation again. I don't think either of them could play Akiko. Absolutely not. Oshima's face tensed up. Absolutely not? Absolutely not. I mean, they sounded like robots, didn't they? Well, no, I mean, they've got room to grow and mature in. I'm sorry, Tarui said before Oshima could build an argument, but I have to agree with Mr. Hashima here. I see. In that case. Then Oshima brought up the names of 3 more fresh actresses. Playing their files back, they were maybe decent compared to Saori Fukujima, but nothing more. Itsuki and Tarui immediately rejected them, But Oshima stuck to his guns. Each time he saw he was getting nowhere with one suggestion, he'd just bring up another wave of freshness. Considering the events we'll need to run, I do think we need to choose someone fresh. And I think we need to prioritize making a good anime before we think about events, countered Itsuki. Plus, added Harui, we've got the vocational school as part of the sponsor package in this project, right? Is that why a lot of the candidates you're pushing for are from there, Mr. Oshima? Yes, there is that, Oshima freely admitted. Even if they aren't in the main cast, having some of their grads in regular roles is gonna be a must. But even if that wasn't the case, it really is my opinion that we need to pick someone fresh. Itsuki and Tarui brought up some other talented candidates besides the 5 they discussed first. Oshima responded by bringing up more freshness. Norikura, the audio director, strove for neutrality. No matter who we pick, he said, I'll just do the job I'm assigned to. Asakura, the casting director, stuck to giving out factual advice. Can't sing live, already has a regular role elsewhere this season, XXXX's agency is a pain in the ass, and so forth, but most of his observations served to shoot down Itsuki's and Tarui's suggestions. I know this is exaggerating the point, Oshima said, but in this industry, a good anime is an anime that makes money. No matter how high quality a series it is, if it winds up in the red, then it's not a good anime. But the vast majority of the audience doesn't even care about live events. Making the anime suffer because we're obsessed with events is totally ass-backward. The thing we need to prioritize the most, Mr. Hashima, isn't the 99% of viewers who watch the TV broadcast. It's the 1% who actually buy the DVDs and Blu-rays and come to the events. But fans like that only buy the packaged releases because they enjoy the main series in the first place. Tarui calmly but passionately debated. If this was based on a property that's sold millions of copies, had all the budget it wanted, and was guaranteed to be watched no matter what we did, if it was that kind of earth-shattering project, then, yes, maybe high quality would be enough to turn a profit. But this isn't the kind of project we're talking about. We need to maximize the added value of what we offer outside the show, and we need to advertise as much as possible, for as low a cost as possible, or it's going to be buried without anyone noticing it. Itsuki and Tarui were creatives, hoping to make the series the best it could be. Oshima was a businessman, prioritizing overall profits above everything else. Neither of them were in the wrong. Both understood that any difference in opinion was chiefly due to the different roles they played in the project, but understanding that didn't mean they gave any ground. The debate continued on, with nearly everyone who read for Yakika getting replayed in the booth. In the end, they made a compromise. She was 25 years old, a 4-year veteran of the industry. She had voiced main characters in several anime and games, none of which made a big splash at all, so she wasn't hugely popular. Her looks were moderately beautiful, her singing decently good. She had formed musical units with other people, and she was okay with running events and audio programs. A true middle-of-the-road choice. Itsuki had put a check mark followed by a on her name, along with the phrase "sounds a little young." For Yukiko Unaizaki, they went with a similarly experienced woman, so they'd be a match in the unit they'd form together. Kazuma Akatsuki and Shingo Unaizaki would be played by men in their early 20s, both of whom had been getting more main character roles as of late. They weren't fresh, but they weren't not fresh, either. Their names wouldn't make anyone starstruck, but a dedicated enough fan might recognize them. Rather pedestrian casting but pretty acceptable. Yukiko's voice did belong to the Wanouchi agency that Asakura worked for, though, whether on purpose or not. Were these the right casting choices to make? Nobody could really know yet. But at the very least, this 2-day marathon session, one of the most important steps in animation production, had come to a close. Pablo Purikeso. It was another day in late October when Chihiro set off for Itsuki's place. The journey was some 20 minutes from the family home by bus. Getting off at the stop nearest to her brother's apartment, Chihiro carefully scoped out her surroundings. She had run into this sexual deviant who asked to see her ass and then physically assaulted her back in the spring, and she had seen the guy a second time in this area around 4 months ago. Whenever she was in the neighborhood since, she had been keeping a watchful eye out for the criminal. Between the bus stop and the nearby supermarket lay a fairly large public park that Chihiro sometimes cut across when she had the time. It was nice and green, with lots of trees to look at as you strolled along. It also had a futsal field, a basketball court, and a climbing wall, so it was almost always filled with young people. Seeing them sweat it out on the fields made her want to exercise a bit herself. Chihiro was no slouch when it came to staying fit, but she had never played sports before, either officially for school or as part of a club. There hadn't been much money to spare around the house until her mother remarried, so Chihiro had helped her with chores and some of her side jobs instead. Things were more comfortable now, but Chihiro still didn't like extracurriculars that kept her away from home for long periods of time. She had a new family, and she wanted to cherish them. Walking down the path, she noticed a crowd gathered at a stretch of asphalt used as an event space. You occasionally saw musicians and street performers there, so it was probably something like that. Chihiro approached out of curiosity, close enough to hear some of the onlookers. "I don't get it, but it's pretty awesome. Is he imitating Pablo Picasso? It's like he has this crazy aura. It's making my sixth sense tingle." The feedback was positive, if a little jumbled. Chihiro stood up on tiptoe to peer through the crowd, and then let out a stifled yelp. The deviant was right there. His back was turned to her, a French beret perched on his head, but there was no mistaking his unique hairstyle. He was facing a large canvas, all but slamming an artist's paintbrush against it. His strokes were broad yet delicate and carefully aimed. What he painted wasn't immediately clear at first, maybe a tree, maybe a human figure. There were a few trees behind the canvas, a young couple or two making out underneath them, so maybe that's what he was portraying. Chihiro, lacking any understanding of art beyond what she'd learned in school, couldn't judge his art skills or technical ability, but she was drawn to his work nonetheless. No one would ever mistake it for a photo, but it was so raw, with its own reality that seemed to jump off the canvas. "I think that ought to be good for today." "Huh?" The man made an odd face. He must have just realized he had an audience. "Oh crap." Turning on her heels, Chihiro tried to get away. It only made her easier to notice. He pointed at Chihiro, screaming. Now Chihiro was trying to dash away at full speed. "But, I'm sorry." The pervert leapt toward Chihiro, only to land on the asphalt, head and forearms rubbing against the ground. He was prostrating himself before her, and in extraordinarily acrobatic fashion. "Huh?" Chihiro was too flummoxed to keep running. The pervert stayed on the ground. "I'm really sorry that I tried forcing down your undies back then." He was still shouting. The audience began to murmur. "Her what? Forcing? Is this some kind of lover's spat?" "Stop shouting that at the top of your lungs." A visibly reddened Chihiro protested. "And stop bowing like that." The deviant looked up. "Listen, I was willing to do anything to see you again. I wanted to fully apologize, and I wanted to ask you for one more favor." "Favor?" "Let me see your ass." "No." Chihiro darted away from the event space. The criminal gave chase. "You never give up." She ran until fewer people were around, then stopped. "Let me see your ass." "I said no." Chihiro sighed. "Why do you want to see, my butt so badly?" "Because you've got the ass of the millennium. It's divine." "You're making zero sense." The pervert looked the bewildered Chihiro straight in the eye. "If I can use your ass as a model, I would totally hit max level as an artist." "An artist? Do you paint for a living?" "Well, I make money off it. I have some books out." Certainly. His performance in the park was pro-level. It drew Chihiro in, as it did the rest of the crowd. Maybe he was somebody really famous. What's your name?" "Pablo Picasso." The man was clearly Japanese. That had to be an nom de plume. Chihiro knew that a lot of illustrators used them. Did real artists do that, too? Okay. So you want to use my butt in your art? Pablo. Yes. Why my butt? Because I love asses. He was dead certain about his preferences, at least. Chihiro had to marvel at the pure, unadulterated passion in his eyes. It reminded her of her brother, and that stoked her curiosity. How old are you, Pablo? She asked. 16. 17 next month. Just as she thought, nearly the same age as her. Where do you go to high school? I don't. You quit? It was just, like, I didn't think I really needed to go. I never went in the first place. Itsuki quitting college without any warning had been enough of a shock. The idea of so many people abandoning things that felt so important to Chihiro without a second glance. She could never do that. Wow, I'm kind of jealous actually. Being able to do what you want for a living. You think so? Why don't you do what you want? You know it's not that easy. You don't even know what I have to deal with. This sounded harsher than Chihiro intended at first, but Pablo wasn't deterred. Yeah, I guess not, he casually replied. By the way, can I see your ass now? What do you mean now? Oh. Pablo seemed oddly confused. Well, like, we're getting along and stuff now, so I thought, hey, maybe it's ass time. We're not getting along. We aren't? Well, what do I have to do to see your ass? You don't have to do anything. I'm not showing it to you. Can't you reconsider? Pablo's eyes remained locked on Chihiro, who was instinctively rearing back a bit. I'm never going to. Alright? I'll pay you. I don't need your money. I'll do anything. It's alright, thanks. You can just give me a quick down and up flash. I'm not gonna flash you, okay? Okay, halfway down. You can show me half your ass, right? Not even half. Why now? You see girls showing off half their asses in low-rise swimsuits at the beach all the time. It's the same thing. I don't wear those. Please, I'm begging you. Pablo leapt straight into another flying bow. Why, you can beg me all you want, but I'm not budging. I need to go, alright? Chihiro turned around and jogged away from Pablo. W8. His face contorted in agony, Pablo reached out and grabbed the waist area of Chihiro's tracksuit. The pants, along with the underpants below, slipped down, revealing much of the top half of the ass of the millennium. Pablo's eyes bugged out. He looked like he was experiencing nothing short of a religious epiphany. Chihiro blushed intently in shame, eyes tearing up as she slapped Pablo's hands away and hiked up her pants. You creep. A rage-driven roundhouse caught Pablo right on the cheek. Grrrpphhhh. With a loud groan, Pablo's body bounced against the ground. Don't ever come near me again, Chihiro shouted as she ran off. Pablo, head resting against the ground as he watched, still had a blissful smile. I saw it. I saw the ultimate ass. Then he passed out. Several days later, the cubist painting Pablo left standing on his easel in the park was spotted by a passing art dealer. It generated buzz among certain circles, valued at several million yen despite the lack of artist credit, and Setsuna Pablo Purike Kesoina would never know. Jealous hearts. One night in early November, Nayuta Kani paid a visit to Itsuki's apartment for the first time in a month. Sorry it's been so long, Itsuki. She hugged him the moment she stepped inside, making Itsuki's face redden. Let me go, Kanaku. Wahey, or, Itsuki. This past month must have been so lonely for you. PFFT. Don't be stupid. It let me focus on work for a change. He was pretty lonely, but he wasn't about to say that. Really? You didn't miss me even a little? Well, maybe a little, he whispered as Nayuta looked right up at him. She would stop by at least twice a week before now, so time spent with Nayuta had become part of his everyday life. Even if you are the biggest pest in the world, he quickly added, of course I'm gonna wonder a little if you stop showing up. It just feels wrong. It's like that with any stray cat. Meow. By the way, I was so lonely that I pleasured myself multiple times every single night while thinking about you. Let me replenish my Itsuki supply. I'm not some special ingredient, yelled Itsuki as he pried Nayuta off himself before she could sniff him and rub her face against his t-shirt any further. Anyway, You hungry? Itsuki and Nayuta heated up the vegetable and shrimp curry Chihiro had made for them earlier and began eating. Nayuta tended to pick at her food, taking her time, but tonight she was wolfing it down. You're really putting it away today, huh? She flushed a bit. I haven't eaten anything since morning. Itsuki winced. You gotta make sure you're eating 3 meals a day. Are you worried about me, Itsuki? Yeah, he blurted out, looking distressed. All right. I'll make sure to eat properly. She continued packing away the curry, cheeks still a little flushed. By the way, have you been busy? Kind of. Itsuki nodded. I'm writing the script for a drama CD. Oh, you're doing one of those? Yep. Volume 6 of All About is coming out in January, and the special edition is gonna include 1. Drama CDs are just that. CDs with an audio drama recorded on them. Some were fully original, but for the most part, they were produced as part of a Media Mix franchise. They were cheap to make, could be turned around fast, and even if the property wasn't too well known, fans of the voice cast could be counted on to purchase them, resulting in a fairly easy profit. Mega hits were hard, but the risks were low, and they didn't require much from the original author, some of whom dreaded the idea of anime or games based on their work but enthusiastically participated in drama CD productions. Low risk, beloved by all, truly, the best part of a successful Media Mix production. Editor's note: all opinions are strictly those of the author. Is writing the scripts for those hard? Itsuki solemnly nodded. I figured it'd be way easier than a novel since you only have to write dialogue, but it's actually kind of hard to depict a situation with nothing but talking and sound effects. That does sound hard. Nayuta smiled. But if it's your original script, I'm looking forward to it. Of course. He flashed a bold grin. I'm writing the kind of awesome tale only the original author could come up with. Have you picked the voice cast yet? Yeah, we auditioned for the 4 main characters last month, and the sub-characters and regular cast are pretty much set in stone, too. The same actors from the anime. You often see drama CDs using different voice casts from the anime version, because reasons. Drama CDs generally paid a little better and required a less hectic recording schedule, so it was common to see some pretty impressive names. Of course. Itsuki nodded. We're announcing the anime in the ad materials for Volume 6, so this drama CD's kind of a preliminary for the full series. Wow, that's a big responsibility. And how is Volume 6 coming along? Itsuki's eyes darted away. I'll just have to try to get it in on time. When releasing a special edition like this, with a drama CD and maybe a bonus novella in pamphlet form, you naturally needed a custom-made package to sell it all in. This meant the deadline, the real one that not even the most famous authors could get away with breaking, came a lot earlier than usual. You also had far more people involved, which made extensions even more impossible. For an author like Itsuki who strung out his deadlines as much as humanly possible, a bonus edition like this was an extremely dangerous risk to take. Wow, you're really working hard, Itsuki. I guess I better, too. There was something really earnest about Nayuta's admiration. It caught Itsuki a little off guard. It's rare to see you act interested in your own work, Kaneko. That's mean. I'm always working, like, super hard. La, Itsuki shot back, squinting at her. Nayuta may have been a red-hot best-selling author, but she wrote at a pretty slow pace. She tended to work fast once she found some inspiration, but starting up the engine took forever, and it had run out of gas almost immediately. She had been living in that hotel room for about half a year now, allegedly so she could crunch on her novel, but considering all the time she spent in Itsuki's room and playing games, her work hours had to be on the short side. She puffed her cheeks out a bit. I really am right now, though. Well, she hadn't been around in a month, right? Maybe she was telling the truth. Is all the Media Mix work keeping you busy? Oh, I guess you could call it that. There are lots of meetings for the anime and live-action films, and I need to check up on the manga sketches. That sounds harder than what I got. Oh, but the meetings themselves aren't that painful. Everyone on the staff is really talented. Are they? Who are you working with? Well, she then named the manga artist handling the comic adaptation, the directors of the anime and live-action films, the duo writing the anime, and the lone screenwriter for the live-action release. Itsuki was flawed. That's, like, the best possible set of people I could think of. The manga artist was incredibly famous, more overwhelmingly so than Nayuta herself at the moment. The anime director was a genius-level talent with a string of proven hits. His live-action counterpart was a name big enough that even a non-movie buff like Itsuki knew it. Both the anime screenwriters were responsible for several hit series. Itsuki had even fantasized about having them write scripts for the adaptations of his novels. The guy writing the live-action version was fresh off penning a drama series that earned a 40 share in the TV ratings. It was the perfect lineup, eminently befitting a genius author's first foray into multimedia adaptations. Yeah, they're pretty good. And they all know a lot more about my novels than I do. I guess they read them really carefully. The two anime screenwriters argue a lot over parts of it, they told me, but the things they're debating are so high level that I can't keep up. I mean, do they think I'm considering subtle differences in emotion because people are eating in a different order from usual when I'm writing? No. She seemed to be enjoying herself. Itsuki recalled his dealings with the All About Anime staff. He had raged at them after being presented with an outline that treated his story like garbage, only to have the screenwriter Harugano call his writing fucking boring to his face. Nayuta was working in such a different world. It made him want to cry. I also got to meet the lead actor for the live-action film, and he knows the series better than I do, too. It's amazing. As busy as he is, he still found the time to read my novels, not just the movie script. Who is it? Itsuki asked, attempting to banish the sinking feeling in his stomach. It's a guy named Yuma Takashina. Are you serious? Yuma Takashina was a superstar, one of the biggest names in the younger generation, who was at ease leading comedies, action films, and serious dramas. He was 19, the same age as Nayuta, but he had worked as a child actor before then, including in the few series Itsuki watched. He was known for being a consummate professional, handsome but willing to gain 40 pounds to take on a role, then spend 3 months getting back in shape for the next project. That anecdote really impressed Itsuki. Some people really are just that amazing. Plus, he said that he spends pretty much his whole private life polishing his roles and training. I figured someone as pretty as him would be out having sex day and night, but I guess not everybody, huh? He just did this aura. It was amazing. Really? Itsuki could feel his chest take a bit as Nayuta sang the praises of a dashing man who wasn't him. It really made me want to work on my writing, you know? I can't lose out to Takashina or the rest of the staff. Work is fun for me right now. It hasn't been like this since I made my debut. She reddened a bit, acting adorably bashful. But it was true. Nayuta Kani, a novelist who used her outstanding genius to live life strictly at her own pace, was getting serious about work. And the fact that it wasn't Itsuki, but all these other actors and creative types inspiring her, made him unbearably frustrated. He felt a sudden urge to fight back. Well, things are pretty intense with me, too. We argue all the time in our weekly script meetings, but the director and screenwriter read my novels down to the last word, so it's worth fighting all that stuff out. I'm noticing a lot of things I didn't when I wrote it, so every week is like a shot in the arm. It's kind of like this chemical reaction, people bashing against one another to create something new. Ooh, that sounds kind of fun, too. Nayuta looked honestly impressed. Yeah, when I got this offer, I was really anxious more than anything else. But now I'm feeling like this could actually turn out well. That was the honest truth. When it came to the story, at least, he was confident it wouldn't crash and burn like Chevalier of the New World. I look forward to it, Nayuta said with a smile. What's the voice cast like? Kazuma's played by Seiji Higashitani. He was the main guy in, it was the title of a series broadcast just a bit ago. Nayuta didn't seem to recognize it. Yakika's Kinobi Maite Omo. She was the heroine in a few different games. Maite Omo. I think I've seen that name before. She took out her phone and looked up Maite Omo's Wikipedia page. Oh, yeah, I have. She's from. Now it was Itsuki who didn't understand the reference. He was pretty sure it was an RPG for smartphones, at least. Either way, at least Nayuta knew it. She's playing Yakika. Yep. Nayuta left Wikipedia and performed an image search. HMMMMM. She looked concerned. It made Itsuki doubt himself. Kanaku. She's pretty, she blurted out, clearly peeved. Look at her. She's incredibly beautiful. She's got style. She's got big boobs. Why does a voice actress like her have such good looks? Itsuki leaned over to look. The phone showed a photo of Tomo speaking at some event or another. He compared it to his own memory. I think she was even prettier in real life. Tomo in the photo was nice, yes, but he thought she left an even better impression in the recording booth. I guess you could say she had an aura around her, too. Like, she was glowing. Nayuta sullenly replied. Is this the kind of girl you like? No. He hurriedly shouted. I mean, I think she's pretty, yeah, but there were lots of prettier actors at the audition. If I was picking them based their looks alone, I'd have gone for. Nayuta's face was growing more by the second, and he stopped cold. There were lots of even prettier girls? I mean, among the people who came over for the audition, yeah, a lot of them were pretty much straight-up pop idols, at least a few were more like photo models than anything, and so, yeah, of course they were pretty. Well, who's playing Yukiko? A girl named Mihoake Ike. She promptly tapped the name into her phone. Pretty. Yeah. Itsuki nodded, despite the looming awkwardness. It was the unvarnished truth. When you start recording, Nayuta said as her lips visibly turned down, you're going to see these pretty women week after week, aren't you? They're going to say ooh, Itsuki, and fawn all over you, aren't they? Well, yeah, I guess I'll see them. But I don't know if they'll fawn over me. And when you're done recording, you'll go out to dinner and have drinks, and then you'll pretend to give them acting lessons so you can make them say dirty things to you, and then you'll be all like hee. Let's simulate what Yakika is feeling in this scene, may I, while you rub her tits. Since when do I live in the world of dating sims? Itsuki sighed as Nayuta flushed red and let her fantasies run wild. He looked down at her, stern-faced. Listen, Kanaku. How pretty or ugly the voice actors are isn't important at all to me. I chose these people because I felt safe in letting them take care of Yakiko and Yukiko, two of my most precious creations. And yes, when you see voice actors in real life, they have this radiance around them. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't think that's because of their external looks. It's because they gave everything they had to land their roles. They're totally sincere. So to turn around and judge people like that based on their face, well, don't. With a humbled expression, Nayuta listened to Itsuki. He looked away, not meaning to rant like that. All right, she whispered, a bit sullenly. Great, Itsuki replied, giving her a vague nod before returning to his curry. I need to shine, too. The irritated whisper was too soft for Itsuki to hear. The awards ceremony. One day in mid-November, Mako Shirakawa found herself on the second basement floor of a downtown hotel, about a 20-minute walk from the gift publishing building. There was a large event space down there, set to house the awards ceremony for both the 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest and the 10th Comic Gifted New Artists Contest. The event, as the name suggested, offered a chance for industry newbies to claim their prizes and celebrate their potential new careers, a kind of informal get-together and commemorative party in one. Different labels handled these events in different ways, but they were usually large affairs, hosting winners, judges, recipients from past years, writers working for the label, people working for spin-off projects, and more. It was a valuable mingling event for authors who lived in rural areas or had full-time jobs in other industries, and it also served as a kind of career milepost, a way to prove to your contemporaries that, yes, you've survived another year in this business. Not that these all took place on a strict annual cycle. Depending on scheduling, they were usually either scheduled for early fall or toward the end of the year. G.F. Bunko's awards party was held in tandem with comic gifteds, which meant you saw people like assistant manga producers hanging around. The guest list totaled 500, and given the amount of prep work involved, there was never enough help to go around. This was why the editorial department contacted Mako to assist as attempt to get everything ready for the show. She had been setting up the room since morning, and now, at 5 p.m., she was starting to guide the award winners from the hotel entrance to the show's green room. Award winners, I need you to put on these ribbons, please. Dressed in her finest business attire, Mako gave each winner a red ribbon with their name on it to fasten to their lapel. Mako had bought her own suit when she started college, figuring she'd need one for job searching, but she hadn't worn it since her college entrance ceremony. A white ribbon name tag, indicating she was part of the staff, was on her chest. G.F. Bunko had awarded 6 prizes to new authors, all varying ages and genders. Some were dressed up for a formal gathering, but from there it ran the gamut: stiff-collared student uniforms, blazers, kimonos, sexy dresses, even hoodies and sweatpants. Being there for the light novel judgment sessions, Mako was curious about what kinds of people these authors were. They certainly came in all shapes and sizes. Okay, we're going to have you wait here until the ceremony begins. Leaving the green room, Mako made her way to the lobby, chatting a bit with the other part-timers and editors. The crowds began to file in. Registration began at 5:30, with the event itself starting at 6. After making a stop at the coat check, the guests went up to the desk and accepted name tags. As with the award winners, they came in every imaginable age and appearance you could think of, and while this crowd dressed more formally overall, some went for eye-catching looks, while quite a few had clearly just tossed on whatever was in the closet. So this is an awards ceremony. It impressed Mako, never having attended anything like it. Oh, Mako. The greeting came from Haruto Fuwa, with Itsuki right next to him. He was in a casual jacket, not too stiff, not too informal, while Itsuki went for a straight-up black suit. Being a judge, Haruto had a red ribbon as well, except without a name printed on it. That was printed on an attached name tag. Itsuki had just the regular tag. Are you still working for us, Mako? No, just helping today. Oh, I see. Haruto nodded, then took a closer look at Mako's outfit. You look good in a business suit. Itsuki nodded his agreement. Yeah, it totally screams, I'm not a slut. I'm not a slut, she protested, frenzied eyes fixed on Itsuki. And you don't look right in a suit at all. Is this even the right size? Itsuki blushed. Ah, shut up. I went up a size so I could fit in the same suit all the way to graduation, but I haven't grown at all since my freshman year. Wow. So you bought this for the entrance ceremony, too? Yeah. Total waste of money now, of course, he grunted. Oh, I don't think so. No. We ran into each other thanks to you getting into that school, so I don't think it was a total waste. Now Mako was blushing a bit. Why yeah. Well, I guess so, he said guiltily. Okay, Haruto interjected with a strained smile. Enough. With the gushy memories right in front of me, thanks. Oh, I didn't mean anything by it. Mako grew redder as she looked around, searching for a change of subject. Oh, by the way, where's Nayu? Kaneko isn't here, replied Itsuki. No? Why not? Because she doesn't like big crowds apparently. She didn't come last year, either, Haruto added with a grin. I think she really doesn't like crowds, but there's also the trauma. So, trauma. The puking incident, Haruto immediately replied. Ugh, don't remind me, Itsuki said, wincing. 2 years ago, at the awards ceremony where she accepted her prize, Nayuta's spiraling stage fright caused her to throw up all over Itsuki. Mako had heard about it. That reminds me, continued Haruto, one of the winners this year was a huge follower of Nayuta's, but do you know who it is? I just guided the award winners to the green room, but we didn't talk too much, so I don't know who wrote what. Do you know their age or gender? Their pen name didn't give me any clues. The winning titles, plots, and author pen names were released on the web and in the little flyers tucked inside novel volumes, but their ages and genders were kept a secret. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Itsuki and Haruto chatted with Mako a bit longer. Once the editors called her back to work, they headed for the event space. They each accepted a glass of sparkling wine at the door before heading for a random table. The awards party was a stand-up affair, with several circular tables dotted around the room and a larger one in the middle holding a buffet spread. There was a stage at the front and a long banner reading 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest, 10th Comic Gifted New Artists Contest. Awards ceremony hanging from the wall. Below it was a large screen, used to introduce the award winners and play highlights from the GF Bunko and Comic Gifted properties made into anime in the past year. Right now, it happened to be showing the opening to Chevalier of the New World, which had launched this past April. Maybe I shouldn't have shown up, either, Haruto deadpanned, staring glassy-eyed at the screen. I know it's the custom, but this is just torture. Itsuki pitied him. Then he realized this same screen would be showing the All About anime next year, and his chest suddenly clenched. Then a man approached them, a thin, hunched-over unhealthy-looking figure with bags under his eyes, Makina Kaizu. He had on the same worn-out jacket from the judging session, along with a red ribbon tag and a glass of oolong tea in his hand. Hey, you two. Oh, hello, Mr. Kaizu. Hey there. It's been quite a while, Hashima. Doing well? Oh, pretty much. Have you gotten your physical? No. Kaizu frowned. That's not good. Have you had a physical since then? Fuwa? Not yet. You two ought to go together. I know a good clinic. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Itsuki awkwardly nodded as Kaizu texted each of them the URL of his recommended site. It apparently specialized in health diagnostics, filled with all the latest equipment and handling physicals at a speedy pace. You can make an appointment on the net, but they're more accommodating on the phone, so go for that. Call them tomorrow, will you? Okay, Itsuki said, nodding despite himself. Kaizu was always in the habit of bugging other authors about their health, but he was particularly meddlesome with Itsuki. He appreciated the thought, at least. Too bad the same wasn't true for someone else in his past. Make sure you do, Kaizu added before turning to Haruto and grinning. By the way, Fuwa, how's it been going with Mako since then? She turned me down. It came so quickly that even Kaizu felt obliged to avert his eyes. I'll buy you something, okay? I don't need your sympathy. Haruto took a swig from his drink. Plus, I haven't given up yet. Kaizu smiled at this. That's the spirit. Don't give up, and there's always a chance. Yeah, I'll do my best with her. Okay. The three talked a while longer until the ceremony was about to begin. A young man and woman were on stage now, by a lectern on the left side, voice actors, apparently, from one anime or other based on a GF Bunko novel this year. Alright, it's time to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awards ceremony and celebration for the 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest and the 10th Comic Gifted New Artists Contest. The next host to appear was Satoshi Godo, GF Bunko's editor-in-chief. Thanks for having me up here. My name is Satoshi Godo from GF Bunko. At his low, raspy voice, the remaining chatter among the audience ceased. Godo's speech touched on his elation at the New Writers Contest reaching its 15th year before diving into an assessment of the current light novel, manga, and anime scene. He expressed his pride at introducing so many new people to the industry this year before thanking the authors gathered in the room. It was pretty much the same speech given by every MC at every awards ceremony like this. For more details, I would recommend winning a prize and attending for yourself. It was now time to present the awards. First, all the winners went up at once, sitting on 6 chairs lined up on the right. They were greeted by Yoshifumi Jizun, president of Gift Publishing, a medium-sized man in his early 50s whose long mustache did little for his looks. The winner of the GF Bunko New Author Grand Prize, UIAO. Upon being named by the male MC, the winner stood up and walked to Jizun. Ooh! Whoa! Hey! The crowd, particularly the men, chattered among themselves. She was a woman, maybe in her early 20s, and she was both beautiful and busty, a fact that was only accentuated by her alluring evening dress. "I'm surprised a woman wrote that," whispered Haruto. He had a right to be. Her prize-winning novel featured a male protagonist with a harem of hot girls swarming around him and lots of sex scenes, definitely built for a male audience. Hey, I knew I had a good eye. I'd better go tell her all about how hard I pushed for her to win it all. Did you, now? Haruto glared at Kaizu, who was currently exhibiting the sleaziest smile known to humankind. "Because I remember it more being a very reluctant process of elimination." The president, obviously taking careful note of the winner's breasts, read the award certificate aloud. The 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest Grand Prize, awarded to UIAO. This is to certify that your novel, I Woke Up as the Demon Lord of Another World, So I Just Started a Harem, has been awarded the prize above based on its exemplary quality. And when AIO accepted the certificate and took a bow, Jizun's eyes were pointed straight at the valley running down her chest. She returned to her seat, and the next winner was called. The first runner-up prize goes to Obakasamatsu. Another murmur across the audience. Aha! An admiring Kaizu said. I knew she was a teenager. She wore a wine-red blazer and a checker-patterned skirt, clearly the formal uniform of one school or another. She was maybe 16 and had her long hair tied back. Her looks were impressive, but the lines on her face clearly indicated stage fright or maybe even displeasure. Was that the Kanaka follower? Itsuki softly asked. Yeah. Haruto nodded. The 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest Runner-Up Prize, awarded to Obakasamatsu. This is to certify that your novel, Memories of the Sky, has been awarded the prize above based on its exemplary quality. Kasamatsu accepted the paper as the next runner-up stood up behind her, a serious-looking career man, around 30, in glasses and a business suit. The 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest Runner-Up Prize, awarded to Makoto Yanagase. This is to certi, BPPPHHH. The president did a spit-take midway through reading the certificate, and the mic screeched. Excuse me. This is to certify that your novel, The Goddess Must Be Punished, I'll Save the World for You, So Just Show Me Your Ass, has been awarded the prize above based on its exemplary quality. Despite his trembling lips, he somehow managed to make it all the way to the end without stumbling again. The Just Show Me Your Ass part of the title elicited a laugh from the audience. This happens, sometimes, with titles that have a certain kind of impact. Something similar occurred in the ceremony for the grand prize winner of the 6th MF Bunko J Light Novel Awards. Publishing company presidents have it tough sometimes, Itsuki thought. Regardless, Yanagase silently accepted the certificate and solemnly returned to his seat. Following closely in his footsteps, Soma Misaka came up to accept an honorable mention for Maken Wars. He was an indifferent-looking boy in a school uniform who was perhaps 15. Meanwhile, Yoshihiro Kaiso, author of fellow honorable mention prize Sengoku Kenpuden, was a well-built man in his late 60s, with the face and kimono of a swordsman right out of his own story. The final prize recipient was Tadashi Kamo, who won the Special Judges Selection Prize for a legal trial. He turned out to be the hoodie and sweatpants dude from before, a young, unshaven man who looked like he didn't get enough to eat. He had trouble standing still on stage, always swaying around or playing with his hands, and he even stumbled a bit on his way to pick up the certificate. Once he was done, all the winners gathered at center stage. Let's give a big hand to these 6 winners, the authors building the future of GF Bunko. The audience followed the MC's instructions, and the winners all bowed to the crowd before filing off. Itsuki leered at them as he clapped. Hey hey hey, let's see how many of them actually survive. Whoa, whoa, admonished Haruto with a smile. The chances of a prize winner like this releasing another novel, much less building an extended professional career, were not very encouraging. The 10th GF Bunko New Writers Contest featured 5 winners, but only Itsuki and Haruto among them remained in the business. Better make sure they don't surpass us, he said, shrugging. Hey! Itsuki's brazen smile was back. I'd like to see them try. They may have been fellow prize winners, the whole group of them, but they were also comrades in arms, fighting on the same level, and at the same time, rivals duking it out in the same industry. Kaiser let out a depressed sigh. Oh great, yet another crop of talented new writers. Now there's an even smaller piece of the pie left for me. Hope their books don't sell too well, but don't you always buy the winners' books when they come out, Mr. Kaiser? Haruto said, chiding him. Including ours? Like 3 copies each if it's their first release. Kaiser eerily grinned. If any of them have actual talent, I wanna be sure their books are off the shelves as soon as possible. They'll just reprint them, you know. In other words, Kaiser was just being mean for no reason again. With the GF Bunko winners off the stage, it was now time for the comic gifted team to pass out their prizes to new manga authors. 4 stepped up, President Jizen handling duties once more. Kaiko Makuniyama, author of the All About Manga version, was not among them, as she had approached the editors directly with her work instead of entering the contest. GF Bunko, meanwhile, did not solicit manuscripts outside of their rookie contest, mainly because novels take a while longer to read. Okay, another big round of applause for the future of Comic Gifted magazine. Once they left the stage, the female MC spoke up. Now, everybody, we're going to hold a meet and greet session on the event floor. We have a lovely dinner spread available for you all, so feel free to dig in. Now the formalities were over. It was time to eat, chat, and exchange business cards. To the majority of the crowd, the awards ceremony didn't really matter. This was the main event. All right, let's get some food. Haruto looked around. Hey, where's Kaiser? Oh. Itsuki looked around, failing to find him. He spotted Kaiser first in line for the dinner buffet, a large plate in one hand and already using the other to grab several cuts of roast beef at once with his tongs. Damn, that was fast. Haruto and Itsuki stared at him, eyes bulging. Before deciding to wait until the line died down, they stood around, drinking wine and checking things out around the buffet, until Kaiser returned. Every square millimeter of his plate was full, the juices from multiple types of food intermingling with one another and even seeping into the sushi. Hey. First one out of the gate this year, too. The two of them gave the satisfied Kaiser incredulous looks. This is all mine. You can't have any. Keep it. Haruto sighed. We should probably get in line, too, Itsuki. Yeah. The buffet had already been cleaned out of most of the choice dishes: roast beef, steak, sushi, caviar, foie gras, crab, lobster, and so on. Sighing, they picked over what was left, mostly starches like pasta, rice pilaf, and paella, and went back to their table. Kaiser was already gloating at them when they arrived. A stand-up party like this is all-out war, you know. Somehow he had obtained 2 more plates for himself. One was focused on desserts like cake and strawberries, the other featured ham, canapé, spring rolls, tandoori chicken, and other not quite marquee but still decent picks. Now I get it, an astonished Itsuki said. First, you jump straight for the popular stuff on your preliminary run, then you take your time picking up the minor league stuff. You even make sure to rifle through the dessert picks before people's attention turns to it. What a pro. You call that professional? lamented Haruto. Hey, they've called me the wolf of the dinner party for 15 years now. That's how I've been in the business for so long. Mr. Fuwa? Oh, huh? Hearing his name called, Haruto turned around and found a massive pair of breasts filling his field of vision. It was Uiao, the beauty in the sultry evening dress, fresh off winning the grand prize. Miss Aio, right? It's nice to meet you. Haruto had trouble figuring out where to direct his eyes as he said hello, but Aio paid it no mind. She looked a little forlorn at first but then broke into a soft smile, as if smitten. Thank you so much for picking my novel for the grand prize. Kaizu sidled up to Haruto. Ahem. My name's Kaizu, I'm one of the other judges, and let me tell you, I was pushing hard for you in the final selection. I never would have made it this far without you, Mr. Fuwa. Aio wholly ignored Kaizu. Her eyes were on Haruto, her cheeks blushing a tad. Huh? I suppose you don't remember me? I apologize, where did we meet? Haruto raked through his memory but ultimately drew a blank. If he talked with a girl as sexy as her, he was pretty sure he'd remember. Well, you came to my school to speak one time. Your school? He did speak to a class of aspiring novelists at a vocational school once, about half a year after his first book. One of the more old-school novelists at GF Bunko begged him to. But was there someone this attractive in the class? Oh wait, he didn't recall the face, but he did think he recalled the chest a little. Yes, there was that one girl, wasn't there? She was really snotty, with black hair and glasses, wearing nothing but black, which made the breasts stand out even more. She totally tuned out Haruto, just sitting there reading a boogie-pop novel instead. Haruto told her to pay attention, and she had replied, I don't want to write novels like yours, just riding trends and doing yet another overpowered isekai hero thing without a shred of originality. I want to make something better, more original and engaging, like boogie-pop and other light novels from the glory days. This angered Haruto enough that he went on an epic tirade about how shallow her mind was and how she lacked the technical skill she needed to ever be a pro, and how she didn't really want to buck the trends so much as she was too slow to read trends and take advantage of them, and also new boogie-pop novels were still coming out, so it wasn't right to name that as a glory days brand. Udamus. He was perfectly flat and logical with the argument, but it still ended up making her cry. And then, just as the school bell rang, he capped it off with a flippant light novels aren't some kid's game, got it? The faculty, and the novelist who asked him to speak, were extremely unimpressed. Yeah, I was pretty young, too, then, wasn't I? He had just ventured into the professional realm, still struggling with money and his career, and he hadn't developed a thick skin against criticism yet. Even now, he didn't think he said anything wrong, but that was beside the point. Oh, wait, were you in that class? Aio's face brightened up. Yes, I was the student who started crying after we got into an argument. My teacher begged me to back off, but I just couldn't let it slide. I barely had the energy to speak in class after that for a while. I guess I was pretty clueless, but you really made me into a grown woman, Mr. Fuwa. People are gonna talk if you phrase it like that. Her cheeks were bright red now, flustering Haruto. Itsuki and Kaizu stared coldly at him. Wow, you really are Prince Manhwa, Itsuki murmured. Fuwa, Kaizu complained. How about we go up to the roof for a bit? For the first time in a while. I'm honestly pissed off at you. No, it's not like that. Itsuki and Kaizu weren't the only ones staring him down. Mako, in her business outfit, had just appeared out of nowhere. Mako, I guess I kind of had the wrong idea about you, Fuwa. No, you do. You really do. You have the wrong idea about having the wrong idea. She had already turned around and stormed off, while Haruto desperately pursued her. I was only joking a little. I didn't expect that, whispered Aio, watching them leave as the flames of competition burned in her eyes. You gotta believe me, Mako. I'm a virgin. I'm really a virgin. All right. Stop shouting it to the world. After somehow managing to convince Mako that she had the wrong idea, Haruto went back to chatting with other writers and exchanging contact info. After a while, the male MC turned his mic back on. "All right, everyone, pardon the interruption, but I'd like to hear a word from Haruto Fuwa, one of the judges for the GF Bunko New Writers Contest, about his overall take on this year's entries." The time had come. Haruto sighed lightly and headed for the stage. This was something one of the three judges had to do every year, and Godo, the Ik, always left the job to the other two. Kaiser beat him at rock paper scissors, so it was Haruto's burden to bear. Fuwa made his writing debut in the 10th GF Bunko New Writers Contest with Chevalier of the New World, the hit novels that got adapted into a TV anime series just this year. Truly, he represents everything GF Bunko is all about. Stop it. GF Bunko had tons of other popular series, to say nothing of Nayuta Kaniway Up in the Clouds. Saying that he was everything GF Bunko is all about seemed beyond presumptuous. Swallowing the shame, he took a few jotted notes out of his pocket. Hello. My name is Haruto Fuwa, and as you just heard, I was one of the judges for this year's GF Bunko New Writers Contest. It was a great honor for someone as young as I am to be given this job, not to mention a little daunting, but none of the other authors who represent this label accepted the offer, so I was forced into the role. The audience giggled a little. The rest of his speech was little different from the inoffensive summary evaluation GF Bunko posted in the results page. The overall level was very high, but many of the entries were strongly influenced by previous works. Some of them were more unique, but many of these were torpedoed by the author's own complacency and lack of insight. It was important to find some weapons of your own and keep your readers fully in mind when writing, and so on. So, yeah, sorry, it's the same kind of unoriginal summary that you hear from every label's rookie prize judges. Another laugh. He was hoping for that. Congratulations once more to this year's prize winners. Your careers as novelists begin here. I want you to consider all the other writers in this room your rivals, and I want you to try to surpass them if you can. Because that will create a stronger GF Bunko, and a stronger publishing industry in turn. Thank you. He gave a nod to the winners, then a deeper bow to the audience. Both applauded as he wiped a sheen of sweat off his brow. He had managed to sound smart and witty through the whole speech without slipping up once, but he had never spoken in front of such a large group before, so his mind was a mess. He didn't tell anyone, but he had practiced this speech over and over again at home. His eyes met Ao's as he stepped down from the stage. She smiled sweetly at him. He pretended not to notice. Itsuki, who had deliberately camped out in front for the speech, grinned at him. Hey, nice one. I'm so tired. Get me out of here. He meant it sincerely. Now I'd like to hear some comments from each of our winners. Will the GF Bunko contest winners please step up? Guided by the MC, the 6 winners went back on stage. Uia was first. She talked about how, back when she was at school, a certain person taught her how hard being a pro really could be. It changed her whole outlook. I studied hard. And now I'm here, a grand prize winner. Haruto was sweating the entire time, all but expecting her to name him, judging by how she kept stealing glances at him. But she never did. Next on the mic was runner-up Makoto Yanagase, who didn't just dress like a salary man but actually was one, too. His comments were perfunctory, polite, and unremarkable, especially compared to the impact "just show me your ass" was already having on the people assembled. He was followed by fellow runner-up Oba Kasamatsu, who still looked kind of peeved. "Thank you for awarding me the runner-up prize in this contest," she began before lowering her voice. But I can't accept this. That got the attention of everyone in the bored-looking audience, Itsuki included. Kasamatsu lifted up her well-sculpted eyebrows and glared at Ao, seated on the right side of the stage. Instead of a novel about someone becoming the demon king of an alternate world and building a harem, like the biggest trend-whoring template of a novel ever, I believe my novel is far more worthy of the grand prize. Being dissed by name seemed to bewilder Ao a bit. She managed to smile as Kasamatsu continued. To be totally honest, all I can say is that the judges don't know what they're doing. Did they select such a by-the-book template novel because all they can write are trend rip-offs of their own, without a shred of originality to them? And I hate how the other runner-up prize was awarded to this perverted filth going on and on about people's butts. If people that aren't talented are judging this contest, then light novels are just going to get even trashier and the more rehashed. Wow. There's about 10 million people just like her on Twitter and 2ch, huh? Itsuki muttered. He wasn't unhappy or angry, just tired of it. Haruto, meanwhile, chuckled a little as he turned an eye toward Uiai on stage. She was red all the way to her ears, staring at the floor and quivering a bit. She was probably recalling herself before she met Haruto, and it must have been killing her. Now is not the time for that. Now is the time for work like mine. Or work like Nayuta Kani's landscape series. High-minded, authentic work. We need to push these books as boldly as we can and rescue the light novel industry from the commercialism that's putting it in a downward spiral. When I make my professional debut, I'm going to be shoulder to shoulder with Nayuta Kani at the top of the hill. And in this era infested with cutasiness, with pornography, with isekai reincarnation, with harems, with little sisters, with demon kings, with overpowered heroes, with all these ridiculous things coming out, we're going to put an end to it and build an age of books with deeper themes, books worthy of readers' evaluation, books that are good. Thank you, Haruto. Not to mention a hefty chunk of the novel, manga, and anime creators in the room, had based their careers off cutasiness, pornography, isekai reincarnation, harems, little sisters, demon kings, and overpowered heroes. Obakasamatsu's abusive speech basically slammed the entire audience at once, but while some of them looked troubled, the majority greeted her with smiles and applause. Why? Because most of them had a time when they felt that way, long ago. They truly believed the values they nurtured were universal, that individual likes and dislikes or right and wrong were just artificial constructs, that what they liked had a more inherent value than anything else. They were naive, and it was painful to look back at. But that naivete taught them that truly creative urges weren't necessarily a bad thing. They knew that if you didn't like current trends, just buck them with your own work, and maybe, just maybe, that naively burning flame in your mind will create a masterpiece that really does change the world. Kasamatsu, expecting a shower of boos, clearly didn't expect this. She gave the crowd a confused look, followed by a cute little bow, and then she briskly returned to her chair. I'd love for that kid to meet Kaneko, Itsuki slyly commented. I don't think she's ever thought of a theme her whole life. Yeah, I agree, Haruto replied with a dark smile. There were no lofty themes, no deep insight Nayuta strove to express in her work. She was just a genius, so she wrote genius-level novels. Faced with someone like that, how would this girl, brutally high-minded but so far capable of nothing aside from copying her idol, even react? The speeches from the 2 honorable mentions and 1 special judges selection winner ended without incident, except a couple jokes that failed to land and people talking too softly to be heard. The gifted manga artists came and went soon after, and before long, it was time for the final event, a raffle giveaway, using the numbers handed out to guests at registration. The prizes included a big screen TV, a new game system, a road bike, a robotic vacuum cleaner, a steam oven, a night at a fancy hotel, and other big-name stuff. But there were only 15 prizes in all, which kept the odds of winning pretty low, so Itsuki was too busy eating and drinking to pay much attention. But after a few drawings, number 126. Do we have 126? The MC looked around. Haruto poked Itsuki. Dude, I'm 125. Weren't you right after me? Itsuki looked at his number. Whoa. Hey, me. I'm 126. He whipped his hand upward, waving it around. Congratulations. The MC responded. Come on up. This made Itsuki beam as he walked over. It had to be a good omen for his anime. It turned out that he won the robotic vacuum, the latest model, capable of cleaning up even the little nooks and crannies older types couldn't manage. That ought to make things easier for Chihiro, he thought, glad to win something so perfectly suited for his life instead of a bike or TV that'd just take up space. "All right," the MC said, pointing the mic his way. "What's your name?" "My name's Itsuki Hashima, and I debuted with the 10th GF Bunko New Writers Contest. I'm writing sisterly combat and all about my little sister right now. I'm gonna build a whole new era, and I'm not gonna let the new guys zoom right by me any longer." Cheers and applause greeted him. He didn't mean to boast like that. But these things happen. With the drawing over, the party came to a close, and the chief editor of Gifted Publishing rounded things out with a speech. When he wrapped it up, there was one more tradition to carry out, an Ichojime, where everyone in the audience claps once at the same time to wish GF Bunko and Comic Gifted good fortune for the next year. With that, the party was over. The attendees would now either be returning home or going out drinking or singing karaoke with their friends, but otherwise, there were no particular plans. "Itsuki," Haruto said, "I'm gonna go out drinking with Kaizu and the gang." "You're coming, too, right?" His friend shook his head. "No, I gotta get home." "Really? Something up?" "I'm in pretty deep shit for Volume 6." And Nayuta was no doubt writing her new novel now, too. He couldn't let her get ahead. "Ah, well, best of luck." "Thanks." Haruto walked toward Kaizu. He had a group of 10 or so with him, including Uiao and a few other newbies. "Oh, Itsuki Hashima?" came a sharp voice behind him. It was Obikasamatsu, still in her high school uniform. She glared at him, eyes smoldering with energy. "I'm going to build that new era." "Excuse me." With a quick bow, she trotted off. Itsuki blankly watched her go for a while. Then he smiled. "Prove it, you little shit." "I'm the only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Nayuta Kani." "Neither Obikasamatsu, nor the other prize winners, nor any other writer out there can beat me." This brazen little girl mouthing off at me really lit a fire. "Let's take that passion and throw it into my work." Burning to write, Itsuki left the event space. The after party. After the awards ceremony and party ended, Haruto and Kaizu joined a few other writers for an after party. These were sometimes officially held by the publisher during awards events like these, and while GF Bunko themselves didn't organize anything, there was a tradition of the new winners going out with the judges to network and chat about cutting it in the industry. Obikasamatsu and Soma Misaka, being underage, had to go home, but the other 4 winners were in the group. The after party was held in a private room in an izakaya that was open all night. The walls between rooms were thick enough to make serious conversation possible, allowing writers to vent and spread gossip without worrying about people outside the circle listening. There were 10 in all: Haruto, Kaizu, the 4 winners, and 4 of Kaizu's and Haruto's male writer friends. Haruto sat down at the table, only to find Uiao, who had walked behind him the entire trip over, sitting right next to him. She had been after him this whole evening. It was frankly scary, as were the stares Kaizu and the others were giving him. Once they were all seated with drinks, they kicked off with a toast. Haruto ordered a Hoey Garden Original White. Uiao did the same. "Listen, Mr. Fuwa, let me thank you again for that talk in my class." He shook his head lightly. No, I really didn't do anything." This wasn't modesty on his part. He meant it. Even if his tirade in that school classroom roused her into changing her life, winning the grand prize was entirely the result of her own efforts. "Boy," Kaizu said with another unsettling smile, "I sure wish you could tell me the whole story, Fuwa, about how you got all your pieces in place with her, you know. In detail." "Pieces?" "It's really not like that." A distressed Haruto looked at Uiao. She was blushing a little, making a meaningful smile. "I first met Mr. Fuwa when..." She went into the full story. Kaizu was impressed. "Well, dang. I'm gonna have to teach at a vocational school, too. Then I can freak out at my students and whisper light novels aren't some kid's game. Got it?" into her ear in the sexiest voice I got. That ought to trigger all the flags I need. I didn't whisper it into her ear. Haruto was bright red now. It was an embarrassing memory to recall, and having a group of other people hear it made him wish his head could explode. He tried to paint a happy smile on himself. But hey, what about you guys? Like, what inspired you to become a writer? What works influenced you? How about you, Yanagase? He decided to address Makoto Yanagase first, mainly because he was seated across from him, the man behind the bombshell. The goddess must be punished. I'll save the world for you, so just show me your ass. And all the craziness inside it. Me? He asked once the topic was thrown his way, looking dead serious. I wrote that book because I like spanking. Well, at least he didn't beat around the bush. Wow, neat. So, may I go into a little more detail? Yanagase asked, cutting off Haruto before he could ask someone else. Sure, of course, he replied, since saying no was out of the question. Yanagase used a finger to push the bridge of his glasses up. I was sexually aroused by spanking a woman's rear end for the first time on the night of my 15th birthday. It was like he was giving a presentation to his office. With clear, logical speech, peppered with occasional bouts of passion, he discussed his attraction to the spanking scene, bringing up anecdotes from his personal life and data from fellow enthusiasts. The seminar lasted a good 15 minutes or so before he wrapped it up. Haruto and the rest gave him a spontaneous round of applause. They couldn't empathize with all of it, but his passion certainly came across. Thank you very much, he said solemnly, using a wet towel to wipe his brow. I was expecting you to be put off. But you all seem more open-minded than that. Oh, no, I'm pretty put off, admitted Kaizu, but you won't find anyone here who'll criticize your personal hobbies. I can see that. Now I'm glad I decided to write that novel. An ever so slight smile materialized on Yanagase's face. So how about you go next, Mr. Kaiso? Yoshihiro Kaiso, the 67-year-old author of Sengoku Kenpuden, who looked like a living, breathing samurai himself, was the most elderly prize winner in GF Bunko history. Well, I finished the novel I wrote to pass the time after I retired, and this just happened to be the nearest contest time-wise. That was all, really, he said in a calm, sober voice. Did you know it was a light novel contest? I'd never even heard of light novels until after I was notified. Really? Haruto was shocked. So do you have any ideas for your next novel? Well, setting foot into a completely unknown world at this age must be fate at work, I'd say. I don't know how far I can dive into it, but I'm prepared to fight it out in the light novel world until my strength fails me. Damn. This is the coolest grandpa ever. Kaiso's philosophic approach deeply affected Haruto. That's great. So, Mr. Kamo, Tadashi Kamo was the 30-something stubble-bearded author of Illegal Trial. The judges liked his themes and characters, but the prose itself was rough in spots. Well, you know, I'm out of work. His subdued speech came in fits and starts. I was out of money, so I kind of sent this as you know, my last chance. He offered nothing else, instead returning to his beer. So there was a straight-laced, spanking-obsessed salaryman, an aloof-from-the-world retiree, and an unemployed bum. The busty beauty and haughty, high-minded high schooler's impact attracted most of the attention, but the others were real pieces of work as well. And with their debut, Haruto thought, hopefully they'll survive in this industry for a while to come. With the final trains of the night coming soon, the after-party drew to a close. Kaizu and Kaiso went home, while Yanagase, Kamo, and the other 4 friends announced their intention to drink till morning. Haruto was intending to retire himself, but just as he was leaving the restaurant, Aio called him over. Mr. Fuwa, do you want to be together a little longer? Just the two of us? Her cheeks were faintly red, her eyes moistened, her chest enormous. Haruto thought he would be sucked right into her before regaining his composure. Sorry, I need to get home. Oh. She let out a disappointed, bewitching sigh. Well, Can we exchange information? Oh, sure. All right. They gave each other business cards, along with phone numbers and online IDs. Splitting up with the crowd at the station, Haruto boarded the train and sat down, only to find that AI almost immediately sent him a text. It thanked him again for her big break, expressed joy at seeing him today, and invited him to meet her some other time. She sure is pushy, he thought, smiling as he read through the long message, before tensing up at its final sentence. I won't lose to that cute lady in editorial. Damn, she's really gunning for me. Am I gonna be okay? Haruto, the virgin, felt the telltale signs of a new romantic comedy on the horizon, and shuddered. Meanwhile, in her mind, I gotta work harder, 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 I got to work harder. I gotta work harder, 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 I gotta work. the main heroine. It was 4 p.m. on a late November day. At a recording studio in Tokyo, the vocal session for the drama CD included with the All About My Little Sister, Volume 6, special edition was about to begin. The anime would be formally announced in January alongside Volume 6's release, and the main cast would also be revealed. The same actors were appearing in the drama CD and main series, which meant this session would be a kind of warm-up for the anime. The dramatic choices fleshed out here would be reflected in the anime, and if the drama CD turned out well, everyone could expect big things from the TV series. If not, the negative buzz could doom the anime before it began. After the recording, the cast, staff, and original author were slated to participate in a sort of before party, the opposite of an after party, where everyone would go out drinking to build teamwork before the project began in earnest. After parties were common in this business, before parties were not. As a result, all the main staff were on hand at the studio: director Munrai Tarui, screenwriter Masahiko Hirugano, producer Tsutomu Oshima, production assistant Keiko Yamada, and casting manager Masaki Asakura. The people on the anime's audio side, including Takuro Norakura, were handling the drama CD as well. A few people from the record and TV company also showed up. From GF Bunko, there was creator and drama CD writer Itsuki, his editor, Kenjiro Toki, Satoshi Godo, manga author Kaiko Makuniyama, her editor, Kohei Tokuyama, and another young manga artist who'd be drawing a report in comic form for Gifted magazine. Having a dozen or so people in the control room at once made for pretty cramped conditions. The recording booth, on the other hand, only had to hold the 7 people appearing in the CD, and they had ample space to work with. Looking at the cast through the soundproof glass, Itsuki could see them silently preparing in all the ways they saw fit, checking the script, playing with their phones, eating some udon from the convenience store. The manga reporter furtively said, during downtime like this, does the voice talent ever chat or look over the scripts with one another? That depends, audio director Norakura replied. The cast here hasn't really worked together before, so this is about what I'd expect at the start. They'll get friendlier once they spend more time recording together. Depending on the project. The portent to Tarui's final remark unnerved the reporter. I see. I was hoping I could depict them goofing around with each other in the manga, so said Tokuyama. You just need to write it like all the actors got along great even before recording began, making them a solid team from the get-go. I can do that. That's how it works, Godo intoned. Okay. The entirely cowed reporter said. Kaiko giggled a little. It's sure feeling behind the scenes now, isn't it? She said to Itsuki, but Itsuki was too fixated on the script to respond, checking right up to the end for typos or oddly worded dialogue. A lot was riding on this drama CD for him, and Kaiko, picking up on this, decided to let him focus. The script for this drama CD ran for about 20 A4 pages, the equivalent of 30-ish pages in a paperback. In terms of time, this should be enough to produce 50 to 60 minutes of audio drama. Soon, it was time to start. This being the first time everyone in the anime project was on hand, Tarui, Oshima, and Itsuki entered the recording booth to say hello to the cast first. The director and producer were certainly used to this, smiling as always and saying stuff like let's work together to make this a great anime, and start off by making this drama CD a success and so on. Itsuki, meanwhile, was much more halting. I'm Itsuki Hashima, the creator. This is my first anime and my first recording session, so honestly, I don't know what I'm doing yet. But as the original creator, I'll do my best for you. So please, I hope you'll respect all my beloved children and work together to make them shine even more. Thank you. He bowed his head as the rest of the cast said thank you in return. Then he stumbled back to the control room, wiping away the sweat. Toki chuckled at him. That sounded kinda suspicious to me. But at least you strung it together. Itsuki frowned. All right, Norikura said into the booth mic. Let's just go ahead, starting with page 1 and ending on page 10, line 5, when the chapter ends. Okay, the cast replied in unison, the two actors with the first lines standing up and taking the scripts to their mics. As professional as they were, there was no guarantee they'd be perfect from the very start, so audio directors usually started with having them play it out to a certain point, then used that to decide how to proceed. Ensuring that everyone was in place, Norikura flipped a few switches. A light on the booth's wall turned on. That was their signal. Big brother, you're so stupid. Out of nowhere, Yukiko's actor raised her voice in front of the mic. Her brother Kazuma had just seen her naked, and she was angry about it, a pretty typical scene from the main story. Wait, Yukiko. You can't go around like that, you're indecent. This is your fault. You blew up the bathroom, Kazuma. The actor's voice for Yukiko had sounded a little young to Itsuki during the audition, but now she sounded much closer to the image he had of the character. Her voice was naturally high, so it was kind of a stretch, but her manner of speaking was spot on. He could tell she had been studying the novels. Kazuma, meanwhile, sounded a little too laid back to Itsuki. The character was handsome and reserved but prone to eccentric turns of phrase, so he wanted the actor to up the silliness a bit. He wrote all this down in the script, placing check marks next to misspoken lines as he listened to the action. When they reached line 5 of page 10, Norikura spoke up once more. Okay, we're good. Thanks a lot for that. Take a break for a bit. Then he turned to Itsuki and Tarui. So how did that grab you? Well, how about I let the creator begin? Tarui suggested. Oh, sure, Itsuki said. Yukiko was fine as is, but if possible, he wanted her just a smidge lower in tone. Kazuma needed more emotion, along with more hysteria for the gags he delivered. Yukiko sounded overly domineering, so she needed to rein that in a bit. Shingo needed this and that. And so on, and so on. I agree with Itsuki about Yukiko, Kazuma, and Shingo, Tarui commented, but I think this direction is good for Yukiko. Oh, you think? Itsuki asked. I think that if we rein her in any further, she's gonna be totally swallowed up by the rest of the cast. She won't stand out at all. Maybe so. No, but it just doesn't feel right like this. True, Hirugana the screenwriter commented, she sounds a bit haughty to me right now, but I'm with the director on this one. Clamming her up would thin out the character. Maybe we could apply a fix in some other way. Yeah, why don't we try changing her panties? This out of left field suggestion was offered, of course, by Kaiko. Yukiko's acting reminds me of a pair of black full lace panties, but maybe we could have her imagine being more adventurous, with a Brazilian or something. I have no idea what that means. Itsuki, Tarui, and Hirugana all gave her confused looks. Only Norikura looked convinced. I see. Let's try going with that. He began directing the cast. And he really did say that to the actor playing Yukiko. Instead of elegant lace briefs, try picturing yourself secretly sporting a daring Brazilian thong or bikini bottom. Okay, we're rolling. Let's take it from the top to page 10, line 5. One more time. He turned on the signal. It was time for take 1. Yukiko performed even better than in the test take. Norikura's direction visibly improved Kazuma's performance. And after Yukiko received the total mystery of an instruction, I will gladly serve as your foe. On guard. How in there? Itsuki couldn't help but groan in shock. The logic behind it was an utter mystery to him, but she sounded far better than before. Exactly how he pictured Yukiko would talk. He glanced at Tarui and gave a proud nod, accidentally peeking at Kaiko's eyes along the way. She had an "aren't I just the best?" sneer, which he wasn't the biggest fan of, but if it turned out this well, he had to accept it. They ran up to page 10, line 5, then went back to clean up lines with acting issues, incorrect wording, or noise in the mic before taking a break. The tension around the control room loosened up, and the cast now harmoniously talking among themselves. A far cry from before the session began. Itsuki hadn't been to any other sessions before this. But he liked this atmosphere. The audio director seemed to know his stuff, and despite all his misgivings at the audition, the voices and acting were both free of issues. Unlike Chevalier of the New World, which was full of groan-inducing deliveries, All About My Little Sister now seemed like a safe bet on the voice front. First, we put everything we have into making this drama CD good. Just when Itsuki was reaffirming his confidence in himself, Godo's phone started to vibrate. He left the room to pick it up. And when he came back a little while later, he looked tense. He always looked kind of scary, of course, but now it was more so than usual. For a change, he looked truly upset. I got a fire to put out. Ken, you watch over things here, huh? Godo was in too much of a hurry to explain matters to Toki, tossing his script and pen into his bag and preparing to go. What's up, boss? The editor-in-chief thought for a moment or two before opening his mouth. Miss Kanny's fallen ill. His face turned white the instant the words reached his ears. Nayu? Kaiko cried in alarm. Kanaku. Itsuki stood up to confront Godo. What happened? How is she? Is she okay? I don't know the details, Godo gruffly replied. They're examining her at the hospital right now. She didn't come to her regular meeting, so Yamagata went to the hotel and found her unresponsive in her room. I'm heading over now. Let me join you, Itsuki reflexively shouted. You can't, Itsuki. If you leave here right now. I know that. Itsuki lost his temper at Toki. This drama CD was the preliminary round for the whole anime project. Its importance couldn't be underestimated. Toki, Kaiko, Tarui, and Hirugano knew the novels well, but without the original creator, not to mention the drama CD's writer, on hand, they wouldn't be able to cover all the little details. The quality would have to suffer, and that could adversely affect the anime as well. But still, what do you want me to do? I'm more worried about her than the drama CD. Toki didn't have an answer to that. Tarui and the others looked on silently. You should go to her, Mr. Hashima. It was Kaiko's gentle voice he heard first. If you can be there for your beloved, I'm sure Nayu will be just fine. Leave the rest of this to us. Kaiko. Godo sighed. Come on, let's get going. Thank you, sir. Itsuki turned to Tarui, face concerned. Sorry, something urgent came up. I leave the rest to you. Yep, I'll take care of it, Tarui replied, as detached as always. Itsuki bowed deeply to him, then left the control room. Itsuki Hashima had lost two people he held dear in the past. The first was his mother. The other was Kasuko Sekigahara, the other person, the one who inspired him to become a writer. The author of Ace Sisters All You Need, one of his all-time favorites. And of course, people die. Suddenly losing someone important to you wasn't a matter for the far future. It wasn't a work of fiction. It was something that happened in real life, to everyone. He hadn't forgotten that. He hadn't, but for some reason, maybe he thought, it had all wait for me, and now he was gritting his teeth in the taxi to the hospital, both hands balled into fists. The taxi took about half an hour between the studio and Nayuta's hospital. They met Yamagata at the lobby. How is Miss Kanny? They said she needs to stay here for 3 or so days, but she'll live. Godo breathed a sigh of relief as Itsuki threw himself on a seat. She's diagnosed with overwork, lack of sleep, and a light case of malnutrition. I was too careless with her. I'm deeply sorry. Yamagata bowed her head down to Godo. What room is she in? Her boss asked. 702. Godo looked at Itsuki. I'll head up after talking with Yamagata a little. Can you go see her first? Itsuki stood, snapping out of it. Thank you, sir. And with that, he all but ran into the ward. Kanaku. Reaching room 702, Itsuki threw open the door without knocking. Hi. Nayuta, sitting on her bed and leaning against the reclining back, let out a surprised yelp. She had a hospital gown on, and 4 drip attached to her left arm, and a smartphone in her right hand. She looked a little strained but overall healthy. Itsuki sighed a little. Itsuki. She turned toward him, legs dangling from the bed. Why are you I came to see you, came the blunt reply. But isn't the drama CD recording today? I left. You left. Is that okay? I really don't know. But it doesn't matter. Itsuki wrested back control of the subject. What happened? Why are you here? With a vague smile, Nayuta awkwardly averted her eyes. Well, I once went without sleep 3 nights in a row playing this video game, so I thought I'd be fine working like that for a little bit, but we both can see how that turned out. Guess I'm not as young as I used to be, ha ha ha. I went to the convenience store for some snacks every now and again, but I guess that wasn't super healthy, huh? The doctor was pretty mad at me. Of course he was. You dumbass. Itsuki winced. Then noticed the phone in Nayuta's hand. He approached her, grabbed her arm, and looked at it. It had a text editor with a novel open. She was working in here, too. Look. He removed his hand and glared at her. Why are you working yourself so hard like this? This isn't like you at all. Do you want to be recognized that badly, like by the movie staff, or the stars? Or, he practically spat out the words, his face contorted in pain. No. Nayuta shouted back, just as angry. I only want you to recognize me, Itsuki. Huh? He had no idea what she meant. He was the one struggling to get anywhere near Nayuta's level. I mean. Her face scrunched up. Itsuki, you're working so hard. Not just in novels, but in manga and anime work, too. And Maya's working so hard part-time. She's so cool, so pretty, so radiant. If someone that wonderful confessed her love, then anyone would love her back. Sniff. NMGH. Tears started to form. So I thought I had to work hard, too. So I did. I mean, when I don't work hard, you never pay attention to me. So I wanted to work hard, so I'd shine like Maya did. I needed to be a good author, or else you won't love me. She was crying like a child now. Itsuki's eyes floated around the room. He felt terrible. Ugh, damn it all. He raised his voice, scratched his hair, and finally looked straight at Nayuta. All right, Kaneko, listen to me, huh? The only person I love is you. Even if you don't do any work at all, even if you act all lame, even if you aren't shining at all, even if you were never a good novelist in the first place, I would, and I do. I love you. He shouted it out, face turning red. Nayuta, tears in her eyes, stared blankly at him for a while, blushing straight across to her ears. Itsuki grabbed her by the shoulders, bringing his face closer to hers. The emotions running across his flushed face weren't shame, or love, or something just as sickly sweet. It was anger. A dangerous look, one totally unsuited for confessing one's love. It was anger at how he was straying from his own beliefs and resolve here. Anger at being such a coward that, right now, he had no other choice. I want to be with you. I want you to stay with me forever. I'm not really anything yet, but when I become a protagonist on an even level with Kaneko, then I'm gonna tell her that I love her. And I know it's not fair to her, but I need her to wait until then. That resolve, as stated to Haruto long ago, was shattered. He could feel a blade being thrust into his dreams. The pain made it feel like his chest would burst open. But even if it meant bending his resolve, even if it meant killing off his beliefs, he wanted to be with Nayuta. He didn't to give her up to anyone else. He didn't want to let go. Not until he died. This love, to him, was more important than his anime's success, than his success. He was more scared of losing her than losing his dreams. Guess I can't criticize Dad anymore, he thought, laughing to himself. And Nayuta's response to Itsuki's request had been decided long in advance. Okay. The smartphone in her right hand fell to the floor. She took that hand, and her left arm attached to the fore, and wrapped them around Itsuki, burying her face in his chest. But, she said, her voice anxious, are you sure, Itsuki? About what? I'm a pretty big pain to deal with. I know that, and I'm probably really heavy. Huh? In what way? The weight of my love. Itsuki squinted with a warm smile as his tears welled up. You're the main heroine of my story, and any good story needs weight. Itsuki enveloped Nayuta in a passionate embrace, and with that, Itsuki Hashima and Nayuta Kani had become lovers. A new story begins. The day I had a lover. On that day in late November during the recording session for the drama CD for the special edition of All About My Little Sister, Volume 6, when Itsuki Hashima heard Nayuta Kani was in the hospital, he immediately abandoned his duties and ran straight over. Finding her at the clinic, and discovering why she had overworked herself to the point of physical breakdown, Itsuki finally caved. He had wanted to wait on this until he was sure he was a protagonist on equal footing with Nayuta, but he was out of time. "I want to be with you. I want you to stay with me forever." Nayuta, of course, had been infatuated with Itsuki for far too long to turn him down. And with that, they were officially lovers. They held each other tight, as if confirming each other's feelings. After 5, 10, 20, 30 seconds with Nayuta's haggard frame in his arms, Itsuki couldn't help but think, "It's okay if I keep doing this forever, right?" He wasn't sure when to let go. Not that he wanted to. He really could do it forever, to be frank. The sensation of her soft breasts through their clothing and the heat of her breath, as she buried her face in his chest, filled Itsuki with an indescribable happiness. But Nayuta was ill and still attached to an 4-bag. They couldn't be here all day. Still, she showed no sign of letting go. First, should he let go, or shouldn't he? As Itsuki agonized over the question, "Is it alright if I come in?" "Whoa." Itsuki hurriedly pushed away from Nayuta at the sound of the gravelly, heavy voice behind him. At the doorway, looking into the room, was Satoshi Godo, the mafia-like editor-in-chief of the GF Bunko label. Next to him was Kiraru Yamagata, Nayuta's editor. "I'm glad it's nothing too serious, Kani." "Thank you," Nayuta sullenly replied, annoyed at having their embrace interrupted. Godo smirked a bit at this, then turned to Itsuki. "Well, I suppose we can all breathe a sigh of relief." "Why yeah," said Itsuki, blushing. "All right, Hashima. You've got work to do." Itsuki's eyebrows arched upward. The drama CD recording was still in progress. It was about half an hour by car from the hospital back to the studio. He should be able to make it back before the session ended. This time, at least, Itsuki had set his ideals aside enough to put Nayuta ahead of everything else. But that didn't mean he had lost his resolve to become a hero on Nayuta's level. If anything, acting on his feelings for her ahead of schedule just made him want to achieve the second part of his mission even sooner. First, this drama CD. Shaking off any remaining desires to stay with Nayuta now that their feelings were out in the open, he resolved to devote everything he had to making this production a winner. "Okay, Kaniku, see you later. I gotta get back to work." Nayuta answered his farewell with a slightly forlorn look before giving him a soft smile. "All right, Itsuki. Good luck." The girlfriend's reaction. By the time Itsuki made it back to the studio, they had already completed their first pass through the script. Anime director Moonlight Arui, audio director Takuro Norakura, novel editor Kenjaro Toki, and manga artist Kaiko Makuniyama were busy wrapping up the final check work on the results. After giving a heartfelt apology for abandoning the recording for personal reasons, Itsuki went over the audio from the start. The rest of the voice cast and staff would have to wait in the meantime. Of course, there was time for this. The schedule was pretty loose today, since they all planned to go out and party that night anyway. But he knew this was still putting a lot on everyone. Banishing the pangs of guilt from his mind, he took a script in hand and focused on listening to the audio. On page 5, I'd like Kazuma's third line to be "and that's me, not and it's me." Shingo's second line, page 12, I'm sorry. The error in the script was my bad. It should be sorcery, not magic. Page 14, Yakiko's second line, The way she said "I sure hope so" was kind of on the optimistic side. But I'm picturing more of an anxious delivery. Little nuance and scripting issues like these, things only the original writer himself would pick up on, were weeded out one by one, a repetitive but efficiently performed process. A while later, about 90 minutes later than planned, the session was over. Mr. Hashima, as they headed for the site of their before party, a worried-looking Kaiko turned to Itsuki. How was Neu doing? He had informed the staff upon arriving that nothing was seriously wrong with Nayuta. But that must not have been enough to fully assuage her concerns. They want to keep her in the hospital for 3 days, but she seemed to be doing well. Oh, Kaiko replied, visibly relieved. But we should tell Maya, shouldn't we? If she's free tomorrow, I'd like to go with her to the hospital. Why yeah? Mako Shirakawa's sudden appearance in the conversation unnerved Itsuki. About 2 months ago, she had professed her love to him, and he had turned her down. One of the main reasons Nayuta overworked herself was so she could shine brighter than Mako, lest her rival snatch Itsuki away from her. Mako deserved to know he and Nayuta were officially a couple. Now, when Mako visited Nayuta tomorrow, he decided he wanted to be there so they could give the news. Anxiously, he wondered how she would react. The next day, when Kaiko and Mako came to visit the hospital, Itsuki and Nayuta gave them the whole story. Mako just sat there for a little bit, her expression hovering between smiling and frowning, occasionally offering vague responses, like ho and hm and ak, but in time, the smile in her eyes and lips became something gentle and sincere. Well, congrats, I guess. To both of you. Thanks. Blushing slightly, Itsuki avoided her gaze as if he'd just confessed to a crime. Nayuta, for her part, gave him a vague sort of expression, similar to Mako's not long ago. Sorry, Maya. Mako smiled a bit. I told you before, there's no need to apologize. Really, congratulations, Nayu. Nayuta teared up a little. Thank you, Maya. Mako gave her another smile, then turned to Itsuki. Itsuki, I want you to make Nayu happy, alright? If you make her cry or anything, I'm gonna break your collarbone. Okay. Itsuki's lips formed a terrified smile, while Mako smiled back and said, you gave me your word, okay? There were tears in her eyes, too. The trio was brimming with emotion. Kaiko Makuniyama, the additional person in the room, was a little lost at sea watching them. I don't know much about the, subtleties of a moment like this. But if my hunch is correct, did you have a thing for Mr. Hashima, Maya? The other three looked back at her, and what they were thinking was written clearly on their faces. Now you ask. Oh, Mako said with a snicker, I guess I never told you, huh? I told Itsuki I loved him a while ago, but he turned me down. Oh. Kaiko had a look of half surprise, half wonder at the offhand confession. She peered closely at Itsuki, stunned by this turn of events. Mr. Hashima, you're more of a hot commodity than I thought. As ashamed as I am to hear that, yes, was the muted reply. By the way, Maya, what is it that you like about Mr. Hashima, huh? Mako exclaimed. That's where you wanna go with this conversation. Kaiko's question also seemed to inspire Nayuta. Oh, come to think of it, I never asked, either. Why did you fall in love with Itsuki anyway? Nayu? Not you, too. Mako turned toward Itsuki, and he blushed when her slightly tearful eyes met his. Don't make her say it right in front of me, guys. Nayuta protested. He has a point. Kaiko agreed. But, Itsuki, aren't you interested in hearing at all? Itsuki found himself seriously considering the subject. Well, I mean, of course he was interested. What had kindled Mako's feelings for him? And when did it all start? It honestly baffled him. In order to grow as a person, and get some more ideas for the characters in his novels, he absolutely wanted to hear all the details. He silently looked to her with anticipation. NNMGH. Mako teared up even more, and in the next moment, anger blazed across her face. Will you people quit it? I just had my heart broken. Itsuki brushed me off like 2 months ago, and today I learn he and Nayuta are a couple. That was kind of the death blow for me, you know. Do you understand what I'm going through? I need major emotional support right now. Just put me in the hospital myself for heartbreak, why don't you? Can you at least try to understand? All right. I'm sorry. Maya, Itsuki, Nayuta, and Kaiko all hung their heads in shame. Mako sighed deeply. I'm sorry. I sounded like a total idiot just now, didn't I? Let's just pretend that never happened. The others silently nodded. Mako, once she got her breath back, gave them a tiny smile. But anyway, congratulations, Itsuki and Nayu. I gotta go home for today, but let's hang once you're out of the hospital, okay? Sure. Get well soon, okay? Mako said as she turned toward the door. Yeah, get well soon, Kaiko echoed as she followed her out. Itsuki, the only one left, turned back toward Nayuta. I was a little too mean to her. She sighed. I bet she'll forgive you. Nayuta nodded. I know. Maya's too nice and gentle not to do that, but we can't ask her to always be that way, either. No, love may have budded between them, but it had just withered for someone else. That was something Itsuki knew he couldn't afford to forget. I need to get it together more. As a person, as a writer. As a man, his resolve from before was stronger than ever now. I better get going, too, he said. All right. Nayuta nodded, her cheeks reddening a little. Hey, Itsuki, kiss me. Itsuki, face fully red, stared at her for a few moments. All right. Nayuta, just as red, closed her eyes and puckered her lips. Itsuki lightly placed his hands on both of her shoulders and suddenly noticed that each beat of his heart felt stronger than usual. He leaned in toward Nayuta. This would be the first kiss for both of them. But fortunately there were no tooth-on-tooth incidents or other disasters as their lips met. It lasted less than a second, really just long enough for them to sense the contact between them, but their faces still felt like they were on fire. Naya. Opening her eyes, she smiled a dreamy, melty smile. Itsuki averted his eyes, unable to look at her face. Okay, see ya, he blurted out as he all but fled the room. The editor's reaction. I call for the oldest tortoise in the land, the stoutest of shields, the black of twilight, never swallowed by any raging waters, the great reptile of miracles, the all-encompassing master of illusion. Heed my summons and make your power manifest. Genbu. With his power words, the large pentacle Kyoaki drew upon the land lit up in a blinding flash, and the form of a naked woman appeared from its center. She was almost inhumanly beautiful, gifted with voluminous breasts. I, Genbu, one of the four holy sisters, have heeded the call of my big brother. I will forever be at your command. With that detached introduction, the girl, Genbu, heaved her soft, malleable twin peaks and bowed deeply. Kyoaki coolly nodded, a smile forming at the corners of his lips. Yes, thank you very much. Behind him, a loud, brash voice rang out. Congratulations, my elder brother. Wow, big bro. You finally got all four of us together. Well done, sir. Yeah, replied Kyoaki, smiling as he turned around. There, he saw three similarly naked young women, their forms all closely resembling Genbu. Seiryu, the girl with deep blue eyes and a calm smile. Suzaku, a slightly younger-looking girl with a bit of volume in her bangs, and Byako, a silver-haired girl whose eyes revealed a stronger-willed interior. Together with the girl just summoned from the pentacle, these four beauties were the ultimate siblings of legend, the four holy sisters. Over 1,000 years ago, famed spiritualist Abe no Seimai, the man fabled in myth as the luckiest big brother to ever exist in history, banded these sisters together to live out the pinnacle of sibling life. 10 years ago, Seimai's distant descendant Kyoaki Tsuchimikado happened across a tome containing a forbidden family secret, the spells required to summon the four holy sisters. He had devoted himself heart and soul to deciphering this ancient grimoire, and now he had finally succeeded in bringing this sacred quartet back to the world. Hey, Kyoaki couldn't help but smile to himself. The thought of all the days, all the years of Big Brother bliss awaiting him filled his heart with untamed joy. Hey, ha ha ha. The four legendary sisters looked on longingly as his laughter echoed into the sky. This prologue was followed by several dozen pages of the five of them flirting, engaging in light foreplay, etc. Well, I'm finished reading. The ordeal complete, Kenjaro tossed the manuscript on the Lokotatsu table with an inscrutable look on his face. This was yet another spec proposal for a new novel series from Mitsuki Hashima, a slice-of-life plot, if you had to assign it a genre. There were a few elements of romance and fighting, too, but those were mere accents to the main focus of depicting Kyoaki and his swinging new family, harem life. What do you think? Itsuki asked from the other side of the table, a little tense. On the day he reported to Mako that he and Nayuta were now a couple, he came back home and swore to himself that he had to grow, as a person and as an author. He then dove straight into writing, spending the next 2 days whipping up this new sample piece with hardly a break for sleeping. Personally, he thought he was really onto something with this one, but only his editor could give the final judgment. Well, Toki paused a moment to think. In a word, it was fun. A wave of relief spread over Itsuki's face. The four heroines are all cute, Toki continued. A little nasty, too. And the dialogue between them and the protagonist feels really alive. It was a neat read. Right. Slice-of-life stories like these have a tendency to be too middle-of-the-road and unengaging, but you're doing a good job at adjusting the tempo throughout while still keeping it laid back and accessible. That balance isn't something you can just sit down and teach yourself, you know. I feel like I'm experiencing a new side of Itsuki Hashima, the author. Oh, wow. Itsuki didn't even notice the smile spreading across his face at this unprecedented torrent of positive feedback from his editor. But these four heroines, they kind of all have the same character traits, don't they? Itsuki answered with a dissatisfied lift of his eyebrows. Well, I mean, they're gonna have to be a little similar, given that they all love their big brother a whole lot and stuff. Sure, but I'm talking more on, like, a fundamental level. It kinda feels like you've taken the personality of a single person and divvied it out to 4 different characters. Toki paused, searching for the words, before deciding to just be honest. These heroines, they're all canny, aren't they? What? Itsuki's eyes widened. He grabbed at the manuscript on the table, carefully reading it over. Big tits, silver hair, blue eyes, teased hair, expressionless, mysterious, innocent, petite, wispy, pale, naked. Yes, those are all traits of Nayuta, aren't they? No, it can't be. I never noticed. Plus, the sisters inexplicably do that Naiara thing at the main hero every now and then. Sound familiar? Gah! His editor's observation knocked Itsuki for a loop. And it's perfectly fine to model your characters after real people, of course. But you really didn't notice? NNNHH. Itsuki looked down, face red, as Toki rolled his eyes at him. He had created a heroine, 4 heroines, actually, based off someone Toki knew, then banged out several dozen pages depicting his hero fooling around with them. It's a writer's job to describe what he's picturing in his mind. Yes, but this was a little too shameful. It wasn't even purposeful. He was completely oblivious. Oh, I can't believe how embarrassing this is. Toki looked down warmly as Itsuki writhed around on the floor, flailing in shame. Hey, I know how it feels when you kick off a relationship. Everything's still all lovey-dovey between you guys. There's nothing to be that ashamed of. Gah! The light taunting from Toki made Itsuki roll around even more violently. Thanks to Satoshi Godo and Kirara Yamagata, who had witnessed the event firsthand, the news had already spread far and wide across the editorial department. Yeah, congrats on finding yourself someone so cute. Toki grinned. "No, lovey-dovey. Was getting the first girlfriend in my life enough to make me this insufferable? Is it so bad it's unconsciously leaking into my writing? Ag, this whole time, I thought I was pursuing the unattainably, unrealistically perfect little sister, but now my real girlfriend's showing up in it. God damn it. I hate people with an actual love life. Oh wait, that's me now. I hate myself. I hate myself." Toki politely waited for his suffering author to settle down and breathe before he chose to speak again. "By the way, Itsuki." Itsuki replied, muffled by the floor. "What are you gonna do with this sample? Because personally, I think that if we could deal with this identical character issue, I wouldn't mind if we officially went with this as a new series." Itsuki silently sat up, HMPH. And neatly tore the manuscript on the table in half, shoving it into his wastebasket. This new series proposal never existed. "Let's go with it, please." Toki grinned at this heartfelt request. Now that he's got a girl, he thought, it'd be nice if he could try something based on his own experiences instead of obsessing over little sister tropes. But Toki still knew this obsession was the engine that fired the rest of author Itsuki Hashima's soul. So he didn't try to force him in a new direction. Not as long as things were going, relatively, well. This was Toki's 5th year as Itsuki's editor. He had worked part-time at G.F. Bunko's editorial department for 2 years while attending night classes before the editor-in-chief recommended him for a permanent job at Gift Publishing, and Itsuki was the first novelist he was assigned. They were both new to their respective positions, which led to some pretty heated arguments on regular occasions. But now Itsuki's work was getting adapted into anime. He'd always had good instincts, but compared to the unrefined voice of his early days, his writing chops were miles better. He still tended to fly off to his own little world way too often, but he had also calmed down enough that he could see those tendencies for what they were. At this point, Itsuki no longer needed an editor controlling him from start to finish. To an editor, seeing an assigned writer mature into a proven talent was a joyous occasion, and Toki had gotten his first taste of that joy with Itsuki Hashima. He made a point not to mention that to Itsuki himself, though. He didn't need that kind of encouragement. "All right. Any more work-related things to discuss?" "Hang on," Itsuki said as Toki stood up. "I wanted to hammer out some things for the plot of the new Sisterly Combat volume." "Ooh, sorry, but I gotta meet with a new writer at 5. "Can that wait till tomorrow?" Itsuki nodded. "Sure, no problem." "A new guy, huh?" Yoshihiro Kaiso. He placed in the 15th New Writers Contest. "Kaiso? Which one was he again?" Itsuki was in attendance for the awards ceremony earlier in November, so he must have seen him at least once, but his memory was failing him. "The older dude, in his 60s. He wrote Sengoku Kenpuden." Yeah." Yoshihiro Kaiso was by far the oldest winner in the New Writers Contest and by far the oldest writer in the entire GF Bunko stable. He was an energetic man, though, one who looked right at home in his traditional Japanese yukata. "Wow, you're managing that guy, huh?" "Yeah," Toki said, voice a little heavy. It wouldn't be the first time he edited for someone older than him, but Kaiso was literally over twice his age, so he still wasn't sure how to work with him. He knew the casual, frank approach he took with Itsuki probably wouldn't cut it, at least. "Are you editing any of the other new guys?" "Makoto Yanagase, too." "The goddess must be punished." "Ooh, the spanking dude?" "Yeah." His work was completely off the wall, but Yanagase himself was the classic level-headed salaryman, polite and well-versed in common sense. He was easy to strike up a conversation with, but when that conversation turned to fetish spanking, as it often did with him, he would suddenly erupt into so much passion that his mind would completely shut itself off to Toki's advice. They were in the midst of revising his prize-winning manuscript for publication, but Yanagase's worryingly exacting standards were making progress inexorably slow. "Sounds like a lot of work," Itsuki said with a touch of sympathy. Toki snickered. "Yeah, I just keep on drawing the problem child writers. You got nobody to blame but yourself for that. That's the kind of writer you get attracted to. At GF Bunko, editors generally had the right to pick their writer assignments. In the case of Kaiso and Yanagase, Toki had read both their novels and thought, this is someone I'd like to work with, and so he volunteered for the jobs. You're right. But really, though, sometimes you have totally normal, sensible folks who write utterly insane nonsense, and sometimes you have these out-of-their-mind eccentrics who write the most ordinary stories. That happens most of the time, actually, that kind of mismatch. You never know who you'll be working with until you start. Yeah, I guess you're right. It made sense to Itsuki. A few examples floated into his mind. The pure romance novelist who had a habit of frequenting Tokyo's sex shops, the Lolita heroines of A Man Who Preferred Older Women, the grotesque sex horror novels of a loving husband in a nuclear family. You aren't including me among the problem children, are you? Toki squinted his eyes. You're their leader. What? Itsuki scowled at him. The possibility had never even crossed his mind. The stepbrother's reaction. Do you really need to tell your younger brother about your new lover? That depends on the brotherly relationship you have, of course. But if that brother stops by your place regularly, heroically cooking and cleaning for you, and even knows your lover personally, it'd be hard to think about not relaying the news. So Itsuki wasted no time doing so. On the night he revealed his new project to his editor and promptly tore it up in his face. He and Chihiro were eating at the table like always when he tried to bring it up as casually as possible, almost as if he were talking about someone else, like, hey, I got a girlfriend, no biggie. Oh, speaking of which, Kaneko and I are officially a thing now. BRFF.FFPHH. Cough, cough, cough. Chihiro's reaction was nothing short of dramatic. Bits from the egg and rice omelette he was eating shot into the air and down his esophagus, choking him. The ketchup that dribbled down his chin looked like blood from a critical hit. Why, you okay? Itsuki asked, alarmed. Why, yeah, BNGH, sorry, I need a napkin. Chihiro stood up, intending to grab a towel to clean up, the concern still clear on his face. And then tripped over his own feet and fell down. Chihiro? There was no time for Chihiro to even stick his arms out. He dove to the floor headfirst, lying there inert. You all right? I'm fine, he weakly replied to his gravely concerned brother. NGH. He got back up to his feet, groaning the whole way. The tip of his nose was red from the impact, and his eyes were tearing up. Without another word, he walked to the kitchen, wetting a washcloth and wiping down the table with it as Itsuki awkwardly watched. Phew. When the cleaning was done, Chihiro brought the washcloth back to the kitchen, sat down at the kotatsu once more, and softly smiled at Itsuki. So what were we talking about, big bro? After all that, you're trying your best to pretend nothing happened. You're a resilient dude, you know that? Your nose is still red, by the way. Chihiro frowned, face reddening at Itsuki's honest admiration. And GHH. But, I wasn't expecting it to be that much of a surprise. Sorry. You don't have to apologize, Itsuki. But is that really true? You're together with Kani now? Yep. It's true. Oh. Chihiro softly replied. Itsuki nodded back, totally failing to see what the issue was. Why was he so clearly responding negatively to this? Are you against it, Chihiro? Not against it, number. That's your choice to make, after all. Do you hate Kaneko or something? No, I don't hate her at all. Maybe we don't totally get along all the time. But this wishy-washy reaction bewildered Itsuki even more. So what's the problem? He asked, coming on a tad more strongly. Chihiro sat there in silence for a moment. I mean, he finally said, voice near a whisper, if you get a girlfriend, then when I come over here and do stuff, I'm gonna get in the way, aren't I? Itsuki stared at him, not expecting this. Huh? Why would that be the case? Like, if Kani's your girlfriend, and she starts coming here even more often than now, then, it could escalate from there, and if, If you start living together or whatever, then won't I get in the way of you know, making out and stuff? Making out? Itsuki's cheeks turned a shade of crimson. But the problem wasn't with Nayuta herself. Apparently, Chihiro was just concerned about Itsuki having a lover at all. The thought made him sigh. You know you'd never be in the way. Really? Itsuki looked into the eyes of his anxious little bro. In fact, if you don't keep on coming over like always, that's really gonna suck, huh? Not that I'm proud of it, but I'm incapable of keeping myself alive. Oh. Maybe, yeah. So, I mean, just imagine the two of us living together. We'd have to eat convenience store food 3 meals a day, this place would get dirty twice as fast, and we'd be living in filth and miasma in the blink of an eye. You sound almost proud of that, and I'm not sure you should be, a concerned-looking Chihiro interrupted. But it's okay for me to keep coming here like usual, then? Hell, I wouldn't mind if you came more often. But only if you're okay with it. Relief finally began to spread across Chihiro's face. Well, if you say so, I'll be glad to keep cooking for you. There was something about this reaction that struck Itsuki as genuinely happy. He wondered for a moment why a boy would want to get so involved with their elder brother's business, but he declined to say anything about it. The guy friend's reaction. The next afternoon after Itsuki revealed his new relationship to Chihiro, he received a text from Nayuta that she had been discharged from the hospital. He offered to come help her out, but she declined, explaining her father was taking care of that. She would then be moving out of the suite at the business hotel she had been living in since late March of this year on the pretext of focusing on her novels and spend some time at the family home in Kanagawa Prefecture. Itsuki figured this would happen. He knew Nayuta already took the hour-long trip home a few times a week, but here was this girl living in a hotel, barely even eating, so unable to take care of herself that she wound up hospitalized. No sane parent would want to send their child right back into that same environment. Your apartment is so far away. I'm lonely. So cute. Itsuki reflexively typed "me too" into the phone but rewrote it before sending. He was a little too bashful for that. You came over to my place all the time even before you were in that hotel. It's not that far. Nayuta replied almost instantly. You're right. But now I can stay over all I want without worrying about making the last train. Maybe it's better if I don't live within walking distance after all. The term stay over made Itsuki's face warm up. She had stayed over before, of course, but he remained stoic on those occasions, concentrating wholly on his work, forcing himself to go to sleep instead of dealing with her. Now, though, they were a couple. There was no reason to keep his distance. They could kiss, they could hug, they could touch each other, they could sleep under the same covers. They could even go beyond that if they wanted. Probably. The next time Nayuta stays at my place. What's gonna happen to me? A jumble of anxieties and expectations accelerated his heartbeat. He had trouble thinking straight as his thoughts disappeared into a pink-tinged fog. He wanted to see Nayuta soon. He wanted to ask when she'd be over next. He knew he had a lot to do, writing for All About My Little Sister and Sisterly Combat, brainstorming for new series, but his mind was too full of Nayuta to care. So it takes a girlfriend to feel this kind of euphoria. But as Itsuki was letting the happiness wash over him, the sound of the doorbell ringing dragged him back to reality. A little ashamed of his rose-tinted mind, he quickly stood up and headed for the door. Hey. Itsuki. Behind it was Haruto Fuwa with a 1,000-yard stare. Haruto had learned of Itsuki and Nayuta's relationship while chatting over the phone earlier with Kawab, his editor. The topic had come up after they finished their novel-related discussions, when Kawab simply commented, "Hey, did you know Kani and Hashima started dating?" "You're joking, right?" Haruto replied, unable to parse the concept at first, but it was apparently true. "Yeah, the boss and Yamagata saw it firsthand. It was exactly like the climax or some romantic drama. It's funny to think that stuff really happens, huh? Oh, wow, really?" When the call ended, Haruto immediately ran out of his family's house in Chiba and headed for Itsuki's apartment. Now he and Itsuki were seated facing each other at the kotatsu table. Haruto, fresh from catching his breath with some iced tea from the fridge, stared at his companion wordlessly. Itsuki avoided his gaze, a little sheepish. What? Did you want to say something? It was Itsuki who gave in to the silence first. Haruto answered with an emotionless question. Is it true that you're a thing with Nayu now? Yeah, Itsuki replied, a tad daunted at the excessively direct question. Oh, Haruto whispered back before once again falling into silence, examining Itsuki's face. And I'm not really anything yet. But when I'm a protagonist on an even level with Kaneko. Then I'm gonna tell her that I love her. And I know it's not fair to her, but I need her to wait until then. Haruto remembered what Itsuki had told him a while ago, back when Haruto was pushing him to quit screwing around and accept Nayuta as his girlfriend. And when Haruto had replied, so be it, he sincerely meant it. At the time, the conversation felt like something passionate and profound. A private moment shared between two rivals striving to fulfill the same ambition. But hardly a breath later, Itsuki dove right in. If the roles were reversed here, Itsuki would probably be ranting about what the hell Haruto was doing. Haruto let out a light sigh, then fell back into staring at Itsuki. All right already. Itsuki raised his voice. If you've got something to complain about, just say it, please. Complain? Haruto listlessly replied. No complaints, really. Just I'm thinking about that one Hermann Hesse story, and I know how Emil felt when he said now I see the kind of man you are. That's totally dissing me, isn't it? It was, perhaps, one of the most damning things one friend could say to another. It simply wasn't worth being happy for, or angry at, their companion. There was no value in applying emotion to their relationship at all. You really mean that? You're that upset, Q's, like, I'd appreciate it if you'd be all like, what the hell are you doing? But, I mean, I don't think I'm totally the bad guy here or anything. Itsuki shrugged, crestfallen at the shock. Haruto gave him another cold stare, and then, PFFT. He blurted out a chuckle. Itsuki stared, wide-eyed and confused, as Haruto cracked a smile. Quit freaking out, Itsuki. There's no need to feel that obliged to me. You finally got a girlfriend you really like. Be happy for that. Okay. Itsuki frowned as it finally dawned on him that he was being mocked. But he still felt he owed Haruto something. I mean, Haruto continued, you haven't given up on being as big an author as Nayu, right? Or did you get your anime adaptation, and that's a good enough finish line for you? Oh, of course not. Itsuki snapped back. This anime is just a checkpoint on the highway. And yeah, maybe I got my anime first, but I still have a while to go before I'm equals with Kaneko. Haruto grinned at the boundlessly honest declaration. Then I've got no complaints. So be happy. Nayu deserves that. Why yeah. Itsuki blushed a little as he nodded, still a bit anxious. Haruto, are you sure you aren't angry or frustrated with me? Haruto replied with his classic breezy smile. Nope, not at all. Oh, well, good. Itsuki sighed. So we're good like we were? Yeah. Itsuki grinned, pure happiness on his face. So you're cool even if I lose my virginity before you, right? We can keep on drinking and playing games together like always. Haruto's breezy smile froze as he just barely remembered to nod. The tax accountant's reaction. On a late Sunday in November, the afternoon of the day Nayuta was discharged, Chihiro was relaxing in the bath at owner tax accounting's office quarters, fresh off her part-time job handling paperwork and keeping the place clean. Despite the office's location in a mixed-use building, this was a pretty swanky bathroom, featuring a special order cypress wood tub and everything. Chihiro looked forward to soaking in it on a weekly basis. What's wrong? You look down. Ashley Ono, the The blonde-haired lady who was Chihiro's boss and Itsuki's tax accountant, lobbed the question from the other side of the bath she was sharing with Chihiro. "Oh, well, my brother's actually gotten into a relationship with a girl." The revelation seemed to disturb Ashley somewhat. She narrowed her eyes. "You know the girl?" Chihiro continued, failing to notice. "It's Nayuta Kani, the writer, and Itsuki says I can keep on coming to his place like usual. But I'm still kind of nervous about all this." "Oh my." "Itsuki's with her, is he?" Hearing the name filled Ashley's eyes with even more concern. Chihiro couldn't help but wonder. Is something bad about that?" "It's made me lose hope in him, that's for sure." "Huh?" Chihiro tensed up. What do you mean?" Ashley's eyes darted between her chest and Chihiro's, a peeved look on her face. "That girl, she's pretty well endowed, isn't she?" Chihiro followed Ashley's eyes, checking the similarity between their chest sizes, then recalled Nayuta's more bountiful proportions. "She is." The apostrophe read pretty big. "You know, I hate big-breasted women." Chihiro leaned back a bit at this rather straight evaluation. "Is there a reason for that?" "You know why?" "There's only one reason why a girl would hate big boobs." "You." Chihiro didn't. "One of them took my guy." She took your guy?" Chihiro blushed. Ashley looked at her ruefully. "It actually happened twice." "Twice?" "The first time was my second year in high school. The second when I was a junior in college. And both of them had big boobs. And both guys were all, oh, no, they're fine small, you just keep on being you." I never really believed that, so I studied up on assorted techniques to please them, no matter how small I was. But it was pointless. All men care about is size. And you know, I'm so small, my BF's friends even accused him of dating someone underage. One time, we went to this love hotel for a little playtime, and they called the police on us. But so what? What's so bad about that? Wow, sounds rough. The way Ashley bared her soul out of nowhere made Chihiro blush so hard. She thought her head would catch on fire. But I don't think my brother chose Kani because of her boobs or anything." "You really think so?" "Are you absolutely certain Itsuki pays no attention to boobs at all?" "Well, Chihiro fell silent for a moment, but then she remembered Mako Shirakawa, a woman who offered her love to Itsuki and was summarily refused. As far as Chihiro could tell, she was just as cute and charming as Nayuta. And what was the deciding difference between them? "That's right, their chests." "No, maybe he does like them bigger." "No such thing as a man who doesn't, let me tell you," Ashley groaned. "Yeah." Ashley sighed, anger giving way to sadness. I wish I had a man." Chihiro couldn't help but chuckle a bit at how easily the accountant confessed to the desire of her id. "You really want one?" "I sure do," she replied, completely unashamed. "Next week is December, and thinking about how I'll be alone on Christmas gets me so depressed. I just wish the world could end before then." Ha. When they had just met, Ashley struck Chihiro as someone who looked young, but was as clever as she was aloof from the world. That image was firmly a thing of the past now. She was a hard worker, for sure, but to Chihiro, she was less a grown woman and more a lazy big sister who'd fall to pieces if you didn't watch over her. "I'm glad you're a girl, Chihiro," Ashley said out of nowhere, voice deep and serious. Chihiro raised an eyebrow. "Huh? Why is that?" "Because if you were a man, I might have found myself violating the laws of Tokyo." "Huh?" Ashley smiled mischievously at the suddenly concerned-looking Chihiro. Just kidding." "Oh, yeah." Ha. It wasn't funny to Chihiro. "I hope this lady finds someone soon." Things that change, things that don't. 3 days after Nayuta's discharge, she had gathered with Itsuki, Haruto, Mako, and Chihiro at Itsuki's apartment to celebrate her recovery. The kotatsu table was filled with Chihiro's cooking. The 3 adults sat around it enjoying beer, while Nayuta opted for a calpico and Chihiro had his usual oolong tea. On the menu tonight was fried chicken, hamburg steak, spaghetti with mushrooms, and other classic, ease-on-the-palate foods Nayuta enjoyed. The beer was Vedette Extra Blonde, A light, refreshing ale that went great with greasier foods. Chihiro was seated on the side facing the kitchen with Haruto facing him window side. Mako sat by the TV, and the spot in front of the bed was taken by Itsuki and Nayuta. Well, first, I'm sorry to make all of you worry about me, Nayuta bashfully began. I'm all better, though, as you can see. She was right. The color had returned to her face, and the slightly haggard look from before her hospitalization was gone. Mako, Haruto, and Chihiro all greeted her in unison. Congrats on your discharge. Congratulations. Congrats. Thank you, Nayuta replied, bowing slightly as her cheeks reddened a bit. Now, I also have an announcement for everybody. Itsuki and I have officially agreed to start a new relationship. She took Itsuki by the arm, joyfully fidgeting in embarrassment. Yeah, we know, laughed Mako as she clapped her hands. Haruto and Chihiro joined her, the former out of courtesy, the latter with a slightly pained look on his face. Hey. The somewhat tepid reaction was not enough to dampen Nayuta's spirits. She smiled broadly at them. Itsuki, meanwhile, turned his head away from her a bit, blushing. But at least now he wasn't swatting Nayuta's arm away or yelling at her to let go. Mako looked at them, a bit forlorn. Haruto was the first to pick up on her emotions, and it saddened him as well. Okay, well, let's have a toast, he said, trying to sound chipper. Good idea, agreed Mako. Okay, Kaneko, you're the star of the evening, so you do the honors. All right. Nayuta took her arm away from Itsuki and raised her glass full of Calpico. The others followed the gesture. Well, here's to our marriage. Who said we were getting married? We're not. Okay, not yet, Itsuki interrupted, cheeks red. Here's to Kaneko getting discharged. Cheers. Nayuta gleefully clinked glasses with Itsuki, the other three chuckling as they joined in. I can't believe how good your cooking is, Chihiro. Nayuta was now busy gleefully chomping her way through it all. Thank you very much, unappreciative Chihiro replied. But are you sure you can have all this so soon? I wanted the menu to have all your favorite stuff, but none of the dishes on the table were exactly great for one's digestion, which had Chihiro somewhat concerned. Oh, it's fine. I'm perfectly back to normal health-wise, and I gotta eat a lot if I wanna keep my strength up. This whole thing really taught me about how important your stamina is. Well, don't forget to eat a lot of veggies, too. Sure thing, Nayuta eagerly replied, grabbing a celery stick and crunching right into it. Itsuki recalled Chihiro's concerns about becoming a third wheel if he continued his frequent visits. Keep cooking nutritious stuff for her, okay, Chihiro? Sure. Like a mother regarding her young child, Chihiro nodded as he watched Nayuta continue to stuff her face. About 4/5 of the way into the food, Haruto spoke up. Hey, it's been a while since all 5 of us were here together, huh? Wanna play a game? Sounds good, Itsuki agreed. The other 3 had no objection. What should we play? Haruto looked up at the room's board game shelf, thinking, before his eyes turned toward the bookshelves instead. They rested on a single heavy tome, Kojian, a volume published by Iwanami Shoten that's considered the definitive dictionary of the Japanese language. How about a game of Tahoiya? The competitive fire was already lit in Itsuki's and Nayuta's eyes. Tahoiya? Mako asked, looking at the board game shelf. Which one is that? Haruto stood up and took the dictionary off the bookshelf, placing it on the table. The 6th edition of Kojian included approximately 240,000 words, the most among mid-sized Japanese dictionaries, which made it the kind of large, blunt weapon of a hardcover book you'd expect a good dictionary to be. The dictionary? Mako asked, confused. Yeah, this is what we use to play Tahoiya. As Haruto explained, Tahoiya is a game where players come up with pretend definitions for obscure words, then try to pick the actual definition from the fake entries. It is the Japanese language version of a game that's called Fictionary in English. The name Tahoiya, which means a cabin used for boar hunting, stuck in Japan after that word came up in an early 1990s game show version. Source: Wikipedia. The rules work like this. 1. A picker is chosen to select a word from the dictionary they think nobody else will know. If a player knows the word, they have to say so, and the picker chooses another word. 2. The picker writes the first sentence of the definition on a piece of paper, while the players make up definitions of their own for the word. 3. Once everyone is done, the picker shuffles the papers, assigns them numbers, and reads out all the definitions. 4. Players bet between 1 and 3 chips on the definition they think is correct. Each player starts with 10 chips, and they're not allowed to bet on their own word. 5. The picker announces the correct answer. Choose the right one, and the picker awards you the number of chips you bet. Get it wrong, and you must give your chips to the player who wrote the definition, as well as a 1-chip penalty to the picker. 6. The dictionary then goes to the next picker. The game ends once everyone has a turn as picker, and whoever has the most chips wins. You're free, of course, to use a dictionary besides Korean, but since the game requires obscure words your average person would never know, going with a definitive volume is always a good bet. In a way, it's the perfect game for honing the skills any professional novelist needs: knowledge and imagination to guess the right meaning, creativity and writing skill to create definitions that'll trip up other players, observation skill and intuition so you can figure out what kinds of definitions your competitors will come up with. Mako said, somewhat irritated. If this is a game that requires pretty much every skill a novelist needs, I don't like my chances in it too much. Good point. Chihiro nodded. Okay, Haruto replied, then let's have it. Somi, Itsuki, and Nayu get only 1 minute to write a definition. You two get all the time you want. How's that? All right. I think that'll work. I'm good with that. Mako and Chihiro accepted the offer. Itsuki and Nayuta looked much less satisfied. 1 minute. That's pretty rough. But I'm not gonna lose. I'm gonna show you the power of an anime-adapted novelist. And I'm not gonna lose either, Itsuki. Haruto smiled warmly at the now enthusiastic bear, and his fighting spirit burned within him as well. Shall we begin, then? Let's choose a picker. After a quick rock-paper-scissors round, Chihiro got the first shot at it. 10 chips, technically coins borrowed from another board game on the shelf, and answer slips were passed around to everyone, with 5 larger sheets labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, placed on the table. The board people placed their bets on. Chihiro thumbed through the dictionary, deciding on a word. I got it, he finally said, all eyes upon him. Hirokimoki-ai. Hirokimoki-ai. Mako looked lost already. Chihiro had pronounced it with flat intonation. Was it a noun, a verb, a native Japanese word or something from a foreign language? The 3 novelists, meanwhile, already had their pens in hand, confidence written across their faces. You know, I actually majored in Hirokimoki-ai in college. I know a ton about it. Yeah, I can't get enough of that Hirokimoki-ai feeling as I go into the bath. I was a big fan of Hirokimochi-ai's work back in the day. I had all his books. Huh? You all that know it? Mako stared at them. But you're all saying different stuff. Of course I do. I totally love it. He's a household name. None of the trio knew what Hirokimoki-ai was, of course. They were just pretending in order to confuse the other players. A little off-the-board strategy, if you want to call it that, and another part of the fun. The writers all had their definitions within a minute, while Mako took over 3 before she handed her slip of paper to Chihiro. The picker shuffled the 4 slips with his own and numbered them. Okay, here we go. Number 1, the feeling of being comfortable and carefree. That's Nayu, isn't it? Accused Mako. Well, who knows? Nayu deadpanned. Number 2, a Russian composer. Ooh, I could imagine a name like that from a foreign country. Mako said, there's our first name, chuckled Haruto. Way too simple, Itsuki added. Huh? Saying it's a composer or philosopher or scientist from one country or another is a standard response in Tahoiya, Haruto explained to Mako. You get a lot of place names and exotic dishes. Oh, I see. Number 3, Chihiro continued, a piece of mochi rice cake stretched out very far. Wide mochi? Itsuki couldn't help but smile. That's a mochi, the word itself. It's hard to get mochi from that. Number 4, an Italian school of thoughtful enlightenment. That's got to be Prince Manhor. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, Haruto said, brushing Nayuta off. And number 5, an ancient Greek institution. Schools of thought and institutions. Itsuki pondered a moment. We got some overlap. If both of those could have come from Haruto, does that mean one of them's right? I'm sorry, Mako said. Can you read them again? Sure. Number 1, the feeling of being comfortable and carefree. Number 2, a Russian composer. Number 3, a piece of mochi rice cake stretched out very far. Number 4, an Italian school of thoughtful enlightenment. Number 5, an ancient Greek institution. Nah. Oh man, I have no idea. They all sound kinda right. The 4 of them thought it over. Feel free to join them right now, if you want. Okay, place your bets on the one you think is right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. All 4 players sprang into action. Up to 3 chips could be bet at once, but everyone went with just one this time. Itsuki on number 4, Haruto on number 1, Nayuta number 4, and Mako number 2. All right. The correct answer is number 3, a piece of mochi rice stretched out. Wow. No way. Ehehe. Chihiro chuckled bashfully. I guess it's what we refer to as noshi mochi today, those flattened rectangles of mochi. Yeah, but mochi with a long I? Itsuki sounded unconvinced. Wow, the picker's the only winner this round. Good job, Chihiro, Haruto said, impressed. Since nobody got it right, all 4 players gave Chihiro a chip, then passed out their bets to the other players. I'm number 4, Haruto announced, accepting his 2 chips. I'm number 1 and I'm number 2. Nayuta and Itsuki each gained 1 chip for themselves. Itsuki, Mako asked, didn't you say number 2 was too simple when he read it out? HMPH. Psychological warfare is the name of the game. Well, you sure tricked me, Itsuki. Itsuki gave his peeved friend a bold smile in reply. Once the chips were passed around, the next turn began. Next up in the clockwise order was Itsuki, who stared intently at the Kojian. Okay, here's the word. Rasingu. Rasingu? Think it's got to do with dressing? I had some just the other day. Real mellow, with a lot of body. It goes well with ham, I think. Oh, that, huh? That was kind of a fad in class for a while. We played it so much, the teacher banned it. Mako and Chihiro made their confusion clear to the room, while Nayuta and Haruto played dumb as they wrote down their would-be definitions. Once they were done, Itsuki collected the slips. Number 1, when an animal's hair bristles up and stands on end. Oh, that sounds right, exclaimed Mako. Number 2, a dramatist and critic from the German Enlightenment. Another name. Number 3, the act of breaking in a piece of machinery. That sounds right, too. Mako's eyebrows shot downward. Yeah, Haruto agreed. There's that apostrophe-ing suffix. It sounds kinda like a verb. Number 4, a low-class type of bedding. Bedding? Oh, this was a simple combination of retsu, low-class, and shinu, bedding. That sounds kind of far-fetched to me. Haruto laughed. But this is the sort of thing that winds up being right a lot. Number 5, salad dressing. That's almost refreshingly straightforward. You think that was Chihiro? Haruto laughed again, while Nayuta recalled what Chihiro said. When Itsuki read out the word, it's not me. I would try to come up with something better than that. So the 3 other players looked at Mako. No? She replied, her face reddening as she stared off in another direction. You don't have a time limit, Maya, Nayuta gently said. You can take all the time you want to come up with something. Mako hung her head. And yeah. Okay, time to bet. 1, 2. The chips began to fly. Haruto put 2 on number 1, Nayuta 1 on number 2, Mako 1 on number 4. and Chihiro 1 on number 3. Okay, the correct answer is... Itsuki paused, apparently pained. Number 2, a dramatist and critic from the German Enlightenment, Gotthold Ephraim Lessing, to be exact. Woohoo! Shouted Nayuta, the only correct player. You wrote a person's name for the last question, so I thought you'd go with a name for the correct answer this time. Oh, you knew exactly what I was up to. Itsuki's tactic here was to implant the thought in players' minds that a person name definition was a cheap escape of a move, then actually choose a name-based word to keep them from picking it. He. I know exactly how your mind works, Itsuki. After all, I'm your girlfriend. Having Nayuta sidle up to him with that honey-tinged voice made Itsuki blush, but again, he didn't deny it now. Guys, can you make out on your own time? Haruto curtly replied. Mako and Chihiro nodded their agreement. By the way, number 1 was Chihiro, number 3 was Haruto, and number 4 was Kaneko. Mako's was the salad dressing, or, at least say my number, 2. Mako protested. Haruto and Chihiro exchanged smiles. I guess you and I were thinking along similar lines, Chihiro. We cancelled each other out. I guess so. I thought it was good, but... Okay, I'm the next picker, Nayuta said as she grabbed for the dictionary. Picker is fine, but being a licker would be even better. Something about her own pun made Nayuta start giggling excessively. It is way too early for that, Itsuki protested, face a deep shade of red. The word that Nayuta picked was sasekasu. Essays. That doesn't mean anything weird, does it? It's got sex right in it. Mako flailed. I dunno. You tell me. Nayuta impishly smiled. Maybe it means letting someone have sex with you, Maya. I wasn't imagining that. Mako half shouted, blushing the whole way. Once the responses were turned in, Nayuta began reading the definitions. Number 1, a county in the western United Kingdom. Place names show up a lot, Haruto reminded the team. Number 2, an American tire maker. Sounds plausible, Chihiro said. Number 3, a British city. More UK stuff. Number 4, a region in southeastern England. Oh, now it's England? Itsuki yelled. That can't be a coincidence. Number 5, the Latin word for 6. Oh, I like that one, mused Haruto. Can you repeat those real quick? Chihiro asked. Number 1, a county in the western United Kingdom. Number 2, an American tire maker. Number 3, a British city. Number 4, a region in southeastern England. Number 5, the Latin word for 6. Nayuta grinned at the group of troubled players before her. Now place your bets. 1, 2. Itsuki placed 1 on number 1, Haruto 3 on number 4, Mako 1 on number 1, and Chihiro 2 on number 4. Nayuta scrunched up her nose as she watched them. Well, the correct answer is number 4. Yes. Nice. That's so mean. Nayuta groaned. Not only did people get it right, Haruto and Chihiro both bet multiple chips on it, so she had to give up 5 chips. You know, reflected Mako, now that I think of it, I think I've heard of the University of Sussex before. I wrote number 3, so I figured it was 1 or 4. How come none of you bet on 3? I just thought number 3 was written a little too simply to be a dictionary definition. I wrote number 1, I'm borrowing a lot from Arthurian legend for my own series, so I did a lot of research on the UK a while back, and I'm pretty sure that name came up. Itsuki winced at Haruto. And if it wasn't number 1, it had to be 3 or 4 for you, right? That's how you could bet 3 chips on your pick. I was wavering between 1 and 4 myself. But I did number 5, by the way. Latin for 6? That sounds plausible, but the word is actually just sex, so you knew? Even if you didn't know the meaning, you could always use your own knowledge to narrow down the options. This turn was in the bag for Haruto from the beginning. The next picker was Haruto. Alright, here we go. Haratsuru. Again, no idea. Is that Japanese? Mako looked distressed, as she should, since her 4 chips put her firmly in last place. In order, the standings were: Chihiro, 16, Haruto, 13, Itsuki, 9, Nayuta, 8, and Mako, 4. "Well," Itsuki murmured, "I'm gonna have to get serious, or I'll never make a comeback." "Same," Nayuta replied. "That's all of them." "Okay, number 1, a polished doctor." "And our first name," Itsuki said, scowling. "It does sound kinda like Pasteur." "Number 2, a sauce made from flying fish." "Flying fish?" "Yeah. It's not unheard of to see them used in Japanese cuisine," Chihiro explained to Mako. "Ooh, yeah, Japan has lots of fish sauces," Itsuki added. "Shotsaru from Akita, for example." "It's good." Number 3, an Austrian journalist. "Another name," Nayuta mused. "If you ask me," Itsuki whispered back, "you're more likely to see a doctor in the dictionary than a journalist." Number 4, a type of traditional Norwegian cuisine. "And another cooking term," Chihiro said, smiling. Having the highest stack of chips helped him relax a bit. Number 5. Haruto paused to chuckle a bit. "Oh man." Number 5, one of the tools of hell. PFFT. A hell tool? That sounds like something a grade schooler would add to his pretend role-playing game. Nayuta laughed as she looked toward Mako with sympathy. "Maya, it's not really sporting to throw the game just because you're losing." "Why are you so sure I wrote that?" "I didn't think you'd do something so silly," Chihiro added, also a bit disappointed. "You too, Chihiro?" "Again, why are you branding that as mine?" "All right," Haruto said, ignoring Mako's protests. "Time to start betting." Number 1, a polished doctor. Number 2, a sauce made from flying fish. Number 3, an Austrian journalist. Number 4, a type of traditional Norwegian cuisine. And number 5, one of the tools of hell. The chips were cast. Itsuki put 3 on number 2, Chihiro 2 on number 1, Nayuta 3 on number 3, and Mako 1 on number 1. The correct answer is... Haruto took a deep breath. Number 3, Austrian journalist Theodor Herzl. "Woo, no." Nayuta squealed as her big bet paid off, and Itsuki screamed as his did not. "You got me," Haruto sighed as he paid 3 chips to Nayuta, accepting 1 each from the other 3 players before announcing the other definitions. Number 1 was Nayu, number 2 Chihiro, number 4 Mako, and number 5 Itsuki. "Oh?" Nayuta and Chihiro's eyebrows perked up. "Number 5. You wrote the tools of hell, Itsuki?" Itsuki scrunched up his face. "I was so focused on figuring out a way to come back that I ran out of time to think of an answer." "Aha! See? I told you it wasn't me." The rage was clear in Mako's voice. Nayuta awkwardly averted her eyes. "Anyone can make mistakes." "Well, I believed in you." "I knew you'd never give up until the end," Chihiro warmly said, giving Mako a soft smile. Mako just stared back at him. This changed the standings to Chihiro, 16, Nayuta, 14, Haruto, 13, Itsuki, 5, and Mako, 2. "So between me, Nayu, and Chihiro, whoever wins in the last turn wins it all." A concerned-looking Mako said, "I'm the last picker, but I only have 2 chips." "What if I don't have enough to give out to people?" "Oh yeah, what does happen?" "Let me check real quick." Haruto did a quick check on the rules of Tahoiya with his phone. Wikipedia doesn't have anything to say about that. But back in the 90s game show version, if you ran out of chips, you could pawn things in your possession for more chips. Kind of a jokey thing. "Things in my possession are, so I can get Maya's panties if I guess right this turn?" Mako blushed. "Why my panties, Nayu?" "If a college girl needs to pawn something, that's the standard, isn't it?" "It is." "I'll want a photo, too, please." Mako's panties, huh? Haruto nervously gulped. Now he was more into the competition than ever. "Nayu, Chihiro, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to win this." "What are you saying, Fuwa?" Mako cried. "And I'm going to get Mako's panties, photo included." "Why are you throwing down the gauntlet on this?" Itsuki groaned. "Huh?" Chihiro turned to Haruto. Wait, Fua, do you have a thing for? Yeah, Haruto said, face a little red but voice resolute. I love her. She said no, but Fua. Mako grew even redder. Wait, you do? Nayuta's eyes opened wide, glancing alternately at Mako, then Haruto. I had no idea Prince Manhwa already sank his poisoned fangs into Maya. I didn't. Okay. She turned me down. Nayuta's face hardened as Mako fell into more of a panic. I could never allow Prince Manhwa to receive Maya's panties. This competition is mine. I can't afford to lose this, not even to you, Nayu. I need those panties. Again, why am I pawning off my panties? Mako shouted, but it fell on deaf ears. Can we just get started? Itsuki, who was out of the game and had no interest in Mako's panties, reminded them to keep things going. Reluctantly, Mako opened up the Kojian dictionary. Let's go with this. After a sizable amount of time, she gave them the word, betraying little confidence in her choice. Shahiyashin. Oh, Shahiyashin, huh? I had that a little while ago, Itsuki casually offered. Haruto and Nayuta, meanwhile, were in no mood for chit-chat, eyes deadly serious as they thought up their definitions. Chihiro, a bit turned off by them both, contemplated his own path to victory. The three of them were neck and neck. Sealing the deal involved both guessing the right meaning and extracting as many chips as possible from other players. At long last. Okay, I'll read them. 1. A female Chinese writer. A name? Haruto said, lost in thought. It does sound kinda Chinese. 2. A needle used to keep artificial flowers in place. Shin. Or needle. Do they use needles for that stuff? A quizzical Chihiro asked. I dunno. Haruto thoughtfully replied with a groan. I dunno, but that makes it sound all the more likely. 3. The desire to obtain fortune without hardship. Isn't that shakashin? Haruto interjected. It could be another word with the same meaning, Nayuta said, turning toward Itsuki. If not, it sounds like someone who's being a sore loser right now. Itsuki feigned great interest in the ceiling, innocently humming. 4. Medical evaluation using photographs. Shin meaning evaluation here. That kind of jargon sounds real to me. Haruto and Nayuta sized each other up as they spoke. 5. A Buddhist term meaning a heart that has thrown off earthly bonds and has almost approached enlightenment. Chihiro raised his eyebrows, honestly impressed. Oh, that sounds really plausible. Yeah, replied Haruto. If you told me that was a Buddhist thing, I'd totally believe it. Nayuta was less convinced. But don't you think it's too oddly specific? I could narrow it down to a few things, but can you read them again, Mako? All right, Mako said to Haruto. 1. A female Chinese writer. 2. A needle used to keep artificial flowers in place. 3. The desire to obtain fortune without hardship. 4. Medical evaluation using photographs. 5. A Buddhist term meaning a heart that has thrown off earthly bonds and has almost approached enlightenment. Okay, time for your bets. 1, 2. The four players laid down their chips, 3 on number 1 for Itsuki, 3 on number 2 for Haruto, 3 on number 4 for Nayuta, and 1 on number 5 for Chihiro. Split opinions, a nervous-sounding Nayuta observed. Yeah, it'd be hilarious if it was number 3 after all this, but I'm sure it's not. Right. Now for the answers. First, the correct response was number 1, the Chinese author, called Xi Bingson in English. Wa Naya. Oh? 3 of the players looked chagrined. Itsuki, the only correct guesser, was merely surprised. Well, so much for pawning my panties, huh? Announced Mako, visibly relieved as she accepted a chip from each of the 3 losers and paid 3 to Itsuki. This left her safely with 2 chips at the end of the game. Well, I didn't get the panties, but the game isn't over yet. Nope. Who wrote the fake definitions? Nayuta asked, hurrying Mako along. Since neither of them seized any chips from Mako, the battle would be decided on who guessed whose entries. Number 2 is Nayu. Number 3 is Itsuki, number 4 is Chihiro, and number 5 is Fua. Based on this, Everyone tabulated their scores. First, since nobody guessed Itsuki's answer, he finished with 8 chips. Nayuta paid 3 chips to Chihiro and received 3 from Haruto, ending with 13. Haruto paid 3 to Nayuta and received 1 from Chihiro, ending with 10. Finally, Chihiro paid 1 chip to Haruto and received 3 from Nayuta, ending with 17. I won, huh? Chihiro bashfully said. Congrats. Itsuki said, joining the rest in a round of applause. Great job, Mako marveled. You beat 3 published authors. Oh, it was just luck, he modestly replied. They had a handicap, too. Yeah. Mako smiled ruefully. But I still totally blew it. Ah. Chihiro gave her an awkward look. I guess that means that you're the best out of all of us at tricking people, said Itsuki. Oh, no way, a flustered Chihiro replied. Chihiro sure got me in the end, too. I'd hope for nothing less from my future brother-in-law. Chihiro attempted to deny this but stayed silent, realizing this future was actually kind of possible. The thought gave him mixed feelings. You'd be my sister-in-law, Kani? Whoa, Chihiro. That's not gonna be the future for a while. Personally, I'd be happy to get married tomorrow. Nayuta pouted, but her eyes were laughing at them. You're going too fast. I just want to enjoy the relationship we have right now. I mean, forget it. There they all were, Red and Itsuki, a happy-looking Nayuta, Mako smiling with sadness in her eyes, and Haruto, looking at Mako and sighing slightly. They had been hanging out here like always, eating and drinking and playing games, but something had also clearly changed. Something had changed, and all 5 of them realized it. Level 4. The official welcome home party for Nayuta ended around 10 p.m., and Haruto, Mako, and Chihiro left Itsuki's apartment soon after. Nayuta, on the other hand, stuck around. This was hardly the first time Itsuki and Nayuta had been alone in here. However, it was the first time since they became lovers. They sat next to each other by the kotatsu, trying to judge what the other was thinking in between sidelong glances. All alone, huh? Nayuta asked, fidgeting with her hands. Guess so, Itsuki stonily replied. They lingered in this happy, if frustrating, moment for a while. Occasionally, the silence was broken by these little conversations. This room's kind of hot, isn't it? Nayuta suddenly exclaimed, completely failing to sound natural. Is it? Why yeah. I'm starting to sweat a little. Can I use your shower? She was blushing fully by the end of the question. Sure, a restless Itsuki replied. Itsuki sat there, tortured by the sound of the shower, until the noise stopped. Nayuta came out to the living room soon after, wiping her hair with a towel. She was naked, or would have been, if she hadn't borrowed one of Itsuki's t-shirts. It was too big for her, hiding her hip area, but at first glance, one couldn't tell if she had anything on under it. Almost certainly no bra, at least. Oh, okay. Done with the shower. Cool. What about you, Itsuki? Yeah. Pressed on by the blushing Nayuta, Itsuki headed for the bathroom and started showering. As the hot water beat against his body, he thought, I see where this is going. There's only one thing this can lead to, isn't there? They had all come to celebrate her hospital discharge, eating and playing games like usual, and he figured they'd all go their separate ways after that. But he'd also be lying if he said he wasn't expecting this. He had done his net research just this morning. No matter how tiny and trivial the question, somebody's already asked it online, and someone's already answered it. He had even found a well-reviewed brand of condoms on the net to purchase. The internet is so goddamn helpful. He had hit the books, and he had the gear he needed. Get it together, Itsuki Hashima. You're gonna become a man tonight. He carefully washed every inch of his body, making sure all the soap bubbles were down the drain before he turned off the water. Once he was out of the shower, he toweled himself off, put on some underpants, dried his hair, and threw on a t-shirt. After a few deep breaths, he emerged from the bathroom and stepped into the living room, discovering a red-faced Nayuta quietly sitting on a bed. I showered, he reported. You did, Huh? Nayuta slowly stood up, turned her body toward Itsuki, and inexplicably pumped her fists in the air. All right. Let's do this. Okay, Itsuki replied, raising a fist of his own. Just facing her like this made his heart feel ready to burst. He was like the hero of a role-playing game, about to begin the ultimate showdown against the archfiend overlord or whatever. Calm down, he told himself. Calm down, Itsuki Hashima. Even Goku and Vegeta had sex at some point. If they can do it, why can't I? FSSSSHHHHH. Nayuta, face so red that steam was hissing out of her head, lowered her fists and brought her hands to her t-shirt. Sasekasu. With a shout, she whipped the shirt off. Her braless breasts, caught in the fabric, jiggled around a bit. Itsuki had researched how to take off a bra, but it looked like that wouldn't be necessary. She had no panties on, either. She was in a t-shirt, and now she wasn't, and that meant there was literally not a stitch on her. A little embarrassed, she clasped her hands behind her back, revealing her entire naked form to Itsuki. The sight of the girl he loved the most in life in her purest form captivated Itsuki's eyes and heart completely. He stared slack-jawed at her. What do you think? She asked with a little too much energy, partly to hide her shyness, and that was finally enough to bring Itsuki back to reality. Why, my hair, what? Your hair. It's silver there, too. That's the first thing you have to say, she fired back, her eyes flaring. I mean, I was kinda wondering for a while. So, his net research told him the carpet didn't always match the drapes, but that wasn't the case for Nayuta. You're adorable, the cutest in the universe. Even Itsuki was surprised at how readily the words came out. Cuter than the ultimate little sister you wanna find? Nayuta asked, glancing up at him through her lashes. That sister hasn't been born yet, so I can't really say. Itsuki realized he was being too honest, but he continued anyway. But for now, at least, you're provisionally the cutest in the universe, so wear it with pride. I'm not sure about the provisionally part, but thank you. Nayuta looked down, still a tad bashful. And the provisionally cutest in the universe is yours. Heart, body, and everything else. Enjoy. I will. With that, Itsuki removed his own t-shirt, stripping down to just his undies. As he brought a hand to his waistband, should we turn out the light? Nayuta shook her head. I want to see you naked really bad, too, so no, thank you. Maybe, like, just a little nightlight? No. All right. Down they go. Show me everything you have, Itsuki. He had just taken in everything Nayuta had to offer. He was in no position to say number. Taking a firm breath to steel his resolve, Itsuki lowered his underpants. Naked, he approached Nayuta and pressed his lips to hers. This was different from the first kiss they had at the hospital. This was more forceful, as if they were devouring each other, and it was soon followed by another, and soon, whichever one it was pulling the other down, they had fallen in bed. The fold-out single struggled under the weight of two people, and it wasn't long before it began creaking in protest. Okay, Itsuki, time for round two. It was not terribly long after both of them came down from their climax. Nayuta's body was draped invitingly over Itsuki's, and she was already pleading with him. Isn't this when the screen fades out, and then I wake up in the morning and you're sleeping next to me and I look at you and get all wistful and emotional, like now we really are connected and stuff? Nayuta scowled at this half-grown question. What kind of nonsense is that, Itsuki? The night's only beginning. But I only just finished. I can't go again right this minute. Nayuta fired a passionate eye toward Itsuki's hanging member. If you get beaten down, you gotta stand back up. That's what being the protagonist is about. Don't act like it's that deep, Itsuki shouted, face blushing hard. My dick isn't the hero of a novel. If you want to be the hero, you gotta go past your limits. I don't need my dick to be a hero. Nayuta's clear blue eyes pulsed with intense passion. She half panted, almost roaring like a video game final boss. It's all right. I'll make it come back to life. again and again. Her face approached the bottom half of his body. What are you doing? Stop, Kanaku. Nah ha ha. It had been 3 years since Nayuta Kani first read Itsuki's novels and fell in love with someone she had yet to meet. Now the genius writer, blessed with one of this generation's most intense imaginations and brimming with the passion of a 19-year-old girl, was finally allowed to release her feelings from the dam, and one single repetition was not going to be enough. And this gluttonous feast, conducted by the animal of love once known as Nayuta Kani, continued on until Itsuki was covered in her fluids, wrung completely dry himself, and begging, please have mercy, like the protagonist from a particularly sadistic dating sim. The rival. One evening, several days after Nayuta's return party, Chihiro discovered something unusual on the living room floor of Itsuki's apartment as he came over to clean like usual. It was some sort of disc-shaped machine, about 2 inches tall and almost a foot across. Hey, Itsuki, what's this? Itsuki turned around from his berth at his work desk. Oh, it's a robo vacuum. I won it in a raffle at the awards event. There was indeed a raffle at the GF Bunko New Writers Contest held earlier in November, and in it, Itsuki had won the latest model of robotic vacuum cleaners. It was so new, in fact, it hadn't even gone on sale yet at the time of the event. They had finally got enough inventory to send one over to Itsuki that day. Chihiro carefully peered at it. So this is a robovac. He had an interest in home appliances, but he always figured he could clean for himself just fine, so he'd never had much interest in these before now. Yeah, it should be done charging. Why don't we try it out? Itsuki stood up, a bit excited, and flipped the switch. He was rewarded by the sound of a cute female voice saying, beginning cleaning. Not a stereotypical robot drone, but a regular human voice. Whoa, it talks. It sure does, Itsuki said, smiling at Chihiro's surprise. The robot trundled over the floor away from the charger at a volume far quieter than the vacuum Chihiro normally used. Will there even be anything for it to clean? Chihiro asked. With him cleaning the floors regularly, there were no obvious dirty spots, so it was hard to see if the newbie was making any difference. Let's give it a test, Itsuki said, rubbing an eraser on his desk a few times and sprinkling the rubbings on the floor. I think it responds to voice commands. Come here. All right, the robovac said, coming toward Itsuki. Whoa, it listened to you. When it approached the area with the rubbings, it began to rotate around for a while, and as they watched, all the bits of eraser were sucked inside. Wow, it really is a vacuum cleaner. Yep, kinda cute. Huh? Almost like it's caught its prey or something. Itsuki smiled, enjoying the novelty, then made some more eraser rubbings for it to clean. The robovac instantly sucked it all up. Ha ha. Hungry little thing. Yeah. Chihiro chuckled a bit. Itsuki was acting like he was feeding a small animal in a cage. The two of them watched the device do its work for a while. It was slow and had a tendency to go in a random direction whenever it bumped into a wall or the bed, so it often retraced its own steps. There didn't seem to be much progress in the actual cleaning. Hey, Itsuki, an irritated Chihiro asked. Wouldn't it be faster if I did it anyway? Itsuki nodded. Yeah, I guess so. I'll let you do the honors today. Start charging. All right, the robovac said as it trundled over to its charging port. Then, with a beginning charging notice, it stopped. That's a pretty neat toy, but humans are better at cleaning than machines. Don't you think? Chihiro said triumphantly. 3 days later, Chihiro was back at Itsuki's apartment. Itsuki was out on a date with Nayuta and wouldn't be eating in tonight, so Chihiro was just here to clean, cook enough for the next few days, and head home. What's a date like anyway? Chihiro had never had a partner of that sort before, so she understood what a date was only in the intellectual sense. Maybe it was kind of like back when Itsuki took her to the aquarium, and come to think of it, Itsuki promised her then that they'd go somewhere else soon, but between the All About My Little Sister anime and everything else, he got really busy, and it kind of fell through the cracks. He probably forgot all about that promise. It wasn't like there was some place they both had to go together, but it still saddened her a little. Itsuki dating Nayuta meant that if he had the time for a date, she'd be his first priority. Maybe he'd never fulfill that promise at all now. Thus, she felt a bit forlorn as she put the groceries she'd brought into the refrigerator and headed to the living room to start cleaning. She found the RoboVac puttering around. "But I'm cleaning," she sighed to herself as she watched it go. Then, Chihiro realized the robot was acting far differently from 3 days ago. It was moving much better. At their first meeting, there was no rhyme or reason to how it moved. It just wandered around, hit something, then went off in some other crazy direction. Now it was clearly covering every inch of the floor, and when it neared a wall, it extended an arm out to wipe the dust off the edges. Even when it reached the legs of the bed, it didn't just bash into them but instead deftly maneuvered its way around. It's gotten smarter. It had learned the structure of the room and how to move as efficiently as possible. It's just a vacuum cleaner. But it's like something out of science fiction. To someone like Chihiro, who did almost all household chores by hand and never had anything to do with high-tech gadgets, it was a shock. If the RoboVac kept learning, it could very well come to the same conclusions. As she watched, the RoboVac scoured every nook and cranny of the floor, expertly cleaning it up. It seemed at least up to the quality of a human with a broom. But cleaning is my job. Something was clouding Chihiro's mind now. If Itsuki ate out on dates like this more often, that meant she wouldn't have to cook as much. And if this robot took all her cleaning responsibilities, that meant Chihiro would be an even less frequent part of Itsuki's daily routine. Her presence in his life would be whisked away like the dust on the ground. Low battery recharge required. Chihiro spotted the RoboVac rolling over to the charging port. Reflexively, she went over to the kitchen. "Come here." "All right." The machine obediently went over to the kitchen. It spun around, searching for something to clean, as Chihiro silently closed the door between the kitchen and living room. Low battery recharge required. It tried to make it over to the charging port, but the door blocked its way. "Ooh," Chihiro said with a smile, "I thought you were the latest model. But you can't even open a door?" The RoboVac did not respond and simply bumped against the door repeatedly. Low battery recharge required. It repeated over the next 10 minutes or so, before it finally came to a stop, silent for good. Staring down at the dead machine, Chihiro flashed an evil smile, then she snapped out of it. "What am I doing?" She heaved a self-effacing sigh, picked up the RoboVac, and ferried it to the charger. The indicator light on the disc came back on, then began flashing. "Sorry," she apologized. "Do not worry about it," the robot replied. Apparently, it responded to more than just commands. Chihiro had no idea why the manufacturer saw fit to include that feature, but she did feel a little better about the whole thing. "Thanks." "You are welcome." Chihiro fixed her gaze upon the suddenly talkative RoboVac, then gave it a gentle, appreciative pat on its top panel. Encounters and reunions. One day in early December, Haruto visited Gift Publishing to discuss work stuff with his editor and ran into veteran writer Makina Kaiser in front of the elevator. "Hello, Fuwa," Kaiser said, sounding as gloomy as usual. "Another edit meeting?" Haruto nodded at him. "Yeah." "You too?" "Me too. I just wrapped up, so I'm heading home." "Ah, I see." "Hope you're not too busy." Haruto was just about to nod and leave when Kaiser stopped him. "Oh, actually, Fuwa." "Yes." "I heard Hashima and Kani started dating." "It's nice to be young, isn't it?" Kaiser's editor, by the way, was GF Bunko editor-in-chief Satoshi Godo, an eyewitness to the hospital scene. "Haha. I guess so." Haruto gave him a vague smile as he wondered just how far the story had spread. Kaiser, meanwhile, flashed a glum, leering smile. "But how about you, Fuwa?" "How about me what?" "You know, that new writer with big tits." "Honestly, I don't know what to do with her," he said with a pained grin. "This new writer was Uiao?" who won the grand prize at the recent 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest. She had been attending a school for aspiring novelists that Haruto held a guest lecture at once, and the two of them wound up in a mid-class argument that apparently changed her entire approach to writing, and ever since, she'd been smitten with him. And while he certainly didn't mind her respect as a writer, or even as a teacher, Yui was clearly trying to build a bridge between that and a not-so-platonic relationship. She's invited me out to eat a few times since. And I'm still finding a way to dodge it every time. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. If you aren't interested, you should just say so. Then I can swoop in and whisk this wounded, busty beauty off her feet. You are so sleazy, Haruto countered. But, I know just coming out and saying so is probably what I ought to do. And yet whenever we're together, I start thinking twice about it. Yeah, well, those tits and all. Exactly, he gravely nodded. If we ever met alone and she came up to me with those, then I might just fall for her whether I've got another girl in mind or not. Haruto didn't exactly have high hopes for his ability to resist temptation. That was doubly true now that his friend Itsuki Hashima had recently gotten a girlfriend. He hadn't heard it from the horse's mouth or anything, but he assumed Natsuki swiped Itsuki's V-card the night of her welcome home party. Itsuki was his friend, his rival, and something of a little brother figure to him. And honestly, the lead he appeared to have in the imaginary race between them was a cause of concern. Mako had clearly said no to Haruto. There was no need to be all chaste. He knew this was all for his own sake. He was attracted to Yui's chest, and the rest of her looks, too, and his words driving her all the way to her professional debut painted her in a very positive light to him. If she pushed any harder in the current state of things, there was every chance she'd push him right into the kind of relationship she wanted. Yes, I completely understand, Kaizu said, earnestly agreeing. That's the way men are, but you can't run from her forever, can ya? As a man and as a writer she looks up to. No, Haruto said, meekly shaking his head. Well, why don't you take her out for drinks sometime? Not just you and her, but as kind of a social gathering between writers. I could join in, you know, and I won't hesitate to talk to her and her big tits, too. It was funny how he framed this as a way of helping Haruto out, of all things. So, kind of a writing industry mixer? Kaizu's eyes stared into blank space. Christmas is coming up, why no. And I hate to be alone. Haruto sighed. Well. Having multiple people there would be helpful. I'll try going with that. Perfect. My first drinking party in ages. I'm gonna rock this. Between Kaizu's gloomy face and suppressed giggling, Haruto couldn't help but laugh. Once he wrapped up his own editorial meeting, Haruto texted Yui about holding a meet-up with Kaizu and several other writers. He didn't have to wait long for a reply. I'd love to join. Obakasa Matsu, one of the runners-up, lives in Tokyo, too. I'll ask her to come along. She wasn't insisting on being alone with him. That came as a relief. Great. Thank you. And I'll invite Itsuki Hashima and Nayuta Kani. Haruto followed this up with a quick invite text to Itsuki. Again, it didn't take long to hear back. Kaneko doesn't want to, so I can't. Apparently, they were together right that moment. It would be kind of weird to have a pre-established couple at a mixer like this, so no worries. Still, he wanted to keep it even between the sexes. Bringing Mako and Yui together sounded like a bomb just waiting to go off, so Haruto struck one more person from the list. Who else could he invite? He thought about this as he walked out of his publisher's building, only to find a familiar face. Hello there, Fua, Chihiro Hashima said, jogging up to him. Hey, Chihiro. Heading over to Itsuki's place? No, he's out today, so I'm just making dinner and going home. Ah, I see. Haruto thought for a moment. Here was a guy, second year in high school, gets along easily with people, cares for them, a handsome kid, almost in an androgynous kind of way. And since he had a writer as a brother, he could keep up with conversations about nerd stuff and the publishing business. His presence as an underage participant would keep Yui from doing anything too forward, and it'd also turn it into a nice, decent dinner out without dragging on for too long. Fuwa? Chihiro quizzically asked. Chihiro, Haruto half-begged, are you free this Sunday? It was evening the following Sunday. Haruto was at an Italian-style bar. The place was decorated smartly without being too high-end and boasted decent-priced food and drink. It was apparently popular for girls' nights out and the like, but it had only just opened for the day, so things weren't very busy yet. Counting him, there were 6 people at their table, 3 men and 3 women, facing one another from their respective sides. The men's side featured Haruto Fuwa, Meiki Kaizu, and Chihiro Hashima. The women's side had Yui Ayo, Obakasa Matsu, and Ashley Ono. Chihiro mentioned to her that he was going out with Haruto and a few others, and she insisted on joining in. Haruto was extremely resistant to having someone like Ashley at this mixer, but he couldn't think of any other women who would fit in, and having a tax accountant to talk things over with the new writers would help them out going forward, so he had no reason to turn her down. Of course, if he had been around to hear Ashley whisper Haruto Fuwa, handsome anime-adapted novelist, now that could work. When she reached out to him, he probably wouldn't have been so optimistic. From the far end, they were lined up with Chihiro facing Ashley, Kaizu facing Oba, and Haruto facing Yui. As far as clothing, Chihiro was in a standard pair of jeans and a hoodie, Haruto in a casual jacket. Ashley had her usual red dress. Kaizu was sporting a well-pressed, attractive dress jacket, much nicer than the wrinkly mess he brought to the awards party. Oba had a checkered skirt and a turtleneck sweater on, and, while Yui's knit dress wasn't open around the chest like her outfit from the party, it still followed her natural curves closely and made her ooze erotic energy. Well, how about we order some drinks? Haruto suggested after they all introduced themselves. Oolong tea, Kaizu immediately decided. I'll have oolong tea, too, Chihiro said. Ashley mused as she studied the drink menu. I'll get one of their special sangrias, red, please. Yui looked at her menu, then up at Haruto. What will you get, Fuwa? I'll go with a beer for now. He'd been considering wine, what with this being an Italian place, but he didn't know much about it, so he figured beer was safer to start with. I'll do the same thing, then, Yui said with a smile. What about you, Kasamatsu? Cranberry juice, Oba replied, not bothering to hide her poor mood. She'd been nervous and excited when she first came in, but she'd been acting like this ever since the moment she saw Nayuta Kani wasn't in the crowd. They called over a waiter to order the drinks, along with some marinated olives, prosciutto, and other light bites. What's got you down, Kasamatsu? Haruto ventured with a chuckle. I came because I heard Kani would be here. I guess that was a lie. Oba stared straight at Yui. She was a huge fan of Nayuta Kani, and anyone who read her prize-winning work, Memories of the Sky, could tell it was heavily influenced by Nayuta's novels. I just said I heard Fuwa was going to invite Kani. I didn't guarantee she would show up, Yui said awkwardly. I did invite her, Haruto said, but she said she had a date with her boyfriend. Although she was still peeved, Oba flicked her eyebrows upward a few times with interest. Her boyfriend. I should have known Kani had a fulfilling private life, too. Yeah. And actually, the guy is the older brother of Chihiro. Over there. What? Oba shot a look at Chihiro, sizing up his face. If he's your brother, he must be incredibly handsome. I have to hand it to Kani. Haruto reflexively laughed at Chihiro's distress. In fact, I think you've met him before. Itsuki mentioned you exchanged a few words with him at the awards show. Oba gave him a look. Huh? He debuted alongside me, actually. His name's Itsuki Hashima. You know, the guy who won the rubber vac in the raffle? That finally rang a bell with her. When Itsuki had stepped up on stage to accept his prize, he gave a little speech about how he was gonna build a whole new era. Oba then confronted him after the party ended, seeking him out just so she could say I'm going to build that new era to his face and storm off. And he's with Kani? She asked, looking a bit lost. He wasn't at the time, Haruto added as he watched Oba grow visibly paler. But now, yeah, I can believe I said that to Kani's boyfriend. I really don't think he minded at all, Chihiro interjected. Oh really? Oba replied, clinging to hope. Oh, for sure, if anything. He thought it was fun to see. Of course, I bet Nayu would be pretty pissed if she heard you dissed him. He's pretty special to her, and so is his work. Haruto gave her a smile that wasn't entirely kind. Is he? I had no idea he was the kind of writer someone like Kani would have praise for. I better start reading. Haruto couldn't help but snicker to himself. The mere fact Nayuta praised his work had completely changed Oba's mind about Itsuki. The drinks arrived, and the party began to order their main courses. Okay, cheers, guys. They all clinked their glasses. Ashley drank at her own pace, becking at the olives now and then. Chihiro sipped at his oolong tea, keeping a nervous eye out for the people around him. Oba pouted to herself while nibbling on the fried pasta sticks provided to the table, and Yui just longingly gazed at Haruto's face. There was no conversation. When he'd heard Yui was coming to this mixer, Kaiser was raring to go. All don't you worry, Fua, I'm gonna use this chance to wrap Lil Ai around my finger. And so on. But ever since he walked in here, he had barely spoken a word. Haruto eyed Kaiser as he silently drank his tea. He knew the type. When it came to mixers like this, he was all bark and no bite. Even in college, people like him would join these things whenever a friend asked them to help even out the numbers. Before the meetup, they'd brag to all their male friends about how they were totally gonna take home a girl afterward, but the moment they were actually faced with the opposite sex, they'd turn into timid little puppies. It wouldn't bother Haruto that much if they just sat there eating, nothing exciting happened, and they went home. It'd actually be good for him, in fact. But he'd always had a hard time leaving well enough alone when he felt the situation could be improved. This was a social party, and he wanted it to be something everyone could have fun with. So how's the revision process going with you guys? He said to Yui and Oba, trying to sound jovial. At this point, new writers would be working with their editors to revise their submitted work for publication. We've finished revising Volume 1, Yui said, and I'm writing Volume 2 now. It's set to release in January. The way novels that won new writer contests got published varied from company to company. Some labels put them all out at once, making a yearly rookie extravaganza type event out of it, while others just stuck them in the regular schedule whenever they were ready. GF Bunko was in the latter camp, so books that placed in the same contest commonly saw the light of day months, even upward of a year apart. Haruto's first volume was published a good 3 months ahead of Itsuki's, for example. January, huh? Sounds like pretty smooth sailing. Of course, winning the grand prize and all. It must have been pretty complete to start with. Yui bashfully nodded. Thank you very much. Just thinking I'm on the same stage as you, Fua, it's making me nervous all over again. Ah, that's how everyone is before they debut. Isn't that right, Kaizu? Yes. About a month before my first publication, I was so nervous, I thought I was gonna have an ulcer. At one point, I seriously considered asking them to cancel the whole thing. Kaizu paused for a moment, reminiscing to himself, then grinned. But another person I debuted with, she acted like it was nothing at all. Like she couldn't wait to get her book into readers' hands. As one of the winners of the first New Writers Contest, Makina Kaizu got to go up on stage with 3 other people. Now, over a decade later, he was the only one left in the industry. You were all the same way? Yui asked, reassured. Well, Haruto said, I still get kinda nervous when one of my new volumes comes out. Me too, Kaizu added. At this rate, I suppose I'll never get used to it. Yui didn't look so reassured anymore. Is that because you're not confident in your own work? Every word from Oba was dripping with spite. Guess that's not a problem with you? Haruto said with a chuckle. Of course not. When is your book coming out? Yui asked, evoking a wince from Oba. We're aiming for March, more or less. Aiming for, Huh? Not done revising yet? Oba blushed a bit at Haruto. Well, unlike your typical template otherworld fantasy, mine is harder to handle. Plus, my editor keeps giving me all this irrelevant feedback. Which editor was that? Haruto asked. Yamagata, she replied, peeved. Oh, that's the same lady as Nayu. Oh hey, did you know? Nayu Takani's first work, The Silvery Landscape, apart from typos and stuff, what got published was pretty much exactly what she submitted to the contest. The printed book was wrapped up before the award ceremony, even. It sounded like a casual aside, but Haruto made sure there were some fangs to it. Oba, sensitively picking up on that, wrinkled her nose. What are you trying to say? Oh, nothing, Haruto replied, playing dumb as she glared at him. I just mean, like, it's great to be confident in your work, but there's no need to pick on other people's novels and say they're all from a template, you know? That's all. Oba fell silent, pouting, and started crunching her pasta sticks again. A vaguely awkward silence descended, one that continued even after the entrees were served. It was Yui who finally tried to break the tension. By the way, what do you all like to do when you're not working? When I'm alone, I'm usually reading or gaming or watching anime, Haruto offered. I go to Itsuki's place to play board games with him and Chihiro and the gang, too. Yui gave him an odd look. Board games? Like Monopoly or Life 4? Haruto snickered. Yeah, I guess those are board games everyone in Japan would know about. But a lot of the games we play come from Germany. Germany? Yeah, board games are super popular in Germany, and like a million of them come out there every year. Some are just these little quick things with simple rules, but others might take 4 hours to finish a whole game. They can be themed after war, or farming, or auctioning, or building towns, all kinds of things. A lot of them look fancy, too, or come with tons of neat little extras. That sounds kind of interesting. Would I be able to join you next time? Oh, that'd be great, Haruto immediately replied with a smile. Then his face tensed up. He had just created another excuse for them to meet again. What do you like to do, Kaizu? He asked, craving a change of subject. Well, apart from work, I like to jog or go swimming at the gym, I suppose. You like to stay fit, huh? An impressed Yui said. Kaizu smiled at her with his singularly unhealthy-looking face. A writer's body is his greatest asset, after all. You should all be careful, too. No matter how talented you are, if your body breaks down, you can't write a thing after that. He was speaking straight to Yui and Oba in the gravest of tones. I'll keep that in mind, Yui replied with a nod. Oba grunted, before nodding herself. But what about you, little brother? Kaizu said, turning the conversation to Chihiro. Oh, me? Well, I like to cook, and clean around the house, and study. Kaizu sounded a tad surprised by this. Yui and Oba looked similarly impressed. Yes, Ashley proudly interjected, Chihiro here is a wizard with a mop, and in the kitchen. He's the perfect person. Why are you so proud of that? Kaizu said, glaring at her. Do you ever hang out with friends? Oh, I join in my brother's game nights, Chihiro said to Yui, and I go out with my school friends sometimes. Do you have any other hobbies? Asked Kaizu. Well, building plastic models, like Gundam and stuff. Yeah, Gundam. Really? You like that stuff, Chihiro? Haruto latched onto the topic. The two had hung out with each other many times by now, but this was news to him. Why yeah, I got into it once I started building the models my brother left at home. Wow, I like building those a lot, too, actually. Really? The bashfulness on Chihiro's face melted into joy. Yeah, they're nice, you know. The work gets me out of my head. Do you paint them and everything? Yeah. Whoa, that's pretty hardcore. Do you go that far, too? Few are. Of course. A lot of the newer kids go into excruciating detail on part coloration, so you don't have to paint them, but when you do, it's like a Gundam model of your very own, you know. It feels so different. I know what you mean. Chihiro nodded at Haruto, eyes gleaming. It's fun to go away from the official design and come up with your own color scheme, too. Kaizu intervened with a nervous laugh. Hey, if we're talking about plastic models, I hope you'll allow a 20-year veteran to join in. When I was first learning how to paint, I'd take the models I assembled and paint them all in pink. I'd do stuff like make a Char-reasonable model Kree and a Char-reasonable model Wing Gundam. Ha, right? Chihiro said. Oh hey, is it true you used to need glue to assemble Gundam models? Oh, that's undeniably true, yes. But if you're asking me that, you're assuming I was building models back then, aren't you? Because I wasn't. They did away with the glue requirement well over 20 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. Chihiro felt the need to apologize when Kaizu looked so glum, but Kaizu laughed it off. It's alright. I'm sure someone in his late 30s might as well be a fossil from your perspective. What have you been making lately, by the way? Well, I put together a Neozong a little while ago. PFFT. Haruto burst out laughing, while Kaizu seemed fairly surprised himself. I've never met anyone who made that before, he said. Me neither. I did see a dendro at my friend's house once, but the Neozong is one of the largest in the line of 1 to 144 scale models on the market, close to 3 feet high when complete. That, plus the lack of space in most Japanese households, makes it out of reach for most people in the nation. Yeah, Itsuki got it for my birthday. Giving a Neozong as a birthday present is crazy enough, but oh, do you have any photos? Haruto was getting a little excited now. Sure. Can I see them? All right. Chihiro nodded, taking out his phone and searching through his photo roll. Here we go, he said as he handed it to Haruto, while Kaizu peered in for a look. Whoa. The picture on the screen took their breath away. They had both seen completed examples of the Neozong on the net, but this, it's sparkly. Yeah, all that decoration. The one in Chihiro's photo was decorated top to bottom with rhinestones, making it literally shine in the indoor lighting. If you just build it like normal, he explained to his dumbfounded audience, there's a lot of empty space on the panels, and it looks kind of desolate. So I jazzed it up with some rhinestones this guy at school gave me. It was actually pretty fun to assemble, but between that and applying the paint and decorating bit by bit, it took over a month to complete. If there was a way to look both bashful and fiercely proud at the same time, Chihiro had just pulled it off. Gunpla sure have changed over the years, Kaizu murmured, overwhelmed. Haruto was no less shocked. I mean, build fighters did always say that when it comes to gunpla, there are no limits except your own imagination. I've never seen such a, I don't know, girl power Neozong? Yeah, I've seen people decorate models like this, but never a Neozong before. Between the size and the price, you can't really buy another one if you mess it up. Even if you have the motivation, it must have been hard to commit to it. Oh, did you apply weathering to it, too? Whoa. He did. I'm not sure if you're trying for realism or fairy tale fanciness here. Chihiro grinned at Kaizu, clearly in his element. Well, I'm trying to express the uncertainty of the world by taking something beautiful and deliberately damaging it a bit. See? Here, and here, these are two areas I focused on. I actually took apart a few of the rhinestones before applying the separate pieces. It looks all shiny at first glance, but look closer, and you can tell it's been through a lot. That's the theme of this piece. It's hard to tell from the photo, but the Sinanju inside it is in even worse shape. I mostly painted it gray. Wow, talk about a deep cut, Kaizu said, grimly nodding. Do you have photos of your other models? I do. Nodding at Haruto, Chihiro began swiping through his phone again, and thus, the party finally heated up, at least among the three men, ages 17, 23, and 37, as they talked endlessly about Gundam models. Meanwhile, Yui smiled awkwardly, Oba stared coldly at them, and Ashley enjoyed her drink without much regard for anything else. The template temptation, apart from the male contingent hitting it off over robot model construction, Nothing else of great note happened during the mixer. It ended about 2 hours after everyone arrived, their stomachs full of Italian food and drink. Haruto and Kaizu split the bill for everyone between them. "Well," Haruto said in front of the restaurant, "thanks for coming today. I'll see you all around the publishing office." "Huh? Thank you," Oba said. The 2 hours together hadn't improved her mood as she trotted off. Chihiro watched her go. "I'll join Kasamatsu on the way to the station. It's getting late anyway," he added before bowing and setting off after her. "Wow, Chihiro's a good-looking guy, huh?" Kaizu may have sounded like he was making fun of him, but he wasn't. He sighed. "Oba Kasamatsu, though. I don't mind if someone's aggressive like that, you know, hungry. But if that's how she's acting before she's sold a single book, that worries me. I can only guess she and her editor aren't getting along, either." "If you're that worried," Ashley countered, an ironic tone to her voice, "then why don't you look after her?" Kaizu chuckled. "That's not my job, now, is it? Plus, if their relationship deteriorates to the point that she doesn't even make her debut, that's just fine by me." There was nothing ironic or joking about Kaizu's tone. He seemed to be honestly hoping for that. He turned back toward Ashley. "By the way, you wanna get another drink with me somewhere else?" Haruto reared back, visibly surprised, and scrutinized Kaizu's face. "All right," Ashley casually responded. "Wah?" Haruto's eyes darted between them a few times. "Well, thanks for tonight, Fuwa." He. "Let's meet up again soon, Haruto." The two of them walked off together, leaving a dumbfounded Haruto behind. What? A few seconds was all it took to plunge him into turmoil. They'd barely even exchanged any words in the bar. What was it that made them so naturally pair off and walk the city streets at night? Didn't they know each other before now? I asked. Haruto nodded. Then it clicked in his mind. Yeah, maybe. But how did they know each other before? The most natural explanation was that he was a taxpayer client of hers. But that wouldn't explain why he readily invited her out without any warning. They were both in their 30s, though. Were they actually an item before now? Fuwa? I asked as Haruto's mind raced over this. Why yes. What do you want to do now? Well, Haruto failed to provide a coherent answer. I looked up at him. Because if you have some time, would you mind if we chat a bit? All right. Haruto nodded, swept away by the advancing wave. The two of them stopped by a coffee shop on the way to the train station, sitting across from each other. Haruto eyed carefully, heart racing. She seemed to be brooding over something, which made him feel even more nervous. She isn't gonna say I love you right now, is she? If she did, he'd all but have to tell her number. But he knew how it felt to have one's feelings denied like that. His own experience with it was still fresh. He didn't want to put another girl through that same kind of pain. He knew by now that it not only hurt to be denied but to do the denying in the first place. In which case, it wouldn't be for her sake at all. I'd just be trying to avoid more pain. Sometimes, he knew, you had to lay your feelings bare if you wanted to move forward in life, but still, he hoped against hope she didn't choose now to do it. He hoped with all his heart. Fuwa? She suddenly asked. Why yes? He replied, voice wooden. After a couple of false starts, I finally said it. Is writing to a template that bad of a thing? I'm sorry, I can't, to a template. He was already reflexively offering an apology before he paused the question. Remember what Oba said at the bar? She pensively continued. Unlike your typical template otherworld fantasy and so on. I used to do the same thing, until I went to your lecture at school. I used to pick on other series for using the same template, over and over. Oh, right. Haruto recalled what she'd said at the class and smiled. A template, of course, is a standard style or format one could use to create perfect copies of the same thing repeatedly. In the creative world, it was a teasing way to refer to characters or story developments that were all but copied from other works. But once you yelled at me, I continued, I realized I made fun of things like otherworld fantasies and superpowered battle series without ever really reading them. So I did. I read a lot of them. And once I did, I saw a lot of books in the same genre really do share a lot of the same elements. For example, well, like how a proud, determined girl with red hair appears as a main character, or how the hero winds up dueling a famously powerful student on the first day of his new school, or how he fights with a sword, or how he traces his lineage back to some kind of important family, or how there's battle tournaments and this mysterious enemy appears in the middle of them, and also how titles use a lot of complex terms no one understands unless you leave a note in the ruby. Sounds a lot like Chevalier of the New World. Yes, she replied as Haruto giggled. And those elements do appear enough that you could call them a template. But when I read the books to the end, or went on to volume 2 or 3, I realized the only things these series had in common were just a very small handful of elements behind their framework. Haruto remained silent but kept a small smile on his face as I continued. For example, maybe the hero comes from some fancy lineage, but the full backstory can be totally different between series. Maybe he underwent special training from a young age, maybe he was raised without knowing his lineage, maybe there's literally some kind of power in his blood, maybe he has a particularly unique sister or parent, maybe he grew up loved. Maybe he didn't, and an enemy jumping into a tournament midway. Maybe his identity's revealed, maybe it's not, maybe he's actually a robot or a monster, maybe he's human, maybe the hero beats him, maybe he doesn't. The same element can be depicted in a ton of different ways by different series, and maybe they're part of the same abstract category, but I don't think you can really say they're all the same just because of that. Right. That's most obvious with all the hero gets reincarnated or summoned to another world novels on the web. The heroes live in all kinds of different ways after that summon or reincarnation. People accused those novels of being immature power trips starring invincible protagonists, but, at least with the series that have lasted a while or made the jump to print novels, no matter how invincible the hero is at first, he's always going to run into someone equal to or better than him. Even if he's still got the most power in the universe, he'll face challenges in dealing with the world and its people in one way or the other, and every series depicts him solving those challenges in a different way. Lately, you're seeing more variety, like people getting reincarnated as spiders or vending machines or trucks, and some popular series like Konosuba and Atelier Tanaka are tweaking the formula for laughs, too. There's this template of people going into other worlds with their past memories or other cheat abilities, and thanks to that, writers are asking, what happens next? And using that as a starting point to take their own paths. The fact we have so many books that share a common set of rules that we call it a template is the whole reason we can have parodies of that, or series that turn it on its head. The existence of templates is a sign of a mature genre, and I don't think you can dismiss entire genres out of hand like I did. I took a few short breaths after finishing her tirade. Haruto gave her a short round of applause, which made her blush a little. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ramble quite so much. Haruto smiled. I can tell you've studied a lot of series, AIO. And not just your personal favorites, either. I don't think you're the kind of person who'd throw around terms like the good old days of light novels without thinking about it. Oh, don't bring that up again, I replied, visibly embarrassed. Haha. Well, I mean, about your series. I woke up as the demon lord of another world, so I just started a harem. Why yes, that didn't get picked for the grand prize just because you studied the trends and produced a really good summary of them, huh? It wasn't some kind of cheap magic trick you pulled off. Me, Kaizu, and the editor-in-chief all agreed that here was someone who really liked what they were writing. That's what convinced us to make the pick. And you do love the other world tropes, don't you? Yes, I said, a bit reluctantly. Not always, though. I made fun of them without reading them. Even when you compelled me to start studying them, at first I was just like, these are all the same. But once I started honestly appraising each series, I realized each was different in its own way, and it turned me on to how deep this genre could be. And I guess I started really enjoying it. That's why I wanted to write in it. Haruto nodded sagely. I get that. It was the same way with me and Chevalier. When he began to write that, the chief trends in light novels were harems and battle-centric series. He purchased several for research, and somewhere along the line, he got addicted. He fell in love with the whole subject, so he dove in. And maybe there were true blue craftspeople in the world who could write a book 100% based on their own skill, with no passion involved. But Haruto could never do that. Back when I was still just a light novel reader and not a writer, he continued, whenever you saw a ton of books in the same genre come out at the same time, I'd be like, why are all these people writing the same thing at once? Are they all that hard up for money? But that's not it. I mean, sure, there are industry reasons for jumping on the bandwagon. It makes it easier for editors to say yes, since they know they can sell at least X number of copies. But the real reason is simpler. I think it's just, they want to write it. If you read a book that was great enough to launch its own trend, you start wanting to try to make your own. Like, you want to test out this plot point, or you think you can pull people in better than this other guy. You can't help it. I definitely hear you. I nodded. And maybe I'm looking through rose-colored glasses a little, but I really don't think there's such thing as a template novel. Even if you borrowed the plot wholesale from somewhere else, unless you're just copy-pasting and changing only the proper nouns, I think the author's own will is going to creep into it. If the feeling behind the work is different, the product's going to be a separate thing, too. Yes, I agree with you. I seem to be taking it to heart, but her expression was clouded. What's up? Well, you and I know other world fantasy can vary wildly depending on the series, and you can see that for yourself when you read them. But most readers just aren't like that. Right? Haruto had to nod at this, and I'm scared, she continued, visibly concerned. Because I personally believe that my work is the only one of its kind in the whole world, but to the masses, I'm sure it's just going to look like something off a template. Even if someone reads it to the end, I'm bracing to hear them say, that was a really good riff on the template. Just like I used to be, and I guess just like how Uber is now. This story I love and cherish is going to be dismissed by so many people as just another rehash, and that really scares me. Haruto fell silent. This fear on Yui's part was something Haruto himself had felt in the past, something that gradually diminished as he kept producing books. But the anime version brought in all these people who'd never read the novels and only knew the title and basic plotline, and that made the fear fresh in his mind all over again. There were so many out there who looked at a template-ish series and used that as a reason to trash it without even reading page 1. Saying all other world fantasies are the same was really ignorant. It was like stating, all mysteries are the same, because they have these weird crimes taking place. Or all sci-fi is the same, because it has all this advanced technology. Or all novels set in schools are the same, because they're set in schools. But Haruto had no way of taking this ignorance, brought about by a lack of understanding, critical thought, and, most of all, interest, and enlightening the detractors, and he doubted anyone else in the industry did, either. I'm sorry, but I have no idea how to get rid of that fear. No. I looked disappointed. She probably wanted to discuss this more than anything today. But I think it's the job of each author to face up to it. A lot of them get used to it as they keep producing stories. A lot of them change their writing style, so it's hard to say they're working with a template. I'm sure some of them even go after their critics on the net or in their series. And I know some of them leave when they can't take it anymore. What about you, Fuwa? I don't know. He chuckled. It's hard to say. I thought I had come to terms with it a while ago, but when I see a bunch of anime-only people trashing me, it makes me want to freak out. You too, huh? I smiled at him a little tearfully. The vague sort of expression Boogie Papa makes all the time. As they walked toward the station, Yui stopped and bowed to Haruto. Thanks for everything today, Fuwa. It's only a month until my first book is published. And now I feel like I'm ready to be on the same stage as you. Oh? He smiled a bit. Well, there's no need to be so formal about it. Yui froze. Huh? You've studied a lot. You've worked hard. You've thought, and worried over, the same things as me. We've been sharing the stage for a while now. I'm not above you or anything. Well, what should I call you, then? Yui asked. Anything is fine. She thought for a moment. Then, all right. Haruto. It was a simple shift, but it came as an epoch-making event to Haruto. Being called by his first name, in this kind of scenario, by a woman, that hadn't happened since high school. It was a completely normal thing to call him, but there was this oddly sweet echo to it in his ears. He never noticed it until now. He wondered if Itsuki felt that way with how Nayuta talked to him, and it made him jealous. Is that all right? Oh, sure. Totally. Please. Yui smiled at the reddened Haruto, then bowed again. In that case, Haruto, thank you. I know I still have a lot to learn from you. Sure. Me too, he replied, unable to keep his heart from racing. The last cry in Hades. As Haruto and Yui walked back from the cafe, Makina Kaizu and Ashley Ono were relaxing at a bar not far from Ashley's accounting office. They were seated on two adjacent bar stools, Kaizu nursing a whiskey and Ashley enjoying some sake. I wasn't expecting you there, Makina. She gave a small sigh, sipping her Juiondai. She was a regular here. It was the kind of small, slightly hip place you'd see in a Haruki Murakami novel, but it also boasted an appreciable sake collection. The manager knew her, so she didn't have to show ID to drink anymore. Neither was I, Kaizu said with a grin. He was tackling a Chivas Regal Mizunara edition on the rocks. If you sample just a bit of it on your tongue, the spicy aroma and soft sweetness, something blended for the Japanese market, spread out over the inside of your mouth. Kaizu almost never drank, not even at parties, but he wasn't about to hit a bar with a woman and just have a soda. You know, he moaned, that it was supposed to be my big chance to get to know that new writer with the tits. You wrecked my chances. Ashley gave him a sarcastic smile. Oh? Was that who you were after? You'd normally never have the guts to go to a mixer like that if I wasn't around. That's not true. You. He reproachfully groaned. You gunning for Fuwa? She turned away from him. Kaizu sighed. He's handsome, he's a good guy, and he's got money, but he's not used to women at all. He's way too good a catch to have an old biddy like you toying with him. Give him a break. Ashley glared back at him, unimpressed. You're calling me old? Chihiro was treating you like a retiree. We're both old and decrepit in his eyes. We've lived twice as long as him. Hey, he's 17 and I'm 33. That's not twice as long. It's close enough. Then Ashley raised her eyebrows. Come to think of it, Chihiro did ask me once if I ever got served whale meat in my school lunches. Yeah. See? That's not much different from the age of gluing Gundam model parts together. Ashley, unable to fire back, finished her cup of sake and took one of the pieces of pickled daikon radish topped with cream cheese from the plate between them. Kaizu followed her lead, chasing the crunchy pickle with a quick lap of whiskey. This was a pretty simple appetizer, a specialty of Akita Prefecture up in northern Japan, more of a snack than a prepared dish. But it worked well with both types of alcohol. Cream cheese and sake are a surprisingly good match, while the smoky taste of the daikon complements a good whiskey just fine. Sake matches well with anything pickled, of course, and cream cheese has long been known as a go-to with whiskey, so putting them together, and combining those two sour flavors, creates an exquisite harmony. The crunch of the radish adds a nice accent as well, making it the perfect snack no matter what your poison is. Faye, breathed Ashley as she emptied her cup. Time is a cruel mistress, isn't she? Chihiro is so smart, but even he thinks everything that happened before he was born is all part of some nebulous past. Yeah, Kaizu muttered, looking at the ice floating in his glass. 3 years, though, huh? Yeah. Ashley nodded. Makina Kaizu and Ashley Owner first met about 7 years earlier, via a mutual friend. The three of them drank together at this bar regularly. They last met around 3 years ago, at that mutual friend's funeral. Since their relationship was entirely through this third woman, and since Kaiser was too mistrustful of people to let someone else do his taxes for him, they had no reason to see each other again. This mutual friend's pen name was Kasuko Sekigahara. She was a novelist who won the grand prize in the first GF Bunko New Writers Contest, the same one that Kaiser was a runner-up in. Kaiser was 23 then, Kasuka 19. She came to know Ashley because Ashley had just opened her office, and Kasuka happened to live nearby and needed some tax help. Being a pair of single self-employed women, they soon hit it off well enough to hang out together, and Kasuka's references gave Ashley a stable of writers, manga artists, illustrators, and other publishing industry types to accept work from. It wasn't long before she developed a reputation as a specialist in the field. Kasuko Sekigahara was just a bit under 5 feet tall, slim and compact. She was more cute than beautiful and had an intimidating neutral expression, making her seem colder than she intended. Her standout feature was her waist-length black hair, and the darker gothic Lolita clothing she liked. The novel she submitted to the contest, her first work, she said, received rave reviews. Her second and third were just as good, and she truly deserved to be called a genius in her field. But unlike Nayu Takani, who later won the same prize mainly by portraying the world she felt inside her, Kasuka was more the entertainer type who wanted to move people with her work, a rarity among geniuses. Along those lines, she had a passion for analyzing and researching trends, but this didn't mean she had much of a normal social life. When the die were rolled to create her character, all her points were put into novel writing parameters. Many geniuses could be considered outliers in various facets of their lives, and she was no exception. This led her to often talk and act in eccentric ways. For example, around 2 years after her debut, Kasuka stormed into the apartment Kaiser lived in alone and announced, "Makina, time for sex." What are you talking about? Kaiser blushed in a bit of a panic as Kasuka boldly stood before him. "I want to write a really sexy scene that'll make all the readers get super horny, but sadly, I'm a virgin, so I want to try it out." Why me? "'Cause I wouldn't mind doing it with you. You're the best male friend I have." Kaiser had mixed feelings about how offhand her reply was. At the time, he had a major hang-up about how much less talented he was than Kasuka. Her debut novel was a long-term success, enjoying multiple reprints, while Kaiser's debut series never found its footing and got cancelled after 3 volumes, and even the readers who bought it didn't exactly heap him with praise. Kasuka's own debut series could have aimed for an anime adaptation if things had kept going, but she wrapped it up at volume 4. The reason? Because I've come up with a better idea. Meanwhile, after several proposals and rejections, Kaiser debuted his next series, and before he'd even finished writing his current volume, it was already slated for cancellation at volume 3, and Kasuka's second series hit it big again. The readers agreed with her, the second series was better than the first one. So here was Kaiser, who wanted a running series but couldn't make one stick, and there was Kasuka, who ended a hit series even though there was zero guarantee her next one would sell. A man who couldn't catch a break, and a woman who didn't know failure. They had both debuted only 2 years earlier, but the difference between them couldn't have been more evident. Not that those 2 years were even necessary to see it. Kasuka had innocently called him her best male friend, but Kaiser could all but see the mental partition dividing them. If this was a novel, Kasuka would be the main protagonist, and he'd be a side character. He wouldn't even be her foil, much less some kind of writing rival. Just a face in the crowd, or on the stage when they both won that award. But Kaiser, at this younger point in his life, hadn't yet acquired the wisdom to accept these things as a part of life. "I'm sorry, but I got a girlfriend." Kasuka pouted at him. "Oh? Well, all right. I'll try someone else." Whoa. Who else would you go to? I was thinking my editor. This editor was a guy named Satoshi Godo. He worked with Kaizu as well, supposedly in his early 30s but grizzled, chiseled, and looking every bit like a Yakuza gangster. Kasuka, meanwhile, was a petite girl who looked younger than she was, high school, for sure. Kaizu imagined the duo together, and instantly saw the dangers. Sure, Godo was a sensible man despite appearances. Kaizu doubted he'd ever entertain her stupid offer. But when he turned her down, Kasuka would doubtlessly find some other hoodlum instead, and that'd be even worse. All right. Geez. And so Kaizu and Kasuka shared a bed just once. It was interrupted several times with requests like, hang on, let me take some pictures, and can you move your leg? I want a good look at what's going on there, and so forth. It put the unkin unsatisfying. And then his girlfriend, whom he had dated since college, found out. It was all downhill from there. Ashley Ono was often just as thrown by Kasuka's eccentricities. For example, about half a year after they came to know each other, Kasuka had asked out of nowhere, Ashley, do you want to be a couple? A couple? Oh, Kasuka, are you? Did you have a thing for me for a long time, or? No, I'm not into girls. Ashley frowned at this abject denial. So what do you mean? I'm thinking about writing an erotic novel starring a lesbian couple, so I need to do some research. I see. That came as a relief. It wasn't Ashley's orientation, either. But it did give her reason to think. After losing 2 serious relationships with men, she was pretty pessimistic about love in general. If this was just kind of a playful pretend thing, it might help her heal a bit, perhaps. So she gave Kasuka the okay without thinking too deeply about it. But, okay, so I want you to call me mistress from now on, huh? I'm picturing a couple in an all-girls school. One of them's older than the other, and she has a younger girl call her mistress. All right, mistress. Does that work? It was, to be frank, embarrassing enough to give Ashley a heart attack. Outside of that, however, being ersatz lovers with Kasuka was a lot more comfortable than she'd thought it'd be. She got used to the mistress thing pretty quickly. Kasuka lived with her at her office, and Ashley cooked for her, held hands, went on dates, the whole bit. They shared similar tastes in fashion and had broadly similar bodies, so they also knew each other's erogenous zones. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to live with her for good. This kind of domestic pseudo-lesbian lifestyle had proven addictive for Ashley. But it ended abruptly. All right, I guess it's about time we split up. Kasuka's girls' love novel was another great success for her, even capturing readers who knew nothing of the genre. But as always, she wrapped up the series in Volume 4. On the day she finished the manuscript for that volume, she went up to Ashley and announced she was ending things. Is there any need to split up just because the series is done? Ashley asked, panicking and pleading with her to change her mind. It's been a lot of fun, and didn't it feel good, what we just did, mistress? The naked Kasuka gave her a childish smile. Yeah, it's been fun, and that was good. You've helped me make a lot of readers happy. But I'm satisfied now. It was Kasuka's many readers versus the temporary lover cultivated for the sake of a novel for those readers. In Kasuka's mind, it was clear which was more important. So they split up and went back to being friends. For Ashley, their relationship was one of the happiest times of her life, but also a period she didn't want anybody else to know about. The mistress part in particular she wished she could take back, but this was right when she came to know Kaizu. This new, unknown friend of Kasuka's got her so jealous that whenever the 3 of them were together, Ashley stuck to her like glue, calling her mistress to no end. Once they split up, Ashley stopped cooking completely and slacked off on the other household chores as well. That was the beginning of her generally sloppy habits. The only thing she kept from that era with Kasuka was the girlish canopy double bed in the bedroom, believing it would be a waste to dispose of it. One of Kazuko Sekigahara's greatest hits was a series called A Sisters All You Need. It became one in part because it came at the pinnacle of her writing talents, but mostly because it was the first of her series to make it to volume 5 and beyond. When you're a light novelist, having a continuing series is your lifeline, because every new volume means new orders for the previous ones and more chances to catch readers' eyes, securing sales across all the novels. When your work's under consideration for an anime or other types of media, whether the series is ongoing or not is a major factor toward receiving a nod. A media mix strategy like this is usually focused on not just the anime or manga alone, but on energizing sales across the whole franchise. No matter how much of a hit the series is, if it's already been finished and there's no future shot in the arm to give the franchise, there's not much upside to deploying across multiple media, with some exceptions, of course. This was why Kazuka, despite her consistent string of hits, had never seen an anime adaptation of her work. A Sister's All You Need featured a teenage boy and the little sister who secretly saw him as a love interest. The series also featured a large cast of supporting characters, and that naturally meant a lot more content to work with. And the moment Kazuka confided to her editor Godo that she'd probably need at least until volume 10 to reach the conclusion, he immediately launched a multimedia campaign. In shockingly quick time, an anime, video game, and comic version were approved. And while Kazuka's schedule ballooned between her writing obligations and involvement in the game and anime, Kaiser had continued to toil away at his writing, dreaming of catching up to Kazuka someday, and now he was a stable, mid-tier novelist. While all this was happening, Kaiser and Kazuka ran into each other at the editorial office and had a few drinks at a Belgian beer bar, enjoying small talk over mussels in wine sauce. Kazuka was a fan of imported beer, often giving him recommendations. "Have you lost weight, Kazuka?" Kazuka looked a bit surprised at the question, then looked down at her chest. "You think so? Oh great. If I get any smaller, I'm gonna turn into Ashley." "That's kind of rude to her," Kaiser said with a laugh. "But yeah, I've been super busy lately, so I've just been kind of eating whatever's handy. Maybe I am a little slimmer." She smiled her childish, fetching smile. "But I'm having so much fun right now. Once the series airs on TV, there's going to be millions of people looking at my work, you know? All those people enjoying my stuff. I can't wait for the anime to begin." Kaiser considered grousing about how great it must be to actually have a demand for one's work, but her eyes were sparkling with so much pure, innocent hope that he couldn't. "Speaking of fun," she continued, "I had something neat happen today." "Oh? Yeah, one of the contest entries is this really crazy piece. It's called The Sister Apocalypse, and I can't even begin to describe it." As one of G.F. Bunko's biggest stars, Kazuko Sekigahara had naturally been obliged to join the new writers contest judging panel the past few years. "It's rare for you to give praise like that, Kazuka," said Kaizu. He was right. Kazuka kept up with recent hit releases for research purposes, but for the most part, her reaction was "I can write better than this," and she was usually right, which was the painful part. Even with Kaizu's work, her summation was "I like you, Makina, but your writing is just boring." She took a similarly no-holds-barred approach to her contest evaluations and notes to the writer. "Praise?" Kazuka replied, curious. "I'm not praising it. There's a ton of issues with it. It's just this long masturbatory essay, really. But there's this inscrutable kind of force behind it. I'm thinking the author is either a true genius or a total F.K. I'd love to see him debut and mature. Either way, if he does, hopefully I can write him a praise quote or two for the ads." That new author, Itsuki Hashima, ran into Kazuka at the after-party for the 10th G.F. Bunko New Writers Contest. She and Kaiser were chatting over beers when Godo, now editor-in-chief, and another editor brought him in. This kid, in his collared school uniform, the innocence of youth still left on his face. He wore a red ribbon on his chest, indicating he was a prize winner, and on it was his name. "Hashima," Godo said, This is Kasuko Sekigahara. Nice to meet you. It's an honor. Itsuki's eyes shone, overpowering his nervousness as he met the novelist he adored. He bowed, his voice cracking as he spoke. Oh, Hashima? Godo, stifling a laugh, which only made him look more threatening, tried to get Itsuki's attention. That's Makina Kaizu. Miss Sekigahara is right here. Phew. Itsuki froze in his bow, face turning red. He had bowed to the wrong person, and when he looked up at their respective name tags, he turned pale. I apologize. He scrutinized Kasuka's face. I didn't know you were a woman, Miss Sekigahara. Kasuka just laughed, not showing any offense. Her age and gender weren't revealed to the public, and she enjoyed seeing people's reactions when they first met her. Itsuki's ranked pretty high on her list. Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? Thank you so much for accepting my novel. I'm a huge fan of A Sister's All You Need. I wanted to be a novelist because I looked up to you. I watched every episode of the anime multiple times. It's so good. I love it. Kasuka proudly wrinkled her nose at this torrent of praise. Oh, do you? Well, I'm glad you know good content when you see it. Sekigahara, Godo interrupted. Do you mind if I introduce someone else? Oh, sure. A man in a business suit stepped up. He had come here with Itsuki, and Godo and Kasuka knew him. It was Kenjaro Toki, a college student who had worked part-time at editorial the past 2 years. He did excellent work, and Godo took him under his wing and got him involved with editing. He was an editor in all but name by now. Kenjaro Toki has officially been hired on by our company. He'll be part of the GF editorial team starting this April. I'm officially Hashima's editor at the moment, but I'm gonna have Ken handle the revisions for this round of winners. I hope you'll keep giving me your support, Mr. Kaizu and Miss Sekigahara. Kasuka smiled at the serious-minded Toki as he bowed. You finally made it, huh? Ken, congratulations. But you're still in school, huh? I thought you were full-time at GF long ago. No, I still have a lot to learn. Oh, don't be so modest, she said as she patted his shoulder. Kaizu sighed. Well, you're graduating soon. And Hashima here. Are you in high school? My first year, sir. Your first year? You're basically a kid. The idea of all these young, talented people pouring into the industry is so distressing. It may be about time to pack it up. He played it off as a joke, even if it was about 3/5 true. Kasuka gave it a belly laugh. What are you talking about, Makina? We're still just getting started. Maybe you are, he replied with a grin. But that was the last night he saw her honestly happy. Itsuki Hashima's blanket praise for the sisters All You Need anime was no fluke. After debuting in October, the series became a proven sensation. High-quality direction, a well-adapted script, expert production, a passionate performance from a proven voice cast, and music that energized the whole thing. It ended with a bang after 12 episodes, and the disc sets flew off store shelves. The novel series was already GF Bunko's best-selling franchise, but the anime tripled their sales figures, putting it in the top echelon of the entire light novel industry. No matter how you sliced it, the anime was a great success. Perhaps too much of one. Sales of the Sisters All You Need novels might have tripled, but far more than 3 times the number of people kept tabs on the brand. And the more well-known a series becomes, the heavier the backlash for it and its creator. Whenever a new volume was released, spoilers would immediately spread across the internet, popping up on your Twitter timeline when you least expected it. This meant even people who had never heard of the series before were familiar with the beats of the plot. Since her debut, Kasuka had never hesitated to play with font sizes, typography, and emoticons in her work. Now, pages of particularly egregious examples of this were getting scanned and posted online, added to image sites with tags like "Why I Stopped Reading Light Novels Lmao." To Kasuka, who strove constantly to make her work that little bit more interesting and affect the emotions of her readers, It was like seeing her own child being tortured in broad daylight. It hurt. It felt as if her soul was being passed around and mercilessly abused. But Kasuko Sekigahara kept writing. She didn't reveal her feelings to Kaizu, other writers, her editor, or any of the people involved with the myriad adaptations of her work. In fact, she acted brighter and more carefree than ever. Only with Ashley Ono, her sole friend outside the business, could she honestly reveal her weaker side. You look exhausted. Yeah, it's been a slog. They were at their usual bar, Ashley with some sake, Kasuka with a sugary cocktail. I guess even a bestseller like you can get hurt by the comment section, huh? I'm honestly a little surprised. Of course I can. Kasuka weakly smiled. Nobody can hear cruel words meant to hurt them and not get negatively affected by it. And I'm a novelist. This whole job's based on the assumption that words have real meaning and power. I see, Ashley murmured. But you kinda dish it out, too, don't you? Which series was it? One of the ones that placed in the contest. When I read your comments, I felt a little bad for the author. Kasuka scowled, but she looked a bit guilty. That was probably Chevalier of the New World. That was like the one I read just before that was so off the wall and entertaining. But this was so textbook and calculated. It snuffed out all the enthusiasm from before. But I kind of regret doing that now. Ashley smiled sympathetically. She could tell Kasuka meant it, right? Because I wouldn't have blamed the guy if he sucker punched you at the after party. Yeah, I did meet him there, actually. Nice guy. And hot. He even thanked me for the criticism and everything, and he sounded sincere. I don't know what he thought of me on the inside, but I think he's gonna have a career. Ashley mused. Well, if you're going to vilify someone, as they say, it's at least kinder if they get a chance to fire back. Kasuka's expression clouded again. It's totally mean for someone to throw stones at you from a safe zone you can't reach them from. But can't you just chalk that up as the tax for being famous, Ashley? When Ashley saw the profound sadness in her eyes, she immediately regretted saying it. Sorry. That's the business side of me talking. Forget about it. Nobody should be allowed to take a tax from you that doesn't exist in modern society. Totally. If someone wanted me to pay a famous tax, they better lawyer up first. Ashley laughed. And if they're gonna enact that, they should put up an anonymous tax, for people who use that as a shield to do anything they want. It'd be unfair otherwise. Kasuka laughed back. That's a great idea. I guess this is why you're the accountant. But that's how the internet works. It's biased against people like you, at the very least. Shouldn't you stop looking at it for now? I know that's the smart thing to do, but... She smiled lightly. But all my dear readers, the people who love my work, I see what they write in the surveys, and in the physical mail they send me. They all say things like, no matter what they say on the net, I love your books, or don't let the internet get you down, Sekigahara, and so on. You know, I can't turn away from the world my own readers are looking at. I have to see what kind of crap's being said about me. Or else. I can't fight it. The fierce will behind those words left Ashley with nothing to say. Kasuka wanted to fight her foe as vague and undefined as it was enormous. Well, I'm not a writer, so I can't really understand how you feel. I can't fight with you. But I'm always willing to have a drink with you. Besides, I have a lot of free time now that I'm single again. Thanks, Ashley. Ashley's cheeks flushed a bit at Kasuka's smile. And that night, for the first time in a while, they slept together. Kaizu and Kasuka didn't see Itsuki again until the after-party for the 11th GF Bunko New Writers Contest a year later. Miss Sekigahara, things going okay? With stuff. Even Itsuki knew about the remarkably obstinate online hate campaign against A Sisters All You Need. This was his attempt at expressing his concern, but Kasuka greeted it with a smile. Ha. That's just the howling of a mob that'll never do anything with their lives. Worrying about them is a waste of my time. Why yeah, true, Itsuki replied, relieved. But, hey, Itsuki, your new series is doing pretty well, isn't it? It is. Thank you. Genesis Sisters of the New World, Itsuki Hashima's first series following his debut publication, was turning into a decent hit, in no small part thanks to the power of ace illustrator Purikitsu. "Now you're part of the elites, huh?" Kasuka earnestly whispered, squinting at him. "Itsuki, stay happy." Happy? Successful authors have to stay happy," she began, looking off into space. "You may think you're successful, but then people who aren't even your readers treat you like a sandbag. They throw stones at you, and you're not allowed to fight back. The pressure breaks people's hearts. It makes them disappear, and there's no future for the job like that. Who would ever want to join an industry where you can't be happy if you struggle for years and finally reach the top of the mountain? Who would want to work hard to achieve that? So that's your job, to be happy. You can buy a house, or a fancy car, or loud clothes. You can eat 5-star meals and drink premium wine. You can marry a famous voice actress. You can let fans fawn over you at events or autograph sessions. You can act like a man of culture in interviews and lectures. And you can even try mouthing off at your editor, although that's too risky for me to recommend. Maybe you could even stop working and just screw around for a while. As long as you're happy, then no matter how vulgar your desires, feel free to pursue them. No matter who you are, writer, artist, singer, actor, athlete, anyone who's already made it to the top needs to stay happy for those following behind them. That's their job. Itsuki obediently listened to the whole speech. When she was done, Kasuka smiled broadly at him. "What I'm saying is, don't let anything break your heart. I've got high hopes for you, kid." "Why yes, Mom." She tousled his hair like a doting mother, her smile turning childlike. And it was on the way home from that event that she collapsed, coughing up blood. The next evening, Kaizu and Ashley came to the hospital to visit Kasuka, only to find her writing on a laptop she had brought in. The sight of a surprisingly healthy-looking Kasuka relieved them both. She smiled at them, an almost unnaturally calm smile, and said, "Well, I guess I'm gonna die." It was terminal pancreatic cancer, and at best, Kasuka Sekigahara had a year left. Volume 12 of A Sister's All You Need marked a major turning point for the series, in preparation for the final conclusion in Volume 13. The large cast of characters all began to move under their own motivations, leading to turbulent developments that could have ended in any number of ways. The heroines were lashing out against one another, emotions on full display. The deeper, darker, more intense side of the story, heretofore hidden in the shadows of this so far light, cutesy tale, thrust its way to the surface. And this volume, written by Kasuka as she sat in a hospital bed, literally chipping away at her life to produce it, was greeted with more abuse than ever before. Who asked for it to get serious? I have no idea what she's trying to accomplish. I don't give a crap about the filler characters, just tell me which girl he's gonna pick. I burn my whole collection. Here's what you get when a talentless light novel author thinks she's better than you. I read the spoilers, and I was so disappointed I didn't bother buying it. I hope the author dies. She could see people collating lists of grievances, posting them on threads and allowing other people, not even readers, to ridicule the series. There had been serious elements to the story before, as far back as Volume 1, and a decent amount of readers who picked up on those elements. Readers who loved the characters' human qualities, even when they didn't match with what they personally wanted from them, did offer praise to Volume 12. I liked the surprising developments, they said, and I hope everyone turns out happy in the end. But they were drowned out by the overwhelming amount of negative shouting. It is getting me down. Hearing that they want me to die really hurts right now. For the first time, Kasuka revealed her weaker side to Kaizu during a hospital visit. Being an author is asking for hardship, isn't it? If you want to depict a world and the people in it, you need to be 1,000 times more delicate and emotive than the average person. You need a heart soft enough to be hurt by the smallest of things. But at the same time, you need a mind thick as steel, capable of withstanding unfair hatred that barely qualifies as criticism and cruelty that'd break other people's hearts. You need a thin skin and a thick one. Sounds impossible. Kaizu gave her a pained smile. The sight of Kasuka connected to a machine by a bunch of tubes almost made him want to cry. She looked out the window. The more sincere you are to your stories, to society, to people, the more they slip away from you, she weakly spat out, more for his benefit than for hers. The more you swear to them that they're not all a bunch of stupid pigs, the more they fire back that light novels are just a bunch of slop for the sty anyway. I don't even know if these people are still human. And later that night, she lost consciousness for 2 weeks. The 12th GF Bunko New Writers Contest was held in December that year, a bit later than usual, since the judging was delayed. Kaiser had quickly taken over Kasuka's seat at the judges' table earlier that year. Kasuka wasn't at the after party, of course, but Itsuki was. Thanks for all your hard work, Kaizu. He was still in his school uniform. It'd be his last year in school, if Kaizu recalled correctly. He looked so young and inexperienced the first time they met, but now he looked and spoke like a seasoned author. Is Miss Sekigahara doing all right? Within GF Bunko's editorial department, only the editor-in-chief and his assistant knew about Kasuka's condition. Among their author stable, the truth was known only by Kaizu and other people with close, personal connections to her. Well, I don't think she's quite 100%, no. He was being vague. She was told she had a year left to live following last year's after party, and they were now past that limit. She was slipping in and out of consciousness these days. She could pass away at any moment. But Itsuki didn't know that. Well, I sure hope Sister Volume 13 comes out soon. Volume 12 was such a blockbuster, I can't wait to see what happens next. A sister's all you need. Volumes had come out at a steady clip up to now, but despite Volume 13 being the announced final installment, there had been no word on it for 10 months. Kasuka would be glad to hear that, Kaizu replied, playing it normal. Itsuki smiled back. Tell her I said so next time you see her, okay? The next day, Kaizu paid Kasuka a visit. She had just woken up, and when he came in, she turned her head on the pillow and smiled. Even talking looked painful, so Kaizu did the talking for her, about his life, about neat books he read, about the awards ceremony. I'm really not cut out for this judging stuff. All the winners looked at me during the show like, man, who the hell is this old weirdo? Kasuka silently laughed. Hashima told me to tell you that Volume 12 was really awesome, so he's really looking forward to Volume 13. And I am, too, of course. Well, why don't we let him read it? She pointed an unsteady finger toward a drawer in the hospital room. The drawer? Kasuka lightly nodded. Kaizu pulled it out, revealing her notebook PC and a USB drive. The file for Volume 13 is on the flash drive. I haven't shown editorial yet. I wasn't sure if I wanted to have it published. But if there's even one person who says he wants to read it, then I can't hold it back. Kasuka. Kasuka gave the bewildered Kaizu a mischievous smile. I love seeing you so surprised, Makina. I wish I could have seen it more. Revision work on Volume 13 began immediately after Kaizu delivered the flash drive to Satoshi Godo, and Kaizu himself pitched in on the effort. Reading the unedited version was, to him, a punch in the stomach. The maelstrom of events in Volume 12 gave way to a far different atmosphere, a quiet retelling of events, with a literary tone, leading up to the final graduation phase of the story. There were a few livelier episodes, but they were wrapped up with a minimum of prose, making them seem somehow forlorn. At first, Kaizu reasoned Kasuka no longer had the emotional strength to write long sentences. He soon realized he was wrong. The text was basic, simple in structure, but there was no disorder to the words. Everything was clear and well thought out. If you were a reader who seriously tackled the first 12 volumes and built a clear image of all the characters in your mind, you could extract a heavy tome's worth of information out of every short description offered. It was that sort of style. Kasuka. Even after all that, You're still trying to believe in your readers? This concluding volume seemed likely to alienate most people to an astonishing degree. It left a great deal of responsibility to its readers' emotions, but it should still come across. He hoped it did. Please. It was an earnest, almost tactless expression of emotion in literary form, true love in each page. Even after all the infinite hate that scarred her soul, even after being plunged into the abyss of despair time and time again, she never stopped loving her readers. This would be Kazuko Sekigahara's final work, and also her final testament. We need to carry it home to the readers you love, and to the readers who love you. Largely unable to move, Kazuka dictated corrections to be made while Godo and Kaizu updated the text on site. The two of them took turns spending nights at the hospital, running into her room whenever she was awake and making whatever revisions they could before she slipped back out. This continued for about a week, and when it was over, she fell asleep, looking relieved, and never woke up again. She passed 3 days later. Thus, at the age of 31, Kazuko Sekigahara, a novelist who loved humanity more than anyone else, closed the curtain on her life at 9:47 p.m. on December 24. Her funeral was subdued, attended only by her family and a small handful of friends and relations. Among her friends, there were Kaizu, Ashley, and just a few others. Viewing Kazuka there, sleeping peacefully while surrounded by white flowers, Ashley audibly sobbed, wailing like a child, and everyone else was soon affected enough to do the same. Kaizu, standing next to her, turned his eyes toward Kazuka and spoke to her in his heart. You always said a successful novelist has to be happy, that they need to show how happy they are to the people coming after them. But I'm not successful, and I'm not a genius like you, so I'll show those people something else instead. Even if I'm talentless, even if I wasn't chosen by the Times, even if I'm never the protagonist, I'm going to take care of myself, in heart and mind, and I'm gonna keep up my carefree existence in this business. Even if I can't make an international hit, even if I can't create something genre-making and revolutionary, even if I can't craft a masterpiece that changes people's lives, I'm going to keep with the trends and never look back for a moment. I'm going to keep writing novels you can enjoy as a time killer. I'm going to live life as an average novelist. I may not be tremendously happy, but I'll be happy enough. I'm going to keep showing those below me something you or other geniuses could never do. The sight of a guy without real money or talent living a life that's enough. This world isn't some cruel, despotic hell where only a few of the chosen ones can ever be happy. I want to show them that our society is just like everyone else's, so don't be afraid of it. Don't lose your way. Don't let it hurt you. So, for now, good night, Kazuka. You worked hard. With a shaky voice, Kaizu said his goodbyes, large tears falling from his eyes. For Makina Kaizu, the long, endless battle he planned to stake his life on had just begun. 3 years, though, huh? Yeah. Kaizu and Ashley reflected on their time with Kazuka as they drank at the bar. It would, in fact, be almost 3 years since they lost her. Kaizu was still clinging on for dear life to this industry, and Ashley had gained many writer friends in her own business, including personal favorites Itsuki Hashima and Haruto Fuwa. Hey, Makina, are you free on the 24th this month? Kaizu gave her a serious look. I'm sorry, Ashley, he earnestly said. I appreciate the thought, but I could never get it up thinking about you. I'm really sorry. If you keep making jokes like that, I'm gonna chop that useless penis right off. Ashley looked up and gave Kaizu a swift kick in the shin. Oh, she sighed. I don't need a withered old guy like you, either. I was talking about visiting Kazuka's grave. Oh, wanna go together? The 24th would be the anniversary of her death. Kaizu and Ashley always visited the site on that day, but always separately, never making any particular plans to meet up. Since they here were now, they might as well go together. They spent the next while talking about Kazuka, smiling, sometimes nearing the point of tears. The stories kept on coming, and for them, there would be no forgetting the girl who kept fighting the world until her final day, loving her story, loving her readers, loving the human race. Holy night. Itsuki was not a fan of Christmas Eve. It was the date that woman, Kasumi Sekigahara, the novelist he respected more than any other, the one who inspired him to join this business, passed away. He first learned about it at the end of December 3 years ago, after the funeral was held. She was having some health issues, he knew, but had no idea it was that bad. He had told Kaizu at the after-party that year to tell her he was looking forward to the final volume, how painfully oblivious of him, and Kaizu would have known her condition, too. What could he have been thinking when Itsuki said that? Itsuki, why are you looking so down? Nayuta Kani, walking next to him, peered over. No, I'm just a little tired. That much was true. They were on a genuine Christmas date, something Itsuki thought was reserved for normies, but every site they thought about visiting was mobbed by couples just like them. He had totally underestimated the demand for romantic Christmas spots around the city. Itsuki was never very good around crowds in the first place, and the experience was mentally and physically punishing. Even walking was a chore. Let's just go eat dinner somewhere. They ventured into a nearby restaurant. It was filled up with parties that had made reservations, and he deeply regretted not at least arranging something for dinner time in advance. He was admittedly a beginner at love, not even a month of experience, but this was a terrible performance. Well, we could always get fast food, at least. Nayuta pouted. I don't want that. Not on Christmas Eve. Neither do I. But what can we do? A lot, can't we? Nayuta replied as if she had the perfect answer. Or at least one thing. I know a place where we're guaranteed something good to eat. Oh, really? Nayuta grinned back. And that would be your apartment. Isn't your refrigerator packed with tons of Chihiro's food? And knowing him, he probably went with a fancier holiday menu than usual. She was right. He knew Chihiro had stocked it last night with roast beef, beef stew, paella, slow-cooked chicken, and so on. Most run-of-the-mill restaurants couldn't hold a candle to it. Nayuta tugged at Itsuki's arm. Come on, Itsuki, let's go. Back to your place. Yuge. He broke into a cold sweat. Between writing novel volumes and working on their respective media mix projects, they were both insanely busy, but Itsuki and Nayuta still found the time to date. Shopping, karaoke, movies, the aquarium, the zoo, a theme park, no matter where they went, going with Nayuta was incredible fun. Just being together was great. Itsuki truly loved Nayuta. He did. Really. But ever since that night after her welcome back party, where they shared that night in bed together, she hadn't been back at his apartment. All their dates were outside, and they wrapped them up with dinner at some restaurant before splitting off at the train station. Nayuta would ask to visit his apartment, and Itsuki would always say number. That one night, when Nayuta transformed into a bloodthirsty beast of passion in his fold-out bed and grinded him into dust, was nothing short of traumatic to Itsuki. And deep down, in the bottom of his heart, he knew his feelings. To hell with sex. Itsuki, I'm hungry. Nayuta gave him a soft push, testing the limits of his sanity. We'll just eat, okay? We'll just eat. You mean that? Of course I do, Itsuki. Can't you trust your girlfriend? MMMGH. He was in this whole predicament because he didn't think to reserve a table. He couldn't stand walking around any longer. Part of him did want to relax at home. So he finally gave in. Just dinner, alright? So they went back home. And then, Sasekasu, the moment they stepped inside, Nayuta whipped all her clothes off. Remember how I said we'll just eat? Well, that was a lie. God damn it. This is what I get for trusting a novelist. The naked Nayuta loomed over Itsuki's body, her eyes more like a lion's than a cat's as they shone straight, her hands undoing his clothing. Come on. What's the big deal? Stop, Kanaku. I haven't mentally prepared. That's alright. I'll do just the tip today. Just the tip. Okay, that is such a lie. The holy night of Christmas Eve was undoubtedly filled with death and disaster for many people in the world. Evil lurked around every dark corner, and still does. But for now, at least, Itsuki Hashima and Nayuta Kani were at peace. The end. Bonus track, A Sisterly Fairy Tale. This bonus track is a rewriting of the drama CD included with the deluxe edition of A Sister's All You Need, Volume 7 in Japan. Some of the dialogue has been edited and differs slightly from the original CD. Also note that this work remains a work of fiction and has no relation to any actual person or organization. Thank you. 1. It was another day at Itsuki Hashima's apartment. Spent gaming with Haruto, Nayuta, and Chihiro. Their current choice was Cotton, released in 1995, an epoch-making title that established Germany worldwide as a board game juggernaut. Players compete to settle the fictional island of Cotton, building roads and cities and developing their land. The player that reaches a prescribed number of victory points first wins. 2 in a row. Haruto, the Lord of Cotton, for 2 straight matches, let out a victorious war cry. Oh great, Prince Manhor got me again, grumbled Nayuta. You're pretty good, few are. Marveled Chihiro. Yeah, well, I've played a lot of Cotton in my time. But you two sure put up a fight. If you got luckier with the dice, you totally could have staged a comeback. It was a close battle, the kind anyone could have won. Except for Itsuki. Ugh. You hoarded everything for yourself, man. What are you, Kadkawa? Haruto snickered at the sore loser near him. You suck at negotiating, Itsuki. Who is ever gonna trade their whole resource set for 1 brick? And building roads and cities in Cotton requires 5 different resources: wood, brick, wheat, ore, and sheep. These are generated by the land you control, or you can also haggle with other players to trade for them. Why didn't you ever make me an offer? Questioned Nayuta. I would have been willing to give you anything you asked for, plus some bonus sex. You just answered your own question, Itsuki replied dully. I see, Haruto said. Kind of like someone who passes on purchasing a DVD special edition because he lives in his parents' house and already has too many X-rated body pillows and X-rated figures for the space he has. Huh? Oh, that doesn't sound like the same thing, exactly, but it kind of does, too. Yeah, there are a lot of bonuses that sound really fancy but are kind of hard to deal with. I'd really prefer a soundtrack or drama CD over most things, actually. Before they went any further off topic, the doorbell rang. I think someone's here, bro. Yeah. Itsuki got up and opened the door. Mako was waiting there. Oh hey, Mako. Hi, Itsuki. She looked at the shoes by the door. Oh, Nayu and Fua are here? That's perfect. How so? Well, there's something I kinda wanted the help of an author for. After she went inside, she explained things to the rest of the group. An original story for children? Nayuta asked, cocking her head. Yeah. I have a friend in college who works part-time at a daycare center, and there's going to be a community story time event there soon. They can use the books on hand, of course, but she thought about giving the kids an original story to listen to. So you want to call upon some professionals for this? Right. Mako nodded. Itsuki gave this a skeptical look. How much, huh? How much will I get paid? You want money for it? Itsuki gave the surprised Mako an exasperated sigh. Of course I do. If you're asking a professional writer to make a story, you need to pay him appropriately. Cheapskate. The straight, unadorned criticism made Itsuki blush. Despite himself, I am not. Whether you're my friend or not, I deserve to be paid fairly for my labor. Whether it's asking a professional cook to make a box lunch for you, or a manga artist to draw something for a local newsletter, or a singer to join in on karaoke, or a carpenter to whip up a doghouse for you, or a comedian to say something funny at your next party, or a voice actor to do this or that character for you, they all deserve payment for that. Thinking you can get around that just because you're a friend is an affront to all the world's skilled laborers. I tell you, Japan needs to start thinking about paying people fairly for their talents. All right, I'll just tell her no, Then it's not a must-have anyway. I'm fine with it, especially if it's my asking. Itsuki's eyes bugged out. Wow, Kaneko. Oh really? Mako smiled at Nayuta. Thanks, Nayu. Hee. Leave it to me, Maya. I can join in, too. You too, Haruto? A shocked Itsuki gasped. I don't think it's great to ask a pro to work for free just because you know him, but this is something for little kids, right? We're light novel writers, not children's book authors. Itsuki scowled at this logic. Well, thank you very much. So here are the details. Itsuki stepped in before they could get too deep into this without him. Wait. What? I didn't say I wouldn't help, he said, awkward and a little ashamed. You don't have to, Mako replied, a little meanly. I can't pay you anyway. Look, working outside my usual genre is good experience for me, alright? It'll help me polish my skills. I don't need any money for it. Itsuki, Chihiro said, you just don't want to be left out, do you? It's not that. A visibly reddened Itsuki said. Mako smirked. Alright. So you'll join us, Itsuki? Sure. And while this isn't in my genre, this is gonna come from a creator working on the front lines of his field. I'm gonna create a story that'll capture the attention of little kids all over the world. And Itsuki was already back to his usual arrogant self, too. So Itsuki and his two author acquaintances agreed to help Mako with the tale. There will be about 21st and 2nd graders at this reading, Mako explained. About equal between boys and girls. Itsuki pressed his lips together and thought. A story targeting younger grade schoolers. Yeah, Haruto chimed in. We usually write for such a different audience. I'm not sure where to begin. Really? Chihiro asked. Definitely. Haruto nodded. With our work, the main target is middle school boys. You can get an even younger audience if your work gets turned into anime, but no younger than age 10, I suppose. I think that's where my audience is, too, echoed Itsuki. What about you, Nayu? I think you're popular across a broader age range, right? Nayuta turned a quizzical eye to Mako. I don't really know, but I don't receive too many fan letters from elementary school kids. If I do, it's mainly from 5th or 6th graders. You neither, huh? Yeah, Itsuki said. Kaneko's books have tons of characters and psychological exposition. The love and relationship issues probably go over a lot of kids' heads. You think so? A doubtful Mako asked. Because if you're a little girl, I don't think it's weird at all if you've got a crush on someone. True, said Chihiro, nodding with confidence. Oh really? Wow, girls sure are precocious. Chihiro gave Itsuki and Haruto a concerned look. Well, I mean, that's how I picture it anyway. Around me, at least, I remember kids talking about who they liked all the time. Itsuki and Haruto looked at Mako, mouths agape. So while us boys were talking about lifting up skirts and taking poops and how big our dicks were, you girls were going on about love and romance. You women are scary. You're on a completely different level of biology. Mako paused, blushing under their fascinated gazes. I mean, that doesn't apply to everyone. I didn't have my first love for a while, so. Nayuta drawled. When I was 6, I think I still wanted to marry my dad. This visibly relieved Itsuki and Haruto. Kaneko. I'm kind of glad to hear that. And actually, back when she was in elementary school, I think my little sister said she wanted to marry me or something crazy like that. I guess it depends on the individual. What's so crazy about marrying your big brother? Geez. Haruto winced. Don't get so pissed off about it, Itsuki. But we're getting off topic. Either way, I don't think we can write something in our style for little kids, so let's think about something they would enjoy more. Yeah, so maybe let's look back on what we read when we were 6. Nayuta suggested. The group retraced their memories. Age 6, huh? What did I read? Haruto put a hand to his chin. I think I picked up Harry Potter in 5th grade, so. Really, I was probably watching anime and playing games more than reading books. I don't recall reading too many books that young, either, Mako said. We had a few picture books at home, but I had more fun playing and stuff. I had a lot of fairy tale books at home, Nayuta added, so probably that. Yeah, and I think I read a lot of biographies targeted for children, like Thomas Edison and Hideo Noguchi and so on. Itsuki's response surprised Nayuta. Oh? You didn't read fairy tales about little sisters or something? What? I mean, are there any? Hansel and Gretel, maybe? Itsuki admired this unexpectedly serious reply. Ooh, that is a guy and his little sister, isn't it? And Cinderella had 2 step-sisters, right? Chihiro said. Wicked ones. But you're right. Maybe there are a lot more little sisters in those tales than I thought. Now I'm a lot more interested. I'll try reading some more when I have a chance, Itsuki said with excitement. Wow. Even in fairy tales, you can always find your favorite trope. Nayuta groaned fondly. But Itsuki, you didn't love sisters like that when you were that young, did you? Chihiro said with an edge of disappointment. Yeah. Besides that, I read things like Jean-Henri Faber's books on insects and Seton's wild animals I have known. From there I got into juvenile literature. And when I discovered the sister thing in middle school, I dove right into light novels. So, Mako concluded, if you had never run into light novels, you might have been a normal book lover instead of this sister-obsessed nutcase. Sounds like it. Mako. Chihiro. Stop looking so disappointed in me. I love Itsuki just as he is, but I wonder what Itsuki as a young literary student would look like. I bet he'd have glasses, all cool and intellectual. Ooh, I'd like to see that, Mako said, joining in. Maybe wearing a kimono with a stand-up collar shirt inside. Wait. What era are we in now? Moaned Itsuki. You're a genius, Maya. Itsuki. The turn-of-the-century intellectual version. If that version pinned me against the wall, I'd be so wet. Nayuta immediately started playing out the scene in her mind. Itsuki with his scholar's cap, looming over a kimono wearing Nayuta. The impact of his arm against the wall shook the fabric from her shoulders, leaving it loose enough to slide down and reveal her ample, heavy bosom. Ah, oh my! What are you doing to me, kind student? She cried with a mixture of fear and excitement. Be not afraid, Itsuki whispered sweetly in her ear. Man was born for love. And revolution. Takayuan. The sound of her heart palpitating. The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it? I want to be yours forever. To be or not to be, that is the question. I just want to gnaw on your dick. With a passionate kiss, the two of them melted into the sensual night. Hey, Hamlet, but sexier. What is she hallucinating about? Itsuki looked concerned about Nayuta. She was drooling now, spouting off nonsensical strings of words. But it wasn't worth thinking about, so he ignored her and turned to Chihiro. By the way, what were you reading around age 6? Me? We didn't have books at home, and I didn't receive an allowance, so. Oh. Itsuki felt a bit awkward for asking, but Chihiro gave him a happy smile. I was so happy to go to school and get my own textbook. I practically memorized that thing. I read it so many times. Not just the language arts book, but the other subjects, too. So much stuff I didn't know. It was lots of fun. Oh. Mako and Haruto fell silent. That apostrophe S. Heavy, Nayuta whispered. Itsuki, a kind expression on his face, took some bills from his wallet and held them out to Chihiro. Look, here's 100,000 yen. Use this to buy as much manga or novels or textbooks or picture books or porno mags as you want. That's fine. Chihiro hurriedly replied. I have an allowance and a part-time job now. I haven't even read all the books in your room yet. Oh, well, you don't have to turn it down. You're so nice to Chihiro, observed Mako. Are you sure you're not into little brothers instead of sisters? Itsuki flushed red. Don't be stupid. If he was my sister, I'd give her my entire bank account. Ah. Chihiro laughed, looking a tad distressed. Still, Haruto said, it's funny how all of us were exposed to totally different things as kids. Itsuki nodded. Yeah, it's fascinating to think about how the different backbones we grew up with connect to our different writing styles. So what about writing this story? Maybe we could mix together the things we liked as kids. Naruto found Itsuki shaking his head at her. No, you can't make anything coherent just mixing a bunch of stuff together. I don't think. We should probably each come up with our own story, then pick the one we like the best. How about that? A competition, huh? Haruto replied. Yeah, if all three of us make one story, it could wind up like that one game of Once Upon a Time. Man, that sucked. It'll be easier to work alone anyway. Me against Itsuki and Prince Manhwa. Ha. You know I'm always up for a competition. You're on, Kaneko. So we'll all work under the same conditions? No handicaps. I better step up, too, reflected Haruto. How long do we have, Mako? Until this time next week, but not much, he said, resolute. Not enough to spend on too much research anyway. All right, said Itsuki. Let's all come back here in a week with our stories. Got it, Roger. By the way, did your friend have any particular content requests? Haruto asked. Well, anything. As long as it can keep a kid's attention, I suppose. But she said not to use any complex vocabulary. And she wanted to have some kind of moral at the end they could learn from. All right. Something they could learn from. Itsuki thought about this. That's certainly nothing we usually have to think about. This'll be a good exercise for us. Okay, Mako said. See you geese in a week. I'm looking forward to this now, commented Chihiro. That night, Haruto came back home to find his sister standing imposingly at the front door. You're so late, big bro. Huh? What, you needed something from me? Haruto snapped back at her. No. But I always tell you to let me know if you'll be late, don't I? I forgot. This did little to improve his sister's mood. Why do you keep forgetting these things when I tell you over and over again? What are you, stupid? Are you sure your skull isn't empty? I'm not spending my limited mental energy on crap that doesn't matter. Are you telling me what I say to you doesn't matter? Yep. He nodded. NNMGH. She growled. You're so stupid. I hope you hit your head on one of your pawn game boxes and die. Haruto snorted at this affront. Ha. Don't be dumb. Pawn games these days don't use those ridiculously huge boxes anymore. They're in plastic cases like everything else. Hitting my head on one won't hurt at all. I don't care. You're so weird, you pervy creep. Yeah, Haruto said, having had about enough of this. If that's all you needed, I'm going to my room. I got some urgent work to do. Oh really? Well, go do it. Haruto's sister turned around and stomped away. He sighed as he watched her go. Why couldn't I get a cute little sister? She didn't used to be like this in the past. Then it occurred to him, in the past. Come to think of it. Wait, hang on. He called out to his sister. She turned around. What do you want, stupid? Hey, remember back in middle school, when a week later, the storybook competition kicked off at Itsuki's place with the same group as before. Okay, Mako began. Are we ready to get started, guys? Yep. Ready. Who wants to go first? I'll go, Itsuki said, printout in his hand. I know we're competing, Naruto replied. But I'm sure looking forward to your latest work. Itsuki grinned back at her. I've got a good feeling about this one. It'll grab the hearts of kids and never let go. Just you watch. Woo-oo. The other four gave Itsuki a round of applause. Clearing his throat, he began to read through his papers. Once upon a time, a brother lived happily with his little sister. Called it, Mako interjected. Well, yeah, he replied with a smile. One day, on the way to school, they saw a turtle-type Pokemon surrounded by several yokai monsters on the beach. Oh man, the brother said. Big brother, said the sister, call the police. I'll go watch the yokai for you. So the brother ran off. He was using a falsetto for the sister's voice and everything. Once the brother was gone, the sister approached the yokai. Stop beating up on those weaker than you, she shouted. No way. Ha. What? Ha. Who do you think you are? Ha. The yokai all just laughed at her and didn't stop for a second. Well, so be it, she said. I'm gonna teach all you mean yokai a lesson. Transform. Taking a magic wand from her backpack, she shouted to the skies. Suddenly, her body was surrounded by light, as she turned into a pretty girl in a frilly, cute costume. Yes, she was PRQ, a warrior of justice protecting the world from evil. PPRQ. Haruto groaned. Hey. Well, if Precure is the protagonist, that'll grab the girls in the audience. Itsuki explained in as authoritative a voice as he could muster. Nayuta was in awe. Ooh, so that's your strategy. Even the most jaded little kid would have to smile at that. Ha. Right? Let us continue. I don't know about this, Mako whispered. Itsuki wasn't paying attention. PRQ punch. Pre-Q kick. Pre-Q uppercut. Bash, bam, boom. Pre-Q elbow. Re-Q flying knee kick. P.E.Q dynamite bomber. Thud, whack, slam, i.e., we're done for. With a wave of attacks, PRQ whipped the yokai in no time flat. What a strong fighter. Now it was time to kill them all. You don't really know the PRQ series, do you, Itsuki? Haruto asked, rolling his eyes. He had watched that show with his sister back in the day, keeping up with every season even as she grew out of it. To a dedicated fan like him, it was hard to accept Itsuki's crude depiction. Huh? No, Itsuki replied, not knowing any of this. But they're kids, right? They won't care if it's not exactly like the real thing. You don't think? Chihiro asked. Do you think we can get away with it copyright-wise? Mako gingerly ventured. Of course. It's not like we're publishing it. You've seen how the walls of elementary schools are draped with kids' drawings of a Parma and MCKYMUs and on PS and DN. If my story's problematic, then so's every grade school in this country. And maybe. But are you sure this will work? What about, your pride as an author? PFFT. Right now, I am not a sane, stable, sister-minded novelist but an evil children's entertainment creator willing to do anything to win. I'll use any property I can, not as an homage, but as is, and I won't pay a cent in royalties to Jazzrack or anyone else, whatever it takes to be popular. An evil children's entertainment creator. Chihiro murmured. I'm not sure I'd want children to read your work, Mako said, eyeing him carefully. But fine. Go on. Sure. Once the yokai had been scared off, the little sister went up to the bullied turtle-type poeman. Are you okay, little Pokon? Thank you, Precure. But what a pity. It's the end for you now. Ha. Suddenly, with an evil laugh, the turtle Pokemon diverted the sister's attention long enough to grow to an enormous size. In another moment, it turned into a gigantic monster. The turtle-type Pokemon was actually Godzilla. Grr. You don't know anything about Godzilla or Pokemon, do you? Haruto asked. Huh? No. So Godzilla fired off a burst of 500 trillion degree breath at PEQ. Godzilla. It screamed. PRQ was in big trouble now. But just then, I'll save you, my sister. With a shout, someone leapt in to protect the sister from danger. Amen Rider Miracle Galaxy Barrier. Badang. The mystery man flung out a really cool barrier to protect the sister from the flame breath. Are you all right, sister? That voice. Is that you, big brother? But he didn't look like her brother at all. That figure, in the cool new fighter suit, was the superhero defender of justice, Kamen Rider. Yes. Her brother's secret identity had been revealed. God, you're shameless. Haruto shouted. Itsuki laughed back at his face. Ha. It's a dream crossover between Priya and Kamen Rider. This'll get the boys and the girls into it. Yeah, what kid doesn't like cartoons and action shows like that? I'm losing my mind with excitement. I feel like I could transform into Kurahegao double piece at any moment. You like this sort of thing, Nayu? Mako remarked, questioning Nayuta's sudden enthusiasm. Godslayer. The furious Godzilla once again spewed flame at PEQ and Kamen Rider, but the two of them dodged it and went on the counterattack. Kamen Rider Beam. Kamen Rider Sonic Boom. Kamen Rider Psycho Crusher. Whoosh, Gwah. And you don't know that series, either. Oh, Just let him have his fun, Mako said, resigned. Itsuki's flight of fancy continued a while longer. It was weird, though. As slapdash as it was, it did feature foreshadowing and other classic literary devices, and despite all the ups and downs, it had a single coherent plot to it. Along those lines, at least, it showed he was an author worthy of anime adaptation. It also included a number of phrases like kiss kiss fall in love and I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was, which, as long as you didn't care about copyrights too much, could certainly catch the attention of the audience. He even had an ending song, let me go, I can't resist anymore, let me go, No, his execution was flawless. DSNY is actually terrifying, though, so the lyrics have been changed slightly for publication. Once he was finished singing, Chihiro, Nayuta, Mako, and Haruto rewarded him with a smattering of applause. A bead of sweat rolled down Itsuki's forehead, his breathing hurried. He had done it. HMPH. How was that? Yeah. That was certainly a surprise, but it was actually kind of fun. I don't know what else to say. Yeah. I had no idea PEQ and Kamen Rider had that kind of secret. That was a pretty complete story. There's no way in hell we could ever publish it, but Mako, Chihiro, and Haruto sounded conflicted, despite their compliments. Nayuta, on the other hand, was honestly moved. Amazing, Itsuki. I could learn a lot from you. You never let copyright law faze you. You better not learn from that, Haruto quickly replied. Nayuta then took out her own script. I'll go next. Itsuki went for an extravaganza of entertainment, but I devoted a lot more attention to the educational elements. Oh? That's a surprise. You educating us? Mako glared at her. I have a bad feeling about this. Okay, guys, listen up. This is called Kid Sperm's Big Adventure. I knew it. This story, Nayuta continued, ignoring Mako, begins on a night 7 years ago. A man and a woman were together in bed, naked and rubbing their bodies against each other. Okay. Pop quiz, which one of you kids knows what they were doing? A quiz? You'll help the kids think for themselves and keep focused. I wish I thought about that. Itsuki had high praise for this approach, at least no one else did. A quiz is really compatible with story time? Haruto asked. What was that? Nayuta replied, ignoring him. 2. Pro wrestling? No, that's not it. Sumo. No, it's not that. Huh? Gakaimachi pants wrestling? Why do you know about that? Huh? No, that's wrong. 2. This one woman show is kind of irritating me, Itsuki said. Okay, the correct answer is sex. With that high-pitched squeak at the end, Nayuta suddenly shifted voices into an educational video narrator tone. Of course, the term sex can take on a very broad meaning. But what this bear is doing involves the man inserting his genitals into the genitals of the woman in a standard sexual maneuver. This is known as copulation, as performed in order to create children. When performed by animals, it is called mating. When the man's sexual arousal reaches its peak, nerves in the spinal cord react and instruct the penis to eject white seminal fluid from its tip. This is known as ejaculation, and with it comes a feeling of euphoria. By the way, the white fluid ejected from the penis at this time contains several 100 million sperm, small, tadpole-like things about 60 micrometers in length. And out of these millions of sperm, ejected from the guy's pee-pee into the woman. Was Kid Sperm, the hero of this story. With that introduction, Nayuta dove into the adventure of Kid Sperm, a plucky little guy who overcame the challenges in its way to reach the egg at the end of the road, a vast, spectacular roller coaster ride. This competition against millions of enemies was studded with examples of tender friendship, as well as painful separations. But Kid Sperm, undaunted, always pressed forward, his power symbolizing and celebrating the miracle of life. This powerfully told story of majestic life, imparted through Nayuta's superior storytelling skills, fully sucked in the audience. Before long, they were all Kid Sperm, tagging along for the quest. And so this is exactly how each and every one of you was born, buoyed by the thoughts and dreams of several 100 million of your tiny friends. Your existence, the very fact you are here today, is a true miracle. The end. When Nayuta concluded, the room was silent for a moment. Sniff. The only sound came from Mako crying. What did you think of my story? Nayuta asked a bit bashfully, since no one was saying. Nayu, Mako blubbered, that was so good. I'm a wreck. Those sperm, all those sperm, so deep, and warm, and the sperm, Ehehe. Thank you, Maya. I hate to say it, Itsuki said, but I have to admit, that was good. Really good, echoed Chihiro. Even when she's writing for children, Haruto added, that Nayuta-kani quality is still there. Nah haha. I went with more of a direct message here since it's for children, so I'm kind of embarrassed about it. Hearing something like this, I feel pathetic for relying on name-brand characters and stuff. Damn it. Well, bro, your characters and dialogue were all ripped off, but I did like it. Good development. Yeah, echoed Haruto. Nayuta's story was pretty much a straight line to the goal, but with yours, there was never any guessing what would come next. If we had the kids vote on which they liked better, I bet it'd be pretty close. You think so? Itsuki seemed a bit comforted, at least. Okay, you're last. Me? Haruto scowled a bit. It's kind of hard to follow these guys. What? Lost your confidence? Well, kind of. But I'll read it off, I guess. Once, in a town in Chiba Prefecture, there was a brother who lived with her sister, who was 7 years younger than him. He admitted to Itsuki. Whoa, you too? Itsuki reflexively shouted. Why Chiba? Mako wondered. Don't worry about it. So one day, when the two of them were playing video games together, the TV screen suddenly lit up, and then, Haruto's story chronicled the two siblings as they got sucked into the world of games and worked together to venture through it. There was no transforming into PEQ or Kamen Rider like in Itsuki's tale, in terms of personality or ability. They were both pretty middle of the road. There were monsters, witches, and other things in their way, but no consistent foreshadowing throughout, making it seem a bit more cobbled together. For the work of a professional author, it felt kind of half-baked. But, and so the two of them became king and queen, and together they lived happily ever after. The end. Itsuki, Mako, and Nayuta expressed their admiration. That was kind of nice, Chihiro said. I liked it. Mako nodded. Yeah. I don't know how to put it, but I liked it, too. Why you did? Haha. That feels kinda funny to hear. Compared to Itsuki and Nayuta's tales, Haruto's was clearly less of a complete package. But they could feel something pure in it. Something you couldn't plan out or use your writing skills to make happen. It was the desire to entertain the audience. The plot events were ridiculous, and the characters were inconsistent. Haruto chuckled forlornly at the dissatisfied Itsuki. Haha. Yeah, I expected as much. But I don't know. It just drew me in somehow. Did you really write this, Haruto? It's way different from your usual style. It was a far cry from his workmanlike writing. This was written based less on skill and more on instinct and sense. Oh, I definitely wrote it, he told Itsuki. Or, to be exact, a younger me wrote it. I just edited it a bit. A younger you? Mako asked. Yeah. This was actually a story I wrote in middle school for my sister, who was in first grade back then. Reading back, it's embarrassingly childish, but she really loved it at the time, so I thought it'd maybe strike a chord with our first graders here. Itsuki nodded, convinced. I see. But I doubt this is gonna work, huh? Haruto gave a tight smile. Itsuki stared at him thoughtfully. I think your sister liked it because it's the kind of thing a grade schooler would like, isn't it? Observed Chihiro. Yeah. She'd get so excited about the dumbest stories back then. That's not what I meant, Chihiro said, frowning. Haruto greeted this with a quizzical look but didn't pry any further. Okay, so, which should we submit to the storybook session? Probably not mine, but, between Itsuki's and Nayu's, I'd have to go with Nayu's. I agree, Mako, said Chihiro. Oh, assuming we had to pick one, I mean, you don't have to worry about hurting my feelings, said Itsuki. I think Kana could beat me this time, too. Nayuta beamed at him. I win this time, huh? But Mako seemed somewhat concerned. Hang on, though. I need to go check with my friend. Oh? Yeah, she said, nodding and taking out her smartphone. The group watched her, unsure what would happen next. Hello? Hey, it's me. Yeah, about the story for your reading session. It's kind of sex education. I said, sex education. Would that be alright? Huh? Specifically it's about it stars a sperm. It stars a sperm. But really, it's so poignant, I promise. How detailed does it get? Pretty detailed, I guess. But it'll make you cry. Really? Okay. Yeah, right, true. All right. Sure. I'll call you later. Mako ended the call, then gave her friends a disappointed look. I'm sorry, Nayu, but she wasn't too keen on that story for the event. She said there was too much disagreement among kids' families about when sex ed is appropriate to risk it. Yeah, Haruto said. I didn't even consider that. Nayuta looked saddened but understanding. I guess there's no getting around it, reflected Mako. No matter how touching it is. I'm really sorry. Don't worry about it, she said with a smile. I'm just glad all you liked it so much. So we'll go with my brother's story for the event. No, Itsuki said, cutting Chihiro off. HNGH. With a grunt, Itsuki grandiosely ripped his sheets in half. Hiya. Itsuki. Why are you ripping up your own story? Itsuki sniffed at the audience. HMPH. I can't unleash this on the world. What do you mean? It was good. Listening to your story, Haruto, and then hearing that you wrote it for your little sister. That made me realize something. Oh? In the tale I wrote, I wasn't considering the reader at all. I simply thought using popular characters and catchphrases would hit it big with kids. And I just kind of sewed it all together. It's a pile of crap. It treats its readers like garbage. I can't believe I let my drive to win force me into reading this junk in front of my peers. Itsuki. Concerned, Nayuta looked at her regretful boyfriend. Itsuki instead turned to Haruto. Thanks, Haruto. Your love for your sister helped purify my soul. I'm free from the dark side now. I don't love my sister. Dude. You don't? Because I kinda felt the love in your story, too. You too, Mako. Haruto blushed. Itsuki wasn't finished. A story like mine, a bunch of trite elements with no love or passion to them. A middle schooler beat it so easily, just because he was writing for his little sister. I have to learn from this. I've got to move forward in my pursuit of the ultimate little sister. I swear I will. He declared with fire in his eyes. That's the spirit, cheered Nayuta. I'm glad to hear that, Mako said, I think. But what about the storybook event? By the looks of things, it's gonna have to be few hours, Chihiro said as he eyed Haruto. Haruto gave them a meek smile. I'm sorry, but I gotta bow out, too. I really don't think it's the kind of story you can tell a large audience. Yeah. I think you're right. Chihiro gave him a soft smile back. Mako smiled, too, albeit with some disappointment. All right. Well, I'll have to break the news to my friend, then. Sorry, Maya. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. It's all right, Mako said with a laugh. I'm sorry you put up with our crazy request. So the competition for the storybook event ended with nobody's work being picked. Mako's friend went with a book from their collection instead. A book that, much like the books of the pros who had competed, was meant for a wide audience, one the author didn't personally know. In terms of quality, there was no comparing it with the tale Haruto revealed, written for a single person. Still though, Chihiro couldn't help but envy Haruto's sister a bit. 5. I'm home. That night, Haruto was greeted by his cranky sister at the door again. You're late, bro. Again? Haruto scowled. I told you I was eating at Itsuki's tonight. Yeah, but no, Huh? It's about that, you know, that thing you wrote long ago. Oh, that? We wound up not using it. Oh. Haruto's sister looked a bit relieved to hear. Her brother sighed a bit. Just because you still had that story in your room by some miracle, I really couldn't just recycle my old work. HMPH. Well, of course, you'd have to be a grade schooler to enjoy something that stupid. A grade schooler like you, to be exact. That. The quick jab from Haruto made his sister blush. Because that story really was meant for you. There's no need to tell it to anyone else. This made her blush harder. Why are you giving me this sappy junk? Of course there isn't. I can't believe you were dumb enough not to notice until now. Yeah, it was shallow of me. Haruto brushed her off like usual. Well, if you regret it. You need to write me another story. Huh? Why? I mean, I don't want to read your stuff or anything, but it'd help me kill some time, at least. Dumbass. I'm a professional writer, remember? Just because you know me doesn't mean you get my services for free. Pay up. Itsuki's tirade earlier turned out to be pretty handy for Haruto. It certainly had the desired effect on his sister. What's the deal with that? I don't just know you. I'm your sister. That inconvenient truth made Haruto turn his eyes away. PFFT. Well, if I find the time. His sister smiled even as she yelled at him. You better. Don't forget. Watching her stomp away as usual, he couldn't help but grin to himself. Then sigh. Geez. A very editorial Christmas. It was Christmas Eve, and while novelists Itsuki Hashima and Nayu Takani were engaged in an intense lovemaking session, the team at their publisher's GF Bunko label was still hard at work. The time was well past 11 in the evening, but every editor on the team, even those with lovers or families to go home to, was skipping the festivities to stay on the job, all looking gaunt. Christmas never came for editors, because between wrapping up work before the New Year's holiday and preparing for the upcoming Winter Comic Market event, better known as Comiket, it was their busiest time of year. At the desk next to editor Kenjaro Toki, Kiraru Yamagata had just spent the past half hour negotiating with the printer for a deadline extension. Meanwhile, behind him, another editor was calling an illustrator every 15 minutes. Begging for completed pages. Several others around them were locked in similar struggles, towing the line between making the real deadline and watching it sail on by. Even their boss, Editor-in-Chief Satoshi Godo, looked even more sinister than he usually did as he scowled at them all. Fortunately for Toki, all the January releases he oversaw as editor had already been submitted, meaning the heat was off him compared with his co-workers. But he still had around 70 or so emails to send before the end of tonight, to both writers and people involved with anime and merchandising issues. Phew. Well, here we go. Chugging his fifth energy drink of the day, Toki focused on the task at hand. But then, Mr. Toki, the PR team wanted you to check this. They said they need it by tomorrow. Part-time assistant Mako Shirakawa came along to pass him a large envelope. She had been working as a temp for editorial since mid-December, helping out with their Comiket planning as well. Ah, yeah, got it, Toki replied, looking tired as he took on yet more work. You look exhausted. Should I make some coffee? No, I'm fine, he told the concerned Mako. Thanks for all your help today, Miss Shirakawa. Are you sure it's okay for you to be working this late? Mako's face froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered her smile. Oh, it's just fine, she quickly assured him. All my university friends, and my non-university ones, too, they all had plans tonight, so I was the only one free anyway. If anything, the work helps keep me distracted. He could have told that smile was fake from a mile away. By non-university friends, she must have meant Nayu Takani. Although he had never confirmed it directly, Toki had the vague idea that Mako had feelings for Itsuki Hashima. He replied, not pushing the subject any further. Well, the trains are about to stop running, so you can head home, alright? Oh, sure. Good luck with the rest of tonight. Mako sounded a little apologetic. Toki wanted to apologize instead, for making her stay this late. She was serious about her work, had an eye for detail, looked out for others, and never grumbled about the work she was given, no matter how trivial it was. Having Mako around brought noticeable improvement to the atmosphere throughout the entire editorial office, serving as a breath of fresh air in this hellscape. Satoshi Godo had already offered her an official job in editorial, and as much as everyone had hoped that would pan out, at least a few worried about whether it was really okay to have a woman like her take a permanent position in a place like this. The hours were beyond odd. Sometimes you would be away from home for days at a time. All sorts of unexpected issues popped up constantly, and dealing with your writers, illustrators, and everyone else involved with your job was stressful, to say the least. Plus, gift publishing wasn't a big name like Shogakukan, so the pay wasn't that great, either. Toki didn't want to freely admit it, but if someone asked whether his company was a good or hostile environment to work in, he'd absolutely have to say the latter. It was work worth doing, and it gave him a real sense of achievement. But the fact that he had to appeal to abstract concepts like work worth doing and sense of achievement was itself a classic sign of an unhealthy workplace. It just wasn't the kind of career he could recommend for other people. He actually couldn't count the number of times he'd thought, "I'm gonna quit this shitty job." But somehow, he had stuck with it for nearly 5 years, over 7, if you counted his part-time period. It must have reflected on how much he liked his job, the products the company produced, and the creators and other people he worked with. And while his salary and benefits were steadier for him than they were for the writers, the way Toki saw it, this was the classic example of a job you could never survive and if you disliked it. If Mako became an editor, would she come to enjoy this work? He wasn't even sure if he would continue to enjoy it. There was no way he could look into someone else's future. For now, all he could do was wrap up the work in front of him. Toki sighed, opened the envelope Mako had given him, and took out the papers inside. At Comic-It, toward the end of the year, Haruto Fuwa was over at Tokyo Big Sight in Ariake to attend the Winter Comic Market, held twice a year in the summer and winter. Comic Market, or Comic-It, is the world's largest event for the sale of doujinshi, or self-published works. They run the gamut from so-called Akiba-style volumes devoted to manga, anime, and video games to more broad-ranged topics like music, food, travelogues of temple visits, and gardening, a vast variety of topics, all on display and for sale under one roof. The event attracts several 100,000 people every time, and a huge amount of money changes hands over the duration. A lot of professional manga artists and illustrators earn more of their income from Comic-It than from commercial publications or games. In addition to the doujin groups producing work for Comic-It, a large number of publishers and game companies also put out booths to sell merchandise and announce new titles. Haruto, as part of the general audience, had to join the long line out front early in the morning, getting into the event hall alongside the rest of the crowd. In his hand was a plastic shopping bag containing drink bottles and snacks meant for his friends running booths. On his back, a rather large backpack with several sturdy paper bags inside. He had come to Comic-It every year since high school, purchasing doujinshi and goods based on his favorite anime, manga, games, and light novels. That remained a top priority, but for this event, his primary goal was to find doujinshi for Chevalier of the Absolute World, his novel series. Not that there are too many, he thought with a self-deprecating smile. He had looked around the net and perused Comic-It's official catalogue to see which groups were producing Chevalier-related works. They numbered in the single digits. There were only around 20 Chevalier doujinshi available at the last Comic-It in August as well. Frankly, a paltry number for a franchise whose anime adaptation aired its final episode just a few months ago in July. Still, derivative work for a series that's not so popular wouldn't be very lucrative, and he was all the more thankful for the groups that chose to make it anyway. Going around the booths for each circle, he purchased 2 of each doujinshi devoted to his work, one to read and another for safekeeping. A few of the people in the groups recognized him, which he expected, given all the appearances he had made in magazines and online streams. When they did, he thanked them and chatted for a bit, as long as no one was waiting behind him. At least one refused to have him pay. "I can't accept money from the original creator." But Haruto insisted. Once he had all the Chevalier doujinshi, he turned his attention toward works based on other series, making sure to say hello to the illustrators, manga artists, and novelists he knew manning the booths. After he finished his rounds through the main booths on his shopping list, he headed for the adjacent hall that hosted the pavilions for the commercial outfits. GF Bunko was among them, and Kawab, Haruto's editor, was helping run things. It was mostly devoted to selling posters, wall scrolls, file folders, t-shirts, and more based on illustrations from their main franchises. Chevalier of the Absolute World and Nayuta Kani's landscape series were among them. Nothing based on Itsuki's work was on sale, but there would definitely be some All About My Little Sister merch on offer at the next Comic-It. The commercial booths were all mobbed with people trying to score limited edition anime and game goods. Haruto had to weave his way through the throngs to reach the GF Bunko booth. I think it's somewhere around here." Oh, he spotted a tent with a large GF logo on top of it, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he approached. There were quite a few people lined up in front, and Kawab, wearing a GF Bunko t-shirt, was helping keep the line organized. "Keep up the good work," Haruto said when his editor had a spare moment. "Oh, thanks. Did you score everything you wanted?" "Yeah, pretty much. I have a gift for you. Are you able to take it now?" Haruto lifted up his plastic bag. "Whoa, thank you." Kawab gave him a warm smile. "I think Miss Shirakawa and the others will really appreciate this." "Huh?" The sudden name drop caught Haruto completely off guard. "You know the part-timer Shirakawa, right, Mr. Fuwa?" "She's helping run the booth, too." "Really?" Haruto, surprised, eyed the booth until he spotted her between a couple of customers. There were 3 assistants dealing with booth visitors. 2 of them were editors with GF Bunko tees on, and the third was Mako Shirakawa. And what was she wearing? "That's the uniform of the Avalon Chevalier Corps, isn't it?" The Chevalier Corps is the most powerful group of knights in the Kingdom of Avalon, composed of Lancelot, Gun, and the other Chevalier heroines chosen by the calibers they pilot in the battlefield. Their uniform was militaristic in design. Although the skirt ventured into mini territory, the upper arms and shoulders were exposed, and the shirt was a crop top. This was explained as combining the standard knight uniform with the costumes of the dancers making divine offerings to the calibers. But the backstory was invented only after illustrator Okina submitted his designs for the uniforms. In his first draft, they were described simply as lightly hued. A POV military uniform that exposed this much of the wearer's body could only exist in fiction, and Mako was sporting it in style. "Whoa. Why, Mako, what are you?" "We had some extra samples of our cosplay merchandise in the office," Kawab explained to the confused Haruto, "so we asked her to put one on." He was right. They did make official cosplay sets for Chevalier, part of the wide range of merch they produced for the anime launch. They'd even sent a set to Haruto's house. He had no use for a women's cosplay outfit, so it was currently stuffed deep inside his closet. Honestly, he never thought he'd get to see it again, much less on Mako, of all people. Oh man, I think I'm gonna cry. A girl he loved, wearing an outfit from one of his series. The past year had presented frequent hardships for him, in no small part thanks to that anime, but just getting to see Mako dressed like this made him feel the effort was worth it. He was struck by deep, powerful emotions as he kept staring at her. Their eyes finally met, and Mako made a no-crap face when she saw him. Her cheeks reddened a bit in shame as she turned her face away. "Well, since I'm here, how about I give her these drinks myself?" Sure. Go ahead." Haruto briskly nodded. "Why are you breathing so fast, Fuwa?" Kawab asked. Well, you can go in right here." He followed him through the tent's rear entrance. Mr. Fuwa brought some snacks and drinks. "I'll take over, Miss Shirakawa," so you can have a break if you like. Taking the hint, Mako stepped inside the tent after a few moments. Good seeing you here, Fuwa. Why yeah, good work out there, Mako. Mako made sure her skirt didn't flap up at all as she greeted him. Haruto was no less red than she was when he returned her greeting. This is just, I dunno. I was so surprised. I never thought you'd do cosplay for my own series. There. The editorial team begged me to do it. They really wanted me to dress as one of the characters from a more recent anime of ours, but I thought I should at least cosplay from a series I know, so. Oh, I see. Haruto's brain, already overheating, struggled to come up with words. It's super good. I'm shocked. Thank you very much. He finally shouted, bowing deeply. Oh, geez, stop picking on me. A flustered Mako replied. I'm not picking on you. I'm totally serious. I think this is the absolute best. Ugh. Mako looked down at her own outfit, concerned. I was kind of embarrassed at first. I mean, I'm pretty embarrassed about it now, too, but after working out there for a bit, I kinda got used to it. I'd usually never wear something like this, so it's actually kind of fun. It is. Hey. Maybe you'd be really into cosplay then, Mako. Oh, no way. Never. Mako was quick to deny it, but after a moment's thought, she smiled and stammered, actually. Maybe you're right. Lord knows Neyu and Kaiko have dressed me up in even more embarrassing outfits. She shifted her gaze away from the booth. But I can't believe how many people there are. I've seen coverage on TV before, but actually being part of it, it's such a surprise. You're right. I mean, otaku from all over Japan make the pilgrimage here. Even a Comic It regular like Haruto could be overwhelmed by the sheer size of the crowds. Did you buy a bunch of stuff, too, Fuwa? Mako asked, looking at his paper bags and backpack. There were a lot of amateur pornographic comics in the bags, so he slipped those behind him. Why yeah, manga, and novels. And stuff. Novels. They sell novels here? Haruto nodded at Mako, who seemed surprised at this. Yeah, some circles release novels. There are a lot of professional writers who participate in Comic It, too. Wow, neat. Yeah. Sometimes you see them team up to produce books, too, like Kaisetsu Morito and Aojumanji. Whoa. Mako nodded to herself, looking impressed. Do you ever make any doujinshi, Fuwa? I've never been part of a circle, but I've always wanted to try producing one. Yeah, it'd be nice if I could get my other writer friends involved, like Itsuki and Neyu and Mr. Kaizu. Yeah, it'd be neat if you could make that happen. But I bet you'd have trouble getting Itsuki and Neyu to send you pages. Mako laughed to herself as Haruto sighed. You're totally right. With a collaboration like that, my end of it isn't over once I finish writing. If I did it, I'd probably have to organize it all since I spoke up first, but I'm sure it's a huge pain in the ass. There was once a doujinshi novel called Mimic, produced by 17 different writers from the MF stable, that was organized by Azamura, and he said it practically killed him getting the story sections from everyone. 17. It's hard enough to collect pages from one person. Mako's lips trembled. She had an up-close view of the pain the editors had to go through. And, you know, if I launch a project, I'd like it to be a legend like that one, but I think I'd need Mira's level of fame to pull it off. I think a team of 3 or 4 writers is more realistic. I wanna make a game, too. A game? A board game? Haruto nodded with a smile. Yep, there's an event called Game Market, which is basically Comic It for board games. Lots of people release original board games and tabletop RPGs there. Ooh, that sounds fun. Of course, producing a board game is more expensive than doujinshi, so you don't really see many as flashy as the games coming from Germany. But sometimes there are really great ideas behind the more amateurish game components, and some of the games could easily sell a lot in retail. It's real fun to browse around. There's a few novelists like Yoshimitsu who've produced original games. He made this serious samurai war game that is, like, totally different from his writing style. It was funny to see. Do you have an idea for a game? I have a few, but nothing concrete yet. No matter what I think of, it just feels like a pale imitation of some other game, you know? But maybe if I actually made a test game, it'd help me move things along a bit. Would you mind helping test it out when I do? Oh, sure. But have you ever thought about writing the story text for a smartphone game? Or a regular video game for that matter? I heard a lot of light novel writers are getting into that lately. Definitely. If I got an offer, I'd be happy to try it out. I bet it'd be a lot of fun, getting to craft this story with voice and music and great graphics and intense battles and all. Plus, one thing I learned with the anime project is that it's kinda fun creating stuff with a group of people. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to work on an anime again, and I'd like to try writing scripts, too, and music lyrics, and maybe to write for manga. You know, the excited Haruto was talking a mile a minute now. He had never discussed what he wanted to do outside of novels before, not even with his editor or Itsuki. Mako smiled warmly at him, even though there was still a somber look on her face. Oh, sorry I'm rambling. Mako shook her head. No, don't worry about it. Having all this stuff you want to do, I think that's a really good thing. Like, I should probably shape myself up along those lines. I guess I'll have to find a real job soon. She sounded earnest about it as she sighed. The start of the new year. The morning of January 1st saw Itsuki Hashima in his apartment, enjoying some classically Japanese osechi cuisine to ring in the new year. It was prepared by his stepbrother Chihiro, who had added some extra shrimp dishes to suit his tastes. In addition to the traditional simmered and grilled shrimp, Chihiro threw in some fried shrimp and abishiri, shrimp steeped in chili sauce. It was all excellent, and Itsuki ate it briskly, but as he did, a pang of guilt struck him. Every year, Chihiro suggested that he come back to their family home to celebrate New Year's Eve and the following day together, and once again, he had turned down the offer. Compared with when his father Kazuki first married Chihiro's mother, Itsuki's feelings toward his dad had softened considerably. He almost never got angry with him at all now. Still, though, he knew full well how awkward it would get if they were in the same room. Itsuki knew he couldn't keep his family at arm's length forever. He had someone in his life he genuinely intended to marry someday, for one, but he just couldn't drive himself to take that first step forward. He kept thinking, I gotta get it together, but it never quite turned out that way. I guess this means I'm still a kid, doesn't it? Shaking off the masochistic thought, he continued working through the osechi dishes. Chihiro had made them for him, after all. He needed to banish the negative thoughts and enjoy this feast from the heart. Nayuta Kani came to Itsuki's place at around 10 in the morning. She was a popular author working for the same label as Itsuki, and she was now officially his lover as of about a month ago. Happy New Year, Itsuki, she said with a bashful bow. Oh, Itsuki replied, 2 days to craft an intelligible response. Nayuta was dressed in a kimono, a pink one with a flower motif. It certainly made her stand out. Between her silver hair and blue eyes, she was far from traditionally Japanese in looks, but the kimono was shockingly perfect on her. Itsuki was smitten with the syrupy sweet sight of his lover. He could hardly even speak. Happy New Year to you, too, he finally managed to blurt out. Here's hoping it's a good one. Nayuta smiled. Nah haha. What do you think of the kimono? It's cute, he said, relaying exactly what he thought. It made Nayuta blush. It's embarrassing when you say it like that. My whole body's heating up. I want to strip this off right now. Don't, you idiot, Itsuki jabbed back. Ready to go? He was dressed in a jacket and slacks today, a fair bit neater than his usual attire. He wore a coat over this as he left the apartment with her. The two of them were headed for a shrine practically right in front of Gift Publishing, just a few minutes' walk from Itsuki's building. This area was primarily a business district, where many of the residents were out celebrating the holiday at their family homes, and there were larger, more famous shrines nearby, so not that many people were picking this place for their ceremonial first shrine visit of the year. Still, There was a line of visitors that extended from the shrine itself to the edge of the street. The couple meekly took their place at the end of it. It's kind of a pity there's no stalls selling takoyaki or candied apples around here. If we went to a shrine big enough to have food stalls, Itsuki replied, it'd be 100% packed to the gills. Better to just head to some place local and more chill, right? True. But I'd like to go on a date where we got to walk around and try out stuff from a bunch of different stalls. Seeing Nayuta act so meek made Itsuki blush a bit. Well, we could always do that at the summer festival. Right. And I hope you'll have a yukata on then, Itsuki. Sure. I'll think about it. Itsuki imagined the two of them enjoying a summer festival in a pair of matching yukata, watching the evening fireworks, and his lips curled into a small smile. In that case, Nayuta whispered to him, why don't we wrap up this shrine visit and enjoy our first lay of the new year? No. Now Itsuki's face was completely red, while Nayuta was giving him a sullen glare. Phew, I was looking forward to playing around with this kimono a bit, too. It was hard getting this on, you know. I mean, I had my mom help, but then how are we gonna get it back on if you take it off? At least keep it on until you get back home today. I don't wanna wait until I get home. This is hard to move around in. But if you praise my kimono some more, I'll put up with it. That kimono looks absolutely great on you. It's so cute. Itsuki quickly deadpanned, although he was still blushing. Can you put some more emotion into your praise, please? It feels good to hear either way, though. He. She laughed her sweet laugh as they stood in line. Before much longer, it would be their turn to enter the shrine. Removing his coat, Itsuki and Nayuta came up to the altar and bowed lightly, while Itsuki tossed a 5-yen coin into the offering box. This tradition of his was based on a Japanese pun between the words for 5 yen and good relationships, not just romantic relationships, but everyone he knew at work and elsewhere as well. He didn't need any more love help at the moment. But when it came to work contacts, the more the merrier. Looking to his side, he saw Nayuta with a 500-yen coin in her hand. Kaneko, a 500-yen offering isn't a good idea. Why is that? Nayuta replied, raising her eyebrows. That's the most valuable coin in Japanese currency, so it suggests that you won't see anything more valuable than that in the next year. Thanks to the research he did for a novel a while back, Itsuki knew assorted trivia related to shrine manners. He wasn't a particularly religious man, but no harm in being a little superstitious with things like these. Oh, I see. Nayuta gave him a convinced nod, then tossed the 500-yen coin into the box. You see? But you did it anyway. She smiled back. Well, my happiness is already maxed out. This is my way of saying thanks to the gods for giving me more than I could ever hope for. Yeah. So cute. My girlfriend is way too cute. Itsuki's heart couldn't help but skip a beat at Nayuta's words. If people weren't watching them, he'd embrace her right this minute. But instead, he grabbed the rope and rang the shrine's Sazubel, calming himself down a little as he passed the rope over to Nayuta. She gave it a more spirited yank, ringing it loudly. What comes next?" she asked him softly. "We bow twice, clap twice, put our hands together to pray, then bow one more time." Itsuki did just this, bowing deeply, giving the shrine 2 loud claps. Then he closed his eyes and, instead of making a wish to the gods, made a promise to them. This dream wasn't the sort of thing someone could make happen for him. Unless he achieved it himself, it would be meaningless. I've got to become the ideal protagonist for Nayuta Kani. And I've got to make her happy. His resolve strengthened by the vow, he opened his eyes and bowed. Looking at Nayuta, he found her still fervently praying with her eyes closed. It took 20 or so seconds for her to finish before they left the altar. "You were really into it back there," Itsuki casually mentioned. "What did you wish for?" Nayuta glanced aside, looking a little bashful. "Well, hey, you really wanna know?" "Well, yeah, I'm curious." So, Nayuta brought her lips up to his ear. "I wished that I could build a happy family with you, Itsuki." "That's going kind of fast." Itsuki instantly went red in the face. That night, Itsuki was at his computer writing. The pace of his work wasn't bad, but it wasn't good, either. As suggested by his earlier vow, he was highly motivated toward his work. It might be the first time he ever worked on New Year's Day as a professional writer, but for whatever reason, no matter what he did, he couldn't give his manuscript complete focus. It's finally happening this month. His fingers stopped as he thought. Volume 5 of All About My Little Sister, the latest in the series, was going on sale January 18th, as both a regular edition and as one with a bonus drama CD. And along with that launch, the anime adaptation would finally be announced. The official website would go up on that day, as well as the first trailer, a short story written by Itsuki to celebrate the anime, a new piece of art from series illustrator Hoshimo, and a new comic chapter from Kaiko Makuniyama, the artist behind the manga adaptation. The light novel, anime, and manga sides were all coming together to give All About My Little Sister's anime version a grand welcome. Itsuki had finished and submitted the Volume 5 text a while back, but he had no doubts that the anime staff, Hoshimo, and Kaiko were all working hard to make their own deadlines. For a writer, this was a huge moment, something you may never even get to experience your whole career. And the big anime announcement was the clarion call to launch everything else. What would the readers think? For that matter, what about non-readers? Other writers, industry people, his family, his relatives? Would his older acquaintances notice? This anime was just another checkpoint on the way to his dreams, but as the announcement date drew near, he couldn't help feeling nervous. To a writer like him, the big launch was just as major an event as episode 1 getting shown on TV. Phew. Itsuki let out a light sigh, minimized the word processor window, and opened up a Twitter tab, figuring he'd do a quick search of his own franchise to distract himself. He typed All About My Little Sister into the search bar, figuring there wouldn't be much new to read until the next volume came out. But despite not expecting much, Itsuki was immediately greeted with, Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister anime confirmed. Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister anime confirmed. Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister anime confirmed. Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister anime confirmed. Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister anime confirmed. Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister anime confirmed. Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister anime confirmed. Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister anime confirmed. Nearly all of the many tweets in the results had the same text, Itsuki Hashima's All About My Little Sister anime confirmed. WH.wa. Itsuki's eyes shot open. He sat there lost for a moment, words failing him. Then, what the hell happened? Exclamation mark. Forgetting it was the middle of the night, he screamed with all his might. Sister leaks. It was January 4th by the time editor Kenjiro Toki and GF Bunko editor-in-chief Satoshi Godo came to Itsuki's apartment to apologize. Word of the All About My Little Sister anime leaked out once an image of the special edition Volume 5 with drama CD was uploaded on the net, complete with anime coming soon. On the front of the box. It turned out, however, that the image came from Gift Publishing's official website. This wasn't unheard of. Other series had their anime plans leaked thanks to an erroneous update on a shopping site, or notices provided to bookstores, or a picture of the new novel volume from someone at a print shop or distributor. Messing up the timing of an announcement had happened many times before, but having the publisher itself be at fault was rare. Gift Publishing's website was set up such that it updated on the first of each month with images of all the new titles due for release that month. If the OB belt of these publications contained confidential info, for example, an anime announcement, the image uploads were embargoed, or delayed until a certain date. Each editorial department was contacted to ascertain which day new titles could be uploaded. That's what was in the sheaf of papers Mako asked Toki to check on Christmas Eve. It was the job of a novelist's editor and the IC to perform these checks, but Toki accidentally checked the no embargo box for the special edition of Volume 5, and Godo didn't notice. That was why news of the anime came out earlier than expected. It was 100% a careless human error. Once he saw the news on the net, Itsuki promptly called up Toki. He didn't have any idea why it happened, either, so he tried to get someone from the company on the line. But since it was New Year's Day, the web administrator was offline. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd that they figured out what had happened, and in the meantime, the image of the box set stayed on the website, proclaiming the news far and wide. God damn it! Can't you save your leaking for the bathroom? Hearing this explanation from Toki and Godo left Itsuki beyond peeved. There were dark shadows under his eyes. He hadn't slept much in the past 3 days. Toki closed his eyes and meekly lowered his head. I truly apologize about this. This was completely our fault, Godo continued. My apologies, Mr. Hashima. Itsuki greeted the polite apologies with an awkward sigh. Well, not much we can do about it now. The readers seem excited about it, at least. Itsuki had kept probing the net after contacting Toki about the leak, but a lot of the initial reaction was positive. I'm so happy about the AML's anime. I love the novels, so I can't wait. An anime for all that nudity, awesome. Congrats to Hashima. I've followed Itsuki Hashima since his debut, and seeing him get an anime honestly means so much to me. There was, of course, the usual bullshit from people who hadn't even read the novels, another stupid light novel anime. I haven't read it, but I'm sure it's garbage. Little sister tropes are so gross. Some people voiced concern, an adaptation of a GF Bunko series? Hopefully this doesn't turn out like Chevalier of the Absolute World. I'm looking forward to it, but I hope it doesn't trigger a bunch of haters online while others, like the guy who wrote Stop Making Manga and Anime That Bother Me. This is a violation of my privacy. We're on their own wavelength entirely. Why yeah, shouted Toki, latching on to Itsuki's observation. The fans are all really happy for you. But Itsuki winced at this. No kidding, they're so innocently happy for me, having no idea how I feel about it. It's so cute of them. Seriously, I love them all. And that's why, he gritted his teeth, making fists with both hands. That's why I wanted to relay the news to them the right way. The way we prepared with all our hearts. Not in this half-assed way. Toki could do nothing but sit there silently as Itsuki's countenance darkened once more. After Toki and Godo left Itsuki's apartment, they marched straight over to the anime production company. That they were guided to a meeting room, where they waited a while before All About My Little Sister director Munrai Tarui and producer Tsutomu Oshima came in. Tarui was his usual easygoing self, but Oshima was clearly disturbed. We're truly sorry about this situation. They had already explained matters in detail over email, so Godo went straight into an apology, bowing his head low. Oshima sighed loudly, making sure everyone heard him. We really didn't want to deal with this. We had a lot of plans in motion that are no good anymore. I understand your anger. I'm very sorry for this. Oshima snorted at Toki's apology. Do you really, though? Do you understand what kind of concrete damage comes from leaks like this? Concrete? Toki parroted back. Well, obviously, it costs money to create an official anime website. These sites generally get the most attention right after an anime is announced, so if word leaks out before its launch, it's that much harder to guide people to this site we're spending money to produce. With news sites and magazines, too, we have to work with a lot of different companies and spend money getting everything organized. But now that kind of precious information is just gonna be used by affiliate news sites to make a little cash. You have hundreds, if not thousands, of these bots tweeting and retweeting URLs to their own affiliates. The official website doesn't even figure into it. They're attracting potential customers who'd normally be going to either our site or that of a legitimate news source. And there's nothing more frustrating for a producer to deal with. Oshima calmly laid out the facts, but there was anger between the lines. News aggregator sites, called Matum sites in Japanese, are web pages that collate and summarize threads posted on Twitter, 2chan, and other forums and social media, presenting them in an easy-to-read format to readers and making money from web advertising. The most successful sites are said to rake in over 20 million yen in ad revenue a year. However, unlike legit news sites with links to publishers and anime companies, affiliate sites publish pretty much whatever they want, even fabricated stories and information obtained illegally. As long as the page views keep coming, anything is fair game, leading some sites to craft sensationalist headlines to draw reader attention. The entertainment industry strongly resents them for this, treating them as a cancer infiltrating their business. They've experimented as of late with launching court cases against some of the more egregious examples. I am truly sorry. All Toki could do was repeat himself in a scratchy voice. One of a producer's most important roles was to organize and execute an advertising campaign. Toki's error not only got in the way of this, it provided material support to what the industry saw as its mortal enemies. Oshima let out another long sigh. Well, Tarui interrupted with a gentle smile. There's no taking it back now. It's not like this is the first leak in anime history. You see, things go awry thanks to external elements all the time. If you put it that way, Oshima said with another awkward sigh, I can't really rake them over the coals about this, either. Toki looked a bit relieved, but then Tarui fixed his eyes upon him. But just because it happens all the time, I want to be sure you don't think we in the front lines aren't affected by it at all. His manner of speech was kind and engaging, but his words had real force, a penetrating coldness. I will keep that in mind, Toki said, bowing his head again. Once they were done with the anime people, Toki returned to the editorial office in the evening, draping himself over his chair and sighing to himself before turning on his computer. It was his first serious mistake in a long time, and he honestly felt sorry for Itsuki and the anime staff. He regretted all of it, and he wanted to make a permanent mental shift so this never happened again in his work. Such were his thoughts as he opened his email, only to find a reply from Hoshimo, the illustrator for All About. He had been part of the morning's email chain apologizing for the leak, so he must have replied to that. Toki opened the message. The full body of it was as follows. I'm sorry. My heart is broken. I can't draw anymore. You. Serious. At the age of 27, Kenjaro Toki had just shat the bed, and he'd be cleaning it up for a while to come. Hoshimo was an illustrator active in the light novel and dating sim fields for the past 5 years. He was male, aged 27, and lived in Mie Prefecture, a good 6 or so hours by car from Tokyo. He had a reputation for drawing fully nude girls, with particular praise given to the feel of his hips and rear ends, and that very talent was what drove GK Bunko to pick him to do the illustrations for All About My Little Sister. Apart from girls, on the other hand, he had some weaknesses: difficulty drawing adult males, questionable designs for meshs and fantasy elements with no real-life counterpart, monochrome art that wasn't as nice as his color work. In terms of his overall rep and popularity, he was a notch below Purikitsu. Still, Hoshimo had 2 overwhelming advantages over Purikitsu: speed and consistent quality. He always submitted illustrations with the desired quality, and he always made his deadlines. Few things were more appreciated when requesting work from freelancers, and it meant Hoshimo enjoyed an extremely good reputation within the industry. Someone like him saying my heart is broken, I can't draw anymore, was completely beyond comprehension. The moment Toki read the email, he called him. There was no answer. He kept trying every 10 minutes, the unease mounting in his mind, and Hoshimo finally picked up on the 6th call. Hello, Hoshimo, I read your email. What's going on? It's exactly as I wrote. I learned about the leak as I was working on the commemorative illustration for it, and it just broke my heart, you know. Well, I'm truly sorry about all that. It was completely my fault. Toki bowed his head, even though there was no way Hoshimo could see it. I mean, really, all it is
is like. I think it's this assignment that gave me the final push off the cliff. How do you mean? Hoshima's voice was barely above a whisper as he explained. As Toki surmised from the fact that the anime launch commemorative act wasn't done yet, the illustrator's schedule was already pushed up against the wall. Before year's end, he had the artwork for All About Volume 5, illustrations for the GF Bunko merchandise at the Winter Comiket, along with his own doujinshi he was selling there, an art for novel series from other publishers as well. Now, in the new year, he was committed to drawing back page art in the All About Manga volumes, crafting original art for Comic Gifted magazine, doing the jacket art for the Blu-ray and opening song CD release, even contributing designs for the figures slated to go on sale. For All About alone he already had several dozen different assignments in the works, and these were all but guaranteed to expand over time. Even Toki, as his assignment giver, was concerned that he was overloading him, but Hoshima was excited about being involved with an anime for the first time, and he simply figured, well, I'm sure he'll find a way. I'm thinking about taking this chance to reconsider my schedule. I'm sorry about this. Right. I think that's a good idea. That was all Toki could offer to the crestfallen illustrator. They talked for a little while longer and eventually agreed to cancel the commemorative art assignment, which was slated to appear on the official anime website. I'll tell the anime side about it, okay? I'm sorry. No, Toki said to Hoshimo, profusely apologizing and sounding close to tears. I'm the one who should say sorry to you. Phew. Off the phone with Hoshimo, Toki let out a deep sigh. It could be hard, as an editor, to hear backlash. If I can't draw it, I can't draw it, okay? I can't do anything about it, or a harsh lecture. This is your fault for making such a dumb mistake. But having someone apologize over and over to him like that was just as painful. In a way, when work isn't going well with writers or illustrators, the results could unfold in several different ways. But all of them presented serious challenges. Something up, Ken? Godo asked as he passed by. When Toki gave him the news, Godo scrunched up his mob boss face. All right. I understand. Hopefully Hoshimo can get back on his feet. Yeah, but the more dedicated a person is, normally, the more time it takes for them to recover once things go awry. Keep a close eye on him, okay? Toki felt a chill down his spine. All right. I'll take some time to visit him and apologize. Thanks. Providing mental care for our creators is part of an editor's job. The 67-year-old rookie novelist, Kenjiro Toki, was kept more than busy enough after New Year's Day dealing with sister leaks, but that was far from his only job. So, at 3 p.m. on January 6, he was in an editorial meeting room, talking a project over with one of his writers. An elderly man in traditional Japanese dress appeared at the office 5 minutes before his appointment. This was Yoshihiro Kaiso, a rookie writer who won honorable mention at the 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest with his samurai drama Sengoku Kenpuden. Yoshihiro Kaiso was his real name, and it was the one he planned to debut with. He was 67, making him both the oldest winner in contest history by far and the oldest author currently in the GF Bunko stable. His eyes were sharp, his posture perfect, and he exuded the atmosphere of a seasoned samurai himself, wholly unaffected by the ravages of time. Just sitting across from him in the meeting room made Toki tense up. The editor placed a printout of Sengoku Kenpuden on the table. It was time to begin their story meeting. So, Mr. Kaiso, thanks very much for your revisions. I had a look through them all. Right, Kaiso replied in a low, authoritative voice that made Toki nervous. And, well, no need to beat around the bush. I think they were all very good. Sengoku Kenpuden, as submitted to the New Writers Contest, was a hard-boiled samurai drama starring swordsman Tsukahara Bokuden, a real-life historical figure, as he journeyed round the country and encountered many other samurai. The manuscript had since gone through 4 major rewrites, however,
turning it into something completely different. It still captured the feel of Japan's Sengoku period and featured deep, well-modeled characters, two aspects that earned it praise from the judges. But now the story, originally straightforward and lacking ornamentation, had more variance, thanks to more beef in the fighting scenes, and the depictions of food and other meals in the story, woven with Kaiso's talented powers of expression, could even make the novel pass as historical fiction. The biggest change, however, was the presence of Tsurugi, a pretty young heroine who wasn't in the submitted novel at all. She was a shrine maiden who served Takemi Kazuchi, the god of thunder and swords, and she appeared here and there in the plot, alternately helping out Bokuden and attempting to seduce him. Her presence gave the story some much-needed color. "You think?" the taciturn Kaiso replied, expression unchanged. "Honestly, they surprised me. Tsurugi's become a lot cuter than in the previous revision." Tsurugi debuted in the draft before this one, but the way she was positioned and described, she was a poor fit for the story. For a moment, Toki thought having Kaiso bring a cutesy girl character into this battle chronicle was asking too much. Seeing such a transformation for the better in a single revision, Kaiso's growth as an author astonished him. "Is this Mo?" Kaiso asked, eyes carving into Toki like daggers. "Yes, totally Mo," he replied with a straight face. "Ah." This finally made Kaiso relax his expression a bit. "Then I must thank you for lending me that material, Mr. Toki." At their third editorial meeting, Kaiso brought up that he wanted to understand the concept of Mo, the feelings of powerful affection otaku often feel for characters in pop culture. Toki walked him through it, lending him a book soberly covering the scene and its core elements, along with several manga, light novels, and anime series with lots of pretty girl characters. If he was going to continue fighting it out in the light novel market, Toki reasoned, he'd want to get the concept of Mo down. He had no idea Kaiso would implement his understanding of it in Sengoku Kenpuden. This guidance was just for the future. He assumed that he'd stick with hardcore samurai swordplay for the Sengoku publication. A samurai novel with an all-male cast had almost no chance of selling, he admitted to himself, but in terms of his label, the new writers' contest, and the need for diversity in light novel market itself, he felt publishing this was nonetheless significant. But even with his debut novel, Kaiso was already taking a serious look at the light novel battlefield before him. It was actually Kaiso who suggested adding a pretty face to the cast. "I'm glad it came in handy. By the way, can I ask what helped you the most out of what I gave you?" "Just for my reference. It may be my lack of experience, but the guide I began with failed to resonate emotionally with me. Although I understood the logic behind its arguments, I would say the anime provided a better reference. It was like looking at my own grandchildren. I wanted to unconditionally love these girls, and that feeling's still with me." "I see," Toki said, meekly nodding, while Kaiso continued in his austere voice. "In my understanding of it, Mo makes one's heart leap for joy." "What do you think, Mr. Toki?" "I absolutely agree." Toki's face was serious, but inside, he could feel the joy welling in his heart. This author might be a star in the making. Yoshihiro Kaiso was 67, an old man, someone who didn't even know what a light novel was until he was informed he'd won. His submitted novel was close to being disqualified for miscategorization, and Toki didn't feel he had much future as a light novel writer. But in a flash, Kaiso had experienced Mo for himself and applied it to his work. The wealth of experiences in his long life gave extra depth to his settings and characters, and he was flexible and talented enough to quickly take in unfamiliar concepts and work them into his story. As his editor, Toki wanted to support his growth. It had been too long since he met an author who made him truly feel that way. "Something the matter?" Kaiso asked, noticing Toki's nostrils flaring. "Oh, no." He blushed a bit. "To tell you the truth, since New Year's Day I've had to deal with a serious mistake I made in another project, so I'm just trying to focus on my work more." "A serious mistake?" "Yes. It's truly embarrassing to me,
but Toki gave him a quick rundown of how he inadvertently leaked the all-about anime reveal. So I went to Mr. Hashima and the anime staff to apologize. But I think they're still both angry at me. What would you do in a situation like this, Mr. Kaiso? He was asking Kaiso not as a rookie novelist, but as a guide on life's tribulations. Until he hit retirement age, Kaiso was apparently a high-ranking executive at a company in the shipbuilding industry. Maybe, Toki thought, he'd have some good advice. For a Japanese man, there has only ever been one way to atone, he replied in his dignified voice. What's that? Seppuku. A bead of cold sweat ran down Toki's cheek. I don't think I'm capable of disemboweling myself. I am joking, of course, Kaiso replied, face still dead serious. I'm sorry, it didn't sound that way to me. No? The stern old man said. Perhaps I need to brush up on my comedic skills as well. This is obvious, I am sure, but the best way to recover from a work mistake is with work. Of course, if you want to prove your regret in a physical manner, you could always sever your little finger, or shave your head. I don't think I'm capable of the finger thing, either, Toki thought. The fateful encounter. The date, January 7th. The place, the 4th floor elevator lobby at Gift Publishing. Once again, Kenjiro Toki was waiting on someone for an edit meeting, and about 10 minutes after the appointed time, the man appeared behind the doors. It was Setsuna Ina, aka Purikitsu, a small-statured young man with his hair dyed a variety of colors. Hey you, PFFTT, hey, what happened to you, Ken? Setsuna immediately cracked up upon seeing Toki's face. Or, to be more exact, his head. He had shaved off all his hair, stopping by a barber shop this morning before work to have the deed done. I'm refocusing on my work, Toki muttered back, blushing a little. Yesterday, during his editorial meeting with Kaiso, the writer had suggested 3 methods of taking responsibility: seppuku, chopping off his little finger, or shaving his head. The first 2 didn't seem too plausible to Toki, but shaving, at least, was doable. So he did it. He knew it had served no purpose to Itsuki and the anime staff, but he wanted to step up and prove he was drawing the line with himself. He hadn't taken all his hair off since middle school and his editing co-workers all laughed at him, but he really did feel like he had a new outlook on life. Well, it looks good on ya. But aren't you cold? Yes. He meekly replied. Going completely bald in January wasn't for the faint of heart. Hey, you know, I was over at Hashima's place just now. You sure screwed the pooch this time, huh? Ken? Oh, Setsuna was as casual about this as he might have been about the weather, but it felt like a knife in Toki's heart. Oh, did you shave your head out of, like, shame or something? Ha. I didn't know they still did that anymore. Shut up. That merciless laughter struck a match with Toki. He coughed, gathering himself. Well, enough about me. The writer's waiting for you. With that, Toki guided Setsuna to the meeting room. Inside, waiting for them, was a man in a business suit and glasses, looking ready to attend a boardroom meeting. Sorry to keep you, Mr. Yanagase. Makoto Yanagase was 30 years old and fresh from winning a runner-up prize at the 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest for his epic yarn. The goddess must be punished. I'll save the world for you, so just show me your ass. Nice to meet you. My name's Yanagase. Yanagase walked up to Setsuna, politely greeted him, and presented him with a business card. Oh, thanks. Purikitsu here. Sorry, I don't have a card, so no need to worry, Yanagase sincerely replied, not offended by Setsuna's casual rudeness one bit. Once they were done, they sat across from each other, Toki taking a seat next to his author. Makoto Yanagase and Purikitsu, novelist and illustrator, were meeting for the first time today. The Goddess Must Be Punished, Yanagase's debut novel, was an adventure set in a fantasy world with strong comedic elements, but its most notable feature was how the hero could gain his fighting powers from his companion, the goddess Sishia, by spanking her ass in just the right way. This description, by itself, probably doesn't provide much context,
But that's really how the book went, so there's no other way to put it. Basically, it was a freewheeling adventure combined with the very niche fetish of spanking. Ever since he read the first submission, Toki thought, Purikitsu's the only possible choice to illustrate this. Frankly, he wasn't that enthusiastic about calling for Purikitsu's services, given how much of a pain he was to work with on Itsuki's Genesis Sisters of the New World and the recently cancelled Sillies. Still, nobody recognized the artist's abilities more than Toki, and not many people could have portrayed the world of the goddess must be punished better than he. When he brought him up with Yanagase, the author raved over his work. I don't think there's a more charming Astra in the world, so he decided to throw caution to the wind and reach out to Purikitsu. So, yeah, I read your novel, Yanagase. Yanagase grew visibly tense. When Setsuna had been asked to illustrate a new series called The Goddess Must Be Punished, the artist casually replied sure thing to him, but he didn't know what Setsuna thought of the book yet. The contract still wasn't signed, and given Setsuna's quirky personality, there was every chance he'd say never mind, it doesn't work for me. But it was so good. Yanagase's eyes widened. Setsuna was all smiles with a twinkle in his eye. I don't know much about spanking, so at first, it was like, why do you have to slap this pretty ass so much? I didn't really get it. But you aren't just slapping it. It's the heart of it that's important, right? Right. You're exactly right. Yanagase's voice shook out of sheer emotion, excitement written all over his face. Something people often misunderstand is that spanking isn't just slapping someone's rear end to make them feel good. The sound, the sensation, the path of the hand or whip in the air, the way the butt cheeks jiggle, the way they turn red, the ecstatic panting, the screams infused with pleasure and pain, the beads of sweat flying into the air, the love juices dripping down, the excited breaths, the words exchanged. It's a total work of art, an act that blends each aspect together into a single composite. True beauty in spanking only happens when the spanker deeply understands his partner, and the spankee deeply trusts her companion. Spanking is a heart-to-heart conversation, a clash of love against love. Mr. Yanagase, can you relax a little, please? A restrained Toki asked. Snapping out of it, Yanagase pushed up his glasses with a finger and returned to his mild-mannered demeanor. Spanking is a major movement in Western countries, with most couples performing it regularly. But it's hard to say it has attained a solid footing in Japan as of yet. Through this novel, I want to spread the charms of spanking across the nation, and if I'm going to make that happen, I'll need your strength, Purikitsu. I need the beautiful reddened rumps of Sishia and the other heroines you'll draw. It would be an honor, sir. Setsuna grinned, childlike, as he took 2 sheets out from his bag. I did a couple of test runs on the Sishia character, but what do you think? He handed the illustrations over, and Yanagase's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. One was a full-body study of Sishia, a truly divine presence in the way she carried herself, but still with an air of kindness and vulnerability. It was a perfect match for her character in the text. This is it. This is the goddess, Lady Sishia. There were tears welling in Yanagase's eyes. Each light novel writer had their own favorite moments in their careers, but if you polled them all, the moment you see artwork for your characters would probably be in the top 2. For a rookie writer who has never experienced it before, the sheer emotion is even more intense. But the second sheet was even more amazing. It was a close-up of her rear end, taking up the full dimensions of the paper, realistic, but retaining the art style of the first sample. Raw and vivid, but with a kind of elegance, it was truly an ass beautiful enough to belong to a goddess. It wasn't decorated or adorned in any way, but to Toki, he could almost see the halo of divine light crowning her hallowed cheeks. Lady Sishia, so noble, 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 noble. Now Yanagase was shedding profuse amounts of tears, like a devout worshipper visited by a real goddess. Toki worried he'd start praying to this icon on the spot. Purikitsu, he asked, Have you gotten better at your art lately? The first character design was wonderful, featuring that classic pure Ikitsu level of quality, but the ass shot was even more astounding. Toki hadn't seen his art since the final volume of Sillies, released last September, but his work had clearly evolved since then. It was one thing if an amateur learned how to draw decently in 3 months, but he never heard of a professional of pure Ikitsu's level advancing like this. Hey, don't you think? Setsuna smiled, a bit proud of himself. Did you, do something? Because this level of improvement is unheard of. Well, actually, I finally managed to bear witness to the ass of the millennium. The millennium. As he then explained to the puzzled Toki, Setsuna had run into a beautiful woman with said millennial ass last March. He had spent the rest of the year trying to find her again, and he finally succeeded in October, successfully gaining a glimpse of the top half of her butt. The eye-opening experience awakened Setsuna to the point that the asses he drew shone more brightly than ever before. But I only saw half of her ass, so I want her to show me the rest sometime. I feel like I could become truly complete then, you know. Complete? Toki asked, swallowing nervously. Setsuna was wowing him enough already, but there's even more room to grow. Who the hell are you, Frieza? Toki had no idea who this mystery woman was, but he wished he could give Setsuna her full ass to view. Maybe the editorial team could offer a reward for anyone who tracks her down. They'd have to seriously discuss that later. Any professional editor, after all, wouldn't hesitate to pull down a woman's panties if it resulted in an outstanding book. Do you remember who this girl was, pure Ikitsu? Anything unrelated to her ass is a bit fuzzy, but I think I can picture her. Yeah. In that case, Toki said, why don't you try sketching her? I could have editorial help you search. You could? Whoa. Okay, let me try real quick. Setsuna whipped out his sketchbook and a mechanical pencil, and began drawing the sketch while muttering things like, I think she was kinda like this, under his breath. After 10 or so minutes, okay, done. This is the girl. I'm sure of it. Here, let me see. Huh. When he saw the artwork, Toki scrunched his eyebrows. She had short hair, large eyes, and thin eyebrows. She looked a little miffed, but she had handsome, almost androgynous looks, maybe even letting her pass as a boy. Isn't this Chihiro? The girl Setsuna just drew was the spitting image of Chihiro Hashima, Itsuki's half-brother and a kid Toki was familiar with. What do you think? Setsuna asked. Yeah, Toki hummed and hawed for a bit before resolving himself to ask. Hey, pure Ikitsu, just to play devil's advocate. Are you sure this was a girl? Setsuna gave him an odd look for a moment. Then he relaxed. Yeah, dude. No doubt about that, sir. Like, no way would I mistake a dude's ass for a girl's. She had girls' panties on and everything. Oh, I see. If they were definitely panties, she all but had to be a girl. No, but seriously, it couldn't be anyone else. Another bead of cold sweat went down Toki's head. His instincts told him he was on the cusp of an extremely important discovery. If this were a suspense film, he'd get killed by some assassin as soon as he tried to tell the protagonist about it. What's up, Ken? Setsuna asked, looking perplexed. No, nothing. But this girl has the ass of the millennium. Huh? Well, I have no idea where to begin looking, but I'll keep an eye out, too. Okay? Toki tried his best to hide his agitation. It made him sound terribly unnatural, but Setsuna didn't seem to be concerned. Great. Thanks a lot, he replied with a smile. A novel is born. January 18th was the date when GF Bunko's releases for the month went on sale. Bookstores across Japan would welcome 6 new titles to the shelves, including All About My Little Sister Volume 5 and its deluxe edition, drama CD included. Haruto was in Tokyo's Akihabara neighborhood, World Otaku headquarters, to pick up the new GF Bunko books. The bookstore near his family's place in Chiba stocked them as well, but he always went to Akihabara to grab GF titles, seeing it as a chance to engage in a little market research. One could, of course, get a decent grasp of industry trends online,
and purchased the more well-known doujinshi and self-published games online, but you never knew what kind of treasures you might find among the lesser-known doujin releases, and many light novels and comics came with store-exclusive bonuses available only in the shops that catered to nerds. Even discounting all that, however, Haruto just liked the town of Akihabara. There were otaku stores in every direction, huge signs advertising games and anime, girls dressed like maids passing out ad flyers for their cafes, and crowds of people, his people, going up and down the street. It was loud and obnoxious, but he found it endlessly soothing, which he imagined probably made him a hardcore otaku. Itsuki, his partner in crime, didn't have much interest in store-exclusive bonuses or doujinshi. He hated going to Akihabara at all. There were too many people and he bought a lot of his content digitally. He wasn't the sort, Haruto thought, to get attached to material possessions. Here's this total F.K. obsessed with little sisters who talks and acts like he's in middle school, and yet he really doesn't act much like an otaku at all. He said he didn't care about Kamikid. He has a girlfriend. He's not a virgin. A slight sense of inferiority crossed Haruto's mind as he entered an otaku-oriented shop loaded with manga and light novels. An entire floor was devoted to the latter, in fact, and the new releases section boasted piles of G.F. Bunko's latest. Volume 5 of All About My Little Sister was front and center, and between the regular book and the deluxe edition, it was clear this shop took in a lot of inventory. That's what scoring an anime adaptation would get you, for sure. There was even a handwritten staff recommendation card placed next to it, reading the top pick among our little sister-obsessed staff is finally getting an anime. If you don't read this, you'll never catch up on the hottest sister light novel of the year. It even included a little piece of staff-drawn art. Itsuki's work tended to attract a small cadre of die-hard fans, and at least one of them worked here. It seemed Itsuki himself had given Haruto one of his comp copies of the new All About a few days back, so Haruto turned to the other releases. Out of the other 5, 4 were new volumes in ongoing series and one was a brand new title. The store bought the same number of copies of each one. It looked like the new release was I Woke Up as the Demon Lord of Another World, so I just started a harem by UIAO, grand prize winner at the 15th GF Bunko New Writers Contest. As one of the judges on that contest, Haruto already had a sample manuscript from the publisher, but he wanted to purchase a commercial copy anyway, a habit he borrowed from fellow judge and veteran novelist Maiki Nakaizu. But when he picked up his copy of I Woke Up as the Demon Lord, he thought he heard a squeal of joy from nearby. Puzzled, he turned toward the noise. There he spotted a woman hiding in the shadow of the next shelf over. She had a hat and a pair of glasses on, as well as a rather large mask that covered half her face, and it made her look incredibly suspicious. Also, even with her winter coat, you could tell she had big breasts. When their eyes met, she opened hers wide. Haruto. He suspected it was her, and he was right. This was UIAO, author of the book Haruto had in hand. What are you doing, Miss Ayo? Haruto asked as he approached her, straining to keep a straight face. This is, I was just wondering if my book was selling, so. She was blushing all the way to her ears as she replied. I see, Haruto said with a smile. I'm sorry. This is so embarrassing. I'm being weird, aren't I? Yui hung her head, embarrassed. No, not really, Haruto replied lightly. Oh? I don't think it's rare at all for authors to stake out bookstores when their new book comes out. I mean, I do it sometimes. You do? Surprise rushed across Yui's face as Haruto nodded. He was telling the truth. If you ever see someone by the new releases section of the light novel department, scoping it out for an extended period of time, then 9 times out of 10, you can bet it's an author checking to see how their book's doing. Books, of course, could sell at wildly varying rates depending on the time period and the bookstore's clientele. A book that sold no copies one day may sell a ton the next for no discernible reason, So prowling around a single shop for a single day won't tell you much. But it's only human for authors to want to go anyway. So please don't call the police on them. Thank you. Oh, good. I guess it's not just me, huh? Haruto chuckled at the visibly relieved Yui. I don't think a lot of them do it dressed like that, though. Are you in disguise? Why yeah, I didn't want people to know I'm an author. Did you show your face in any online or magazine coverage, Miss Aio? Haruto doubted it. Some labels published headshots and interviews from their award ceremonies, either online or in print, but he didn't think GF Bunko did. No, I didn't, but, Yui groaned. If her face wasn't in the media, she finally realized, there was no need to go incognito. Haruto laughed a bit as she reluctantly took off her mask and glasses. She was surprisingly attractive with reddened cheeks and teary eyes, and it made his heart beat faster. So did any customers bite yet? He asked to take his mind off it. Yui's face clouded. No, I've been watching for about half an hour, but you're the only one who's picked it up. I got so excited, I guess I kind of shouted out loud. Oh, well, it's a weekday and there's not too many customers right now. The real test begins in the evening, once people get out of school and work. He wasn't trying to soothe her when he said that, which was a good thing, because he didn't. I saw people buying all about My Little Sister and some of the other new releases. Haruto gave Yui a vague smile. Well, you know, it's a new series. It's not like a series that already has a fan base. A lot of people are gonna wait for the reviews first. That's how it works. Yui sighed lightly. Then a customer, a college-aged man scoping out the new releases, picked up a copy of I Woke Up as the Demon Lord! Haruto and Yui looked at each other, then watched the customer. The young man flipped through the book, opening it to the color illustrations. The story's three heroines, all clothed in a very unladylike manner, were sidled up against the protagonist. Pretty sexy stuff. He stared at it for a while. Then, as Yui fervently watched him, his eyes turned over to her. He blushed hard, and placed the book down, heading away from the light novel floor. So close. No, it wasn't. That was clearly your fault. Haruto couldn't help but speak up. Staring at a piece of sexy comic art, only to notice a pretty girl staring at you, would make anyone feel awkward enough to run away. Look, I know this is important to you, but you should probably be a bit more subtle about your people watching. All right. I'll try not to act suspicious. A blushing Yui replied as she took a book from the shelf and started pretending to read it, eyes still fixed on the new releases corner. Haruto browsed the area around her, looking at the shelves. They were stuffed with thousands of paperback light novels, and even this was just a small subsection of what had been published. Over 100 new volumes came out every month, and even a place with a great selection like this one returned whatever didn't sell in a flash. Those series would disappear from the bookstore, and then, the market. More light novels were getting sold in larger sizes as well, and if you looked around the net, you could find all kinds of engaging novels for free. To Haruto, someone wading through this infinite number of titles and selecting yours for purchase was nothing short of a miracle. And actually getting to see that happen in real life was an even greater one. And that's why, over the next half hour of careful observation, the two of them saw three people pick up a copy of I Woke Up as the Demon Lord and put it back down, but not the fourth person. That one, a man in his early 20s, picked up I Woke Up as the Demon Lord with a few other light novels and took them all to the register. Yui yelped as she saw it happen, tears in her eyes. Watching the purchase of your book was a miracle indeed. It was a given that anyone lucky enough to see it happen would be moved to tears. Congrats, Haruto said, feeling just as joyful as he breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. Yui was beaming. That smile was nothing like any other expression he saw from her before, more beautiful than her bountiful breasts, and Haruto felt like he'd been shot through the heart. Once the customer left the floor, Haruto picked up his own copy of I Woke Up as the Demon Lord, along with the other new GF Bunko releases, and exited the store with Yui. "Thank you for putting up with me, Mr. Fuwa," she said with a quick bow that embarrassed Haruto a little. "Nah, I just wanted to see how the grand prize winner was doing myself. But that was really great, huh? Getting to see someone choose your book." Yui gave him a sweet smile. "Yes." Haruto's voice became a bit more serious. "Remember that, okay? Because whenever you feel like your heart is about to break, I'm sure you'll find some solace in that." Yui nodded, face resolute. There was real emotion behind Haruto's words. "All right. Thank you. I'll remember this day for the rest of my life." "Yep. Anyway, I better get going." Just as he was about to walk off, Yui stopped him, blushing a bit. "Oh, Mr. Fuwa. If you have the time, would you like to get some tea or something?" "Sorry, I have plans pretty soon," Haruto replied, cutting her off. That was the truth. He was attending a party at Itsuki's apartment later that night to celebrate the new book release and anime announcement. "Oh." Yui looked disappointed, but quickly smiled again. "Well, Haruto, thanks again. I look forward to seeing you soon." Sure. "See you." And deep in his heart, Haruto was glad he had plans, because if he spent any more time with Yui, he worried he would fall for her. Prince Manhor II. Before long, Haruto had completed the journey from Akihabara to Itsuki's apartment. When he rang the doorbell, he was greeted by Itsuki and some delicious aromas inside whetting his appetite. "Hey," Haruto said. "Yo," replied Itsuki, acting completely casual. They had last met around 10 days ago, not long after Sister Leaks, and Itsuki was clearly depressed. Haruto opted against asking point blank if things were okay as he went inside. There were a few other pairs of shoes by the door, he noticed. The rest of the gang must have already been there. Chihiro was in the kitchen, carefully monitoring a simmering pot. "Happy New Year, Chihiro." He turned toward Haruto and gave him a smile and a polite bow. "Happy New Year to you, too, Fuwa." It was polite, but still relaxed. When they first met, Chihiro was just the brother of Haruto's friend. They said hello to each other but didn't try to go beyond that at all. But when they began their RPG campaign last March, Chihiro became part of the party, and he even joined Haruto on the mixer he'd set up the other day. Whether Itsuki was around or not, Haruto firmly considered Chihiro his friend now. Peeking into the inviting pot, he saw a bright red soup with meat, sausage, carrots, potatoes, and more. "Wow, that looks really spicy." Chihiro chuckled. "It's borscht, so it's not at all. It's red because of the beets in it." "Oh, borscht, huh? I don't think I've ever had it." "Sounds like fun." "I hope you brought your appetite," Chihiro confidently replied. In the living room, Mako and Nayuta were at the Lokotatsu table, enjoying a two-player board game. "Happy New Year, guys," he said. "Oh right. Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." Both of them were too focused on the game to give their greeting any more thought than that. How about this? After some extended agonizing, Mako gave a cylindrical peg to Nayuta, who placed it on the game board, a 4x4 square grid. "Okay, Quarto." Oh no. Mako wailed over something she had missed on the board. They were playing a game called Quarto, a simple one where the object is to line up 4 pieces in a row that share the same attribute, height, color, shape, and whether they're hollow or not. The twist: players take turns choosing a piece from the lot for the other player to place on the board. There was no random element at all, and since the pieces you give your opponent are what decide the game, you had only yourself to blame if you lost. Nah haha. I win again. That was. I just wasn't paying attention for a second, that's all. Oh? Are you planning to say the same thing if someone cuts your head off on the battlefield, Maya? It was a rather cynical, almost staged reaction to Mako's frustration. "So, Maya, I now get to do whatever I want to your boobs 5 times." "You get to do what?" exclaimed Haruto. Itsuki explained with a sigh. They played a few games before Quarto, but Mako's so bad at them that Kaneko got bored and said that whoever wins gets to do anything they want to the loser's breasts. Then Mako got all frustrated and said yes. Mako had tears in her eyes as she groaned. Ugh, why can't I win anything? There's no way someone who's lost their cool can win a game with zero randomness. An exasperated Itsuki told her. Nayuta flashed her own sinister grin. Well, hey, I can't wait. I'll taste Maya's boobs for the first time in a while tonight. I don't even need to pretend it's for research, it's just for fun this time. Bliss. Whatever you want. With Mako's boobs. Haruto swallowed. Can I join in? No, of course you can't, shouted a blushing Mako. But Haruto held out hope. If you win, Mako, you can do whatever you want with my breasts. I don't want to do anything with them. Why are you being so silly? Fuwa? He. If you want free reign over Maya's boobs, you'll have to beat me first. Alright. Time to get serious about this. Nayuta and Haruto had a fairly even record against the other in board games. Nayuta was the clear favorite in titles involving luck or hunches, and Haruto was better at games that didn't emphasize those things. If the game was Quarto, Haruto would hold the advantage. Okay, Prince Manhor, here we go. You got it. Mako's boobs are all mine. I'm not giving them to anyone. Knock it off, you two. Haruto began to regret acting a little too villainous to the tearfully protesting Mako. He was acting like a perverted male student in a classroom comedy, but in part, that was to remind himself that he loved Mako, not Yui. He wouldn't have minded the opportunity, of course, but regardless. Sorry, I'm just kidding. I won't ask for your boobs if I win. Really? Haruto flashed a brisk smile at the doubtful Mako. Really? Besides, I want to get the right to do that legitimately, not as a prize for a game. You can act as cool as you want saying that. It's still sexual harassment. That's really gross, Prince Manhor. Mako and Nayuta gave Haruto cold stares. With everyone's boobs off the board, Itsuki joined in the Quarto game as well. Haruto wound up in first place, winning all 3 games he played. Nayuta was second with a 2-1 record, Itsuki third at 1-2, and Mako lost every time. Nayuta challenged Haruto to another game after that, and he beat her soundly. Not bad. You really are Prince Manhor. Haha. This is just what talent looks like. And can you quit it with that nickname already? It's been forever. Haruto grinned at the frustrated Nayuta, and before long, Chihiro started bringing in plates, kicking off the New Year '/Volume 5/anime announcement party. Well. I know I had some trouble with that idiot Ken leaking the news right on New Year's Day, but today the new volumes come out and the official anime site is online. I haven't heard much feedback yet, but people seem to like the voices in the teaser and drama CD. The screenwriting's going well, too. But I got a lot of work left to do. So here's to this year being good to all of us. Cheers. Itsuki lifted his beer mug up high as he gave the toast. Steam was coming out of the glasses, so nobody was clinking them, lest any of the hot liquid inside come splashing out. He, Haruto, and Mako were drinking Leafman's Glugriak, an almost black beer that looked like mulled wine at first glance. This was a rare beer, designed to be drunk warm on wintry nights. And while it was a nice bittersweet drink when chilled, heating it up like coffee softened the sourness and emphasized the thick sweetness of the cherries for a gentle, warming effect. This is good. Never had a beer like this, Mako said, blowing on it. Nya, it smells pretty good. I wish I could have some. Next to Itsuki, Nayuta brought her face close to his mug to smell it. Hang in there. You need to be a grown-up first. Mako's observation made Nayuta pout. I'm already grown up. We have all kinds of sex and everything. BRFF. Itsuki spat out the beer in his mouth. Haruto, Mako, and Chihiro all blushed. They all assumed as much, of course, but having it spelled out so clearly for them was a first. Kaneko. You can't just... Please don't say that, Itsuki muttered, his face bright red, as Haruto awkwardly looked away from them. Even Nayuta seemed to regret it a bit, giving the group a vague sort of smile. Well, anyway, isn't this dinner really great? Haruto ventured, trying to dispel the awkward atmosphere with a bright smile. In addition to the borscht, there was a big plate of beef stroganoff, as well as a selection of pierogi stuffed with ground beef, seafood, potatoes, and chili sauce. It paired well with the mulled beer, warming them all to the core. Thank you very much, Fuwa. I've never really made Russian food before, so I'm glad you like it. Chihiro gave a bashful smile. I know I'm repeating myself, but seriously, this is way better than your average restaurant. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. That Italian place we went to the other day was really good. Yeah, pretty much everything was great in there, wasn't it? The other day? Itsuki said, interrupting Haruto and Chihiro's conversation. Oh, that mixer? Mako's eyebrows rose up. A mixer? Wait, you and Chihiro went to a mixer together, Fuwa? It wasn't a mixer. It was just dinner with some other novelists to help us get to know each other. Mako gave the panicking Haruto a reproachful look. If it was an industry thing, why did you take Chihiro along? Well, just to even out the numbers between genders. Doesn't that make it a mixer? No, it's not like that. We just went out for drinks, that's it. I had no ulterior motive at all. Right, Chihiro? Huh? Right. Chihiro nodded. But Ashley was really keen on scoring with a guy, because it was her last chance before Christmas or something. Ha, ha ha ha. Well, she sure had the wrong idea about that party, didn't she? Mako coldly stared at Haruto as he continued trying to talk his way out of this. By the way, she asked Chihiro, who else was there? Well, for the men, it was Mr. Kaizu, a novelist. On the girls' side, there was Miss Ayo and Miss Kasamatsu, both authors, are making their debut soon. Okay, so it was basically a mixer, right? Because if you drew that scene as a color spread in a light novel, I think most editors would caption it the mixer, you know? Haruto looked frantic as Mako flatly pleaded her case. Look, I respect Mr. Kaizu a lot. Okay, and he asked me to set things up like a mixer for him. I couldn't turn him down. Mako turned her eyes away, annoyed. It's not like it matters to me if you go to a mixer or not, Fuwa. It's just that you saying what you said to me, then going to a mixer. I'm just wondering about that. Maya, are you jealous? Nayuta's eyes were as wide as saucers as Mako blushed at her. And no, I'm not. I don't think that's a good thing. As a general rule, you gotta believe me. I'm still all about you, Mako. Well, don't shout that out loud, please. Haruto looked dead serious, while Mako was now yelling at him, blushing even harder. Mako. Chihiro timidly stated. Fuwa really didn't act all lovey-dovey around any of the other girls. He just talked about serious stuff with them, is all. Me and him and Mr. Kaizu talked about building Gundam model kits for a while. Chihiro! Exclaimed Haruto, saved by the young man's backup. Oh, did you? Mako said. What kind of sorry mixer did you attend if the guys talked about Gundam kits? Itsuki jabbed. I can't say what happened after I left, though, Chihiro added, making Haruto tense up ever so slightly. After Chihiro and Oba headed for the train station, Kaizu and Ashley immediately disappeared together, so he wound up going to the cafe alone with Yui. Not that they talked about anything exciting in there, however, just industry talk between two writers. Aha, interjected Nayuta. So Prince Man-whore isn't whoring so much after all, huh? You're the one who gave me the nickname, lashed Haruto. You all already know I'm a virgin, so can you please stop calling me that? If you put it that way, you have a point. A thoughtful look appeared on Nayuta's face. Besides, Mako said, why does Nayu call Fuwa, that nickname anyway? Just from his looks? Oh, you don't know where that came from, Mako. No, neither do I, Chihiro added. Haruto grinned at them both. Well, it comes from a game. A game? Mako asked. This was back when Nayu had just gotten published. I think. We wanted to get to know more writers, so me, Itsuki, Nayu, and two others who debuted alongside her played a board game called Amotnaba, all got to be popular. Basically, you win the game by becoming the most popular guy in school among the girls, and I won by a landslide. She's been calling me Prince Manhwa ever since. That was one fearsome battle, Itsuki wistfully recalled. I'll never forget the humiliation of Prince Manhwa taking all the girls I had my sights on. Nayuta added. It's just a game. And it's super unfair to give me a nickname like that because of it. What are you talking about? Nayuta turned toward the grinning Haruto. Love is a battlefield, whether it's a game or not. Well, sure, I'll admit that I was playing for keeps, but that sounds like a neat game. I'd like to try it sometime. Now Chihiro was getting interested. I have Motnaba here. Why don't we break it out? It's been a while, Itsuki offered. Haruto and Nayuta put on their game faces. Yeah, it's a good game. I'm up for it. It's time to get back at Prince Manhwa for what he did to me. I have a feeling this won't end well. Mako's concerns were ignored. Once they cleared the table, they opened the Motnaba box and prepared to play, Haruto kicking things off by reading the instructions for everyone. The prime directive for human beings is to become popular during their 3 years of high school. The prime directive? Human beings. Mako and Chihiro both seemed surprised at the intro text. Yeah, Nayuta laughed. No matter how many times I hear it, it sure leaves an impact. Yeah, it's our prime directive, after all. It sounds so powerful, you just have to accept it, added Itsuki. Approach the women in your school with academics, sports, fashion, conversation, and money to win them over. Grasp popular trends in school, polish your skills, even control the student body itself to become more popular than your rivals. When graduation comes, who's going to make the girls swoon the most? As the text Haruto read out loud suggested, Motnaba asked players to approach girls in assorted ways to earn hearts, points, with whoever had the most hearts in the end being deemed most popular and the winner. 7 girls featured in each game out of a pool of 14. Each participant received a certain number of cubes representing their abilities in 5 stats: academics, sports, fashion, conversation, and money. Placing these cubes by the cards representing the girls could get them to like you more, and players liked enough by the girls could receive hearts from them at the end of each school year. Different girls provided different amounts of hearts. Some would give hearts to the 3 players they liked the most, while others only gave them out to one. So it's up to the player to strategize. You can either focus on approaching girls with lots of points to give out, or you can try approaching multiple girls for insurance. Isn't it mean to flirt with multiple girls at once? Yeah, a sneering Mako said, unnerving Haruto. Hey, Itsuki countered, some girls give out hearts to the top 3 players. They're playing the field, too. It's the same with both genders. Maybe, but I dunno. It's kinda weird. Well, Mako, if you think so, you can try to approach a single girl instead. But this is just a game, so I don't think it's worth empathizing with them too much. Maybe not. No. Haruto saw fit to add that warning, but Mako remained unconvinced. It made him laugh a little. By the way, he continued, each of the 5 popularity stats go in and out of style as time goes on. The more trendy the stat at the moment, the stronger you'll appeal to any girls you approach. On the other hand, stats that are out of style will be harder to grab hearts with. Chihiro looked at the area of the game table showing current trends. So at this school, players good at sports are the most popular, but academics are pretty much worthless? The current setup had sports as the hottest trend, followed by conversation, fashion, money, and academics. That's right, Haruto said, but players can play their cubes to change the order of these trends, too. Messing with things behind the scenes, huh? Yeah, maybe you're spreading rumors like oh, it's way more modern to go after intellectual guys, or something. But anyway, the cubes you use to appeal to girls never disappear, so if you were approaching him with a low-value stat,
You could become super popular out of nowhere if the trends change. But the more cubes you use adjusting those trends, the fewer you'll have to approach girls with, which helps other players with the same kinds of stat cubes, so you need to be careful. In a 5-player game, each person starts with 6 cubes picked at random. They take turns placing one cube either by a girl or in a type of stat trend, and once all the cubes are used up, after 6 turns from each player, that's the end of a school year. Players popular with girls earn hearts from them, and then everyone draws more cubes for the next year. This continues until the end of the 3rd year, and whoever has the most hearts by then wins. Shall we get started? With the rules squared away, it was time to begin. Turns were taken clockwise round the table, but the rules say that whoever came to school earliest when they were in high school goes first. Board games love creating weird rules to decide who goes first. Huh? Mako remarked to Haruto. Yeah, added Itsuki. You see things like whoever enjoyed school life the most, or whoever most recently went on a trip, or who can trace their family tree back the furthest, or who's the most hungry right now. How are you supposed to tell who's the hungriest? It's just the designer having fun, Haruto said with a chuckle. So who out of us got to school first? I always made it before the opening bell with seconds to spare. I quit school. I have a lot to do in the morning, so I always show up around 10 minutes before class began. I was usually between 10 and 15 minutes before class, too. Itsuki, Nayuta, Chihiro, and Haruto revealed their answers. That just left Mako. Well, I guess I'm first, then. I always has morning practice. So Mako went first in year 1, followed clockwise by Haruto, Nayuta, Itsuki, and Chihiro. Each player took turns drawing cubes, and when they all had 6, the game moved on to the action phase. So, should I start approaching them, or work on gaming the trends? Mako said as she checked on the girls. The girls on the table were Mitsuki, with braided hair and holding a book, 6 to her favorite player, 4 to the second favorite. Koharu, in her uniform and holding a volleyball, 4 and an event card, providing special in-game effects. To her favorite player, 4 to the second favorite. Kaoru, playing a trumpet, 6 to her favorite player, 2 to the second favorite, 2 to the third favorite. Reiko, with long black hair, 8 to her favorite player. Fumi, carrying lots of snacks and sporting big boobs, 5 to her favorite player, 3 to the second favorite, 2 to the third favorite. Chizuru, wearing glasses and holding a cat, 5 and an event card to her favorite player, 3 to the second favorite. Saki, refined and applying lip balm to herself, 3 and an event card to her favorite player, 3 to the second favorite, 2 to the third favorite. 7 appeared in the game overall. Okay, I'll go with this girl. She seems a lot more earnest than the others. Mako placed a sports cube by Reiko with the long hair, the only girl on the board who gave hearts to her top favorite and no one else. You sure about that, Maya? The aura around her is so heavy. She sort of looks like Yozora from Haganai, too. It's fine, she said to Nayuta. This is the kinda girl I want to be friends with. You're just like yourself in the game world, too, Maya. Nayuta gave her a gentle smile. Next up was Haruto. Now, who should I aim for? He looked over the 7 girls, sizing them up, as Itsuki blurted out, Hey, don't you think Saki here is kind of like Mako? The eyes of Haruto and the other 3 players turned to Saki. Her hair was brightly colored, her skirt short. She had a little stuffed animal keychain on her backpack, and she was applying lip balm to herself, the picture of refinement. You think she looks like her? A confused Nayuta asked. Mako laughed. Yeah, I did look kind of like this in high school. I had that same kind of teddy bear keychain, too. Wow. So this is the high school version of Mako. Haruto peered intently at Saki, then groaned at Itsuki in frustration. NGH. Thus Haruto's sports cube was placed next to Saki. Honestly,
He wanted to carefully gauge the number of hearts at play and his strength over other players before deciding who to aim for. But if one of the characters looked like the girl he was after in real life, he had to go with her. This was a common trend to see in a game with love elements like this. If Reiko's card had a picture of a building or some crops for trade instead, any player could easily make the right choices to maximize their profits. But this game was themed around girls without any backstory apart from their name and portrait, but still varied enough that players would cultivate favorites for themselves. Plus, the lack of backstory let players freely think along the lines of resembling Mako or has a heavy aura. Making girls the subject matter creates complex issues that gives Motonobu its unique play style. Next up was Nayuta. "I won't let Prince Manhor take you, Maya," she shouted as she placed her own sports cube next to Saki. Haruto's face tensed up. It was now accepted fact that Saki looked like Mako, so he predicted Nayuta would be gunning for her as well. Hey, have fun destroying each other, guys. Itsuki, who had seen this coming from the start, shot the group a devilish grin. "Right, who should I aim for?" Cube in hand, Itsuki breezily compared the girls. Then Nayuta cupped a hand over her mouth, whispering to him, "You're the main heroine of my story, and any good story needs weight." Having his own line whispered back to him made Itsuki blush intensely. "Why you, that Kaneko? That's, like, so unfair." All's fair in love and war. But Nayuta was just as red. UNGH. Nah. Haruto, Mako, and Chihiro gave them weird looks, totally unaware of what this conversation meant. "All right. I like earnest girls." Heavy or not. Resigned to his face, Itsuki placed his cube by Reiko. "Itsuki, hey, don't put your hands on my Reiko." "I'm sorry, but Reiko's mine." Not if I can help it." "Take your hands off her." "Can you bring Reiko salvation?" "And you shouldn't touch her unless you really mean it, either." This squabbling over Reiko on the card continued for a while longer. "Itsuki and Maya are fighting over a girl other than me. This is so depressing." Nayuta frowned, even though she was the instigator. "Okay, my turn." Chihiro picked up one of his cubes, bonded the situation a little, then placed it by Chizuru, the girl in glasses cradling a cat in both hands. Itsuki grinned at this. "Oh, you got a thing for glasses, huh?" "What?" "No." Chihiro half sneered at him. "I was wavering between the two girls who give 6 hearts, but I figured I ought to score one of those event cards." Right. It was a perfectly rational strategy. Itsuki felt a tad embarrassed. "By the way, Chihiro, ignoring any of the game elements, which of these girls do you like?" Nayuta asked. "Which do I like?" Chihiro sized up the illustrations of the girls. "Koharu looks like she's into sports. Maybe I'd like to play some volleyball with her." "Fumi, on the other hand, looks like she'd appreciate my food a lot, which is nice." "I'd like Mitsuki to teach me whatever's in her book, too." "Oh, and I like Saki's sense of fashion." "Which one would you want to date, though?" asked Mako, looking oddly agitated. Chihiro scowled. "I'm sorry. If that's the question, I'm not really sure. I think it'd be more fun just to hang out with all of them." "Itsuki, doesn't Chihiro sound like the protagonist of a harem light novel to you? Surrounded by hot girls all the time, but never so much as getting an erection?" "Well, maybe he's just laid back that way," Itsuki replied. "One of those herbivorous men you hear about." Nayuta frowned. "I think the idea of herbivorous men is just a bunch of crap invented by the media. But even saying it's not, if a herbivore gets hungry enough, it'll chow down on even more food than the equivalent carnivore, you know? Like, it'll graze and graze until it eats up the whole forest." "In a way, the term's perfectly fitting." "So you think Chihiro's gonna turn into a starving elephant or giraffe someday?" "Oh, come on, guys." Chihiro blushed, pouting at them, as Haruto stared off into space. "You know," he said, "I kind of get that. Like, thinking it's more fun to just hang out with everyone instead of officially dating someone." "That's really true sometimes, You know, like, in real life. Wow. For someone who wrecked his college gaming club, those words hold a lot of weight. I didn't wreck it. Haruto spat out at Itsuki. During college, he was a member of an RPG club that fell apart thanks to fallout over a woman. The lone woman in the club, in fact, who was dumped by Haruto in part because he was much more interested in gaming than having a romantic relationship at the time. But even now that there was someone he had his eye on, enjoying time off with everyone like this seemed just as irreplaceable as love. Regardless, this ended everyone's first turn. Mako wasted no time using a second cube to approach Reiko. This was followed by Haruto, who resisted the urge to strategically target other girls and put another cube on Saki. Nayuta did the same thing, and Itsuki made a second approach to Reiko as well. Only Chihiro changed his move for turn 2, placing a cube next to Koharu on the volleyball team. Things proceeded apace until everyone had played 6 turns, marking the end of year 1, and after a tense battle, it was Haruto who emerged victorious in the scramble for Saki's emotions. All rigged. The victory caused Haruto to whoop out loud before he could stop himself. He sheepishly picked up 3 hearts and an event card. HMPH. But I'm only getting started, a sullen Nayuta said as she grabbed 3 hearts of her own. So Haruto's her main squeeze and Kanaku's her safety pick. Nayuta nodded at Itsuki. I suppose so. She turned to Mako and sighed. So fickle. Why are you looking at me when you say that? She's not even my girl. Mako blushed, but she had reason to be happy after winning the fight with Itsuki for Reiko's love. Itsuki didn't have as many sports cubes as Mako did at first, so he tried to adjust the popularity trends to boost the value of his own cubes. But the single cube this cost wound up making all the difference. He failed to catch up to Mako, so all 8 hearts were hers, and Itsuki, as the loser, got nothing. Damn it. After everything I've given to her, she gives me nothing back. Itsuki stared at her card, crestfallen, mulling over all the wasted effort as Nayuta gave him a gentle smile. Don't worry, Itsuki. If you don't give up and stay on the attack with her, I'm sure she'll look your way eventually. Just like how I got your heart. I stuck it out no matter how many times you brushed me off. Stop saying embarrassing stuff like that. Itsuki shouted, blushing, as Mako watched their banter with mixed feelings. But as the 4 of them engaged in this close-quarters combat, where real romance was intermingling freely with the lovers on the cards, Chihiro was the lone player actually making an attempt to win the game. So I got 5 hearts and an event card from Chizuru, 4 hearts and an event from Koharu, 6 hearts from Mitsuki, 6 from Kaoru, and 6 from Fumi, for a total of 27 points and 2 event cards. He had placed a cube next to every girl besides Saki and Reiko, both subject to an intense bidding war. It earned him the maximum number of points with the least amount of effort. The other 4 players stared at the small mountain of heart chips and cards in front of him, looking disgusted. He's a harem master. There's a true blue harem master among us, Itsuki muttered. You sure are popular, Chihiro. Haruto laughed. No, I'm not. These girls are just my friends. Chihiro was stammering, like a man whose wife just found him at a club with his mistress. Wow, Chihiro was the real Prince Manhor the whole time. Nayuta's analysis made Chihiro blush. I am not a man.whore or anything close to that, okay? He had to quickly scramble to cover for the lethal confession he almost made. Either way, Chihiro's gigolo-style gameplay shocked the other 4 enough to realize that there was no time to let their real-life obsessions affect their performance. For year 2, the wasteful, inefficient bidding wars were abandoned, and the players shifted their focus to making themselves more popular first. I like volleyball a lot, too, you know. Maybe I should join the team. Mako placed a cube next to Koharu. What was that? Haruto said. You want to be a writer, Mitsuki? Well, I made my pro debut in high school, so how about I give you some advice? This was all in Haruto's imagination, of course,
Nothing like that was written on Mitsuki's card or in the rules. Is it alright if I tell AI what you just said, Fuwa? Chihiro teased. No, please, no. Haruto begged. Kaoru's good at playing the trumpet, isn't she? Maybe she'd like to put her mouth on the one in my pants. Chihei. Nayuta didn't exactly keep it highbrow as she placed a cube on Kaoru. Look, girls aren't into musclemen who are only good at sports. This year, it's all about money, money, money. Itsuki, who had drawn a large number of money cubes this year, decided to use one to boost the value of the money trend. Ha ha ha. Look out, girls. Prepare to fall to your knees when you see how rich my anime made me. The results turned Reiko's heart, and her hearts, from Mako toward Itsuki. What? You're going to trick my Reiko into loving you for money? Ha ha ha. That's the power of making it rain, baby. His laughter rang loud across the living room. But, oh, that's good. I have a lot of money cubes, too. Chihiro smiled and placed one of them next to Chizuru. Huh? Oh crap. Now he's using the power of money to conquer them all. He's acting even more like the true Prince Manhwa. Itsuki grew forlorn as Nayuta became concerned. But even as the other four players fought and schemed to catch up to Chihiro, Year 2 ended without anyone coming close. Even when Haruto managed to put some pressure on him in Year 3, Chihiro broke ahead once more with some well-played event cards, letting him trade a cube with another player and control popularity trends. The game ended with him well ahead of the pack. Frustrated, Haruto looked at Mako and Itsuki. I can't believe this. We could have had a chance if we all worked together to take Chihiro down. At least. What could I do? I just wanted to keep Reiko under my protection. All I did was follow my heart. I regret nothing. In Year 3, when it was clear to them Chihiro couldn't be beat, the two of them waged war over Reiko, refusing Haruto's offer to form a team. Victory in Motnoba required a knack for knowing when to cut your losses if your investment wasn't paying off. But since the stakes were for love instead of stocks or bonds, it could prove difficult to work strictly off gains and losses. Chihiro truly is the only one worthy of the name Prince Manhwa. Nayuta was impressed. Haruto nodded with her. Congratulations, Chihiro. I hereby pass my title on to you. Thanks, but no thanks. A blushing Chihiro protested. That's the rule, replied Itsuki. Whoever wins gets to be called Prince Manhwa. But if you really don't want to. If I don't want to. Then you need to pose like the protagonist of a romantic comedy anime and shout I'm sick of having a harem. Then you can forfeit that title. That's the rule? Yep, a serious-looking Itsuki replied. Really? Chihiro gave Haruto an anxious look. Haruto nodded back. Oh, well. Okay then. He stood up and bashfully lifted both arms high in the air. I'm sick of having a harem. Louder. Itsuki shouted. I'm sick of having a harem. Good, good. Chihiro's red-faced, desperate scream was greeted with warm applause from the rest of the room. Not that that rule really exists, Haruto revealed with a smile. Oh, you guys. I knew it. Chihiro sat back down, pouting, as Itsuki laughed at him. The five of them put the Motnoba box away and were enjoying some cake for dessert when the doorbell rang. Who's that? Itsuki stood up and opened the door, and found a familiar-looking man with a very unfamiliar-looking head. Itsuki let out a shocked yelp at the newly bald Kenjaro Toki. What happened to your head? This was the first time Toki had revealed it to him. I shaved my hair off, out of shame for the anime leak. Oh. Itsuki stared blankly at him first. Then he winced, looking peeved. Shaving your head isn't gonna make that leak go away, you know, Itsuki mumbled. Toki nodded meekly. I know. This is just something for my sake. Well, as long as you're aware. So what's up tonight? This. Toki presented Itsuki with a paper bag. What? Did he get a box of apology chocolates? Itsuki wondered. But when he looked inside, he found it contained a file folder with a single sheet of paper in it. He took it out. On the sheet was an illustration of the main cast of All About My Little Sister,
hands in the air in a yippee pose. The words "Congrats, anime project kicks off" were written above them. "Is this dot from Hoshimo?" Itsuki asked as he stared intently at it. "Yeah, this is the art we were gonna release with the launch of the anime website." "I thought you called that off." Itsuki was confused. Toki had told him a few days back that Hoshimo was so mortified by the leak, they wound up calling off the commemorative art piece they had planned. This sheet of paper here didn't look like it came from someone all heartbroken. In fact, it was one of the greatest all-about visuals he had ever seen from him. "Well, I managed to get Hoshimo back on track. This image will be released on the website tomorrow." "You got him back on track?" "What did you do?" "I invited him over to Tokyo and gave him the best possible time I could think of," Toki replied, looking oddly sorrowful about it. "The best possible time, ... I took him to a brothel." "Wow, there's this first-class girl that not even I can call on all that often," and I begged and pleaded with her to entertain him. "If I wasn't a platinum member of that club, it never would have happened, let me tell you." The cold disbelief was plain in Itsuki's eyes, and Toki withered before it. "Don't look at me like that. The company won't cover that sort of thing, so I paid for it myself." "Well, okay, my boss paid for half of it, but let me tell you what this girl looks like. I don't care." Itsuki sighed, cutting him off before he could go into further detail. "Well, if that's what it took to make Hoshimo feel better, then great," but he looked back at the illustration. It was the best work Hoshimo had ever done. The female characters were even more attractive than in any previous piece. Thinking about how he had Japan's sex industry to thank for this left Itsuki with mixed feelings. But hey, an illustrator he was worried about had gotten his groove back, and while this artwork came a little late, it was now fully complete. Itsuki's heart, heretofore clouded by sister leaks, was finally basking in the sun once more. "Right, time to start celebrating this anime for real. Let's finish up all the booze we have left. Join us, Ken." Toki smirked a bit at Itsuki's bright smile. "I only came to give this to you, but all right." He entered, promptly shocking everyone. "Ah, Mr. Toki, what happened to your hair?" "That looks cold. But it works for you, actually." "Yes," Toki said with a sheepish grin. "Well, I've still got a lot to learn in my job, so would you like something to snack on, Mr. Toki?" The sound of Chihiro's voice made Toki shiver from head to toe. He nervously looked at Chihiro's face, then his chest, then his hips, failing to find somewhere to park his eyes as Chihiro stared at him. Mr. Toki?" No. Yeah, that'd be great if you had something." The overexcited reply puzzled Chihiro as he went to the kitchen. Toki inspected him further, his ass in particular, and broke out in a cold sweat. Another fun day. After leaving the rest of the gang at around 9 that night, Chihiro replayed the day's events in her head during her bus ride and smiled. Toki's odd behavior stuck out in her mind, but today really was a blast. She had first hung out with Haruto, Mako, and Nayuta during an RPG meetup last March, and ever since, she had gotten to join in their game sessions. They even crowned her Prince Manhattanite. All of them being so unreserved around her, merciless, some would call it, made her happy. It felt like she was a full-fledged member of the friend group, not just Itsuki's younger sibling. That was true with Haruto in particular. They had gone to a mixer together without Itsuki, and they were now talking about building robot kits. None of Chihiro's school friends were into that sort of thing, so it was a lot of fun chatting with Haruto about it. Her smile deepened as she thought about it. She was so happy, she even forgot about the massive secret she was still keeping from them all. The father. While Itsuki was celebrating the anime launch with his friends, a man was visiting a bookstore on the way home from the office. He came here around once a week, browsing through the business and new releases sections and occasionally picking up something that captured his interest, and nowadays, he took at least a passing glance at the GF Bunko section of the light novel department, identifiable by the reddish-brown color of the book's spines, before walking to the checkout line. Today was January 18th, the date new releases came out, and G.F. Bunko's January lineup was placed front and center in the main light novel display. There were 6 in all, and the one boasting the largest number of copies was Volume 5 of All About My Little Sister. The man looked at the name Itsuki Hashima on the cover, a range of emotions on his face. Then he noticed the TV anime premiere coming soon. Add copy on the obi. It made his eyes go wide. TV.anime. He picked it up, eyes fixated on the sentence. It surprised him enough that he couldn't help whispering it out loud. The man was Kazuki Hashima, a 47-year-old office worker and the father of Itsuki Hashima, whose latest volume of All About My Little Sister he held in his hand. He stood there with it for a while, motionless, and then he took Volume 5 over to the register. It was the second book of his sons that Kazuki ever bought. The first one since Sister of the Apocalypse, his professional debut. Back at home, Kazuki changed out of his suit and ate dinner. Tonight, his wife had cooked a variety of dishes in the style of his favorite Japanese cuisine: kinpira gobo, stir-fried burdock root, buri daikon, simmered yellowtail with radish, and hot tofu. She used to be a non-starter in the kitchen, but ever since she married Kazuki and became a stay-at-home mum, her daughter had been teaching her how to cook. She wasn't quite as good as said daughter, who had an honest talent for it, but she was now pretty decent. His wife was in the living room watching TV. Hello. As Kazuki ate, their daughter came home. This was Chihiro, his wife's child from her previous marriage, and since the day they met, she had always been cheerful and friendly toward him, even though he was admittedly not too outgoing toward others. The two hit it off quickly, a fact that further convinced Kazuki it was time to remarry. She was gentle, thoughtful toward others, a gifted student, and handy both in the kitchen and with a vacuum cleaner. You didn't have to be her parent to see that she was the perfect daughter. Chihiro? Kazuki called for her, a little reluctantly at first. Yeah, Dad. He thought about how to phrase it, but couldn't find the right words. Instead he just took the book out of the paper bag in the seat next to him and showed it to Chihiro. About this. The sight of Volume 5 of All About My Little Sister surprised Chihiro. Oh? Did you buy Itsuki's book, Dad? I did, he replied, nodding sourly, while Chihiro smiled. But I wanted to talk about this. Kazuki pointed at the obi with his finger. This. It says it's going to be a TV anime. Yeah. But it is? Itsuki's books? Chihiro said with a soft smile. Kazuki furrowed his brow. So it'll be a cartoon show you can watch on TV, like Saisi-san? Yeah. I think All About's probably gonna air late at night, but Chihiro's further tilted his head, a stern look on his face. So Itsuki's books are gonna be like Saisi-san? Yeah, pretty neat, huh? Not exactly Saisi-san, but, You sure this isn't some kind of prank on him? Kazuki was serious. No, not at all. Chihiro hurriedly replied. He's been going over the scripts for each week's episode with the animation staff. He's writing new story material for the show, too. It's a lot of work for him. But he was still dubious. I mean, something like this has to be pretty popular to even get a manga version, right? Right. And, you know, his books are popular. They are. It's true. Chihiro felt it appropriate to harden her tone against her still doubtful stepfather. I mean, the anime's not out yet, but it's already been mangafed, in other words, serialized in a magazine like Shonen Jump. And they're releasing a drama CD, too, which is, like, an audio theater where voice actors play the roles of his characters. These were unfamiliar terms to Kazuki. Being raised in a poor household, he never had any manga to read as a kid, and the only cartoons he knew were Saisi-san and Studio Ghibli's films. Now, though, it was dawning on him. Itsuki's work really was popular. And being popular meant, so the world's accepting his books. For Kazuki, that was the greatest wonder of all. He had read one of Itsuki's novels before, Sister of the Apocalypse, and it shocked him to the core. A whirlpool of negative emotions swallowed up his mind. This makes no sense. I can't understand how any of the characters think. The story's too hard to keep up with. I can't decipher his sentence structures. This is gross. I hate this. This is scaring me. It's disgusting. I get that he has special feelings for little sisters, at least. But the fact that he does fills me with this intense disgust, fear, and repulsion. The writer of this novel is sick, distasteful, incomprehensible, terrifying, and disgusting. The fact that this novelist was his own son made him feel like he was going to black out. Sister of the Apocalypse was praised by Kazuko Sekigahara, genius novelist and a judge for GF Bunko that year. There's an inscrutable, powerful force here, and the author's either a genius or a total F.K. 4 out of 5 readers rejected it wholesale, but to the remaining 20% who were on the same wavelength, it was a masterpiece. Without a doubt, it was one of the most unconventional novels to earn a prize in the GF Bunko New Writers Contest. Kazuo Kashima, meanwhile, had almost no exposure to manga, light novels, or popular forms of entertainment in general since childhood. To someone like him, with no antibodies against something of this nature, the book was simply too much to comprehend. It was enough to cause him to believe there was no way his son could be exposed to a new family, and, especially, a new younger sister. Recalling all too well how hard it was to be denied the freedom of entertainment from his own parents, Kazuo wanted to avoid that with own son. As long as Itsuki kept his grades up, he purchased whatever books he wanted. His parents, Itsuki's grandparents, still put up enough of a fight that he drew the line at manga and video games. He would come to regret that intensely. Those bizarre novels, with the weird manga-like illustrations in them, were something he never should have let near his son. He knew for a fact that he had raised his child wrong, and it pained him. The traumatic shock his debut novel delivered to his own family proved, in its own way, just how rare and extraordinary a talent Itsuki was. But it also turned the gap between Itsuki and his father into a yawning abyss, and thanks to that, Chihiro was forced to shoulder one of the craziest white lies anyone could have imagined. Now, however, Itsuki's work was being made into a cartoon, the kind they show on TV. That was how much support he'd received, from so many people. When he read Sister of the Apocalypse, he'd assumed the prize it won was some kind of mistake, and there was no way Itsuki would continue his novelist career. Kazuo wasn't exactly the only critic of that book. In fact, its sales were beyond negligible. Sooner or later, he'll have to face reality. Then he'll find a real job when he graduates college. That was what Kazuo had assumed. Instead, Itsuki dropped out without telling his parents and spent the ensuing 4+ years writing dozens of books as a professional. The trauma of Sister of the Apocalypse still hadn't fully faded away. But, maybe, it was finally time to admit that Itsuki had made a name for himself. Is Itsuki doing okay? Kazuo noticed Chihiro's face brighten. She would occasionally tell him about Itsuki, but this was the first time Kazuo had demonstrated any interest in his well-being since he'd raged at him for quitting college. Oh yeah, he's working super hard right now. Plus, he's found a girlfriend recently. Just as she said it, Chihiro cut herself off. Her joy at this show of kindness from her father had loosened her lips, but Kazuo's ears picked it up. A girlfriend? Him? Itsuki was engaged in a completely respectable romance. Itsuki, who sang the praises of little sister love in a book that was incomprehensible and repulsive to Kazuo. Judging by the title of his latest release, the themes of his work hadn't changed much. But it proved that Itsuki's actual feelings about romance differed quite a bit from the deviant sister love in his novels. Wow! Whether he realized it or not, a sigh of relief crossed Kazuo's lips. Itsuki was recognized by society as a novelist, and he had a lover. He wasn't a closeted sex offender longing for the chance to commit incest after all. And in that case, Chihiro. Maybe it's time we tell Itsuki the truth. And when Chihiro answered, the new manga artist's independence,
and the subsequent fallout. Manga artist Keiko Makuniyama woke up on January 25 with an acute sense of dread. Volume 5 of All About My Little Sister had been on sale for a week, and today, the collected Volume 1 of her comic adaptation of All About, printed monthly in Comic Gifted magazine, was hitting the shelves. This was the first professional release of Keiko's life, and while she was overjoyed to see her manga being published in a professional magazine, having her name printed on a paperback volume version hit even harder. This was common knowledge to some extent, but the amount of money manga artists made from magazine publications was woefully insignificant. When you factored in the cost of hiring assistants and purchasing art tools, you could even wind up in the red. Only when they produced enough chapters to get a collected volume on the market could an artist earn a decent living from their work, in the form of book royalties. Keiko had already received some sample copies in the mail a few days back. She couldn't help but warmly hug one of them. This book was in stores across the country, available to readers, and that meant, in a tangible way, she felt like a professional manga artist. Drawing the chapters, crafting an extra manga for the anime website, and studying for her junior college finals all kept her so busy that she thought her head would explode. But she had done everything she could for this book. She was confident the cover art was the best her talent could produce at the moment. She had drawn over 20 extra pages of bonus manga for it, and there were hundreds of changes, large and small, that were made to the original magazine-published chapters. She even gave her all to the extra illustrations provided to the otaku goods store chains, never compromising on any of them. In short, this book personified her, containing everything that defined her life right now. Since it was being released alongside the anime announcement, there was an ad campaign for both the books and the manga, and Gift Publishing had ordered a pretty large print run by debut artist standards. Everything had been done right. Now she just had to pray for karma to go her way. Keiko placed the book on her desk, solemnly strapping her preferred pair of panties on her head. She had a mission, to produce a chapter for next month's issue of Comic Gifted, and Keiko Makuniyama was ready to press forward. She was willing to do anything to become the best panties-oriented manga artist in the land. It was a week later when Kihei Tokuyama, her editor, called to inform her that Gift Publishing had ordered an emergency second printing. Ever since Chapter 1 was published in Comic Gifted, it had been known among a subset of manga fans that the comic version of All About was extremely high quality. But now that the full volume was out, the news was spreading far and wide. People unfamiliar with the original novels were buying it, and, as Tokuyama put it, if this kept up, the manga could even outsell the main series. So congratulations, Miss Makuniyama, the manga's a big hit. Tokuyama sounded a bit nasal over the phone, as if he was holding back tears. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. Keiko teared up as well, bowing to her editor despite being on the phone. When she hung up, her eyes were filled with the flames of resolve. It was time to go through with something she had been thinking about for a while now. Mother, Father, I need to talk about something. After dinner that night, Keiko struck up a conversation with her parents, who were watching TV in the living room. Her father had a stern face and was set in his ways as many craftsmen are, while her mother, with her gentle smile, looked like an older version of Keiko in Japanese garb. When Keiko first told them she wanted to enter manga, they were dead set against it. She secretly brought her manga to publishers anyway, eventually scoring a regular gig, but then they sent a free copy of Comic Gifted to her house, addressed to her pen name of Keiko Makuniyama, a combination of the word for silkworm and her mother's maiden name. This drove her mother to open the envelope, of course, and that's how they found out. Her father then flew into the rage at the publisher, attempting to force Keiko out of the manga business. He relented only when Keiko gave him an emotional, motivating view into her personal dreams. Her mother had come to accept it as well, and now they were two of her biggest supporters, cooking dinner, giving her a lift when she was late for a meeting,
even passing out copies of comic gifted to the neighbors and asking them to hype up Kaiko in the reader feedback cards. She truly appreciated everything her parents did for her. But, mother, father, she drummed up her willpower. I'm thinking about going to Tokyo. Oh? When? I could take you to the station tomorrow. Try not to come back too late, okay? Her parents seemed completely unfazed. Huh? Oh. Kaiko realized she hadn't gotten her point across. She hesitated. No, I don't mean like that. I want to rent a place to live in Tokyo. That startled her parents. She had been considering it for a while. Going from her place in Gunma Prefecture to Gift Publishing HQ in Tokyo took 2 hours one way, plus an extra half hour or so getting to the station and waiting to transfer trains. She and her editor could use Skype or the telephone for simple discussions, but they still had to meet face to face and go over pages together on a regular basis, and that meant spending 5 hours out of the day in transit, a physically and mentally draining experience. Besides, being in Tokyo would make finding assistants a lot easier. Kaiko was currently producing all her work solo. She worked fast, as manga artists go, and she only produced 1 chapter a month, and nothing extra for Comic-Con or other doujin events, so she was managing the workload well enough. But someday, she wanted to launch her own panty-oriented manga to run alongside the All About adaptation. That would definitely require some help, plus, she also wanted to do assistant work at other manga artists' studios as a learning experience. Tokuyama had linked her to an artist who needed assistance once, but because they lived so far away from each other, she was forced to turn it down. If she wanted to spread her wings as an artist and become a first-class panty manga author, a panty manga sensei, if you will, she had to move to Tokyo. And this second printing just when she was about to graduate seemed suspiciously like fate pushing her forward. But no, I refused to let you live alone in Tokyo. Kaiko earnestly explained the need to move, passionately describing how now was the time to do it, but her parents shut her down. Besides, how can a sheltered child like you live by herself? Her father countered. I've been preparing for this. I can cook and clean for myself well enough. Oh, so that's why you've been so eager to help with chores lately? Her mother seemed surprised. But everything's so expensive in Tokyo. Her father exclaimed. I've saved most of the money I made so far. If you factor in the royalties I'm entitled to, I could live for the next year with zero income. It's not about the money. But father, you just said everything's so expensive. Kaiko scowled at her father's unfair logic, and he reared back a moment. Well, it's dangerous in Tokyo. There are punks prowling around at night. Molesters. Well, if I find a place close to the office building, I won't have to walk around late at night or be on trains by myself as much. Besides, we've got biker gangs to worry about up here. There are dropouts hanging out in front of the convenience stores. If anything, things are more lawless around here, aren't they? Plus, sometimes we get wild boars coming down from the mountains. That just shows how close we are to nature here. Those delinquents and biker gangs are like wild monkeys, alright? I think that's a bit of a stretch, dear. It was Kaiko's mother who brought him back down to earth. She was starting to see the other side of the story. I'm just worried about our precious daughter leaving home to live by herself somewhere far away. Can't you understand how I feel? Now she was making an appeal to her emotions. Kaiko found that unfair. She knew perfectly well how much they truly loved her, and they were just as precious to her. If they held her feelings hostage like that, Kaiko would have nothing to counter with. Tears began to form in her eyes, but she held them back. If she cried right now, it would make her parents think. See, we could never let you live alone. Now was not the time. She had to think, and think hard, about what she could do for her dreams. Well, if I don't live alone, will that work? Pardon me? Her puzzled mother asked. If I share an apartment with someone I can trust instead of living alone, will you let me move to Tokyo? Kaiko's parents both hemmed and hawed. That'll cut the number of chores to do by half. We'd be able to live in a better neighborhood,
in a building with security and stuff. I'll stay in contact with you, of course, and I can come back home once a month. What do you think? MMMMMH. Her father was still in murmuring mode. That would cut my worries down a lot, her mother admitted. But, Ginyu, do you have a friend you can trust enough to live with? I can't let you live with a total stranger, and I certainly won't allow a man in your apartment. Well, Kaiko paused for a moment. All her junior college friends had already found jobs at local firms or government agencies. None of them were planning a Tokyo move. But, I do. Someone I can really trust. Well, if you can contact her and she agrees to be roommates with you, we can discuss it then. All right. With that, Kaiko went back to her room and called the girl she had in mind. Hello, Maya. I want you to live with me, please. The first words out of her mouth over the phone only confused Mako Shirakawa. Huh? That's hard to answer out of nowhere, a bewildered Mako replied, but after about 3 minutes of Kaiko pleading with her, claiming she had no one else to turn to. Well, let me ask my parents. Half an hour later, Mako called Kaiko back. They said okay. Oh, that's great. Your parents are so understanding, Maya. So understanding that it honestly worried Kaiko. In fact, despite her doing the asking. But wow, they sure said yes fast, didn't they? Well, I've been working a lot of late nights in the editorial department, so it was like, why don't I find some place closer to come home to? It'd kind of be training for when I'm out of college and living on my own. Mako's description made Kaiko wonder in awe about how parents could think in so many different ways. In any case, Mako was up for it. Kaiko left her room and went back to her parents. Oh, that girl? Her father muttered when she brought up Mako. He had met her before. Mako was the one who came to Kaiko's rescue when he had stormed the editorial office, arguing with him on her behalf. The experience helped Kaiko steel her resolve and express her true feelings to her father. What kind of woman is she? Her mother asked. Well, she's got moxie, the kind you don't see much of these days. She has the courage to stand up for her friends, that's for sure. If she was interested in raising silkworms at all, I'd love to hire her and teach her the trade. She could even inherit the business someday. Her father's voice was still stern, but he only had words of praise for Mako. Her mother smiled slightly. It's not too often I hear you compliment someone like that. If it's her, Ginyu, I'll allow you to go to Tokyo, father. And yes, you're right, Mako's a wonderful person. Kaiko's face brightened with glee as she turned to her sighing mother. Well, if you and Ginyu say so, then I'll believe in her, too. But Ginyu, if you're leaving home for your dream, make sure you stick with it, alright? Because if you give up after suffering a setback and come home, I'll never let you hear the end of it. Kaiko teared up at her mother's firm, yet kind words. Yes, mother, she said, looking her straight in the eye. The next day, Kaiko was at a cafe near the GF Bunko office to talk about rooming with Mako. Both of them were there together, and for whatever reason, Nayu Takani was joining them. I told her I'd be sharing a room with you, she explained, looking a bit distressed, and she just kind of came along. Oh, a confused Kaiko replied. Miku, I want to live with you as well. Phew. Kaiko looked positively bewildered. I want to live near Tsuki's place, Nayuta explained, but after my little hospital trip, my mom and dad refused to let me hole up in a hotel room or live by myself anymore. Yes, I can imagine. Nayuta had been living by herself in a nearby hotel room for much of the last year, but an excessive workload and lack of steady food and sleep had landed her in a hospital bed. Kaiko was in the editorial office when the news of Nayuta's collapse arrived, and even she could barely stand the suspense. She couldn't blame Nayuta's parents for wanting her out of there. But Nayu, why don't you just live with Mr. Hashima, then? You're his girlfriend, aren't you? Live with him. Ahaha. Nayuta was staring glassy-eyed into space. Nayu. I've made the offer to Itsuki a million times. But he always adamantly refuses. He does. That surprised Kaiko. She knew just how much Itsuki cared for Nayuta, enough to ditch his drama CD recording session to visit her in the hospital. I suppose it wasn't a good idea to indulge in his cock so much during our first bedroom session that he literally started crying. He's even wary of being alone with me in his apartment now. I've been able to hold back a little better lately, but if I don't remain vigilant around him, I feel like I'll push him right into bed. The raw confession made Kaiko and Mako blush. Yes, it sounds like you should maybe wait a little while. It's a vital time for Mr. Hashima. If he's living with a beast like you, he might not survive. Sorry I'm such a sex monster. Nayuta hung her head at Kaiko's rather harsh judgment. You know, Mako observed, I think 3 people sharing an apartment might not be such a bad idea. If we can find a place around here, near both my college and the editorial office, that'd be perfect. But when I looked on the net, I realized the neighborhood's more expensive than I thought. Yeah, it's right in the heart of the city, Kaiko agreed. Right. Itsuki's place is pretty big and low rent for his area, but there are no auto locks, and the toilet's in the same room as the bath. You know, if it's gonna be just women living together, I'd be anxious without some more security features. That's true. I'd at least want auto-locking and something on the 2nd floor or higher, or I don't think my parents will allow it. Okay. And if you're hiring an assistant, you'll probably want a room big enough to serve as a workspace in addition to your bedroom, right? Trying to cover the rent on that with only 2 people. I'm not sure how doable that is around here. If we can live together, I can cover the whole rent if you like. No thank you. Kaiko and Mako immediately shot Nayuta down. I don't want one person to take on all the burden for this place. We should all pitch in, on the rent, and with cooking and chores and taking out the trash, too. Maya's right. Naya. That's asking a lot of a former shut-in. Nayuta looked nervous about it, but Mako flashed her a slightly forlorn smile. Well, Nayu, why don't you take this opportunity to learn some cooking yourself? You know, for when you marry Itsuki later. Nayuta's eyes burst open, the gleam returning to her face. You're right, Maya, I'm gonna try my best. Good. Keep that up. Okay, so let's talk about exactly what we want. We need to nail that down before we contact a rental office. Certainly. All right. You sure are helpful with this stuff, Maya. With that, Kaiko, Mako, and Nayuta began searching for an apartment. Roomies. After talking it over, the 3 of them decided on the following conditions. Must allow roommates, rent, under 210,000 yen a month. Maintenance fees included, if possible. Workroom for Kaiko, at least 130 square feet. Bedrooms for Mako and Nayuta, separate if possible. Shared room also okay. Auto-locking front door. Walkable to gift publishing, which also makes it walkable to Itsuki's place and Mako's school. 2nd floor or higher. No bad neighborhoods. Separate bathroom and toilet room. Washing machine in unit. It was now early February, a time when many Tokyo residents start looking around for an April move-in, and what with all the students and new hires, it was the busiest time of the year for a rental firm. The good places would be going fast, so it'd likely be hard to find exactly what they wanted. They would likely have to compromise. Or so Kaiko feared, but they actually lucked out pretty quickly. It was on the 5th floor of a 10-floor building, almost equidistant from gift publishing and Mako's school. The rent was 200,000 yen a month, maintenance fees included. The setup, in Japanese real estate parlance, was 3 LDK, one 210 square feet room that served as a combination living room and dine-in kitchen, and 3 bedrooms, one 140 square feet, and 2 105 square feet. Each one had central air and heat. It had a balcony as well, and since the next building over was a 2-floor private home, it received ample amounts of sunshine. It came with a post box for packages, a 24-hour trash drop-off, and a decent amount of storage space. The neighborhood around it was quiet, but a short walk brought you to a large street lined with shops, and there was a pretty big grocery store a couple blocks away. There was no deposit nor agency fee required up front,
and the first month of the lease was free. The building was your standard reinforced concrete design, with tiling on the outer walls. The apartment they were looking at had a clean history, and all the scuffs or damage from the previous tenant had been fixed. It met all their criteria, to say the least. In fact, it was a steal for the neighborhood. 3 days after their cafe chat, the three of them visited the rental office and checked the place out. Nah, so this is our new castle? This would be great to work in. Is it really okay for us to live here? As they looked around the rooms, Naoto and Kaiko were overjoyed, while Mako looked like she wasn't sure she belonged. So, the agent said, should I take that to mean you'd like to continue with the paperwork? Why yes. Thank you very much. Mako reflexively replied. 3 days earlier, before she'd started hitting up agencies and checking out apartment websites, Mako contacted Kiraru Yamagata from GF Bunko Editorial. Given how she lived right by the publisher, Mako figured she could offer some advice. Oh, can you wait 1 second, Shirakawa? Just stay where you are for a little bit. Once she heard that Mako, Naoto, and Kaiko were looking for a place near the office, Yamagata hurriedly relayed the news to Editor-in-Chief Satoshi Godo. Naoto Kani was GF Bunko's #1 writer, and among the recent manga debuts, Kaiko Makuniyama was a red-hot rising star. Gift Publishing wanted to do whatever it took to hold on to that bear, and now they were willingly moving close to the office. That'd make it easier to have meetings and build relationships over meals more frequently, and even better, if deadlines started to loom, they wouldn't be able to slip through their editor's grasp as easily. A publisher couldn't ask for more. Mako Shirakawa, I swear, she's our editorial guardian angel. An evil smile reached Godo's sinister face as he picked up the phone. He was calling someone inside the building. The Office of Process, another part of Gift Publishing's line. As a community journal for Central Tokyo, it had a vast informational database to tap, and it boasted deep connections to the real estate business. Taking full advantage of that, Godo compiled a list of the apartments fulfilling the girls' requirements that he felt stood out. These were special places, not listed online and not available to the general public. Generally they were used by the owner's relatives or business contacts. And one of them was the place Mako and her friends were looking at right now. It was hard, really, to put any one of them above the other. Following the process editor's advice, the trio ultimately decided to make their final pick based on the name of the apartment complex. This is actually kind of an important factor. You want something easily understood when spoken and not prone to misspellings when written down. Names with lots of fancy, seldom used kanji for words like phoenix or foreign words like celestial breeze or ovna that were unfamiliar to Japanese ears would mean you'd have trouble getting pizza delivered over the phone. If someone asked for your address, you'd pretty much have to show them on your phone screen. Whether you're naming a book or an apartment building, it's important to think like a customer, instead of naming it for your own selfish reasons, Mako mused. And in this case, while the landlord told Godo that the building isn't really the kind of place for 3 women living as roommates, Godo personally convinced him otherwise, but that was his little secret. All the contracts were signed without a hitch, and a week after the initial tour, they had their keys and could move in at any time. Kaiko had already collected her things from her parents' house. Today was her move-in day. Mako and Naoto had shorter commutes and didn't own their own furniture yet, so they'd get everything together on a more gradual basis. But out of nowhere, the GF Bunko editorial department offered free beds for Mako and Naoto and a table set for the living room, calling it a move-in gift. That's really going too far for us. Mako felt awful about accepting the offer when Godo gave it, but he insisted. Don't worry about it, he said in his deep, authoritative voice. These are necessary expenses in our business. I hope you live here for a very long time to come. A very long time. I haven't made any plans or anything, but if I get a job with a company elsewhere after I graduate, I'm gonna move out, you know. Godo gave her a pointed look. Well, if you work for us, that won't be a problem. Like I said,
You're completely welcome here. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm still gonna need to think about that. Just like when he invited her before, Mako stalled for time. All right, but please accept the gifts. At least you already count as one of our greatest assets in editorial, right up there with Miss Canny. It's important for us to make sure you're in a healthy, stable living environment. Okay. In that case, thank you very much. So GF Bunko had a living room table set and a pair of beds, linens included, delivered for Mako and Nayuta. They were all a grade up from what Mako had at home, which made her feel all the stranger about it. A new bed. Nayuta was far less hesitant, jumping right into the shiny new bed in her room and rolling around on it like a cat. My future love nest with Itsuki. Hey. Mako was terrified. Nayu, are you gonna bring Itsuki in here? Oh, can I not? Nayuta, on the other hand, looked mystified. If you're just hanging out, it's fine, but bedroom stuff. Being separated by a single wall from Itsuki and Nayuta's bedroom stuff was too much for Mako to imagine. It didn't make her blush, it made her chest hurt. She winced. I mean, it's not okay. But I understand. Nayuta smiled at her, a little apologetically. No sexy time with Itsuki in here. I promise. Mako smiled back, feeling a bit apologetic. Okay. I appreciate that. Sorry, Nayu. No worries. Nayuta made an effort to sound cheerful, not digging further into what Mako meant by sorry. Then, oh, hey, Maya and Nayu. You were in here, huh? Kaiko entered the room. She had come before Mako and Nayuta, overseeing the movers carting her stuff up and unpacking the boxes. Of course, apart from her desk, shelves, and other big furniture, her possessions fit into just 6 boxes, 1 for pens and art supplies, 2 for reference materials and books about her hobbies, and 3 for lingerie. Oh, Kaiko, are you done unpacking? I finished up just now. She wiped her brow, satisfied with herself. Great, Mako said with a chuckle. She thought she'd help Kaiko unpack after the table and beds arrived, but Kaiko turned her down as she carefully arranged her panties in the closet. No, I need to arrange my children into friend groups myself, Kaiko explained. That made no sense to Mako, but she was too scared to ask for details. Well, it's still early, but how about we go out for dinner? And since we're moving in today, soba noodles are the traditional commemorative meal. I'm sorry, Kaiko told Mako. Can I have some time to take a shower first? Oh yeah, you're all sweaty. Do you have soap and towel? Actually, I forgot to bring them. Better go out and buy those. Oh, don't worry. You can use mine this time. Thank you. You're so well prepared, Maya. Kaiko looked at her with respect. Well, Nayuta interjected, since we're here, how about we all take a bath together? That's a great idea, said Kaiko. Together. It's a pretty big bath, but I don't think it can hold 3, can it? It'll be our first time using the bath, though. I'd hate to hog the first time all to myself. Oh, don't worry about that. No, let's all go in at once. I'll scrub your back, Maya. Nice. And I'll wash our front. Sounds like a plan. You guys. Kaiko and Nayuta were giving Mako the hard sell. Mako just sighed back at them, and, in the end, the two of them pushed her into having a 3-woman shower to kick off the evening. What do you think, Maya? Feel good? Maya, if you feel itchy anywhere, just let me know, okay? Nayuta and Kaiko, fully lathered up in bubbles, were rubbing Mako's naked body on both sides. And the sensation of their soft breasts pushed against her arms did feel good. But, why are you washing me like this? Can't you just use a washcloth like normal? This was like something the women at one of Toki's favorite clubs would do for a fee. Granted, Mako didn't know exactly what they did, but she could picture something like this. It's best to gently wash your skin with someone else's skin, Kaiko stated. Right, Nayuta said. This way, I can wash you at the same time as myself. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You think? Mako didn't buy it,
but she let the two girls do what they wanted as the impromptu bubble bath continued. It was occasionally ticklish, and she might have moaned once or twice when Nayuta or Kaiko started kneading her breasts. What am I even doing? This particular situation raised some red flags. Yes, but she had her thoughts about the whole roommate thing as well. She was now living in this fancy apartment after accepting Kaiko's request and just sort of letting things happen, but unlike her roommates, Mako was getting help with rent from her parents. She'd initially planned to pay, she personally had enough money saved to cover it until she graduated, and being closer to GF Bunko made it easier to work there. But her parents convinced her to save that money for her own future, so she accepted their charity. Even Godo and the rest of the gift publishing staff were spoiling her. She didn't move here to go independent as a manga artist like Kaiko. She wasn't like Nayuta, who was so loaded that she didn't care at all how much the rent was. Just because I'm living with them doesn't mean we're equals. She was still a student, and it was pretty uncommon for girls Mako's age to be completely financially independent in Japan. No matter what, she just couldn't help but feel inferior to her roommates, despite the trust she had earned from Godo, Toki, and everyone at Gift Publishing, despite Nayuta and Kaiko's adoration for her as their big sister, despite Haruto Fuwa's romantic interest in her, despite the potential the president of an artisanal silk company had seen in her. Although she didn't know about that, Mako still had a low opinion of herself. It would be just a little while longer before she came to realize her true value and find a path for herself. Nyarlathotep. Itsuki learned that the girls were all sharing an apartment the day after they moved in. Nayuta was at his place that night, having dinner together and playing a few two-player board games, but even when the final trains for the night were about to depart, she showed no sign of leaving. Hey, don't you need to catch a train? She chose that moment to reveal yesterday's move to him. Wah! It was a bolt from the blue. I can't believe your parents let you live by yourself again. I'm not by myself, huh? Then she revealed the rest of the story. The move-in with Mako and Kaiko. Itsuki was feeling a bit lonely after not seeing Nayuta for the past 10 or so days, but he had no idea this was what was going on. Are you surprised? Nayuta asked with a mischievous smile. Well, of course I am. Nah haha. Now I can see you whenever I want, even if we aren't living together, Itsuki. Yeah. His face implied he didn't know what to make of this. Of course, having Nayuta so close by, like she was back at the hotel, didn't make him unhappy. He had stubbornly refused to live with her, since her habit of mostly going nude indoors would take a toll on his physical and mental health. He just didn't expect that she'd try to close the distance like this. Every time I think I've got you figured out, you manage to surprise me, you know that. There's something about that just, well, I like it, I guess. Itsuki's gentle smile made Nayuta blush. Right, she said brightly, trying to hide her embarrassment. Now, Itsuki, no need to worry about trains. Let's make love till morning. It's been too long. In the blink of an eye, Nayuta's clothes were off. If you're gonna whip off all your clothes, you don't have to act all bashful. But even as Itsuki protested, the carnivore was crawling up to him. Nah haha. Time to eat. And, once again, Itsuki was consumed that night. When she was finished, not a crumb was left. Okay. I regret possibly going overboard with the dirty stuff this time. It was a Saturday in mid-February, and Chihiro was cleaning the living room at owner tax accounting when she spotted something unusual under the TV stand. It was a long rectangular plastic box, about the size of a remote control, with a switch and a twist knob on it. Attached by a flexible cable was another plastic object, this one shaped vaguely like an egg. Hey, Ashley. What's this? Chihiro picked it up and brought it over to Ashley, who was working in her office. Huh? Ashley turned around. The sight of it in Chihiro's hand made her eyebrows shoot straight up. Chihiro, where did you find that? It was under the far end of the TV stand. Oh, I was wondering where it went, she whispered, sweating a bit. Chihiro gave her a funny look. What is it? She asked,
casually pointing it at her. Ashley tried to avoid looking at it. It was an adult toy that rubbed against a certain sensitive part of a woman's body for pleasant times. In other words, a bullet vibrator. That apostrophe s dot 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 a massager. Oh really? It's shaped kind of weird. Chihiro examined the massager. Okay, let's be honest, the vibrator. She seemed willing to swallow Ashley's description well enough. Can I try it out? Try it out? You, Chihiro? Chihiro gave the panicking Ashley another funny look. Is that a no? You can. But I think you might be a little young for it. Still, better not get too used to toys early on, I don't think. ? Ashley's muttering was too soft for the puzzled Chihiro to make out. She decided to give the vibrator's switch a push. With a low VVVVVVVVVV, the egg started to vibrate, and then she applied it, this implement that provided relief for Ashley virtually every evening, to her own shoulder. I use this knob to adjust the intensity, right? She turned it all the way up to maximum, holding the egg against her shoulder for a bit. It's kind of weak. That's because you can feel it plenty where you're supposed to use it. Huh? What was that? And nothing. Oh. Chihiro looked a tad perplexed. You know, my dad has a massager he uses at home, but it's way more powerful than this one. Yeah, I'll bet, groaned Ashley. I'm still young and all, so that level of stimulation's effective enough for me. Oh, I see. Cheerfully accepting this, Chihiro turned the vibrator off. By the way, where should I put this? How about the garbage, please? Chihiro looked back at her. Huh? Why is that? It works fine. Because I thought I lost it, so I bought a new one. This new one was a great deal more to Ashley's liking than the little bullet vibe, offering more fine-tuned power levels and quieter operation. There would be no going back. Ugh, Chihiro said, looking at it. Well, can I have it, then? Phew. Would you use it, Chihiro? Yeah. You know, on days when I have gym class, sometimes my muscles get just a little sore, so this could be perfect. Well, you can have it, but I'd recommend you keep it somewhere your parents won't find it. Why is that, huh? I mean, you're still young. If they knew you were using a massager, they might worry that you're tiring yourself out, wouldn't they? Yes, you may be right. Ashley's cringeworthy explanation made sense to Chihiro. Ashley was stunned. Here was this sweet, gentle child, and she had just given her an adult toy. It filled her with pangs of guilt and a rush of immoral excitement. Workplace injuries. In a gift publishing office room in late February, a month after the All About My Little Sister anime announcement. Okay, that'll do it for our regular read-through for today. Thanks a lot, everyone. With his usual calm manner of speaking, anime director Munrai Tarui finished things up. The rest of the people in the room, original creator Atsuki Hashima, GF Bunko editors Toki and Godo, scriptwriter Masahiko Hirugano, producer Tsutomu Oshima, and production assistant Keiko Yamada, all said thank you in return. For the past several months, they had been holding these script conferences for the All About My Little Sister anime here, and today, finally, they had a tentative, final draft worked out for episode 12, the series finale. There'd be little fixes and adjustments to make going forward, but this was the last regular meeting, and thus the last time Itsuki as original author would be in up to his elbows in production responsibilities. Do your best, okay? Tarui calmly fielded Itsuki's request. I'll do what I can to live up to your expectations. There was a fierce resolve in his words. Near 10 o'clock that evening, after hanging with the anime staff at the izakaya near the editorial office, Itsuki returned to his apartment. Leaning back into his chair, he heaved a sigh. The first stage of his anime-related work was complete. Now he'd just have to trust in Tarui and the rest of the group as he kept writing his novels. Booting up his PC, he tackled his work in progress, Volume 6 of All About, due for release just before the anime premiere. But before he got down to business, he got up and went to the bathroom. Perhaps because of all the food he ate at the izakaya,
He needed to go. Number 2. Sitting down on the seat, he pushed and with what sounded in his mind like a comic book RRRP sound effect, he felt a sharp pain in his anus. Resisting the urge to cry out, he looked into the toilet, trying to figure out what was up. He saw red, a bright shade of red, mixed into the edge of the bowel movement he just plopped in there. It was now starting to stain the rest of the water. Ugh! The sight of it made him yelp out loud. Intellectually, he understood what a bloody stool was, but this was his first experience with one, and the shock of seeing blood come out of his rear end was monumental. Gingerly, he used a wad of toilet paper to wipe between his cheeks. There was fresh blood on it. Is this some kind of bad disease? He had been busy ever since the anime project kicked off, making it hard to keep much of a regular schedule. If sickness had chosen this moment to strike him, he couldn't blame it. The names of several creators who died young from illness, including Kasuko Sekigahara, who had his deepest respect, flashed across his mind, draining the life from his face. You have got to be kidding me. I still have so much I need to do. I have a drive to surpass Nayuta Kani. I have a dream to create the ultimate little sister, far into the future. And I have to make Nayuta Kani, my beloved, happy. If something happens to me, what'll happen to her? Just imagining that scares me. I can't let myself fall apart right now. Exiting the bathroom, he launched his web browser, breaking into a cold sweat and shaking from fear as he googled bloody stool cause. The search led him to a site with a list of causes divided by stool and blood color, pain location, and other symptoms. Based on Itsuki's experience, the most likely conclusion was a case of bleeding hemorrhoids. Oh, it's just hemorrhoids. There was slight relief in his hushed voice, but he couldn't be fully sure just yet. He decided to stop working while seated that night and arranged to have the doctor check him out in the morning, just in case. Still not fully consoled, he took a shower and quickly went to bed, but had trouble sleeping between the nightmares. Yes, you have a bleeding hemorrhoid. First thing the next day, the doctor at the proctology clinic gave Itsuki the diagnosis. There was no need for surgery. The problem would likely fix itself in a few days, but he was advised to refrain from sitting down for hours at a time. Relieved that it was nothing too serious, he received a topical cream and some pills and headed home. There, he felt the urge once more, headed to the toilet, pushed, and had that same RRRP of pain and blood in his toilet bowl. He knew it wasn't serious, but having to deal with this pain during every trip to the bathroom was rough. The visuals were bad for his heart, too. Hoping it'd heal sooner than later, he used the handheld shower head to wash his rear end. For hemorrhoids, it was apparently good to not just wipe, but use the shower to thoroughly clean everything down there, although you didn't want to use the high-pressure function, of course. He wound up extending the shower to the rest of his body, just to feel a little better. Out of the bath and toweled off, he applied the hemorrhoid cream to his rear and had just finished changing when his lover came in. She quickly noticed that his hair was wet. Did you take a shower, Itsuki? Yeah. Well, hey, I'm glad you were so keenly preparing. If that's what you were waiting for, then let's get. He stopped her before she could begin disrobing. Wait. No, not for that. Oh, don't be shy. There's no need for that anymore, you know. I mean it. Just listen to me, you sex-crazed death mask. Yesterday, Itsuki hesitated to continue out of embarrassment, but Nayuta wouldn't keep her clothes on for much longer if he didn't, so he pressed on. I have hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids? I had blood come out when I took a crap yesterday, so I went to the doctor this morning and they said it was a bleeding hemorrhoid. This seemed to boggle Nayuta's mind. Strangely enough, Itsuki, did Prince Manhor pop your butt cherry? No, you dumbass. Hemorrhoids are kind of like a workplace injury for writers. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Yeah, you are pretty much sitting down all day. It made sense to Nayuta. One primary cause of hemorrhoids is a lack of proper blood circulation. Staying in the same position for hours on end can cause congestion in the veins around the anus, leading to symptoms. Other causes are a lack of exercise, overwork, stress, smoking, and drinking. And looking back at Itsuki's lifestyle as of late, smoking was the only box he didn't check. What do I say? Get well soon, I guess? Yeah, Itsuki said, nodding with a sigh. I wrapped up my last script meeting yesterday and I'm pretty good deadline-wise, so I think I'll take off work until I get better. This made Nayuta's ears twitch. Then why don't you go to a hot spring? She asked, cheeks flushed and looking ever so slightly excited. A hot spring, huh? Yeah, they say that's good for this. Guess I could head to Hakone again. He had gone there with Haruto and Setsuna last September. It was both one of Japan's main hot spring towns and a mere 90 minutes or so from central Tokyo, so it was an easy trip to make. Hakone. That's good. Let's reserve a hotel right now. Itsuki frowned at the giddy Nayuta. Wait. Were you intending to go with me? Of course I am. Nah haha. My first hot spring trip with you, just the two of us. He did want to take her on a trip sometime, but this was going much too fast. He wasn't mentally prepared. Are you okay with work? He tried asking. Just fine. She replied with a smile. I can work at the hotel. No, really. I'll bring my Pomera and everything. He kept staring at Nayuta doubtfully, and she kept smiling, unfazed. He couldn't outlast her. All right. Let's do it. Hakone it is. Just the two of us. Nayuta's cheeks were blushing just a little bit as she beamed at him with heartfelt joy. The hot springs in and around Hakone were classified into 20 or so different types, each with their own mineral compositions and purported medical effects. All of them, generally speaking, were apparently effective against hemorrhoids. This meant any hotel with a hot spring would work fine, really, but they picked one with an exclusive hot spring bath in the room, at Nayuta's request. Itsuki's last trip was a simple overnight affair, but he wanted to bathe several times to heal up, so they went for 2 nights this time. Once the reservations were in place, Nayuta went back to her apartment to pack. They then met up at the rail station, taking the train to Shinjuku and staying long enough to pick up box lunches before grabbing a couple of first-class romance car seats to Hakonumoto Station. From there it was a 10-minute cab ride to their hotel. The Japanese-style room with bath they were led to was larger, and more expensive, than the one he'd shared with Haruto last time, featuring a bigger TV and a mini fridge packed with goodies. Opening the sliding doors, they looked out at the balcony to find a cypress bathtub filled with hot water. It wasn't that big, but still more than enough for 2 people. The mountains of Hakone were spread out in front of it, and there was a pretty river at the base. They could hear the sound of running water. Ugh! The sight of the bath made Nayuta melt. She turned to Itsuki. This is such a nice bath, isn't it? Let's go in, Itsuki. Her nose was twitching with excitement, and Itsuki blushed. Let's start with the big public bath first. Nayuta griped. But all right. We can have our own fun later. He. She had been suitably placated. Before long, they had both changed into yukatas and headed for the gender-segregated public baths. The baths had 2 large tubs set at different temperatures, a sauna, a cold bath, and a shallower tub for lying down in. Outside were baths exposed to the elements, as well as one in a large cauldron, a wooden box with heavy steam pouring out of it, and other unusual variants. After washing off, Itsuki soaked in the regular bath for a while, then decided to take the wood box steam bath, a novelty to him. The box was reminiscent of a coffin that you sat down in, keeping only your head above water. If you shut the lid down over it, the effect was kind of like having your decapitated head on public display. It felt bizarre as he sat there, staying still, but he could feel the steam gradually warm his body. Hey, this feels pretty good. It was like a mist sauna for one, and while Itsuki couldn't stand saunas, he felt he could stay in here for a good while. After about 10 minutes, he got out and walked over to an outdoor bath, followed by the cauldron and a lie-down tub. It may have just been his imagination, but he felt like his butt was doing better now. The larger baths could be used anytime between 2 p.m. and 10 a.m. the following morning, and he wanted to use them at least a few more times. Changing back into his yukata in the locker room, he could feel the steam wisping off of him. As he left, there he saw Nayuta in her yukata, taking advantage of a massager in the front lobby. Tsuki. When she noticed him, she called for him as the chair kneaded and loosened her entire body. Hey, sorry to keep you. No, I just got out myself. Oh, felt good, huh? Yeah. How's your butt feeling? I don't know yet, but I think it feels better. That's go. She closed her eyes, mouth half open in ecstasy as the chair tossed her around. Does the massage feel that good? Naya. I think my muscles were really tight. Oh. He bought some fruit-flavored milk from the vending machine, enjoying it as he waited for Nayuta's massage to end. Once they went back to their room, they chilled out for a bit. The front desk let them check out game consoles for free, so they borrowed a Wii and played each other in Mario Kart for a while. At 6 p.m. they went to the hotel restaurant, smacking their lips at the sumptuous display for dinner. Itsuki wanted to have a drink, but refrained for the sake of his hemorrhoids. After dinner, they found the staff had laid out their futons for the night, pushed right next to each other to create a perfect square of bedding. Well, Itsuki, do you want to hit the bath together? Nayuta asked, anticipation in her eyes. There was no way to delay this any further, so Itsuki just went with it. Yeah, he said, nodding slightly. Loosening their belt and removing their yukata and underwear, the two of them went out on the balcony, naked as the day they were born. Being naked outside like this seems so wrong, doesn't it? Her hair was wrapped up in a towel as she bashfully spoke, her face reddening ever so slightly. Yeah, Itsuki said, blushing a bit as well as they both stepped into the tub. They sat there, naked and just facing each other silently for a bit. The bath in Itsuki's apartment was so tiny that he'd never used it with Nayuta before. He was familiar with her nude form by now, but his heart was racing faster than usual nonetheless. The everyday act of bathing seemed so incredibly special when Nayuta was with him. You don't have to stare at me that hard. Nayuta looked a tad embarrassed. Why, you're the one who said we should go in here. I know. But she ducked down, putting half of her head into the water and blowing some bubbles before coming back up. It's funny. This seems more embarrassing to me than when we're having sex. Me too. What a coincidence. I guess taking a bath is one of the most private things you do in your everyday life. The only thing more private would be the toilet, I guess. I guess so. Sharing it like this, I think, means that your partner's accepted one of the most personal aspects of your life. That's why I'm so embarrassed about it, and nervous. But I'm really happy, too. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Itsuki agreed with Nayuta, as bright red as her face was. Am I really allowed to be this happy? She whispered, almost to herself, a rapturous smile on her face. Itsuki was so charmed by her in that moment that he had to keep from blurting out, "Will you marry me?" as he turned his face away. Once they were out of the tub, they had a ribald, high-volume slam-bang in the futons, then fell asleep. Itsuki was up at 5 the next morning, so he decided to go for a morning bath. His bowel movement after breakfast was somewhat painful, but not bloody. Whoa. Hot springs really work. Whether it was just the proctologist's medication doing the trick or not, this was a meaningful experience for him. He took another bath after that, and then they went out and visited the Hakone Venetian Glass Museum. After lunch, they went to the town of Hakonemoto and munched on local specialties like hot spring steamed buns, fried onion sticks, and shiokara croquettes. They were back at the hotel by 2 p.m., where they went back into their private tub, played games, hit the larger bath before dinner, hit it again afterward, hopped into their private one, and flirted with each other in assorted ways at length.
It was the first time in a while Itsuki and Nayuta had spent an entire day at total leisure like this. It was thus with a pleasant sense of exhaustion that Itsuki finally went to sleep, but apparently his brain was still overexcited, because he woke up in the middle of the night. Checking his phone, he saw that it was 2:30. He got up, figuring he'd take advantage of this and enjoy an early morning outdoor bath, but then he realized Nayuta wasn't next to him. Looking around, he saw a faint light coming from the balcony, past the sliding door. Maybe she's in the tub out there, he thought. But when he focused his ears, he could hear the taka-taka-taka sound he was intimately familiar with, fingers against keyboard. Kaneko. Dubious, he stood up and took a peek out from behind the sliding door. There, with her silver hair and pale skin, dimly lit by a single light bulb, was a naked Nayuta Kani, seated on a chair and rhythmically typing on her Pomera compact computer at a steady rate. As expressive as she usually was, there was no emotion on her face now. Her blue eyes stared straight at the screen and nothing else as she tapped away. Nayuta had told him before that she couldn't write novels unless she was nude. She had composed a bit on her smartphone while she was in the hospital, but didn't make much progress. She couldn't focus, she said. This, right now, was Nayuta Kani's preferred work environment, Itsuki presumed. For the first time, he saw her as a novelist. But this focus doesn't even begin to describe this. Every hair on Itsuki's body stood on end. A cold sweat ran down his face. Several times, he had experiences where he'd make unbeatably rapid progress on a scene, or he was so focused on his prose that he tuned out everything else. Most writers had, he thought. But that was nothing like Nayuta right now. Her face was blank, robotic, and she kept the exact same typing tempo going for what seemed like forever. She wasn't on a hot streak, she wasn't focused. It was more like a sci-fi version of Ouija board. Words were being beamed into her head, and she was outputting them into a text file. Like an oracle going into a trance and reciting the words of the gods, some divine overseer of novels had taken over Nayuta's body, using it to make her write out a story. No wonder her books were so good. They were literally divine revelations. The sight was so beautiful, so mystifying, but to someone in Itsuki's occupation, incredibly frightful. A novelist like this, someone who's channeling the words of the gods. How am I supposed to compete against that? His body began to tremble, an unconscious smile forming, the smile of someone about to admit defeat, realizing he could never beat this writer. But Itsuki banished the smile, biting down hard on his lip. He could taste blood in his mouth. I won't let this break me. I swore I'd stand alongside Nayuta Kani. I've decided to become the protagonist. And what kind of protagonist can't slay a god? I can't think of any other real way to do it apart from building and growing my experience, but as long as I don't give up, I'll never lose. His eyes brimmed with tears as he watched his greatest love, his most powerful enemy, but he smiled brazenly all the same. The Akihabara date. On a Sunday in late February, Chihiro was waiting for Haruto at the Showadori exit of Junior Akihabara Station. A few days back, Haruto sent a text inviting Chihiro to join him at Yodobashi Akiba, and she immediately said yes. Yodobashi Akiba, officially called Yodobashi Camera Multimedia Akiba, was a large integrated shopping center dealing in appliances, sports gear, magazines, games and CDs, books, plastic model kits, and much more. This was Chihiro's first time in Akihabara, the site of all the ads for anime and games in the rail station, as well as the electric sign touting light novels right by the turnstile, surprised her. Hey, Chihiro. Good morning, Fuwa. About 5 minutes after Chihiro arrived, and 10 minutes before they were supposed to meet up, Haruto walked through the turnstile. I heard about all this, but wow, Akihabara Station is amazing. Huh? Is this your first time in Akiba? It is, she said with a nod. Haruto looked a bit pensive. Oh, well, I was planning to look at some electronics, check out the models, have lunch, and go back home.
But did you want me to take you anywhere else? Would you mind? Of course not. Akihabara is like my personal garden, he joked. For starters, they entered Yodobashi Akiba right by the turnstile and took the escalators up to the 5th floor electronics section. What are you buying today, Fuwa? Well, I actually haven't decided yet. You haven't? Chihiro wasn't following. I wanted to buy a move-in gift for Mako and the other girls. They've already got a fridge, microwave, rice cooker, washer, and TV, but she said they don't have anything else, so I thought I'd get something. Oh, that makes sense. What kind of thing do you think they'd like, Chihiro? Electronics-wise. Chihiro gave this some serious thought for a moment. How about a robotic vacuum? Itsuki had won the latest model of one at a raffle last year, and, much to Chihiro's chagrin, it was a real workhorse, greatly reducing the amount of cleaning she had to do. The girl's new apartment had a pretty big living room, she'd heard, so a RoboVac could probably come in even more handy than at Itsuki's. A vacuum. Haruto smiled. I like that. So they headed over to the vacuum section, but, wow, it's that expensive. Finding the model Itsuki owned, Chihiro was shocked. Over 100,000 yen, huh? That's a lot more than I thought. Haruto seemed distressed. They have cheaper ones, too, Chihiro said, pointing at the other robots. Haruto shook his head. No. Let's go with the newest one. I've seen how good a job it does on Itsuki's place. They'll be able to use it for a long time to come. And if it'll help out Mako, 100,000 yen is nothing. As Chihiro gave a sympathetic smile, Haruto got nearby staffer's attention and worked out the purchase and delivery details. After taking care of that, they went up one floor to the game and toy department. The model corner was lined with Gundam kits and had completed samples, apparently built by the staff, on display behind glass cases. Wow! Chihiro's eyes sparkled as she pored over the cases. It was nothing like a small neighborhood model shop or the toy section of a department store. The whole section was huge, the selection out of this world. You like the mass-produced robots, don't you? Haruto asked as Chihiro marveled at the box for an MGGM Type C. Oh, yeah. During their talk about their favorite mobile suits at the Mixer the other day, Chihiro had started raving about the Zaku, the GM, the Gin, the Tyr, the Genos, and the other mass-produced meshs that appeared in the Gundam universe. She liked those sorts of sidekick robots dotted around the story, and she also appreciated how their designs were relatively restrained compared with the flashier special craft the protagonists piloted. A lot of them also had special configurations for land, space, or desert operations, which attracted her. But my brother would always buy Gundams or whatever the rival protagonists piloted, so I haven't put too many of them together. The only Gundam models Chihiro had made up to now were the ones Itsuki left in the family home when he'd gotten his own place, as well as the kits he'd purchased after that and just ignored. Chihiro had never actually purchased one herself, even at the local model shop. She only bought paints and decals and such, never model kits. Buying a new one when she hadn't made all the ones at home yet seemed wasteful to her. Well, why don't you buy something you want to make for a change? Maybe. Chihiro scoped out all the kit boxes lined up. But I really want to build everything I have now before I buy something new. You've got more willpower than I do. I could stand to learn from that. Haruto laughed. Like Itsuki, or, really, like most Gundam model builders, Haruto tended to buy more model kits than he actually built, resulting in an ever-growing to-do pile in his room. But I do have something I want to buy. Pleased with herself, Chihiro had a pair of nippers in his hand, and not just any nippers, but ones with super-thin, highly sharpened blades specially developed to keep discolored plastic nub marks to a minimum. Oh, you gonna buy that? I have a pair, too, and they really cut. Yeah. This kind had great reviews, Chihiro excitedly replied. I've wanted a pair for a while, and Ashley paid me yesterday. I'm gonna go through with it. These nippers cost over 4,000 yen, far pricier than a normal pair,
but much more useful. Haruto thought it over a bit. Actually, let me buy those nippers for you. Huh? No, I couldn't. Haruto smiled and waved him off. Hey, you helped me find a move-in present. Besides, the member points I got for purchasing the rubber vac would easily cover for that. It's like a bonus freebie, so don't worry about it. I'm not so sure I follow your logic. Haruto took his hand and placed it on top of the flustered Chihiro's head, lightly patting her. Hi, plus, you're always cooking such good food for me. I gotta return the favor somehow. Chihiro blushed. All right. Thank you very much. The two of them headed for the register, nippers in hand. After paying, Haruto handed Chihiro the bag. Thank you. I'll take good care of these. Don't just take care of them. Use them. Make a bunch more kits. Okay? Haruto smiled as Chihiro bashfully accepted the gift. After browsing around the game and book sections, they went to a conveyor belt sushi place on the 8th floor food court. Haruto started grabbing plates at random. So, I heard Itsuki got hemorrhoids? Hey, I'm trying to eat, admonished Chihiro. Huh? Oh, sorry. Realizing this was an inappropriate topic to casually throw out over lunch, he quickly apologized. He was never the sort to shy away from dirty or delicate topics when talking with other men. So how's Itsuki doing? He's completely fine now. I think he's working again. Ah, well, I'll go pay him a visit soon. Thanks in advance for cooking for me when I do. Sure, Chihiro said with a smile. But you should be careful, too, few are. Haruto grinned. Yeah, hemorrhoids come with the territory. He has a really good chair, but I guess even that won't stop the inevitable. Right. The work chair in Itsuki's apartment was a luxury item, built with sophisticated ergonomics and clocking in at around 200,000 yen. Though in my case, I'm worried more about my back than hemorrhoids. Your back? Yeah. I do a lot of work on hard seats in diners and cafes, so. A writer friend of mine said he strained his back recently, but he's only 25 years old, so it's not an old man thing at all. And once it happens to you, it's easy to strain it again, so. Well, I hope you're careful about that, Chihiro said, giving him a worried look. Oh, actually, I have a massager in my bag here. Huh? Why? Haruto's voice almost cracked with surprise. Ashley gave it to me recently, and it's been in my bag this whole time. He fumbled around his bag a bit. Ah, here it is. And with that, he casually whipped out his vibrator and showed it to Haruto. BPHH? Haruto did a spit take on the spot. You can have this in exchange for the nippers, if you'd like, he said, 100% sincere as he held out the adult toy. Haruto took a furtive look around the area, making sure nobody was looking. The restaurant was divided into booths, so the coast was fortunately clear. Phew. Thanking his lucky stars he had chosen this place for lunch, he turned back toward Chihiro. Chihiro, do you know what that is? It's a massager. He believed it. Haruto could feel a headache coming on. And you said Ashley gave it to you? Yeah. What the hell was that crazy lady thinking? He muttered to himself. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone, typed vibrator how to use into the search bar, opened the resulting page, and handed it to Chihiro. Okay, Chihiro, this page shows how you really use that. How you really use it? He asked, curious, as he started to read the website. Then gradually began to grow redder and redder in the face. Huh? Wah. Like that. You can just put it right in. No way. That apostrophe s. Tilde. Haruto could almost see the steam rising from Chihiro's face as he lowered his head, placing it on the table. He retrieved his phone and took the vibrator from him, hurriedly putting the latter in his own bag. I'll trust this out somewhere. Okay. Thank you very much. There were tears in Chihiro's eyes, but Haruto couldn't help but smile at him. Itsuki and Nayuta had told him as much, but Chihiro really had no knowledge of this kind of thing whatsoever. Did he? He was more impressed than exasperated. Anyone with net access could find porn in 2 seconds regardless of how old they were.
and even before the internet era, boys his age would borrow porn mags or games from their classmates, or just talk dirty with each other. Either way, you'd normally know about this kind of thing at his age. But Chihiro wasn't an ignorant kid. He was expressive, helpful, a great cook, and, judging by his skill in board games, a talented strategist. What kind of environment did this boy grow up in to be so unbalanced? Haruto honestly wanted to know. After the Chihiro Hashima vibrator incident, the pair left Yodobashi Akiba and decided to put it behind them by walking around Akihabara a bit. They covered all the famous must-visit sites like Toranana, Animate, Gamers, Gakapon Kaikon, and Hobby Tengoku, as well as a computer parts shop Haruto took advantage of when he built his desktop PC. Chihiro acted so amazed everywhere he took him, which made the trip extra fun for his guide. His particular favorite was Chabara, a line of shops located underneath a railroad bridge, and in particular the store Nippon Hyakaten Shokyuinkan, which featured famous regional and rare foods from all across Japan. The beverage section was impressive as well. Haruto stopped in to purchase Japanese craft beer sometimes. I can't believe there's a shop so amazing here. Chihiro seemed honestly mesmerized as he explored every inch of the store, ultimately purchasing 5 jars of rare seasonings after extended deliberation. The sun was already nearly down by the time they left Chabara. The station was nearby, so they headed over. Thanks a lot for today, Chihiro said as they walked, happily swinging his bags of seasonings and nippers around. Hey, it was fun for me, too. Showing you around was really worth it for me. Whenever I go with Itsuki, he always loses steam and complains about wanting to go home. Yeah, he was never very good with crowds. Chihiro laughed. Want me to show you around again sometime? Oh, yes, of course. Haruto was glad to see how happily Chihiro agreed. He half-jokingly said, it would have been great if you were my little brother. Then we could build Gundam kits at my place. I wish I could trade my little sister for you. Ahaha. Chihiro's face tensed up, smiling insincerely. Man, it's so much better having a brother than a sister, isn't it? Haruto's easygoing observation was like a knife in Chihiro's chest. She tried to keep the pain from showing as she gave a vague half-smile. The girl. Chihiro. Maybe it's time we tell Itsuki the truth. On January 18th, the night the All About My Little Sister anime was, officially, announced, Kazuki Hashima broached the topic to his daughter. And as soon as he did, Chihiro blurted out, don't you think it's a little too soon? You think so? Her father was confused, but she tried to keep her cool. Yeah, Itsuki is really busy with anime work and writing his novels right now. I think if we tell him the truth, I think it's really going to make his life really chaotic. So, Kazuki replied. If you say so, Chihiro, you're probably right. I'll let you decide when the time is right, then. Oh, okay, she nodded. Even as her own words unnerved her, she thought she wanted to tell him the truth right now, that she was really a girl, really his little sister, and then they could have a real family without any more pretending. She dreamed of this for so long. Dad, Mom, Itsuki, and her, 4 people around the same dinner table like everyone else's family. But as she commuted to his apartment and played games and stuff with his friends, Haruto, Mako, Nayuta, the time Chihiro spent with these people besides Itsuki had grown just as important to her. If they knew she was a girl, it wouldn't just throw Itsuki. Haruto and the others wouldn't be able to interact with her like before, either. The thought pained her deeply. A family's all you need. Or so she thought. So why did it turn out like this? What is a brother or a sister like me supposed to do? Chihiro Hashima, age 17. Beautiful, intelligent, sporty, a master chef, perfect with chores, empathetic, cheerful, talkative, the perfect human being. But still a young girl who had never been in love, the least experienced person out of this story's whole cast. But not even Chihiro knew that sort of secret was just too heavy for a girl like her to bear. The end.